I have a friend drive you over to Orlando, and then this is like 1993. And I got pictures of me and James Worthy and Vlade Divac and all these guys, Anthony Peeler, and so I kind of got a 3-day look at the NBA live. And so I got driven over to Orlando. Tony had a suite, like two adjoining, like not a suite, but a room that adjoined onto another room. So I had my own bedroom. So he got in, he checked in the hotel room. They got in like around, noon. They had shoot around. The team had a shoot around like at 3 or something. And then they played it, and so they went back, and I got to go to all of this. And then they had the game like at 7, so they went back to the hotel room and a little catered deal, and they all ate and took a nap and shit. And then they went and played the game. And so I had players tickets from up. Well, then the fun begins, because they spent the night in Orlando because the next game was in Miami the next day. So they just stayed in Orlando. Well, every player has a black book at that point of everyone and every
Yo, I'm here. Yo,
so they just stayed in Orlando.
I'm here. What up? What up?
Everyone and every
How you living?
has a black book at that point.
Hello.
Every girl in town that they had either fucked or hooked up with, and they
Can you hear me?
The lobby. And then they just go down to the lobby and pick who they want. They fuck them. They go crazy. Well, Tony was already working on the girls in Miami a day before. So Orlando goes, so we get on the team plane. I get a fly with them. There's only like 15 guys on the team, and with superb, there's probably 30 total people that travel. So they had a chartered, they chartered like they didn't have their own Lakers plane back then. They would just charter like a Delta deal, but they had a ton of, so the players could bring friends and stuff as long as you were cool. So they flew into Miami, and they just did the same thing. Had a whole list of chicks, fuck them, and then Tony was working on the Atlanta girls and the Charlotte girls, and that's how it goes. Every night there'd be 2 or 3 different girls, and the game was just something they had to get. They had to play the game. The game was fucking. That's fucking crazy. That the game was fucking. They just did the same thing. Had a whole list of chicks. Fuck them. And then Tony was working on the Atlanta girls and the Charlotte girls, and that's how it goes. Every night there'd be 2 or 3 different girls.
What up?
And the game was just something they had to get. They had to play the game. The game was fucking crazy.
Yeah, you've got to be 18 to be here.
Every one of us did. Every one of us.
all it all just boils down to everything.
Thanks, big dog. How old are you?
And now you can get fame and money.
All right, well, then he's got to go.
Than you used to. Let's refer back to T4. Back in the day, to a guy that played video games would ever be able to achieve the level. And I'm saying this, like, I have so much respect for this dude.
What's mudded?
Like, I got love for this motherfucker. This guy's right?
What's mudded?
It's so cool now that fame and money used to just be
What is mudded?
Your family had it. You were an athlete, rock star, an entrepreneur,
Oh, muted, okay.
highly educated businessman that invented something. Like, there was only a little bit of a pie on how to get it. But now, with the advent of what you're doing and what Tifu does and gaming and TikToking and shit, fame and money can be for the average person. It used to be you had to be a mega star that was indoctrinated into fame or money. You were a Rockefeller, you were this or that.
Yeah.
Not anymore. It's the Wild West. It really is. But there's so much shit out there that you have to be to rise above the top in order to get noticed. And you got a great foothold and a great start on it.
The funny thing
You
about
might be more famous and have more money than me, son. You probably already do. You got 2 kids.
highly doubt that. Anyways, the thing about Tifu, which is so fascinating, is that like people jump on the bandwagon. Right? Like, I jumped up. I wasn't doing podcasts before. I started this podcast like 2.5, 3 years ago, and I did it because it was already a thing that was starting to like gain momentum. Like, maybe I should try doing this. My whole view on this podcast, like I came from the documentary world, so this is like I can do a documentary a week. There's no B-roll, there's no music cut into it. So that's how I think about this. But I did kind of jump on a bandwagon. Turner, Tifu, he was playing fucking video games when it was not cool, there was no money.
Right.
When his brother was fucking getting rich, making all these prank videos, right next door, living in the fucking room next to him. And Tifu wouldn't go participate in all these videos and try to ride his brother's coattails.
No, he
was in his room by himself playing fucking video games, not getting any pussy.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
the Juke Squad's out there killing it.
Exactly. And then in 1 month, he fucking skyrocketed 1,000,000 times fucking higher than his brother.
Yeah.
Like, there's something to say about sticking to something even when it's not going good and no one else is doing it.
Well, you're a prime example of that as well. I mean, you don't have 500,000 subscribers because you quit. You don't have 500,000 subscribers because you don't have any talent. You don't have 500,000 subscribers because you don't have interesting people. I mean, I got people in radio that have been in radio a long time that are big-time fans of your podcast because it's good shit. I mean, off the top of my head, I can tell you, 3 or 4 of the things. I mean, the counterfeiter guy, the Matt Cox guy, the FBI guy, the guy that found the fucking Whitakers I mean, you got some great shit going. Don't stop. I mean, what happens when you hit 1 million subscribers?
Who knows, man? I just keep going.
You do documentaries?
Yeah, that's how I started. I started doing documentaries. Have you ever seen Deckhands, the documentary I did on Madeira Beach? No. Holy fuck, you gotta watch. It's the best thing I've ever done on YouTube for sure.
But could I, off the air, when we get done, show you my little 7-minute sizzle? I would love of because I'm in kind of a little bit of a limbo where I'm making a change with the people that I'm working with, and maybe that might be something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I would love.
I mean, my sizzle is 7:22, which is a little long for a sizzle, but I'd love for you to watch.
Have you ever seen this commercial I did with Hogan and Wrecking Ball?
Yes, was that you?
I made that. Yeah, that was me and my friend Luke. Literally, it was to promote this fucking hosting company. These guys came to me, and they're like, "Hey, we're
You did that?
Hogan came to me because I was working at that shopping center in Florida Beach for Brown Boxer.
Right.
And I worked out every day with fucking Hogan, and he came to me. And I've done commercials with him in the past.
This was after the sex tape.
Yeah.
I should ask you about what he says.
Yeah. I never really talked about it, to be honest. But I always try to write a little bit on that subject.
Right.
But he's like, I did a bunch of commercials for Hogan's Beach. That's how I really met him and started working with him closely. And I did tons of commercials with him. And then he kind of like trusted me. And he's like, hey, I got these entrepreneurs who are trying to get me to promote their business. It's a hosting company. They want to call it Hostomania. Like, I want you to do the commercial for it, brother. I'm like, okay. Like, so come up with an idea. And that was right after the Miley Cyrus
My
record.
wrecking ball.
I'm like, we're gonna
And
put
he
you butt
was in a
naked on a
thong. Was he in a thong or was he naked?
He was in a thong.
Right.
But I'm like, we want to put you on a wrecking ball, and then it'll go viral. I'll put it on TNT.
Didn't it go fucking
No,
viral?
it went super fucking viral. It fucking worked great.
You did that?
I did that. Yep.
Little motherfucking Danny Jones
Yep.
in the back of a goddamn
Yep.
fucking used car lot? Danny Jones.
Yep. I did that.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live right next to Summit. I live right near Reddington Shores is. Like right there. Like where we're Summit Reddington Shores. And anyways, that led me into doing like all of his fucking commercials. For every little brand that he would work with, I would do the commercial.
You'd be his commercial.
Yeah, I'll be his commercial fucking idea guy or filmer guy, whatever you want to call it.
My video, my dog. You didn't know.
Right. Well, I want to see that.
I mean, it is.
He had this very specific strategy,
I like the way you do it.
I'm gonna see it.
he
You got
starts
it.
voting voting.
You want to look? I don't want to take up too much of your
No, I
time.
got all this. What time is it?
We just did 2.5 hours.
Let's get an hour.
Want to do
Much
that?
of the trip was
I'm going from here to get a chicken sandwich. I'm out here.
Are you really?
I mean, my girl, they're trying to have some hot checks tonight. That's it.
Let's
Have you watched? I'm watching right now. I'm watching the Dropout on Hulu about this onset.
I know it's good. How fucking crazy.
It's so weird.
We're going to take the voice because we make it more believable.
She was working at one guy.
Oh yeah. The
She's
Indian
still,
dude.
she's still not. You know, she doesn't get sentenced until September. She's living in a $135 million mansion in Silicon Valley. She just had a kid.
Some rich kid.
Yeah.
Oh, she had a kid with the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows what the fuck will happen to her? I know for a fact. I know that fucking guy who just tackled Dave Chappelle. He got his ass beat like Mojo Jojo. He ain't getting shit. They let him off.
Are you Ozark guy? What are you into?
I was a Breaking Bad. I watched Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones. After those two, I gave Ozark a shot. I watched a couple episodes. I'm like, they're trying to. Like, it's too close into the realm of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad was too fucking good. And it kind of ruined Ozark. Yeah. Everybody loves Ozark.
Ozarks tries to take the manufacturing aspect out of what we're talking about, whereas I think that's what was super cool about Breaking Bad is they showed you the production of it, you know, how Walter perfected the fucking like the actual manufacturing of it.
Yeah.
You know, the laundering and money part of it, I guess, is maybe the smart part of it. I want to see the fucking street level part of it.
Fuck, I mean, just like that in the story, like just Mr. whatever, Mr. Chips to go into fucking Spark. He was everything about that so fucking good. Oh yeah.
No.
Really working on it.
Billy's a friend of mine.
Is he really?
Yes. I had him on with Screwball.
Okay.
And, did you see the latest movie?
I did. Loved it. Really fucking good. Really Falcone, yeah, all that. I didn't know that. I had my buddy BB. I probably shouldn't say his name. We kept him anonymous. I had him on here. He was working. BB, yeah, BB. He was in prison with Falcone. He actually worked with him in Miami, and he told me all these fucking stories. Like, you gotta find out about this guy named Falcone. He's been forever. I'm like, really Falcone? Trust me, he was way bigger than fucking Griselda Blanco. Right? Yeah. And then they fucking New Cocaine Cowboys up in here and comes out all about Willie. Holy.
And your boy was telling you about
He's been telling me about it for years.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the whole coke. I had George Valdez on here. He was one of the main guys in that second Cocaine Cowboys movie. He was the accountant, right? He was like the main accountant who like started the
So who's
cartel.
been your favorite guest of all the years?
My favorite guest?
Over all the years.
Oh man, I don't know. Honestly, I had probably more fun talking to Brett Phillips on here than most people. I feel like we had a really good rapport. Had a really good conversation. He's a good place to raise. Yeah, we talked about fucking like crypto and NFTs. We went to Seminole High School, the same high school I went to.
He still playing the Rays?
Yeah, he still plays for the Rays.
Local
Outfield. Yeah, from Seminole. He fucking like his story is so crazy because he was like kind of like a nobody on the team. You know what I mean? Like he barely like he got traded from the Royals to the Rays, which is his hometown, and he was just like an outfielder. He never really had any big highlights, but he ended up breaking Babe Ruth's record for more grand slams in the short amount of time than anybody in history.
Really?
Yeah, and then when the Rays were in the World Series, it was 2 years ago. It was like they were getting blown out for the whole series. It was Game 4.
And then they bring him in.
They bring him in. It was like their game's over. They lost the fucking game, but the bases were loaded.
And they bring in Phillip.
Bring him in, bottom of the ninth. He's like, no pressure. He's like, whatever. He's like, I just said a little prayer to Jesus. And I walked up on it. I fucking just swung for the fences. He fucking hit a grand slam, and they won the game.
And he's like fucking Johnny Rockstar.
He said he almost had a heart attack after. He said his resting heart rate was like 200 right after.
Right.
It was all over the news. Anyways, that was one of my favorite conversations I've ever had. Him, Mark Leda. Mark Leda's the guy who interviewed the people, the Kentucky people, or the people in Odd, Tennessee. Odd, his name's a town.
Odd, West Virginia. Mexicans.
Yes.
I like because of that. I watched. That's their name. The Whitakers.
Yeah, Whitaker.
In Odd, West Virginia. The one guy just barks.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of it?
That's all they breed. And
It's
they're
all
fucking each other. They're third family members. They're buried in the front yard.
No. Just when we think we got a bad, just getting fucking that's what Whitakers where the fuck they are. Yeah, I watched a little bit of that. That's how I got on that rabbit hole. I liked Koch though. I saw Koch, in small doses. I think you go to the Max Koch card too much though.
I do. Yeah, it's kind of like
But tell him we got a couple. We're gonna give him some Georgia boots with some inserts. He'll be 5'4".
He's got those now. He definitely has those same fucking boots he's got now. His jeans keep getting tighter and his shirts keep getting tighter every time he comes in.
He had a fucking racket. I don't know who had a better racket, him or the counterfeit.
Honestly, the guy who I had on 2 weeks ago probably puts them both to shame. The guy I had on 2 weeks ago was like the biggest cybersecurity fraudster. Yeah, no, he was filing 200 tax returns a day. Going to fucking ATMs and cashing the IRS checks. You could spend one full day filing 200 tax returns, then the following 3 fucking days going to ATMs across the country, cashing the IRS checks, filling up this James Coat backpack. It was like $150,000 a day.
Local guy?
No, he was based out of Georgia.
Did he come down?
He flew down and did it, yes.
Really?
One of the most insane jobs
How
I've
many
ever
times
done.
did you do it?
He ended up only doing really, yeah, less time than that. He made way more fucking money than that.
Now, do any of these guys, and this is just your opinion, this is me asking you a question, but like, does any of these
Actually,
this is just your opinion.
you just reminded me of probably one of my top favorite podcasts. This guy, fucking Roger. He was a pilot who learned to fly because he wanted to fly for a missionary.
He was the number one drug smuggler.
Yep.
I just watched it.
Yep.
I started watching it.
That's his book right behind you, Smuggler. On a little show. He was probably one of my favorite fucking podcasts of all time. He's just like this old guy with southern draw, talks like this, he just has a beautiful voice to listen to. And
fucking almost evangelical.
he was 18 years old, flying his fucking little plane that he owned from California to Mexico once a week, making $1 million a day. Dealing with these Colombians, this guy
didn't kill you.
He got shot down 5 fucking times and lived. Got shot down, fucking machine gunned across his leg, got his fucking balls shot. They shot his testicles.
Why would they shoot him?
Because I don't remember exactly why. He took off from a fucking airport. He was running from the Colombian police. That's what he was doing. Right? He did a deal. He was transporting coke for the Colombians back to California. The Colombian police were trying to shoot him down. And they actually did shoot him down. He had to run through the jungle for fucking 3 weeks. And he almost died. It's a crazy fucking
I'd
story.
like to see a documentary. Why don't you do a documentary on him?
They did a lot of abroad about him.
Oh, okay.
He was they ended up locking him in Australia. He escaped prison like 4 or 5 times. Bro, this guy's a fucking killer. And he's like the most docile, southern, like gentleman. Right now, he lives in Santa Barbara. His wife. So he'll come to your show, man. He is fucking amazing. This guy, this is one of the fascinating characters.
Now, if you say
In my opinion, I think he's invested in real estate, and I think he's still he's got.
How about Khan?
I don't know. This guy, yes. This
How
guy,
about Counterfeit Willie?
Counterfeit Willie.
How was
These guys, some of these guys aren't bright. This fucking guy is old school, Colombia, dealing with the fucking with cobblers.
Right.
And 14 days
Call it
ago.
working killer.
Pussy eating until my lips are rocks
And my mouth gets lost to a rabbi.
There's not a lot of documentation. When you're the IRS guy or you fill out the tax form, there's obviously documentation about Cox and you stole 45 identities and you this and counterfeit Willie. But
327
there's a paper
reports.
trail, but when you're just got back loads of money,
Oh, that's fucking good.
I don't know what to do with this fucking. He was buying fucking family members and friends fucking mansion on the water in California. I did not know what to do, and this difference between
That's
guys like
fucking
Jordan
good,
and
yeah.
guys like Cox and Counterfeit guy. Because guys like Matt, guys like Counterfeit guy, they were trying to finance their lifestyle. Matt was trying to like finance all these fucking whores he was dating and these cars, all this shit, and he was like, he was broke. Like Roger, he was just this young kid trying to go on these adventures. He didn't need the fucking money.
and then the shit he went through. I mean, like Cox and Counterfeit Willie, they didn't Fed time, you know whatever. They didn't have to go fucking abroad in prison for 8 years and escape 4 times and get shot out and live in the jungle 3 weeks.
Right.
I mean, like, right? They were always in a fucking, they had a cot, at least always.
Right.
Right?
And Roger, thinking about insurance.
I'm afraid to keep that shit in the middle because I need it.
Trust me,
Community. Yeah, don't fucking,
Woo!
don't be bored,
I've done some shit, okay? He's been with the fucking these wives since like high school sweethearts, and she stayed with him for his like 28-year stint through prison. She was in prison for I think close to 30 years, and she stayed with him the whole time. He emailed me. You know, it was fucking. Because sometimes I miss emails that try to be guests on the show. We miss a lot of them. And it was like one week, and like, you know, I need to start like really like paying attention to guests. I need to just really people on here. I was going through old emails. I just search my emails sometimes. I type in the word interview in the search bar. Got people who emailed me about interviews. And I came across the guy's email I missed 6 months ago. And I fucking called him up. This month I was trying to get a hold of you. Yes. And I called him up, and I was like,
even worse. You had your chance kicked for that.
I know.
So you call him up.
And I'm like, these fucking stories. First of all, I thought just by like the headline of the email and what the subject was, I'm calling thinking he's full of shit. First of all, and I call him like, listen to him talk to me for like an hour on the phone, telling me a story. I'm like, no fucking way. And he told me about his book. I read a couple chapters of his book, and I'm like, dude, I need to get you here ASAP. And he's like, well, you know, me and my wife were just traveling through Georgia, and we're actually in North Florida right now looking to buy some real estate. And his wife was looking to buy a house in Florida. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, can I get you down here? He's like, well, I don't know. We're all really busy. My wife's got surgery next month, and I don't know if we can make it. And I'm just like, I don't get you here. I'm like, I'll do whatever you want. Eventually, I talked to him a month later. And as soon as I dropped the podcast with him, Rogan's best friend, fucking, who I was telling you about, Lex Friedman, right? Hit him up. He was on his podcast like the next fucking week.
Rogan watches some shit.
And then he was on Rogan's show the week after that, telling him all about Roger. He said, you gotta get Rogan, you gotta get Roger on. Talking about it. It was just, anyway.
Did Rogan get Roger on?
He hasn't got him on yet, no. But Roger has Netflix now. He's got all these fucking production companies. Well, you know what's weird? You're talking about like old school radio business, TV business, movie biz, show biz. A majority of the criminals that I have on here, they fucking, after they do this show, they get production companies beating their fucking doors down, trying to get them to do like shopping, right? To shop their shows around. Most of these production companies, they don't fucking have shit going for them. No, they're just trying to lock up as many ideas as they can. So they have a bookshelf.
I ran into these production companies who really are just corrupt, like sniffers. call them sniffing. They're sniffing around to get you excited, to then try to go sell that to somebody who can really make a documentary. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like there's so much of it.
It is. It's such a
There's not a racket. It really is. It's kind of a racket. They're like, hey, and then realistically, if they're going to shoot it, they have to go and rent, a couple guys to shoot it, and then have a couple guys to edit it. It's a fucking racket. There's not a lot of legitimate fucking people.
And it's done. The industry's done on 180 now. The production companies that have relationships with networks or TV networks or studios, whatever it is, they're scouring podcasts and internet shows to try to find content on TV.
Podcasts is not like the Dirty John series. Started out as an LA Times podcast. From the podcast. I don't know if you knew this, but LA Times has a newspaper. So, they went and they took their top journalists and said, we're going to build recording studios where your little cubicles are, and we want you guys to start, instead of finding stories from the newspaper, find stories that we can make into podcasts. And LA Times,
Really, cops like to fucking pull people over and really fucked up.
so I think it was called Austin Air, right? Is it raining right now? It's hot as hell. You guys have had a lot of people about this, so I'm pretty happy.
I'm sweating my ass off right now.
But I think it's called Dirty John.
Okay.
Dirty John. It's called Dirty John, and it's a 2 or 3 part series. Christian Slater is in it, and it's all based on true stories. Okay, and it's all of this started out as podcasts. And so a lot of documentaries and a lot of miniseries and a lot of these things are, these production companies are gravitating to these podcasts. And you're right, there's a large portion of them that are legitimate, that are turning podcasts into, video production.
Right.
You gotta write that down. Dirty John.
Dirty John.
Like if you go back, like LBJ notwithstanding, and everyone was proud of what he did with civil rights or whatever, there was an unbroken chain.
So it's on Netflix. It's called Dirty John, and I know you like it because it even says from the LA Times podcast. And LA Times now has a podcasting. Right. And it makes sense. I mean, I applaud the LA Times. Here's the newspaper industry, arguably one of the top 5 newspapers in America, sees that printed newspaper is about.
And then here's Gerald Ford, who's just kind of like cool-headed, simple dude.
Dirty John, LA Times.
Which one? I think. Is that the one we saw?
What's Dirty John about?
It's about the first one is about a doctor who kills people and paralyzes them. And he was a back surgeon, and he was doing back surgeries wrong because he was high on pills and all this kind of bullshit. And all of it's true. All of it's true. And then the second one comes from this guy who was a lawyer and a doctor, and his wife, and he had an affair. He was a big slinging dick attorney out of LA, out of San Diego, and he was having an affair with the secretary. Well, his wife went batshit crazy on him because he left her 2 kids, and then she murdered him. And she was on trial, and the first time got a hung jury, and then the second time they tried her. But they're all based on true stories, all from an LA Times podcast. And so I know you're in the podcasting world. And if you're rooting for podcasting, it just goes to show you that, So here's LA Times, who's like, man, printed newspaper business is over. Like, it's, with the Rubik's Cube, it's fucking done. We're going to turn our journalists, those that are talented, into podcasts. And so they have a podcasting room, which is brilliant.
In the way they do, like even NPR has a lot of music podcasts too, like the Serial one.
Serial Killer.
It's just called Serial. And they had, they basically
Well, tell 'em, dude.
on, like, murder trials.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
They make them like Netflix shows, but audio. They fucking with all the editing and the sound and the music. Oh, it's such a fucking production. It's so riveting.
Yeah.
Great.
Now, where do you just now? You guys do YouTube podcasts. So you guys is your podcast audibly distributed?
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube, and then visibly it's on YouTube, and then the audio is published on either Apple Podcasts and Spotify.
And you aggregate that through like just one. I have Art 19 that I use to aggregate it through all of my.
Yeah, we use a platform called Anchor, which is owned by Spotify. So I upload it basically directly to this company that's owned by Spotify. It's called Anchor. It's kind of like Anchor Megaphone.
And then they'll stitch in the commercials.
Exactly. So it's a company that's owned by Spotify that has like a platform to upload the audio, and they actually bring us less sponsors directly to Spotify from like giant fucking agency. Right. Especially like the addict of their audio platform.
I think my shit's on Spotify. I think
You can do video on Spotify.
so I started doing everything. Fuck yeah.
I'm in the process of right now transitioning all of my audio Spotify episodes to the video. I think fucking Spotify is going to give YouTube money for its money.
So, but when you say you're in the process of taking on your audio Spotify and visualizing, you just going to sync up the video of it.
So right now I uploaded all the audio MP3s to Spotify. Right. They have a tool on there where you can just replace the file. So I have MP4 video files of every podcast. So I have an audio file and a video file with the audio.
Right.
Like clones each other. So let's replace the audio file with the video file.
And
it'll be the same exact audio.
And not lose anything. Yeah. You're just basically putting the visual part of what was existingly there now in replace of the audio.
Exactly.
Without losing any
view counts, anything, nothing like that. And then they've actually just built in this cool new feature which will run the ads like with the video. Honestly, it's just like an early version of YouTube.
Right.
That's cool. And I think I don't know what's going to happen.
Now, when you do your midstream placements, do you do them yourself, or do you let them do placements?
I do a lot of it myself, and they also put a lot of automatic ones in there. So they charge different. So like the sponsors, if they want to pay more money for a sponsorship, that can be read by me. And I should put it into spoken word. Right, exactly.
But I'm talking about I'm talking about like you're uploading your YouTube deal, and it says what a rookie. What a fucking god. Cheap headphones.
You tell this guy's a piece of shit and hang up.
What's his name? Hey Shane, it's Bubba the Love. Hi Shane. You're a real piece of shit. Did you know that? Look at you. What are you? 150 pounds, fucking soaking wet? Take off that hat so we can see that fucking hairline, kid.
You tell him, dude.
That's what I'm talking about. Matthew McConaughey on crack called back.
Oh, for sure.
But I will tell you this: I've already got you sized up. You got a high vis shirt on, so I can tell you that you're a real worker. You're not like this indoor cat, Danny Jones over here. This fucking indoor cat. I know, but I'll tell
Welcome.
you this.
How are you?
Busting your ass. This motherfucker getting paid, and you're doing pretty good. You might want to keep.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, you don't speak English. I speak Chinese. Ching
I'm
chong.
trying to get him to do some business with me, but is he a fucking?
Does that mean anything? I don't know. If it's offensive, apologies.
Yeah, he's getting ready to have another kid. He doesn't even know.
What does ching chong mean in Chinese? What does
I told him to get
ching
I'm buying him a vasectomy.
chong
You better get used.
mean in
Hey,
Chinese? I learned it.
on weed, doing a
I learned
podcast,
Chinese from
ain't got time for your
Chappelle's
bullshit,
show.
okay? See you later, buddy. Bye-bye.
Meaning of ching chong.
Bye, El Tato.
He co-hosts with me on here sometimes, but he couldn't make it because he got fucking real job.
I'd love to do
This weapon uses derogatory mocking terms to intimidate Chinese language sounds. I think it's got a name. What does ching mean? What does ching
what I got
mean
and
in Chinese?
kind of just kind of assess some shit. Like, oh, you're doing this wrong.
Ching means
Like, I can only find a few things.
it
you're doing
doesn't
wrong.
have
One
a
of
name.
them
For
is
example,
phone.
Ching,
The other one is phone number.
please.
And you need to fucking learn how to work fucking endorsements.
And what does Chong mean?
You need to get crackhead Calvin on that shit right now. Fucking. I mean, we probably gave those people a couple $1,000 for advertising. Probably easily. You know,
Chong.
people are going to probably go out and what is this called?
It's a rush.
It's called.
The search. So please
The world's
search.
strongest smelling
Ching Chong means please search.
The world's strongest smelling salts. I bet you could probably get them on Amazon.
Ching Chong means to please.
It's like when your girlfriend sticks her finger in your butt and you're not expecting it, right?
Yep.
It's not.
It's like a Ric Flair move.
Woo! That's what they should.
They should get Ric fucking Flair to promote that shit.
Oh my god. I mean, this is the world's strongest smelling salts, and I bet you could probably get them on Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can. I think so.
And I like
Ching
them.
Chang Chong. That's what I wanted to say. Ching Chang Chong.
No, don't take them out. I don't think she'll take them out. Well, luckily those are fucking old as fuck. That's like a 2-month-old bottle, so that thing's been run dry.
You get it hard. It gets you right, but it gets you.
It does. Get
I
you.
didn't mean it in a mean way.
When this thing's brand fucking new and it comes in the plastic bag, you can't even fucking open the plastic
Ching
bag.
Chang Chong.
Woo! Woo!
I want to
You always
learn
been a
it.
wrestling fan your whole life?
Yeah,
Since you were young?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the only. I actually.
Rabbi power.
Okay,
Chinese
set up
power.
So good.
Yellow power. Red power. Green power. Blue power.
What WWE would do
Rabbi power.
is because I was
Black power.
syndicated and all the, when they just like the NBA, when the WWE, WWF come to a territory, they'll hit like, they'll do Monday Night Raw in Tampa, then they'll do a house show like in Orlando, and then they would do like, Friday night in Miami, so they
Go tell him, dude.
routed,
Especially until my lips
Right.
are raw and mouth gets locked jaw. Rabbi.
So, when Hogan and I were hanging out, Hogan would tell Vince, hey, my best friend, I got trained in wrestling by a guy named Tom Stone in Milwaukee. And so I knew a little bit about wrestling. I've been trained, I've been to wrestling school because when I was in Milwaukee,
I hope they find these kids.
These high school shows and get these independent guys. Greg the Hammer Valentine for $500 to come in, and he do these high school shows. Where I was the #1 rated radio guy in Milwaukee. Did afternoon drive, and I was a little bit crazy back then. And I had freedoms to talk about what I wanted. So Tom Stone said, "I'm getting 200 or 300 people to come to these wrestling shows at high school. If I had you on a car as the local radio personality, and I would let you in, I'd let you smash the fuck out of everybody. I'd pack it. So I'd be like, hell, he goes, well, 6 months, you got to come down and take each bump, hit the ropes, learn the fucking lingo, learn the philosophy, just learn various things. So I then would be like, Hot 102, WLUM, Love the Loves Bunch. Don't forget this weekend, this Friday night at Waukesha High School, I'm the main event. I'm taking on the Texas Hangman. That's right. So then I got the Texas Hangman called and be like, let me tell you something, Bubba. You fat ass. I'm going to take you pillar to post, you short arm little son of a bitch. You don't have any experience. You're fat. You're stupid. And I'd be like, I'm going to, and we all that for like 2 weeks. And in the high school, all the kids would get involved. And the high school football team would sell tickets as a fundraiser, and we would fucking pack the place out, 2,000 or 3,000. Of course, I'd go in there, beat the fuck out of the guy. I'd do some juice, get some fucking hardware juice, and I'd be the fucking man. So I had some wrestling experience when I came to Tampa. Then I got friends with Hogan, and Hogan tells Vince, hey, my guy, my best friend, he knows enough about wrestling that he can do the opening matches at the cities that he's heard in. So I was heard in Jacksonville, I was heard in Orlando, I was heard in Miami, I was heard in Fort Myers, I was heard in Tampa. So when the WWE would come into town, I would be the opening match, the dark match that wasn't on TV. So they have 2 or 3 matches before TV starts. Well, I would be one of the opening matches. What WWE got from that was 3 full weeks of being on radio every night. Being like, that's right, this Saturday night I'll be at the Sun Dome taking on the Brooklyn Brawler, and so they would get all of that added value, and then I just beat the shit out of it. The best story of all is your wrestling fan. Is I was in the Sun Dome here in Tampa, which is the what's called the Union Center now. You know where USF is? They put Union. No, Union. It's called the Union Beer.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
It used to be called the Sun Dome. It fits about 8,000 or 9,000, and it's where USF plays basketball. You know, so I was the WWF was there that night, and Hogan for some reason wasn't there. I don't know if he's defected yet or what, but Vince was still using me on my cities that I was hurt and opening matches, and they paid me $500. They put me on. I mean, I would win. So I go there that night, and the boys in the locker room kind of always resented me because I wasn't one of, I was kind of a guy who got fast into kind of a cool position, right? So here's some guys that have been around for 10 years doing jobs, and here I am fucking jumping hot shots, roll in with my Louis Vuitton luggage and my fucking hair fucking slips and be able to beat these guys that were regular wrestlers. So I was supposed to go. You remember the Mean Street Posse? They were Shane McMahon's best friends or something like that. Well, I was supposed to wrestle them as the opening match. So Pat Patterson, now in wrestling, they have an agent. And him and Jerry Briscoe were the two agents that night. And they kind of run the locker room and they tell who's going to win and whatever. Well, Undertaker, Mark Calloway, lived in Tampa at the time. And it was a house show. Usually Calloway didn't do house shows, he only did big shows. But since it was a home show, he did a favor for Vince, and so the Undertaker was the big guy in the card. Now, if anybody knows anything about wrestling, Mark, the Undertaker, ran the dressing room. He absolutely was the boss of the boys. He's had a lot of disputes. He was, even when Hogan was there, Hogan had his own dressing room. After Hogan left and then came back, and Calloway had already established himself that he ran the dressing room, he ran it. He fucking ran the show. So we're in the back, and Patterson doesn't know that I'm as popular in Tampa as I am. He thinks I'm just some local fucking radio guy. This is some bullshit gimmick. So we're in there, and Patterson's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. Briscoe's going to feed you. Jerry's going to come in, get the outside distraction. Mean Street Posse's going to come in, hit you over the head with a fucking chair. You're going to get changed. You're going to try to make a comeback. They're going to throw you into a school. Okay, I'm losing it. Okay, but I'm just happy to be part of the fucking deal. I'm a WWE winning in my own hometown with 10,000 people. Love the Love Sponge from 98 Rob. It's a good promotion for me, whether I win or lose. Who gives a fuck?
How is the emancipation?
That's the way it is. Calloway goes, nope.
Proclamation.
I was always really respectful to Mark.
Yo, what up? Have you seen Chappelle's show?
He lived in Tampa, so Mark knew how popular I was in Tampa, right? And so Calloway goes, hey, Patterson, let me ask you a question. So we're going to go ahead and bury, and when you get beat that fast, it's called your burying.
Because I honestly don't think it
He goes,
was.
so, Pat, let me just see if I can get this straight. We're going to bury
It should have
a
been past
guy
the time.
that spent 3 weeks on promoting the show. It's probably put 2,000 or 3,000 extra asses in the seat tonight. And we're going to bury him in front of his own hometown. When this is just a house show, it's not on TV. We're not making any of our wrestlers look bad because nobody's going to see it except for the 7,400 people here. And we're going to bury this guy in front of his own hometown when he's busted his ass. Pat Patterson, without missing a beat, goes, you know what? Bubba, you're going to go off the second rope after you give him a double
the 15th
clothesline.
Amendment.
You're going to try to kick Bubba. Bubba's going to reach off into a schoolboy. Watch for the double boot. Bubba, you're going over. And I turned to Calloway. It's business, man. It's business. It's about business. And that's what makes the most business. Boy, the Mean Street Posse was so mad. They went from giving me a double clothesline and beating me to me going off the second and smashing them.
Good tone, dude.
That's
baby.
All because the Undertaker said, no, we're not burying a guy in his own home fucking house who's busted his ass. We're not doing it. Now, if it had been on TV and it's been, where people could see that it's a regular jobber off the fucking streets is now beating an accomplished WWE guy, that's different. But it was a house show, and I was the opening match, right? So that's
website is a waste.
Oh yeah, it's for 3 weeks, right? Oh, had the Mean Street Posse call me up.
I love
you
this
know, you're
person
fat
making
ass.
art.
You know,
You're
it's going to take two
cool
of us
as
just to
fuck.
match your fat ass, and you know, and all that. I'll be back and forth.
Yeah.
They got
I like how you put twice the words in your
$40,000
fucking
for free
profile.
promotion, you know, from me. Yeah, you can't even put a value outside of the commercial.
Dude, I mean, fucking wrestling fans have such a bad rap. They have such a stigma. Like, I used to think that wrestling fans were such fucking losers before, and then I went to fucking WrestleMania. I went to my first wrestling event ever. It was in New Orleans 4 years ago. And they are the coolest fucking fanatics. I think they're way cooler than fucking football, NBA fans, any sport. They're a fraternity. They really are.
And when you go there,
Ooh.
they don't fucking fuck with you. They're like, hey, bro, what's going on? Who's your guy? Hey, who's your guy? Oh, man, fuck, that's my guy.
Yeah.
You know, they want to be your boy.
They're all like a fucking community of people that have each other's back, unlike sports fans, where it's like more political. Like, fuck
You know, I
you.
can get you for a very good friend. Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle is the current co-champion with Randy Orton.
Oh, no shit.
He lives in Ocala. He lives in Orlando now. He's called, you know, he's the dude that kicks off the split flops. He's a former MMA guy. His name's Matt Riddle. Calvin can pull him up.
Oh, that's baller.
He's got one of the straps right now.
That's baller. That's baller. Satisfying as fuck is right.
He's like the dude.
That's baller, son.
Oh, that's dope.
No, what's the guy's
Oh,
dude squad?
damn, that was great.
He's just like Jack.
Okay, he looks a lot like Jack.
Yeah, he's just like Jack, but he's so fucking.
Pull up some more pictures of him.
Yeah, like and when he gets
Oh, man, that was great.
like his gimmick is this, like people get
Oh,
real
like
mad.
surfer dude?
Yeah, like
Spicoli.
hey,
That was satisfying as fuck. Dog, this is so sick.
Goldberg.
Dog,
This was a shoot. Like
ching. I love it.
and
Dog.
Matt Riddle was like,
This is so sick.
yeah, like this is, and you know Goldberg's old school, real
Swing.
fucking intense.
Yeah.
You know, like
This
fucking
is
real
so
intense.
sick,
Fucking
dog.
kick your ass. And wait till you hear how
Oh, dog.
this is it.
That makes me happy.
Really? For real. Like Riddle is an accomplished MMA. He was UFC at one time.
Okay.
I can realize
Really?
would kill him. But like Riddle's like, you know, Goldberg's all tense and
Oh.
shit. That's like real. Oh, that was a shoot. Like that was real.
Shoot means real.
Shoot me. Work means not real. But shoot means it's real. Like that's
Dude,
real.
this
Like,
is
was
so
it
sick.
reversed? Yeah. That was somebody had a show down, and they had a little bit of a problem. And when Goldberg said we need to talk, that's a show.
Oh man, that makes me.
Oh, it's fucking high
That
vis
makes
Willie.
my
You're gonna
nuts
fucking
is
show
ball.
up in the middle of the
I mean,
podcast?
this is a professional fucking
What
organization.
the fuck? What is this?
I thought you'd take a swing on me. I really just thought I.
Carbon from creating
All right, now he was gonna take a swing on me.
Hey, grab a chair,
Hey, I
bud.
really thought he was gonna swing on me just
Did
now.
you really? I wanted him to come be a guest on or be a co-host on this, but he had to work, so he showed up out there.
Weed whacking today, or what's he doing?
What are you doing today? We watching? You got a fucking.
Oh.
He actually does real concrete work.
Yeah, like you're a poser on the concrete.
Yeah.
That's a real concrete.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your headphones on, bitch, and join the party. You know how to be on the radio?
Yeah, you fucking nerd. Come on.
Hey, call him a jobber.
You fucking jobber.
Yeah, a jobber is it's a wrestling term. So they had a, if you're a jobber, what you are is back in the old wrestling screw days, they would have they didn't have a big roster. So when Vince or somebody would come into town, they would bring like,
By the way, you have to mic on. Sorry.
they would bring like 7 or 8 of the stars, but then they would get local guys that are professionally trained just to lose. So they would hire like 10 jobbers, 10 local wrestler guys, and give them $500 a night to lose to Greg the Hammer Valentine. So if you're called a jobber, then it means you're a hell of a hand and you can work, but you're gonna lose.
Right. That's exactly what he is.
What is he?
Say it. He's a fucking jobber. Say it.
Oh, is my crackhead Calvin? Get it going.
What's going on?
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
Check.
That's right.
He keeps calling Austin
Come on, man.
crackhead Calvin the clicker.
That's fine.
The right hand clicker was purple.
What's
Carpool Calvin.
Takes him an hour and a half to pull up a TikTok.
So
That's
your,
right.
your day done for today? How many yards you made today?
Today we did about 80, 90.
With the truck though.
Oh, yeah, multiple trucks. You
Yeah.
can only get 10 yards in the truck.
Right.
So, yeah, it'll be fine.
Now, do they have it now where the truck mixes it?
Oh, it's mixed up, Rick. Ready to
No,
roll.
but like a lot of isn't
Like a
there
dry mix.
well, isn't there a technology where they get it wet and it rolls it around when you're driving and so it stays wet? But then there's the other technology where they have all the elements and it mixes it. I know about fucking
That's called a dry batch truck. Those are for usually smaller residents.
Oh, okay. So if you're pouring big shit, you're doing the wet truck.
Ready to roll.
What's concrete going for a yard?
We bid at probably about 170 a yard.
A yard?
Per yard.
Is that cheap?
No,
it seems
no,
astronomical.
Is it really?
Used to be under 100 bucks a yard.
Yeah, I remember the days where it was like 65, 70 a yard.
That day's long gone.
Yeah.
They do like the water treatment centers, you know, the places that mix all the shit water and filter all the shit out of it. They do all the shit.
It was a shit job.
It's a shit job. Yeah. Not only is he
They
fucking,
also take that shit water, throw some chlorine in it, and send it to your sink.
Who cares?
so
Who cares when you got the motherfucking liquid death?
exactly.
Yeah.
And we got the white
That's
monster.
exactly why you should be drinking liquid death, because you know what? The water you're drinking from your tap used to be shit water, my friend. But not right here with liquid death, my friend.
That was
Right
nice
here.
of him to give you a can of water.
Right here, my friend. Look at that. Get a fucking close up on that now. That craziness. That's what you should be drinking, not this shit water that fucking the jobber just poured concrete slab for.
Murder your thirst, bitch.
Murder your thirst, bitch. Endorsed by Bubba the Love Sponge. I'll give that one to you for free, kid.
Thank you, Bubba. You want it?
Yeah. Hey, I'm on this shit too.
Those are duds, man. That thing's
Yeah,
expired.
but here's what you guys don't understand. Now, fucking Danny Jones over here is going to take this and get these clips to this company and say, hey, we need some endorsement.
Yeah.
Free. We need a couple cases of that.
You got the power peg huffing your salts live on
We need
YouTube.
$1,500 a month and fucking a case, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
we got 500,000 subscribers, 67,000 zillion views, and we got a jobber pulling concrete.
What else could you ask for?
Yeah, and we're in the back of a fucking automotive shop. What the fuck?
You got to put a man's man in here. You can't just put
Let
this
me
guy
get up in
in here,
this
man.
bitch. We'll be fucking rich, motherfucker. I'll tell you right now. Get me up in here. Roll my world into this, and you guys roll into my shit. Look, I'll have a plane again. I used to have a plane, yeah, I'll have an
I
airplane.
can't wait to check. I can't wait to check out your fucking studio. It
You
looks badass.
You will flip the fuck out when you see it. It is the. In fact, I am so unefficient on how I could be beautiful. Like if I had a guy like you that could help dial my shit in, the space I got, and the
Oh, that was baller.
Tell him something. He's got a room in his studio the size of this filled with fucking tapes of fucking Sport Olympics,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this
fucking
is sick.
Amphibian.
Shit. Let me show you a video I just put on my YouTube channel. And I just found
YOLO.
it. It's me and Hogan going
YOLO's
to
gonna be huge.
the
You'll tell
Magic
me.
Lakers game.
I watched
Bunch
that
of
last
people
night.
going for it.
Tiger Woods and Little Wayne. We meet Tiger Woods and Little Wayne, and we're fucking boarded. Did you see that?
I watched that last night.
That's the shit I got.
Oh my! Austin, go on his YouTube channel. Just type in BTLS YouTube, and then it's like the latest video.
Yeah, latest video.
Yeah.
And it is funnier and fucking. I got
YOLO
hundreds
County
of hours
is dope.
of that shit. And I just happened to find my girl found that one. And, you know, I was back in my merch trailer and I found this big folder full of DVDs of, you know, fucking fire ants on 25 testicles.
Oh, fuck.
We took a mason jar and we put honey on 25 balls, and then took the mason jar and stuffed his balls and then duct taped it so it's airtight. And then this fucking army of fire ants goes up to his balls and they're eating his balls and stuff. And he's like, ah! I got
Oh, great. Rabbi's
stunts to
diversifying now.
whores to
Pussy
celebrities
eating
to
until my
Rogan
lips
shit,
are raw. About
all
gets
those people used to get back on back in the day.
Oh, you're welcome, Dave
I'm
Vegas. This
a
is
huge fan of yours, like back in the day. He's like 3 times.
Oh, great.
No way.
Oh,
Rabbi is the best
I gotta get you
part.
some Army shit.
I've been telling Danny to get you on the show for years.
I've been trying.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
You know, he has been. I've been so busy, and then I started really kind of looking at his shit. And I'm like, motherfucker, this guy's bigger than me. I need to get on this. I need to get on this motherfucker's tip.
Yeah, we can get together.
How many
man.
people's podcasts?
This girl.
Like, how many other people who have?
I
Like,
just did one this morning. Did you? But it was from UK. And it was
Her
about
brown
catfishing.
bikini color.
Back in the day. That's Brazil, and she's the one of the most people in the world. This was a big time production. This was like an LA type thing. So I actually, this is my second podcast.
Skype one?
Yeah, it was this new app.
No, he flew to
You know, have you heard about this new app that they use for? It's called
Damn, this girl got a body on her.
Riverside FM, and you talk to them, and they talk to you, and you might be this might be a game changer. Riverside FM, and you can see that was the production company, and then that was the meeting that I went to, and it's for the podcast. Look, like join a studio, and you hit that, and you or a QR code, but it's a way to pipe in guests. It's better than Zoom.
No way.
Yes, and they make you wear earbuds. You have to have earbuds, and that's it. But you might want to look into it. You might want to
video on there too.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
There's nothing better.
no, it's such a better experience. But if you can't get them in the studio, you gotta get them. Okay, you gotta get them. You know, and so, but I've only done. I think I did Dan and guys from Orlando. Dan and Tom and Dan or something. There's a couple radio guys. I think I did their podcast once, and I did a guy from St. Louis who was a big Howard fan. Called like STL Now or something. Okay. That's it. That's the only podcast I've done, other than my own. Hey, what's your name again? Shane the Jobber. Now hold on. Before you guys go on, Dan, tell me that this is like not fucking super. This should be viral.
What year is this?
2010. This should be viral. Don't you think?
100%.
Okay. You got Tiger Woods before he beat the shit out of this is his ex-wife. You got Lil Wayne. You got hot bitches, and you got Hogan fucked up begging homeless people for dollars. So watch. Go ahead and watch this. Go ahead and expand it, crackheads. Here we go. What? Tiger Woods. Look at Lil Wayne. So high. So now we're at the game.
Oh my god.
Hogan's fucked up.
He's all zipped up.
I'm gonna fuck Chris Brown up.
Is that Jennifer?
Yeah. Now Hogan starts fucking dancing with the girls.
Oh my god.
Now look at now he starts. Now my wife. Now imagine that my wife gets involved here. Check this out. Hold on. He joins Heather in there.
Oh my lord. Is the fucking Jumbotron on him?
Yeah, and I'm saying easy, Hogan. The entire arena's watching us. He's on the Jumbotron right now. Smells kissed her.
Oh, what a sick fuck.
I'm on Team Bubba. But
Oh, athleticism. Look at this move.
Not that, but he was there. So a lot of people made connections with that shit. But people hated Ronald Reagan before he was when he won. I remember my mom deeply disturbed.
Licks the camera. Now look at this. Now he's gored out of his fucking
Yeah,
eye. Now he's drinking everything. Now he starts fucking hitting the chicks with the head like he's pro wrestling. Watch. Now watch. Now watch. Boom. Boom. Fucking throws in some fucking stiffies. Boom. 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 Now, look, Lakers suck. He's begging for money. Him and him.
But life went on, and then when he got shot,
I mean, no, I got like it. Shouldn't that be some? Isn't that better than 90?
Get in trouble with posting that shit?
No, I own it.
Okay. Even though it's him on it, and you're gonna get mad at you?
My camera, my
Right, good. You on the copyright.
So you see my white trash burnouts I've been doing?
Yes. That's fucking incredible. Oh, you still own that fucking racetrack, right?
Yeah, I own a racetrack. Yeah, I own a racetrack. I mean, Danny, I need to be your partner.
Some of the barbecue spot. My buddy's having a wedding soon, and he said they're getting catered by some barbecue company. And they said you were
No, there's a barbecue company called
Oh yeah. My buddy's cease and desist. Oh yeah, just like Paul Hogan, right?
When you show my name, you're supposed to put a circle R
Right.
after Spud.
Right.
Yeah. So. But I mean, Danny, I kind of, I need to fucking.
We need to work together. We need to help each
Can
other.
can I put on a high vis red seal, pour some concrete, then roll up in here and get some tips?
Bubba's already taught me like 100 things how to improve the audio and the headphones and all that fucking kind of radio gear. Probably all this shit, same shit I've been telling you for 10 years.
No, you just
warn you that this hasn't been edited. I've watched this footage of a guy just watching
the real arms, not the fucking janky fucking deal.
but with your number, you should be getting sponsorship.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not a
real.
good salesman.
I am.
That's where we help each other.
What I can do is you can help me with my content and how
Right.
to get it out, and I can help you market and get some sponsors. You should have those super cool arms that are lit, or have one central arm here, and they all spray out.
Articulating
Yeah.
deals.
Or just clean this up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe make that a little bit more user friendly. Maybe be able to pipe in the
That,
audio.
that's what I've been wanting to do. Pipe the audio through the headphones.
That's what you do. And just a few little things. Make that TV bigger. That TV needs to be the size of that wall.
Yeah.
It's really
Sure.
was the press secretary.
I got my damn tridents.
Well, hold on, wait a motherfucker. You put the tridents up a little bit, and then you go. The TV is, about what is that? Fucking 43?
No, that's a fucking 52.
That's a jobber 52.
Jobber.
You should be running a fucking, full blown 81 John, a fucking 100-inch Willie. You should be running at least an 82 Willie. Okay, all fucking day. Let's do the numbers. Come on.
Yeah,
you can buy those for fucking $7.99 at Walmart. Come on.
Yeah.
Cameras are good. Those are good cameras. These are fucking the industry standards,
Yeah.
much in podcasting.
Right.
New arms, better headphones, and a better TV. And we're fucking. I mean, shit. We're a million subs, bitch. And I get half of that.
Yeah, good luck. You'll be suing him in no time.
Yeah, he has a lawyer too. He'll Bubba own concrete and he's calling Hogan's lawyer.
Called Clem's Concrete, bitch.
Yeah.
Concrete with Clem.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well,
That's
listen,
fucking
man. Any
hilarious.
other questions you can get?
No, man. Thank you for coming
Not
on
on
here.
that fucking Concrete Willie. That's my boy.
Tell all these motherfuckers listening and watching where they can watch your show, your daily show, and
No
find
way.
YouTube,
This
all that
is the
stuff.
same
That's all
guy
everything.
as all the other rabbis. Yeah.
I have an app.
Oh, fuck yes. Sage. Derek Yard. Oh, this is that.
YouTube, everything.
It's definitely the same motherfucker.
I got a cash app and a
So
Venmo.
fucking funny.
You got OnlyFans?
Yes.
No
Do you
way
really
this
have
is
an
the
OnlyFans?
same guy.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Let me show you something.
It's a marketing genius.
This is gonna flip you out. This is gonna flip you out. This is in 1 week. This is what I did on Venmo, and just since Friday of
What?
last week.
Oh, great. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, for sure.
That's just people sending you Venmo.
That's just, hey, it's Bubba. And
Just
you know,
lockjaw.
it's like, hey, it's Bubba. And if you're not on Twitch and you're not, giving me stars on YouTube and all that deal, you can Venmo me at the Bubba Army. And there's like, oh, fuck yeah, Venmo, $25.
Holy fucking
Couldn't
shit.
imagine how hard that
You are,
work.
you
What
are,
is
you
Rothschild?
truly are, Mark.
Cash, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, all
Yeah,
at the Bubba Army.
tetanus?
Motherfucker, I got this fucking Patreon deal. This doesn't really work for
Get the fuck off. OnlyFans, Venmo, OnlyFans, you good? We do about 2,500 a month.
Okay. You have a fucking.
How'd you get lockjaw, kid? Your mom.
Have given at least $2,400 in a year, then you're considered Bubba Army royalty, and you get an invitation to the Bubba Army royalty party every year, which is the second week, Martin Luther King Day weekend. That's the cheapest week in the block, and the hotel rooms aren't extravagant. So the second week of January, everybody flies into Tampa, and you get the Bubba Army ring, which is a big Super Bowl. The same people that make Super Bowl rings make my rings, and so, but you got to have the $2,400 level. So it's just a big Bubba, fucking Ponzi / shakedown, Amway, Bernie Madoff, fucking used car. It's a hustle. It's a straight fucking hustle.
That's fucking genius.
And you got the audience, but you're not hustling.
I'm not hustling. That's my problem.
I'm hustling. I don't have your audience. If I had your audience, I'd be doing 10 million.
I need to learn from you,
No, for real.
I believe that.
I'd be doing 10. If I had your audience, I have 45,000 subscribers. And I know what if I had your audience, I'd be doing 10 million.
Well, I'm gonna learn.
I'm going to teach you. Now, you teach me how to get this shit out, and I'll teach you how to fucking sell it.
You got a fucking deal, Bubba.
Concrete Clem.
Thank you for doing this, Bubba.
What's his name? Concrete Clem.
Concrete.
Hell yeah.
And fucking, I don't want to put crackhead on it.
No, you don't have to get tracked.
How about clicking? How about right clicking Calvin?
Right clicking Calvin. Right clicking Calvin the cowboy.
And I had a great time.
Love you, Bubba.
More importantly, I want to show you my sizzle.
Oh yeah, let's watch that.
It's 7 minutes.
Okay.
So you go with that?
Go with that.
We might even be able to project it up.
Do you want to watch it? I watch on the podcast.
No.
No. We'll end it first.
All right. Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
So I in a villa could find someone who's really changed. I don't know. I mean, no, Stevie Wonder, Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan. You guys are now living in the true crime clout house. We're sharing a studio space. It's got its own place.
Yeah. I know.
This is what we're together. It could be the true crime clout house.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Matthew to get off probation.
Are you off probation?
Hell yeah.
Really? He's never completed that part.
I-
That makes it
He
sound
got
like
out
he
pretty
completed.
clean, right?
That makes it sound like he completed it and he did a good job and they're ready to go. That's not what happened at all. They continually violated him, put him in prison until eventually the judge said, "You're unsupervisable."
Yeah, I've never successfully completed one term of probation in my entire life. And I've been on probation since I was 13 years old. Never successfully completed anything. So I get out of prison, and I got out of the halfway house, and I go right back to fucking making cars. And I'm like, you know what I mean? I go right back to it. Yeah, they got me, sent me back to prison, and then I got in front of the judge, and she was like, "You're not supervised. You know, we've had to extradite you from, every corner of the country to get you back here to get you in front of the judge." So it's like they killed my paper. They just gave me time to serve and killed my paper. I had 2 years of federal probation, but they just
Amazing.
I got lucky.
Some people get really lucky
Out the door.
These little technicalities.
Yeah,
Well,
they
it's
just
not a
out the door.
technicality. He still ended up like usually what they do is it's usually a third. So let's say you have 3 years paper, and right away you end up getting you violate. Let's say the first month, the mail say, okay, look, we're going to have you do a year's worth of time and just wash your face. By the time he got in front of the judge, he'd already done how many months in prison?
6 or 9 months.
6 or 9 months. But 9 months, it's like, okay, well, you don't have that much. Like, if we divide that into, what you currently have to serve, like, you know what, just cut it. Because otherwise, what do you do? Start his paper over again? Like, it's just, you can these guys, they kept doing that, and a lot of the guys just get on probation.
I just had this guy on here who's apparently like one of the biggest cyber criminals in history, in U.S. history, and he did a lot of fake card stuff too. And he's like, a lot like what you said, a lot of the people that he worked with making fake cards were based in Ukraine and Russia. Why is that? Yeah, for whatever reason, they're bad people. Eastern Ukraine and Russia is just the climate out there. A lot of those kids out there, that's just what they do. A lot of hacking. It's like popular culture.
Isn't it legal there? Well, but you can also run the forum there. Like, you're not going to be able to run a forum here without them tracking down on you. They have the servers and everything over there too, right? Like Harvard App SU, where was that located?
That was a Russian server. But they're so goddamn smart over there. Tech savvy. Like your average teenager in Russia knows how to code. You know what I mean? Like you're just your average teenager over there can code and they can program and they can do all kinds of shit. Your average teenager here doesn't know dick about coding. So, who are the guys? How are you talking to these guys? What were you buying from them? Right. So I was actually selling to them. You were selling. Yeah, I thought you were buying blanks. No. Initially I was. Okay. Initially I was buying the blank cards, but then I got into. I was actually selling them. Oh shit! Yeah. And how are you selling it to them? You're selling it to how the transaction work? It was either Bitcoin or we had Western Union services set up. Shared web money back then was pretty popular.
That's
Reserve back then was pretty popular. And these were like these fly-by-night online payment systems, kind of similar to what PayPal is. You know what I mean? Like you put $50 in, you get $50.
No
way. Say you have an account and you have a wallet and you can exchange WMC between each other. But then there needs to be like a third-party exchange of cash out a WMC into whatever currency your Silk Road. It didn't exist back then. No, the Silk Road didn't exist. The dark web didn't exist. The Onion router wasn't even a thing. No Tor, no none of that. Yeah, it was just VPNs, and we had Russian VPN services that were, you could change with all these plugins where you could change SOCKS proxies, and you could change VPN, change the IP address, and go to the forums. And that's when all the forums got shut down, but that's when, in the heyday, there was a bunch of them, like 10, 15. So they had the dairy building. Yeah, the one guy was on just Lex Friedman. That guy, he was in here yesterday. Really? You had him on here? Brett Johnson. Yeah, Brett Johnson. Yeah, he was Shadow Crew, man. He started. Shadow Crew, yeah. He did Shadow Crew, which eventually went on to be Crew.SU was the one I was on. But previous to that, there was something called Carter Planet, and then there was Carter.org. But he was the godfather of all of that shit. Like, he started it. And then when Max, what were the guys' names? Max Butler and Christopher Aragon. When those guys went down, it created like a vacuum in the online space, in the marketplace, because there was nobody else making. Because the feds had taken down Shadow Crew, they had taken down Carter.org, they took down Max Butler and Christopher Aragon. They took down both of the guys that were selling all the cards in the forums and everything. And what Max Butler did is he did like a hostile takeover of all the forums. He fucking hacked them all, locked out all of the admin. And then he took all of the users and then put them all into one fucking site and sent out emails like, you're all just part of this big community now. He locked out all the admin, told them to go fuck themselves, and that's it. It was like this fucking wild takeover of like all the forums. And then when they went down, it created a vacuum, and then and then I filled that vacuum. Like when I came in and started selling cards, it was right after all that shit had happened. So there was nobody moving plastic. That's so fucking crazy. Yeah. And I came in, and then that was it. And there was just nobody selling plastic. Yeah, so Brett laid the foundation for all this. He's the godfather. Shadow Crew, that was like that platform that he created.
trust. So the reason for that was so all these criminals. So the reason that these like black hat communities could survive and do so well is because all these criminals could work together and talk to each other and trust each other and learn from each other. And the people who were in the white hat, the good guys, they didn't do that. They didn't communicate.
No, and there was like, and this is back in the tutorial days.
Yeah.
Where you could go and there was just, people would just, tutorial after tutorial after tutorial. And then that's how I learned. You know what I mean? That's I would sit up, I remember until 6, 7 o'clock in the morning when the sun was coming up. And I'd be downloading all of these tutorials and I would just be compiling all this data and then I would sit up for days just studying. They don't do that.
That's how I learned how to use Photoshop.
This is pre-YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube's what?
That's so crazy.
Yeah, YouTube's what, 07?
2007?
I think 4 or 5, but it took a while to take off.
The first iPhone came out in 2006 and it had YouTube.
So yeah, but even then, still doing this like 03, 04,
2005.
Oh, that's right when that was like my heyday. It was like 05 to 09.
iPhone 2006.
I think it was 07.
Sure. I
If
think
you
it
look
was
at
later.
iPhone 1 came out, I think it was 2006.
Was it
06?
Yeah, so this is like, this is so, I feel like a dinosaur, you know what I mean? Like, because, now these kids are all on fucking, they got something called Telegram now, and that's like the big marketplace for all the fraudsters because it's all encrypted.
See, this is when you say, all of this is in my book, Bent, which you can find
Available on Amazon.
on Amazon. That's all I know. That's not a lot.
Shameless plug for Bent.
Nothing wrong with that.
Shameless capitalist.
Forever the capitalist.
Better than communist. He was saying, Brett was telling me that one of the guys that he worked really closely with, the young guy, he said that at one point, because he stepped down from shout out to another guy that took his place that he really trusted.
Brett Johnson was Iceman. Yeah, he was Iceman, like the original, like the Iceman. Everybody knew it. You know what I mean?
I thought
It's fucking
I
crazy.
thought Butler was. Oh, what was his name?
Max Butler?
I thought he called himself Iceman.
Was it Max Butler or was it fucking? I'm getting my facts fucked up. I know I'm gonna get crucified in the comment section.
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, somebody was Iceman. Wait, no. Max Butler changed his name. You remember? He actually changed his name to something. Maybe it was Maximum. Or I don't know.
Anyways, he said that one of his guys,
I read that book like 3 times. I love that book.
Be a
one of
jazz
the guys who
fan,
worked really closely
bitch.
with his ATM one day wearing his hoodie. And it was a Publix ATM. He was at the his hoodie with a backpack full of blank credit cards.
Where should it be?
And
New Orleans.
5 minutes. Yeah. Just take
Baby.
top other random
What if
top
anybody?
bar. These guys
Oh, yeah.
get more
Hey
than
George, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed that Johnny Carson interview.
Probably like, hey buddy, what are you doing? And that's how he got caught. He got caught. He pushed his life sentence.
Laziness, man. Fucking complacency and laziness. You don't do that. You spread them out. GPS the shit. Fucking figure out the ones who have the $100 bills and the high limits.
I was losing my shit when I was talking to him about how he was making his money. Because he was talking about, he did a lot of identity theft. He was making money with tax return fraud. He would spend all day filing 200 tax returns. He would find a list. All these people that would die, there'd be a registry.
Come on, bitch.
And if you don't
Come on,
register those
bitch.
people, they're
Come on, bitch.
finds, like, he goes online and finds
Work,
a list
baby.
of hundreds of people's social security numbers. You can go and find a California death registry. California is the only state that leaves the social security numbers. All the rest of the states don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It was before that. It was the
Work,
sexual
bitch.
offenders registry.
I was gonna say, like,
You can
how
find
could you do that with
everything.
the death list? They know that.
Pussy eating until
That was part of it.
Oh,
But before that, he had the sexual offenders registry, where you could just go on a website and you could find it. And it was everything from name to
Santa
social
Claus
security,
machine.
count, the whole deal. And I'm like,
That's important.
that's a big.
Why is this?
Talks with
Why
them
are
to
people
find
talking
this.
about this?
I mean, imagine if you were doing everything to hold that.
Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and my mouth gets blocked. That's the name.
Spicer sexual obedience. They're usually fucking, pretty good with their money.
My tongue is raw and my mouth gets blocked.
Like I would get stuff from the 80s, 90s, and you get a search report, and they would actually have.
I love the people that are like, I'm howling. I'm howling.
Like that whiteout, with the tape, and they would put like tape over
That's
it.
so
And it's like you could just switch it off and go, oh, your social security number is 262. You know, and you read it. Now it's all digital to you. You know, it's got a black strip over it. But back then they were like, oh, look, I better wipe that out.
Yeah.
What kind of idiot does that? And I got probably 4 different people's socials that came in like that through the mail.
I'm sorry, but the name is sending me so hard. I can't stop laughing, especially at the lockjaw part.
But that's not as good. You look really buff. You're working out.
Diet.
Yeah.
What's your diet?
You look
Tell me,
super
let's
jacked.
talk about
What
it.
is it, Jeff? Expert connoisseur.
So like I eat TV dinners and you know.
Oh,
these
yeah,
guys
what are
get
they,
so upset.
like,
Matt,
Yeah,
you're one of those people that just doesn't allow himself.
I love this.
Come on,
Matt
baby.
doesn't allow himself any pleasure.
Work, bitch.
That's not true.
None.
Work, bitch.
That's not true. I had ice cream.
He just Matt's like one of those people who just
Work,
abstain
bitch.
from everything. You know what I mean? Like those weird people who are just like I'm gonna have one Coke, and I'm gonna have a sip of this, and that's gonna be it till next week or the month or whatever.
It is
You go
kind of true.
you go to the gym at like 5 a.m. Listen, Matthew during the day.
Did you see my video?
Yeah, you sent me a video.
Nice, right?
I saw the
Yeah.
Batman video.
So now they put up little signs that he's all upset about it. They put up little signs now in the gym saying you can't video record in the gym. I was like,
I told him I hope they kick you guys out for fucking the shenanigans.
What was the point of that? What were you guys doing?
just it was a dare. We were sitting there one day in the morning, like 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're working out. And I'm looking around, and
It's 5 in the morning.
I know, and Jeff's like, listen, it's like 5:36, and I was like, what is it? I'm always happy and jumping around. I've had a couple cups of coffee. I'm like, I'm
You also
taking.
spent 20 years in prison.
Of course, I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
But so I ended up saying, I said, you know what would be funny? I said, what if I walked in one day? Because you know, a lot of the guys will walk in and they'll be buff and they'll wear like a superhero outfit. It'll say have like a Batman or Superman, or they have like it looks like it's.
But that doesn't mean they want you to come in dressed as Batman.
Doesn't matter. So I said, wouldn't it be cool? I said, you know what would be great? What if I came in? What if I came in with a Batman mask? And I said, what do you think they say? She started laughing. She goes, I don't know. And I said, I'll do it. And she goes, I'll do it too. I said, all right, order it. I said, let's do it. And she said, she goes, oh, I will. I said, okay, we'll see. I know, because Jess is, super tender. And when we got
You're about to
she goes,
fucking
okay.
face.
She goes, what about this one?
This guy does. Are you awake?
And then I thought,
Folks,
she's never
folks.
doing it. She's never going to. But it kept getting amped up. I was like, oh, I'm ready. I got my mask. And she's like, oh, mine's going to be here tomorrow. Watch.
Misha.
She got there like 2 days later.
Love from England.
When are we doing this? I was like, Wednesday, that way we're doing chest in it. She's like, okay. She's like, I'm serious. I'm like, me too. And then when we actually got in the car, put on the mask, I
Please
realized
erase from this place. Yo, Misha.
this is not good. Like, it's going down. I was like, I'm semi-embarrassed already. We haven't walked in the gym. So, but it was a dare. I had to do it. We both
So
walked
cool.
in, we videoed the whole
I
time.
am so cool.
Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. Nope. And we walked right back out. And
They probably thought you guys were fucking insane. They were gonna pull out fucking Uzis and start fucking gunning everybody down again.
He's probably right. Hey, let me tell you something. You work out.
Damn, this girl is hot as fuck.
Every weight was light.
She's
My
better than
adrenaline
these
was
bitches.
spiked. My face was all
Yo,
sweating.
you
I
always
was
get mixed
so
responses.
embarrassed. Went
Not
to
you're not hot as
everything.
fuck. Hot topic, but your face card is insane.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
said, man,
dog.
I would have been so embarrassed. I would have been there working
You
out.
are
You guys would have come in. I would have had
gorgeous,
to left the gym. I would have just got in my car and went home. I can't do this. Nah.
Who is this fucking guy?
What in the fuck is going on here?
Dude, where am I?
I was proud of Jess for doing it.
Yeah.
I never thought she'd do it. Like, this is
So do you go to the gym at 5 a.m. every morning?
no, I mean, you 5 or 6, you get there about 6.
Do you do anything but arms?
I do everything. I do chest, shoulders, tries, legs, back. I'll do that day. Yeah, I do.
But you don't go every day.
We go every day but Sunday.
Every day.
That's a heavy routine. Man.
It's a lot.
And all he eats during the day is scoops of peanut butter and popsicles.
I do scoop of peanut butter.
That's it.
I have 2 many things.
And he's got a jar of pickled asparagus that he munches on.
I
every
ate
day
that.
as well.
I killed that. I finished that. Pickled asparagus, so good.
I like pickled asparagus.
So good.
Sounds nasty. Have you eaten from it? No, but it sounds right. It's amazing. I like it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You ever seen a rock hopper penguin?
So random.
Austin, Google the rock hopper penguin. You gotta see this, bro. It's the funniest bird I've ever seen in my life.
What were you gonna ask me? You said, "Oh wait, let's wait for the podcast." You were gonna ask me something, and you go, "Oh wait, let me."
Google this fucking penguin.
Yeah,
Big picture. I've seen that. He has red fucking devil eyes. Did you know that that thing existed?
I've seen those before.
Did you know it was
Yeah,
called
that's what I was gonna say. I've seen it.
I didn't know the name.
It's in that. Yeah, it's in that animated thing.
But if you, I mean, to be honest, he's cooler looking than a regular penguin. He's got style.
There's almost 500,000 of them.
It's endangered. Breeds on islands, spends the rest of the time at sea.
But where can you find them?
South Atlantic.
I want to get one. I want to get a pet rock hopper.
Exactly why they're endangered. Yeah. People went out and they capture them, bring them home, they die a week later because you didn't know how to take care of them.
That thing looks like it's fucked you up. You put them on a Pixar movie. You know where they are, Austin? Can you find where they are?
Or often.
South Atlantic.
That's where they are.
Yeah.
South Atlantic. Okay, so
Indian Ocean.
okay. I bet you're are there penguins in South Africa, Austin?
Look at the map.
Penguins are usually generally in colder climates. Yeah, South Africa is pretty damn cold. Yeah.
It's frozen.
Not frozen. The penguins how did this come up?
So
I just thought it just popped in my head. You asked me what I was going to say before we started the podcast.
Yeah, you went to say something, and I go, "What?" You go, "You know what? Let's wait for the podcast."
I don't remember. It's
It's not a bad part.
Yeah, it was important. It was probably a comment on your email thing.
Vagina arm.
Yeah. Have you seen that SpongeBob episode? Walks around with inflatable arms.
With the super jacked up arms, yeah.
I think you remind me of SpongeBob.
He goes to the beach and shit.
Oh. Dude, hey, in the group chat, you got a little like fraud. You gotta add your group chat.
Yeah, I was gonna mention when I got out of that.
Those knows about all the crazy conspiracies.
How I thought you meant like every 2 days I get something how to extend your leg or special shoes. They send me stuff with special shoes that add 2.5 inches, and it's like I'm like, and then like 2 days later it'll say something else.
It's just crazy shit, man. It's fucking fascinating. There's this one doctor on Instagram. He specializes in limb extension. Right. How many successful surgeries? I don't know. Austin, you know
What would an unsuccessful?
shorter.
They amputate the
His
leg.
belly got shorter.
No, bro, this is a common.
Is this really him?
No.
Oh yeah, click the top links. What do they add? Like an inch? or
Bone
two?
length.
No, they can add it several inches.
Stop. Hit that bullshit at the
You think
bottom.
I haven't looked into this?
Height.
He's already got an appointment booked.
I mean, that's extreme.
He's got it on his vision board.
Are you look at the first thing says, are you tired of being short? Do you feel self-conscious about your height?
Oh, I know where
To the point where your happiness is being compromised?
Listen, if you've made it this far, they don't need to do much selling.
Yeah. You've already left it up.
Click on that first video.
But can you admit how much? How much and what's the recovery time? Recovery time,
That's
when
what
I
I'm
looked
curious
into it,
about.
was
How much
outrageous.
could this be?
When I looked into it, it was
Probably a couple
outrageous.
$100,000.
It was, so you basically had to be immobile for like 6 to 8 months.
Unless it's done in like South America somewhere.
They're fucking with your fingers and
That's
shit,
like
right?
the bunion surgery too, though. But the bunions, you remember that bunions? All right, turn the volume up. It'll tear you apart. Oh, shit. Is there any way you can type it through the audio?
Nazis, like he got censured by the Senate for selling goods to the Nazis back then. There's a lot of Americans making money selling shit to the dip. If you ever go to 30 Rock where
That was a good idea.
you were almost there, then you said something terrible. Just terrible. Shame how
That guy was like
dare you.
80.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
I was about to say that.
What the fuck?
That guy sitting there.
Shame on you, shame. Yeah, I like that. Shame on you.
That guy, that bothers me because that guy looked tall.
I worked at Coleman, which is in the same building, and the producer, Jeff Ross, the producer.
Oh, Papito wants to go in there and fucking.
He took me into the New Jersey stairwell.
Oh my
And
god.
took me in there and pushed my head down. And there's these big red pipes in the stairwells that are feeding whatever the sprinklers. I don't know what they're big iron red pipes. I've been there since 30 months back in the late 30s, late 30s. And there's a big spigot coming off the side of one.
Oh my god.
And it's a release valve. And on the side of it, it's a fucking Nazi, like an embossed Nazi. And it's great. It's not
Fucking butcher.
What are you talking about? They're signing up for the procedure.
They tear you apart and they all
Sometimes you have to do it.
They just gotta do a brutal fucking surgery.
So if you want German steel, it's like made in USA. It has
Okay, you can try that. Oh wait, yeah, let's do the before and after. That was 5'6" to 5'9". How would you like that? Do you need to do this for your fucking dick? You can make your cock 3 inches longer. I hear that's
They have that say in the surgery.
I heard that's their surgery is extremely fucking like dangerous. Like people die all the time getting that fucking surgery done. The rate of people that die getting the fucking penis extension surgery.
All right, you can turn it off, Austin.
It's wild. Really? Yeah, I read that fact.
They're calling to America.
I got no idea.
That's some shit.
Austin, can you pull up some before and afters on here? Of the height thing, not the penis thing.
What's more absurd? You think penis enlargement or limb lengthening?
Absurd.
I mean, being someone who needs both, it's a toss up. Right?
I admire your honesty.
No, which one's more absurd?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I would never. I would never fuck with my shit. I would.
Like I could understand a lot of people probably
They're
want
both
to
extreme.
extend their penis out. But
That's kind of very
to
straight.
get your limbs extended.
She got taller. Oh, look at that.
Bro, all these guys, this is outrageous. Like,
Yeah.
these aren't subtle height.
Yeah, there's a big height difference. I want to see like their legs. Yeah, let's see the fucking.
I don't know. Go wear jeans.
Wow.
What are they extending? Like the lower part?
Femur. I mean, your skin stretches.
I know, but
Find some more good photos, Austin. This
oh
is
my god, look at this guy 9 months later. The little, you look like a little person. No, the one. The one guy.
Look at this.
Look, right there where it says 9 months later. Look how tall fucking
That's gotta be crazy.
That's the same picture.
You only did one. Oh, you can only do one leg at a time. It takes the recovery time. Oh my god. So then what happens? You gotta wait for it to heal and do the other. It's gotta be a gift.
And then you're all hobbling around.
Yeah, it's just like the bunion surgery, bro. Bunion. Yeah, people got fucked up. They have like you've seen like a hand toe. I got one. Where like they look bad. They're always on gangster. No, just Google
Superly.
Find a picture. Type in bunion. This is fucking nasty. Some of them are really gross. BUNIO. People get their foot like surgery on their foot just to straighten the bone in the foot, and they're off their feet. His grandma got it. But that happens like women more than men.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's what Dave's foot looks like.
Oh, oh man, look at that one. Look at the yellow one. Oh, the surgery.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
See that?
Oh, that's bad.
Very graphic.
Oh, not as bad as
Limb lengthening. What? You think that's worse than limb lengthening?
I don't know. I have Flintstone feet. I have little tiny, fat little Flintstone.
Google LeBron James' foot. Have you seen LeBron James' foot? He's got fascinating foot.
A lot of athletes have super butt.
Oh yeah, they're smashing it all the time.
Yeah,
Up and down.
LeBron's
Bang,
got
bang, bang.
Yeah, LeBron's got some gross. Him, Antonio Brown, is super feet. All the frostbite.
Oh, what is that?
LeBron's foot. Put it on below, bottom right.
What?
Are you serious? That. That's what my foot looks like, basically, except half the size and white.
Same colors.
What is going on?
Yeah,
This
bro.
is taking a dangerous turn.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is all bad, bro. I don't.
yeah, bro.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Freaking me out.
Yeah, so I really have problems
No, man.
with my feet.
I just got crazy into tattoos.
That's not necessarily a problem.
It's kind of no, it's not a problem. It's like it's just like man, getting these hairline fixed. It's not really a problem. It's just something you want to do. It's art.
It's art, yeah.
Yeah, that's something.
It's fine art. What the fuck are these paintings behind you, man?
I did those.
Mine. These are
Oh, you did these?
I did these,
Oh
yeah.
shit! I didn't know you painted.
Yeah, I do paint. I'm an amateur painter. I'm nothing. Not
I know you're good at Photoshop.
season on season like Matt. Yeah, you know, I'm an artist. I've been tattooing for like 15 years and extremely proficient with Photoshop and other photo editing software. But yeah, these are mine. I did paint these. I brought them here to maybe try and hawk today. We're gonna try and hawk them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so yeah, like just reach out to me on Instagram. You can get it worked out. Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
He painted Nipsey Hussle and then told me the story about him.
R.I.P. Nip. Matt didn't know who Nipsey Hussle
No,
was.
I didn't know. I was surprised. And
I
then
like
Jess
Scrooge
walked in.
McDuck with the Ace of
Jess
Spades.
walked in and asked me about it.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle.
The wallpaper,
Yeah, like, you know.
wallpaper behind that is actually I had a company make prop money. It's with me on the $100 bill.
No way.
Yeah, so it's my face on the $100 bill.
You should have brought one of the ones.
I
yeah,
was
you
gonna
should've.
bring a stack of them there, and then but I
You should make business cards that are like Amex cards with your face on
That
it.
would be dope.
yeah, that's what I did.
How much are those paintings? What are you gonna sell those for?
Nipsey is like 500. He's 33 by 48 acrylic on canvas, and he's all sealed up. He sealed them up with grand 500 plus shipping. It's all good in the hood. And then the smaller ones is like 150. Like $20 to ship them anywhere in the United States.
Is Donald Duck snorting coke?
Yeah, so that's actually I took silver and gold. You know, it's like, I did like silver and gold, you know, capitalism meets pop art meets. But you know, I can hammer
It
those
looks like
out all day long.
cocaine's flying off the painting.
Yeah, I know. I thought that too. Like, oh, you know, maybe he's sniffing cocaine up.
That works. It's happy.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. You know, I just want to paint and do YouTube. You know, I haven't. I'm Florida cracker, and you know, I had to come back home. You know, I haven't really found a tattoo shop to really get into yet. I didn't even really consider. I'm like, you know, I want a tattoo. But it's like, I just want to paint on YouTube.
When was the last time you did a tattoo?
It's been a few weeks. I've been here like 3 weeks, 2 weeks. So,
Did you do tattoos live on the podcast?
hell yeah, we can.
Really?
Yeah.
We should definitely do that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we can bring it in, set the cameras up, and
Ready to get concrete tattoo?
that'd be dope.
I don't know about that.
We should reach out to somebody
I
that'll
don't
come in
charge
and
for that.
have them come in and I'll tattoo like concrete podcast logo on it.
Yeah.
One of like a super fan or something like that. We'll do it live. I mean,
Do it live?
Yeah, super. That's good.
yeah.
That's good. You could throw.
You could do a live one with people like the doctor.
You could do like a lottery.
Yeah, yeah. Could like you know how you can like make donations on YouTube Live? Yeah. You do that and then just like bring that and you can tattoo that.
I've never had a
If someone paid,
Would you get one?
What if the doctor paid you $5 grand?
doctor.
$5 grand or something.
I trust the doctor. Like if Danny said, "I'll pay you $5 grand," I'd be like,
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying, what if somebody legitimately like was gonna give you
"What do I have to get?" And where?
They have to say something. They say whatever. Like,
Oh, I get whatever. I want to know where and what.
You know,
what's a good example? Well, what could it be? What if somebody said,
Tattooed Jess's name on you.
that's not good.
what if somebody
Where?
said, tattoo Jess's name on your ass on the podcast?
Why does it have to be embarrassing?
On your ass.
On a silly place.
Speaking of
Like
ass
that.
tattoos,
Nobody's gonna see it.
do you remember Marty Ray? Yeah. Did you have Marty Ray on?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He does the Marty Ray Project.
Yeah.
He had me on his podcast, and I said on his podcast that if somebody wanted to pay $5,000 So I made them $10,000, and I would get Marty Ray and his partner's portraits tattooed on my ass cheeks. Full color.
Yeah.
And they thought I was joking. They thought it was a joke, but I was fucking dead ass serious. So I didn't really promote it or anything like that. But we can still make that happen.
Hell yeah. You can make it happen.
Yeah, Marty Ray. So
Now, what if somebody said they wanted the Twin Towers tattooed on your ass?
No.
the twins.
No. I don't
What
want
does
how
Ching
much that-
Chong mean?
What-
It means
Matt's gonna get.
It has to be a lot.
please.
A lot.
I mean,
Matt's gonna
at
get a
this point in my
transfer.
life, a lot is a lot
Please
less.
rush.
500.
What?
2,500.
2,500 what? Dollars? No.
$5 grand?
Ching
No.
Chong Chong.
I was thinking 50
Can't
or 100
understand
grand.
you.
Whoa.
Go
Whoa.
back to your
That's
country.
what it
I
means.
mean,
Yeah.
for $5 grand.
There you go. If anybody's listening, $5,000. Go Bozak a tattoo.
I'll get
Twin
Twin Towers on my ass.
I'm not a tattoo guy.
Yeah. Matt's gonna get a tramp stamp. It's gonna say "Shark in the Housing Crew."
Oh, fuck, that's good. That's good.
So when is this? What are we? Are we done yet?
Fucking good.
Oh my god!
Get the Coleman logo.
Oh, man. Property of FBOP.
Would you do that? Would you get a portrait of the emperor?
Ooh. That's pretty good. Yeah, that is good.
Where? Listen,
Lower
where is important?
Lower back?
Lower back? The tramp stamp? No.
It has to be the Emperor's choice.
What about like your cat on your cat?
How did I get to be the butt of this fucking podcast?
Because everyone wants to see Matt Cox get a tattoo.
Do you have any tattoos? Yeah. What?
I got a Goodyear blimp.
Where?
Oh my god.
Do you really?
Yeah.
That's so random.
Yeah.
Why?
Listen, this
Because our friend Ruth, his wife, she was tattoo
Practicing?
She was doing an apprentice to tattoo. Yeah, so we could do like a certain amount of free tattoo before you could start charging.
And
So we offered, me and him both offered to be like a free tattoo.
you picked the Goodyear
Yeah, it's an
stuff.
inside joke that we have.
We used to call Danny Split, right?
Yeah.
So they stuck around for a long time.
They're like, hey, get a blimp, a Goodyear blimp tattoo in your leg.
What'd you get?
I got a Humpty Dumpty on my thigh.
Giant, big ass fucking
Humpty
head.
Dumpty. Yeah, this guy came in a few months ago. I was just working at a tattoo shop in Indianapolis. I was in Indiana. I don't know if you know that. I was in fucking Indiana for like 6 months before I came here.
For what?
I got swindled into coming out there, man. I was living in Phoenix, and yeah, I got swindled for sure. And this dude reached out to me on Instagram and asked me if I wanted to come to Sturgis, South Dakota, and tattoo during bike week for like 5 days. And I'd never been to Sturgis. I'd never done Sturgis. So fuck man, I get to tattoo. So I went up to Sturgis, tattooed for like 5 days or 6 days or whatever it was, and then he asked me if I wanted to do a guest box at his shop in this small town just outside of Indianapolis. So like, yeah, fuck it, you know what I mean? Like, it's summer, I figured I'd go out there and make a couple more $1,000. And so I go out there, and I just got super comfortable. He had like a cool shop. I thought it was cool, you know what I mean? And like he gave me like my own big booth and everything, and kind of like talked me into like working full time at the shop. And it's like, and at that time, I was living in Phoenix, and I really wasn't doing that much tattooing. I was, but it wasn't like I wasn't busy, you know. And then like, but Indiana, wherever, like for whatever reason, he just had a really busy shop. So I could literally show up and tattoo for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah, it was that busy, you know, and that's all I've ever wanted. I just wanted to tattoo at that point, you know. Saying,
What was your fucked up tattoo?
oh,
I bet you there's some fucking characters.
oh yeah, there was, but it was like I just did a lot of Harley badges, like the
Really?
like the like what do they call it, the badge and shield and badge, or
Yeah.
bar and shield or whatever it is.
Harley logo.
It's the bar and shield. I did so many of those. Fucking, I do husbands and wives with each other's names in them, and fucking so many of those. Just a lot of weird biker tattoos.
I wonder if there's popular tattoos. What tattoo?
Depends on who you are.
Harley would probably be up there.
butterflies and fucking hearts. I've done probably more of those in my entire career than I have anything else. Hearts and butterflies, infinity symbols, you know, all the little Pinterest fucking bullshit that teenage girls, or not the teenage girls, but you know, the young girls. Yeah, I've done a lot of those. I think the most, well, I wouldn't say fucked up tattoo I did, the most wild tattoo I've ever done was probably when, so I was working at this tattoo shop in Miami, it's a 24-hour shop. And if you guys know anything about like 24-hour tattoo shops, they're always pretty sketchy. You know what I mean? Like they're always in a sketchy part of the fucking town, and they're open 24 hours, and you got all kinds of drunks and transients coming in at like 3 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of wild shit. And so I'm working there. It's literally like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's me. I'm working there with a dude named Gus, and Gus is fucking tattooing. He's working on somebody, and I'm sitting at the front counter, and in strolls what I could only describe as a fucking vampire. Okay, this chick was a fucking vampire. 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. She strolls in, gothic, completely head to toe, gothed out. I mean, like she just went to Hot Topic and bought every fucking, you know, I'm sure, but it wasn't like cheap Hot Topic shit. Like she was like a seasoned. You can tell it wasn't like the dollar. She wasn't a dollar store goth person. You know what I mean? Like her shit was legitimate. It was a real deal. Yeah. She was the real deal. And she comes in and, you know, just like I'm talking to you now, we're having a conversation. I says, yeah, you know, whatever. What do you want to do? She comes in. She says, I want to get a spider web tattooed on the inside of my asshole. Without even flinching, I said, come on back. Let's do it. Yeah, and she came, and then I was like, well, you know, I started showing her pictures, you know, like what style do you want? Fucking, you know, how are we gonna do this thing? It's like a regular client. And then when it came time to do the tattoo, I'm like, okay, well, you're gonna have to like spread your cheeks for me and hold them, because I was like, I don't have anybody else here to help me. You know what I mean? Hold your cheeks open while I do this.
So you did this?
Yeah, she got down on her hands on the table and put her face in the pillow, and she spread her ass cheeks, and I tattooed a pretty fucking sick spider web.
How deep into her ass did you go?
I went right up to the fucking brown eye.
Really?
Yeah, I ran.
Imagine you spread her cheeks and she's fucking hemorrhoids coming out, and you got a fucking tattoo of her fucking hemorrhoided asshole.
Well, no, yeah, it was apparent, you know, that she gets her clown punched on the regular. You can always tell.
What made that apparent? It was just like escaping hole.
Oh, dude, you can tell when somebody's fucking. They do a lot of anal. I don't know how many assholes you've seen in your lifetime, but I've seen my fair share.
Yeah.
Okay, you can always tell because they kind of like come out a little bit like fucking. What do they call that? There's a name for that. It's called fucking whatever, prolapse or whatever. Like
I don't.
like you never
Like an outie asshole?
Yeah,
That's called a hemorrhoid.
No, that's called a prolapsed fucking colon.
All right, Austin.
You want to give it a good there, Austin?
Yeah.
Do your job.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure we need images of that.
Google image that.
It's really unprecedented athleticism.
But yeah, just ran
The name of my
straight
first
from the fucking.
comedy special,
Did
unprecedented
you like wash
athleticism.
her asshole?
Rabbi Rothschild.
No,
Why?
there was like poop.
Why not?
No, there was no poop particles. Or,
What else
she
is
was
gonna be?
pretty,
What else can you name
devoid
it?
of any hair or
Poetry in
fucking,
motion.
anything like that. There was nothing obstructing, you know, my.
Sock connoisseur, but nobody gets that.
About
He's not
45
going to
minutes.
even let Danny phase him at all.
No, it's about 45 minutes.
Oh, that's great.
45
Great
minutes,
spot.
yeah. And I told her, I said, you know, this might get infected. I was like, so you can't come back here.
Feel?
And, you know what I mean? Like, complain.
Yeah,
because
dude,
that's
her asshole
smell.
fucking MRSA or something.
All of the above.
Yeah, so, you know, poop particles in an open wound definitely it's not the way to go. But dude, this chick had like body modifications. She had like these implants in her forehead that fucking were like fucking horns. Dude, the chick was on the level.
Yeah.
She was on the
This
level.
wasn't out of the norm for her.
Yeah, and she had these platform boots on, so she was like fucking, you know what I mean? Came in the door and she was just as tall as the fucking
Damn,
door. And the
bitch.
fucking, oh shit, she was sick.
Somebody's daughter.
Pink Gladys Princess. That's
Listen,
nice.
listen, imagine a chick like that just.
Somebody did a number on it.
Imagine
At one point in her life, she was a five-year-old toddler like, running on a playground with daddy.
Dude, imagine a chick
Not
prowling around fucking Miami
One of
in the middle of the night, you bump into her at like a gas station.
Fall down.
You know what I mean? Going down to get some Swishers and fucking running into her at the fucking.
How bad does that have to hurt?
It had to, yeah. I mean, that's got to be pretty intense, dude. Yeah, the inside of the fucking arsehole's got to be pretty intense, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What was she doing when you were doing it? Was she like flinching really hard? Was she
Reading a book.
Took it like a champ.
she Was she taking like,
Just watching what kind of drug body that?
She kind of seemed like she was on downers,
Same
maybe,
She had to be.
or that maybe was just her personality.
You think she was on the Blue Boys?
Yeah, pretty in a boring way.
Listen, I tattooed a dude. I tattooed in Indianapolis, and this motherfucker in all black. I don't know what he's on. Rothschild or something. I tattooed his face and the sweat completely through it. I tattooed on both sides. The dude was covered in tattoos all over fucking face.
You know the story of Gucci Man got his ice cream.
He got that the day he got out of fucking the mental institution.
Picture two looks like a kind of go for some high school so hard.
He
But
got
have
that for sure.
to
He was coming straight out of the psych ward, and he was fucking heavily medicated. Because that's the day he got released from the psych ward. He got the fucking license.
made the shot.
Yeah, no, this I tattooed the money bag in this dude's fucking face, and he fucking.
Sent me a picture of when he was doing
I
it.
posted it on my Instagram.
Of the guy, like I told him, he said, "This guy, I'm tattooing this guy in the sleep right now."
And then I said, I checked it, and then he, with his mouth open, and I had the stencil on his face. Yeah, the dude was all banged up on something. It was fucking hilarious. I've never tattooed anybody's face, and they fucking snored. That was the first for me.
Say hell.
And I've been tattooing a long time. Yeah, it was wild.
My life didn't really look that bad. I got to the top of my shot. It wasn't really bad at all.
Yeah.
Fucking hurt.
The belly dude for me was probably the worst. Yeah, it was the fucking worst, man. It was the worst pain really experienced in my life. Out of everything I had.
You ever tattooed something like that?
I've never done a penis. I refuse. You know, that's where I draw the line. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
It's probably more sanitary than a girl.
I mean, unless it was like a buddy or something like that. I don't know. No.
Look at me, bro. Let's get your fucking. Let's get your schlong tattoo.
I think, listen, we're gonna have to start having like a list of things topic we cannot discuss.
Yeah. You know, but I think for the right price.
Make you uncomfortable. Matt's afraid that you would turn gay.
Or what's the other one that they other than that? The penis extension, the leg thing. You're hitting on all the buttons.
What's that famous quote? What's that quote about? Who had that quote? He said something about homophobia, people who hate gays. The only people who hate gays are idiots, and the people who are afraid that they're not gay. Dumb people and the people who are afraid.
Or that are secretly gay themselves.
Right, that's what I'm, yeah.
And are just mad at the world.
Right.
Yeah, I have a cousin that I grew up with my whole life, and he would always, every few years, he would just like wildly change like his whole like who he was. Like, so okay, first he started out back in the day, like when we were kids, he was a punk rocker. He wore the fucking wristbands, he had the mohawk, he was in a punk rock band, played guitar. And then he became like, we got a little bit older in the middle school, he became like a skater. And that became, and so every time he changed like what he did with his life, that became his whole persona. So then he went from being a punk rocker to like a skater. He's like a hardcore fucking skateboarder, you know, a skater, which is like is a usual transition because you know punk rock kids they skateboard and you know they grow out of the fucking punk rock shit and they get into skating, which is that's the normal transition. Then he went into hip hop and he was gonna be like a rapper. He was listen, when he goes in, he fucking goes all the way in. Like he would go to the studio every day. He was doing shows, like he didn't have like a fucking record contract selling out, but he was doing like little like venues like around town and shit. You know what I mean? Like open they booked fucking. He had some little dude that was going and booking the shows. I think he opened up for 3-6 Mafia one time. That's a crazy story. I hit DJ Paul with a fucking beer that night.
No.
Yeah, because this stupid bitch I was with fucking runs up on stage. This stupid bitch I'm with runs up on stage because at the end of every show, like DJ Paul and like Juicy J and shit, they come out and they're like, they start, you know, they do crowd work. And Juicy J came out and he was like, I'll give the first bitch who gets up on stage and gets cornholed $1,000. And who do you think the first cunt fucking run up on stage was? The bitch I'm with, my girlfriend at the time. I'm like, this fucking stupid, dirty whore. And you know, of course, she's got the fake titties, so she gets up there and immediately just takes off her shirt. We're in a packed fucking venue with like 5,000 to 1,000 people. It's fucking insane. So she goes up on stage. First thing she does, takes off her shirt. Her fucking titties are out. And I'm so fucking pissed. I just whiz my beer up at her. You know, I'm standing in the crowd. I fucking whiz my beer up there, trying to hit her with it. I hit DJ Paul on accident with my beer. So then the guy standing next to me, I grab his beer out of his hand and I fucking whiz that one up there, and that one fucking hit security. Then all of a sudden, all the lights come on. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just do an about face, and I immediately just walk fucking right out of the club. Yeah, dumb cunt. And then she had her purse in my car. I took it out, dumped it out in the fucking parking lot like this. The whole fucking thing. Fucking kicked it like a soccer ball, that bitch. Anyway, what was I talking about? How did it start with your cousin? You always change everything. Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to that. I got off on a fucking, I had to tell a side story. Right, so every couple of years, my cousin like changes who he is, and he makes that his whole persona. So after the hip hop shit kind of like fizzled out, he became like this hardcore right wing Republican, fucking anti-government. You know, they're gonna fucking confiscate your guns. He was wearing all fatigues. He was posting on Facebook every day, getting kicked off. You know, like he thought he was in like some kind of militia, and then he turned into a transgender. Oh. Now he's no longer James, he's Jamie. I swear to fucking God, he's a trans fucking gender now.
He's covered all the bases. This is a good segue to the transgender that got the two female prisoners pregnant.
Oh yeah. I'll send you a link. I'll send you a screenshot of that. Also.
Yeah, but now he's and he shows up at all the family functions as Jamie. But then as the night goes on, he like literally like starts changing his clothes and changing his voice and shit. And then by the end of the night, he's fucking Jamie or whatever, the girl. And I'm like, listen, this motherfucker isn't a transgender. He's mentally ill, is what it is.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't fucking do all of these things throughout your whole entire life, and now all of a sudden you're a transgender? Like, that's fucking insanity. Not that I
Look at this athleticism.
What you do. Get how you live. What is that?
Oh, man, I think this shit is not working. Is it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's something. It's some kind of dysfunction he has. Yeah. You know, but you know, whatever.
Fuck yeah,
live his life as a woman
like
now.
a bitch.
Do what you do, but you know what the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
And listen, my other cousin called me and told me
Good
that.
morning
I'm
or
like,
good
no
evening.
fucking way. He's like, dude, I swear to God. He's like, and then he shot me a
Look at
link.
this athleticism.
And I guess he's on Pornhub riding
Really
fucking 12 inch
unprecedented.
Oh man.
Unprecedented.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
athleticism.
fucking. I didn't watch it. I didn't click on the link.
Look at
But
this
fucking-
athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Oh man.
Look at this move.
How confusing is that?
Shit.
Yeah, dude. He's like, so now he's like a transgender
I have
porn
to brush my
star.
teeth.
Everything
sucks.
Out of control.
Allegedly.
I tell you.
Maybe I just have to use that fucking rubber toothbrush with this screen or some shit. This shit is the worst stream ever. If you're ever watching this now or in the future, of course you're not watching now. But if you ever watch this in the future, you're wasting your fucking time. This is the worst. My nose itches, though, I can tell you that. This is the worst shit ever. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. The name of my first album. Hey, take your shit.
I'm a woman. They said, oh, well, then you need to go to the women's prison. He said, yes, I do.
I have to piss. Oh, man. Look at this athleticism.
Jersey.
Got two women
This is
pregnant.
unreal.
Read the whole thing, liberal judge or whatever up there in New Jersey.
Look at this
That's all
move.
the laws now,
Yeah.
so-
I
gotta take
listened
a
to
shit.
the whole
They don't
Look at
have
this
fucking
move.
DeSanto.
Look at this move.
I listened to
DeSanto
the
for
whole
president.
motherfucker throwing a
DeSanto.
gang
You like
sign.
DeSanto for president? Oh yeah.
West
yeah.
Side.
He'd be awesome.
That's
And they were making jokes. They said, well, they don't want to take him away. We need him down there. We don't even want to take him away from Florida. And they're like, fucking Trump could be the goddamn governor of Florida.
Yeah.
He would win.
Oh, yeah.
It's the greatest. It's the greatest state in the country.
I don't want to be a fucking governor. I don't think Trump's going to be president.
You don't think so? You don't think he's going to run in 2024?
Look at this guy. He swindled the whole system for sure. He's looking at the camera. He's like, I can't believe they let me fucking do this. Can you fucking believe they let me in here?
I love the state of New Jersey.
He's like, I'm fucking all these bitches in here.
Yeah, so it's an all-women's prison, and then out of nowhere, two
Demetrius?
just show up pregnant.
I think they actually read it actually on one of these.
He impregnated two of the female inmates.
No, don't. It says inmates.
Yeah,
So
see, two female inmates.
That is fucking wild. That is fucking wild that they would let him in there.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Like, at the end of the day, dude, in New Jersey,
Yeah. Is that the only state that allows that?
there's quite a few. I'm sure, yeah, there's quite a few that
Yeah,
do.
I'm sure there's more than one. I mean, it's no different than all those transgenders going into women's sports and just fucking like shattering records.
Why the fuck would they really shattering records? I mean,
Women's records. Yeah,
Because-
they're women.
Because
Yeah.
I think what the
So it's
argument,
fucked up, right?
I think what the argument is, when it really boils down to, when the Supreme Court sets the fucking
This is athleticism, folks.
precedences for
Really
like,
unprecedented
equal
athleticism.
fucking rights for
Look at this.
everybody, that they had, the Supreme Court saying that now you have to recognize
Dog.
whatever gender
Look
I
at this
identify
move.
with now that has to be
Look at this
recognized. Not
move.
only fucking
Look at this move.
the person that has to be recognized now. Like
Look at
Supreme
this
Court says.
athleticism.
So now the argument is,
It's really unprecedented
if the
athleticism.
Supreme Court says I'm a woman, why am I in a men's prison? You know what I mean? So there's like a catch-22, and everybody's like, oh my god, I don't know what to do, and nobody wants to fucking fight it because they're up for re-election. You know what I mean? They don't want
I'm
to.
wondering what branch of Judaism am I is. So, hey, that's the old one. Slutty is for the history of humankind.
Right.
What the fuck? Bullshit. Internet goes out. Internet goes out.
Yeah.
My whole fucking life is
And then
just
they played shit, and then they looked at it for
intermittent
There
connectivity.
was a time when they used to write an incident
This shit
report,
sucks.
and then they would mail it home to your family.
God.
But they stopped doing that. Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. They would mail it, so your wife would know, two men, like your husband is having sex with another man.
Oh.
And then they stopped doing that.
Imagine this guy's family gets a letter. They're like, God damn Demetrius, look what he's up to now.
His father's probably proud. He's a smart man.
Game the system.
Yeah, everybody has a time difference.
Yeah.
Everybody does it time different.
I think more men should
Look at this move.
I like it. We just show them, that we're
Rob Poe.
we're the dominant gentleman.
That guy.
That's funny, man. It's just, I don't
Thanks
know.
for the
The
free.
whole thing is just bananas to me, to be honest.
Shit.
Thomas, that was her name, yeah. Has anyone ever interviewed her about it?
I haven't gone looking for any reviews.
Or any of the girls that she competed against?
I haven't come across any interviews.
I'm sure the other girls are probably
What do they say?
Tons of controversy about it. And they're like, "What the fuck's going on here?"
They've been training their whole life to dominate the sport, and then this guy just comes in and smokes them. Fucking, like,
It's
with
not even
ease.
close.
He's like fucking fucking swimming faster than them.
Pull up-
That's David.
Pull up David Lucas.
Find a clip.
That was fucking a David Lucas. Yeah.
David Lucas talking about LeBron James.
Yeah, how about man?
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
Dude,
Yeah, I was the first
What is
episode
it?
of this podcast.
Pussy eating.
Yeah, I was out in LA and I
Oh,
very
didn't
first
you do it
episode.
too, Matt?
Funny.
That was Brothers in Person.
That was still David Lucas. Yeah, he was on.
He did do that, but then he did. Now he's doing he did the Fat Peasant, which was his own, just solo.
Type in David Lucas on YouTube.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah. Now he's doing like reaction shit.
Yeah.
Just like funny reaction. I don't think he's not really doing too much for podcast. Yeah, I'm sure he would, but
Yeah, no, he just, yeah, I see that. He's just doing the reaction.
yeah. Like, but that's good, man. It was like I couldn't understand why he wasn't really putting out a lot of content. So I'm sure somebody got in his ear and said, "Man, you just need to fucking do something." You know what I mean? That's why he's just starting now, because like this is more like recent that he's been doing like all these like reactionary videos and shit.
Yeah,
Like, only the past few months.
and Joe Rogan likes all of them. It's just
Yeah, so yeah, get the boost.
you're probably seeing that.
Somebody's like, "Listen, you need to put something out. Yeah, you need to
Joe
show Rogan."
Rogan's liking all your photos on Instagram and all your videos. You gotta start doing.
Well, he's like, "You're on board with Rogan."
Yeah, I know.
For him.
Because he's really, I think David Lucas came up like doing
Yeah, Kill Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was out in LA, that was in that whole comedy scene. Like I used to go to the Comedy Store all the time. It was in the Laugh Factory.
Really?
Yeah, fucking. I had Jack Jr. and fucking David Lucas on my podcast when I was in the Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah, I went out and seen him at the comedy club. And I fucking because I seen Lucas was coming.
No
out.
way this fucker gets the shot.
Surprise him.
No way. That was phenomenal.
It's not about it.
Yeah, I had them both on the podcast. Tattooed
Oh no!
You tattooed? Yeah, tattooed.
What kind of tattoo did you
Oh.
I don't remember what I did. I'm like,
Oh, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Lucas had a fish fry.
Where's the
Bert
mom?
Kreischer
Go
showed up.
fuck yourself.
No.
Yeah, Bert Kreischer came out there. We did the fish fry. I love Bert Kreischer.
Two
The machine.
Yeah, that's such a good
Nice.
story.
Yeah.
I heard they're making a movie out of it.
They should. That's how we got famous. Rolling Stone bought his life rights and put him in an article. It's like America's fucking
Look how
wildest
good
fucking
the shot
partier.
this year,
He's
baby.
from Florida. He's from Tampa.
Look at
Florida.
this
That's
move.
where he grew up, and then he was at Florida
This
State. Then he was at was it Miami? Or he was in one of those major colleges. He was like the party guy on campus. And Rolling Stone did a fucking thing, and then somebody bought his life rights. And
No
started
way.
stand up.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right for himself.
Yeah, I heard they were making that whole machine like into a movie, like a real movie. Yeah.
Right. So when he was in college, he took like a Russian class, and they just like needed one more person for the class so that the teacher could fucking have their class. Everybody could pay to get their credits.
Go,
So they went
bitch.
to Russia, like on a school trip, and like he ended up like getting involved with the Russian mob,
Don't
like,
suck.
and they robbed everybody on the
That
train, and then
shit
they got to
sucks.
Russia, and they told the police to fuck off,
Perfect.
told the teacher to fuck
You
off.
got to
Go.
watch the story.
Yeah,
It's
really.
really-
He partied the Russian mob the whole time he was in Russia. Oh yeah, it's fucking it's fucking.
Yeah, and then they call him the machine or whatever. Yeah,
Because he can drink, because he's just a fucking partier, like a
Yeah.
fucking
He just
wild
drinks
boy
all
partier.
night.
Yeah.
Isn't he like super mad at the guy RC or something? Ecstasy or something?
All right, so Ari came over to film a podcast at Bert's house, for Bertcast or whatever, and he turned his back to him. He's like, "Hey, you want a shot?" And fucking put Molly in the alcohol and gave it to Bert, and they fucking didn't tell him and dosed him with Molly. And dude, he had to get on a plane in a few hours to go to like do a gig, and his fucking family's there and his kids and everything.
So sick.
Dude, Ari's not allowed at fucking Bert's house
Look how
anymore.
good this
Fucking,
shot is,
yeah,
though.
his wife
Oh,
doesn't
fuck.
wanna fucking.
Isn't that a thing those guys do to each other all the time?
I don't know about that, but Ari's he's fucking off the chain anyway.
Molly and I would
Yeah, right. You'd be checking the ER fucking immediately.
Yeah, right, bro.
Bert's on all kinds of like blood pressure medications for his like heart.
Oh, is he? I mean, he doesn't look like it. He looks really
Oh, he's a boozer. He's a daily drinker. He's like, I will always make sure that I can keep myself as healthy, just as healthy enough, so I can continuously drink, so I don't have to quit drinking. It's your thing.
It's crazy how all those guys are superstars.
Yeah. Tom Segura, fucking, Bert Kreischer, all these guys. It was just amazing, man. Like, I remember watching the
This
rise.
bitch,
Like, I was
this
watching
motherfucker
podcasts
isn't gonna
and
make
shit,
this shot.
barely any
Nope.
subscribers,
Oh, he did.
millions of dollars.
That was
Oh,
phenomenal.
Listen, when you see
Would
channels
I
that
even
do
made my
nothing,
shot?
nothing, and then when they take off and do growth, the growth is exponential. I mean, I'm sure
Not
you.
really.
I mean, like, not for all channels, but for a lot of channels they are. I mean, as soon as it starts taking off, then it's just like 100, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. It's just like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I've been watching a lot of videos like on H3, like the rise and demise of the H3 podcast. You know who they are?
I forget the guy's name.
Yeah,
He's eyebrows.
he's got the fucking twitch on his
His
face.
eyebrows are like that.
Yeah, his name's Ethan.
Yeah, he's
And
fine.
Ethan Klein, yeah, and I watched. I seen a graph of their progress, and once they hit like 100,000, 150, 200,000 subscribers, it grows. I seen the chart. It almost like
Really?
yeah, it just went crazy.
Yeah, he did great. I mean, they had a different channel before they did a podcast. They did like basically videos just talking about different things. Yeah, they was completely different style of the podcast. They were doing like really interesting commentary on things. They had a lot of YouTube subscribers way before the podcast.
Yeah,
They're just like plugged into that whole like.
and they started early too.
Really.
Yeah, they started really early, and they just started putting out content.
Yeah. You stay very, very tuned into the whole YouTube thing.
Yeah. I keep my thumb.
Yeah. So what kind of shit do you pay attention to the most?
As far as like the YouTube world, I mean, I pay attention to who's on top. I pay attention to what the latest trends are. I pay attention because there's always some kind of drama going down with like because YouTubers.
What's your favorite YouTuber?
That's a good question.
Inside Truth.
No, I mean I watch Concrete a lot. Whenever you guys put out episodes, I watch them a lot. But I think I watch Canadian Prepper a lot. Yeah, he's just this guy up in Canada who does like a lot of the fucking doomsday videos. he's always like on top of what's going on, like politically, like what's going on in Ukraine, you know, what policies were enacted in the United States, like all the like the shit that's happening, and then he kind of throws in like, you know, they're moving fucking, you know, so like get prepared, fucking, you know, when the brig goes down situation, he's always talking about that kind of shit.
Listen, if you watch what he watches, you shoot yourself in the mouth. It'd take about 2 weeks. You'd be so depressed. Everything is the world's ending. You need to start putting canned goods away. The collapse is imminent. They're taking away the guns. They're doing this. They're moving troops. They're this. And I'm like, listen, I'm still gonna be able to go to Walmart. Like, I'm fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm telling you, man. Did you hear that? I'm like,
We know the difference between conspiracy theory and the truth is, right?
yeah, but he watches it anyway. It's depressing. To me, it's depressing.
It's good fun. The difference between conspiracy theory and truth is 6 months.
Seriously.
I mean,
God, it's gotta be.
Alex Jones.
Oh, my fellas. Yeah,
That was your shot.
Yeah, that was my fellas. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Keep
That
it
is
going.
awesome. Canadian prepper. Austin, you didn't even fucking pull up this prepper guy.
Yeah, Canadian prepper.
Doing
Austin's fucking sleeping back there. I don't know what he's doing.
Austin just comes in, motherfucking casual and some flip flops. What are we doing?
I want to see this guy.
Yeah, Canadian prepper, folks. Hi, folks. Canadian prepper. That's what. But no, I watch him a lot, dude. I watch a lot of. What else do I watch? I watch
This guy.
I watch a lot of tech stuff, so I'm in real big into the tech channels. You know what I mean? Like MKBHD, fucking what's his name?
Check out his videos.
It's over that.
I mean, you know, he's been on there. He's been on the channel for a long time. Dude. He puts out videos every day, every other day, and they all do numbers.
We're running out of time. Save
But I mean, yeah, I mean.
There he is. What's up,
I
Tim?
like this kind of shit.
I love it.
I love
World War Z.
Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Are you less than 15% body fat? Are you less than 15% body fat?
Yeah.
Are you less than 14% body fat?
Yeah. That's 8.2.
That's really good. Good job, dude. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you proud of your girlfriend who is now the who's the number 5 chick on the big board of hoes? Is this men and women or just women?
Man,
Wow, that's a quite. Oh, just women. She's a, who's number 1? Who's the number 1 dude?
Alex Evans.
Who is that?
Right. Yeah. He's just one step away. Alex Evans.
Oh, who are the other chicks above Bonnie Blue?
Ava, Elfie, Angela White, Lana Rhodes, and Bonnie Blue would go Lana Rhodes. No one cares about her.
I have no idea who any of those people are.
Angela White, Johnny Simpson, Mia Khalifa 9, Lily Phillips is 10.
Good for her. Mia Khalifa, she's still.
You know, I feel bad for Lily. This last week she broke Bonnie Blue's record, but no one gives a fuck.
She did over 1,000 dudes.
It's 1,200. No one gives a fuck.
No one gives a fuck at all. She's the Buzz Aldrin to Neil Armstrong. That's hilarious.
She still makes yeah, but like she just wasted a whole damn life. She could have just fucked one guy the whole day.
Right. Not even the whole day. She could have
She
just.
would have made more money if she just did like a single sex tape or anything. Yeah.
Perhaps. Dog. I'm gonna beat you so fucking badly.
You probably lost money doing that again.
That could be. This is 501 double out, dog. Are you aware that this is 501 double out? Zoot, you have an invitation. I'll take that. That's a really good score. That's really good. That's good. Do you know who Johnny Carson is? Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question and you were just dead silent?
Yeah.
Do you know who Johnny Carson is?
The Gonta?
No. He was the host of the Tonight Show.
Same thing.
Okay. Do you have a Tonight Show in Australia?
At what time?
Well, you have a Today Show.
Yeah, we did have, no, it wasn't called that, but we did have books.
Like a nightly talk show every night?
Is the Tonight Show on every night?
It's on every weeknight.
We didn't have that. We just had Road Wide. Now we have Sam Payne.
Nice triple 20, dog.
Yeah, like Australian television's dying.
Do you have a Saturday Night Live?
The only thing we did, it was called Hey Hey It's Saturdays. It got canceled.
Oh, that's cool. Zoot, you're playing out of your fucking mind.
Pretty much all Australian television has been like, the only thing left is dating shows, Survivor dating shows, and news, and then sports.
I'm in agreement with you on that. And then you just get everything else from England or the United States.
Yep. So we got a lot of our shows got cancelled. So the television industry is probably dying because of Netflix. But
that's a
the
good.
film industry in Australia, the Australian film industry is about to be fucking thriving.
Oh, dude, I busted.
I'll tell you something. The film industry in Australia might get as big as Hollywood
Well,
the next decade.
Hollywood is not as big as it once was because it got too expensive to film here. So everything has gone to smaller states like Georgia, or they'll Canada, or they'll go to even London. Just anywhere but Hollywood. It's too expensive.
Do you know who Rabbi is?
That name sounds familiar. Who's that?
There are two Australian twin brothers that live in Adelaide, Australia, where I live, and they've made two movies. Their most recent movie was called Bring It Back, and the other movie was called Talk to Me, and they're both filmed in Adelaide, Australia.
That's tight. Dude, I just sucked so much dick. I mean, I sucked so much dick right there. 19.
Rabbi, my psychological elevation said that I'm incapable of having full conversations.
You're incapable of having what kind of conversations?
Back and forth conversations.
I mean, we do it like almost every night.
Oh my god.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on me just checking out?
So much of my life has been documented that I can literally be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Zoo, did you know that you just lost? All right, this is going to be 101 single out. And I'm going to destroy you.
Alright.
Oh, Zoo, get that 16, son. Dude, that was such bullshit that I got 18 tripled. Get that 9, son. You're done. This game is over. Oh, are you serious? Dog. 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 Oh, Zoot, you busted. Zoot, you're not as good at this game as you once were. Or maybe I'm getting better.
My best friend is right now. Brandon, really, he's my best friend. But my Brandon, my friend that lives here is there right now.
There, what are they doing?
They're right now. Well,
They're interstate right now, meaning like they're traveling.
yeah, they're looking at the state of things I have no one to see in person right now.
Well, don't worry. I'm here to whoop your ass whenever you want. And you've got Bonnie Blue at number 5. So you've got enough interaction for most people. Word, Mockingbird. Dude, I am sucking so much dick. Get that 18, son. Get that other 18. Get it. Nice checkout. Nice checkout. Zoot 1. What'd you say, Big Dog?
I regret not getting a photo of Bonnie Blue.
All right, well, you still don't remember if she said that she wanted to drink your piss out of a condom.
She was a weird human being.
Make this 19. How about you just make this 19, son? That was great. That was great, Zoot. Zoot. I've got a good game for you. Actually, the game sucks. Let's see here. What's Dice Party? Have you ever played Dice Party? Oh, Zoot. Hold on. Dude, did we ever play table soccer, but active? No, we haven't. This is a different way to play table soccer. You hit the ball at the same time. It's like not full speed soccer, but it's pretty interesting. Dude, I could have taken Australia. Yo, dog, are you gonna take Australia? You're gonna keep jerking yourself off raw.
Hey, Rabbi, there's an opportunity here. There's a chocolate that I've got here that for some reason in the US it's $100 to buy, but I can get it in my supermarket for $3. Should we just stack it up and sell it over there for fucking free?
I mean, do whatever makes you happy. You're gonna have tariffs and import issues though. All right, Zoot. So yeah, so we can hit the ball at the same time. So like we both go at the same time. So go. Choose your shot. Zoot. Choose your shot. Go, Zoot. Go. I know you think that I'm supposed to go, but we go at the same time. So just hit the ball. Zoot, you don't get it.
I did.
Oh, good job.
I did.
How were you able to hit? How were you able to hit? How were you able to hit with?
I've done my shot.
I didn't know you could use two guys. Oh, that's baller.
But that's why you took so long. Because you were only
Okay.
oh, my defense is really good. My defense is really good. My attack is going to be super strong. Yeah. And you're just weighting your defense so much.
Yo, pimp.
Is there opportunity to import things overseas and sell them from Australia and import them to America and sell them at premium legally?
It depends what it is.
I mean, illegally, I think we could make so much money selling kangaroo meat, but that's illegal.
Just in California, I think you could sell it in other states. Oh, wow. I was listening to somebody talk about kangaroo meat the other day. I forget who it was. But it was like, oh, Zoot would love this conversation. Oh, Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing, son? I'm going to block your guy. Zoot, you ready for this? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Sorry, allegedly, a kangaroo jerked to California to that gal I was talking to about. Allegedly.
Okay. Did she like it?
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot.
She loved it.
Okay.
My friend didn't.
Zoot, do you see the scoreboard? Zoot, do you know what Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the scoreboard is? Do you like playing where it's tactical or active? Do you like playing it like this or the other way? Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question?
I like playing it the other way. Oh, fuck.
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Pretty bad at this.
Yeah, you are. You're better at the other way. Dude, quit that fucking guy in a red suit. Nobody wants that.
That's pretty offensive.
That's okay. Shit happens. Oh, Zoot, that made your defense really good.
I mean, Santa Claus is bullshit in general. But, like, you told us to last what should have been, and he didn't. Biggest line like, oh. You know what I mean?
I agree. I think it's arguably a form of child abuse. Dude, remember that time we played and you didn't score? All right, Zoot. Dude, Zoot, I played some people in bowling, and they taught me some things. Just like two, I think I got a hole in one on one hole on which I've ever gotten it, and then there's this one hole. Let me see if I can like describe it. You know that one hole where there's like a really small gap? Like it's the one where we always water bump each other, and there's just like a really small gap, and you can't like make it on the first try. Well, I learned how to make it on the first try. It's like got water in the corner and pink on the left side, and just like sometimes a small strip of pink on the left side. Do you know what hole I'm referencing? That's okay. I know it's not easy for me to describe. But Zoo, I mean, that's not something that we do, so perhaps my whole life. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact age, but it was just like you lie to your kids. Isn't that like bad to do?
Did you go to school with Christian and Catholic stuff?
Oh man. There were some secular kids. I don't necessarily know all their backgrounds, but there were some secular kids or kids who like had parents maybe they had one Jewish parent, one secular parent. I don't know all the backgrounds of the kids, but I don't recall like kids really talking about that.
Did you go to school with atheists?
Yeah, just people who were like more like agnostic. I think when it really came down to it, maybe they had like religious parents, but if you really press them on the issue, everybody's agnostic. So look at this shot. Are you gonna make this? Yeah, I went to private school. Yeah, I mean, they were just like gifted for academics too. They were people of all backgrounds, but predominantly Jewish or secular. And like when I was like my earliest schools, there were like a lot of like professors' kids there from like all over the world, like an international. Do you know what an international school is? Yeah, so they were all private schools though. As a child, I never attended a public school, but I did have some public school encounters. And like I'm trying to think like what, like maybe I play like I played golf, and there'd be kids who went to public school, and like my friends and I went to private school, and that was always really contentious. Like they would just be like, they thought that they felt like we were better than they were, and I think we probably acted that way because we weren't like, we wanted to play by the rules. We wanted to like do everything correctly because that's what you should do in golf. And they were more just like to have a good time, which is fine. But and then I I attended some camps with public school kids. Um well like what? Like a golf camp, or at least there were people who attended the camp, and so I did have a little bit of public school influence. I know there was one kid who one like growing up, there were some families I knew that went to public schools, but generally the public schools around me are really good too. So
Oh, shit. Rabbi, we're playing one. We're playing really well. Rabbi, I could bet you here.
are you sure about that? What did you think of that shot, Zook?
8.9.
Thanks, baby. Oh, Zook, what a great shot.
Those is better. That's why yours is better.
I'm in agreement with you. You need one of the best shots in your career.
That was the one that I could have had. Like, even if I did next, like, even on the next shot, I would have had difficulty.
There you go. I taught public school though, so I had a little bit of influence there. Zoot, you ready to get 101 darts easy?
Yeah. What do you think of public school?
I was very impressed by it. I taught in a very good school, or very good school district, so the kids were well behaved. I'm sure if I taught like inner city LA,
How
it would
do you have to go to college to be a teacher?
In the state of California, it could have changed, but it's something like if you are, usually you need your 4-year degree, but if you were if you are like on a teacher track, you can, I think, start after like 3 years or something of having your degree. Oh, dude, we tied. How do you like that shot, Suit? Suit, you're done. You should just give up now. No way you're beating that.
That wasn't bad.
That was really good, but I just had like a perfect shot.
So, in Australia, it's the same as 4 years.
But generally, I was very impressed with the public school system, and I think it would have given me some opportunities, like especially in sports, or like they had just like clubs that we didn't have, and I don't know. I just think it really would have been interesting, and I would have liked to go to school with girls. I mean, of course, being a young man, boys and girls were separate when I went to school, but I think that would have been very distracting as well. So I get it both ways. But I taught everything from preschool to high school, and I was very impressed with the students. They, especially being like someone who perhaps was different than a lot of those kids. They were always really respectful and kind, and
This before you were Rabbi.
oh yeah, this is like 15 years ago.
Do they call you Mr. Rothschild?
Usually I would just have them, because that's a long name, have them call me by my first initial. So it was easier, especially with little kids. It'll take them all day to get your name down, and it just was easier to just go by a single letter. It was good experience though. All right, Zoot, here you go. That's for you, baby. That's for you.
That would have.
That's for you, Zoot. That's for you.
That might be.
That's
At my band and for childcare in Australia.
what'd you say?
That my band and for childcare in Australia.
Why is that?
That was a really, really bad sexual abuse on the band.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think men should be working.
As teachers, I disagree. I don't think men should be. I don't think men should be gynecologists, but I think men should be teachers, just like women should be teachers. You can learn a lot from both. And I know that.
Not teachers, childcare workers, so like under the age of 4.
I know. I taught that though. They had like a preschool. Even like before then, I forget exactly what it was called, but it was like for mothers and parents who had newborns or like very early. And I didn't do it a lot, but I don't know why that would be an issue.
Okay, would you rather send your kid to a child care on Monday, a child care on Halloween?
Women.
All men.
Women. Dude, I don't know why I was thinking it was darts, and I only had 3 balls to throw. and now I have to like have the best comeback ever. Zoo, do you know who Johnny Carson is? Do you know who Jay Leno is? Right. So the guy who started the Tonight Show, or I shouldn't say he didn't start it, but he made it really popular, was Johnny Carson, and Jay Leno took it over after Johnny Carson.
Jimmy Fallon?
That one sucks.
Jimmy Fallon, no?
Yeah, there was another one. So the way it went down was there was a guy. It was like no, that guy sucks too. Though he did carpool karaoke, which was amazing. But do you know who Conan O'Brien is?
Yeah, Conan O'Brien, so.
No, you weren't. You were thinking of no Conan O'Brien. He was good, but he's tall and thin. You're thinking of what is that guy's name? He sucks. James Corden.
James Corden or something.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would pick him out of anyone in the world to get a TV host. I'll be a better TV host.
I agree. I don't know what it's this thing that they do that I don't like, but I guess it's for like.
Do you think being a TV host is difficult?
Depends what the show is. If it was a show like let me think of the most difficult show. It would probably be like something like someone who had to go into like a war zone. That's probably really difficult. But just hosting like a dating show or something, that's really easy. Or what Joe Rogan did on Fear Factor.
Jeopardy or like Jeopardy would be hard for me.
No, that's really easy. In the United States, they do like 2 of those a day for a month, and then they don't need to tape them anymore. So you work 1 month out of the year, and you get paid millions of dollars. It's super easy. It's like
you gotta do like a lot, memorize a lot.
no, you don't. It's all there on cue cards and teleprompters. You don't have to memorize anything. And if you make a mistake, they just don't show it. You just reshoot it. It's really easy. Like what would probably be more difficult is being like a. I knew a lady who was a news anchor and did the news. She was the first female news anchor in on Fox in San Diego. So she did it like in the 70s, and she's a member of my synagogue. And I remember asking her like, what is it like when you're there? And she's like, you just sit there in front of the camera and the red light goes on. And when that red light goes on, you just start reading. And it's as simple as that. And when the red light is off, you're done. You don't have to do it. But if that red light is on, you have to go. And I was like, wow. She's a really pretty lady. She was like 80 years old and looked like she was 35.
San Diego looks fun.
Dude, San Diego is a beautiful place. Are you going to go? San Diego arguably has the nicest weather of any city in the world. I mean, it's not. too much nicer than Orange County, but arguably it has slightly better weather. And I don't even think that. I think probably Orange County has the nicest weather, arguably in the world as well. But I think it's a little bit, arguably, it gets a little hotter inland. But um, it's beautiful, dude. Are you gonna accept? Or are you just gonna sit and jerk yourself off raw? Are you done? Okay. After this game? Oh. Oh, I was saying though, about television hosts. I think being a news anchor, especially today, is actually a lot of work. It doesn't seem like it, but I've seen these people from behind the scenes. They have to get up at, like, let's say you're doing the morning news, which like in LA is like 6 a.m. You have to be there at like 4:30 in the morning, and they used to have like hair and makeup people, and they still do um in some markets or on some channels. But a lot of times these people just do their own hair and makeup, and they're like they have to do social media at the same time, and it's just a lot of work. And then, well, okay, so all of that is fine. But if you screw up, if you make any mistake, it's on the internet forever. And all these people are trying not to have one of those moments where, they sneeze on camera, or they, do something like out of the ordinary that is very memorable for people and then viral. Like they do everything they can to avoid that. So I would rather not do live television of anything. I think I could do it, but I think if it's tape delayed, it's easier, and something that's completely syndicated is the easiest. Oh, Zoot. All right, nice job. All right, enjoy your dinner. We'll talk again. Hopefully, Body Blue moves up to number 4. Do what you can to get her there, okay? Peace out, Girl Scout.
And this is like I was saying, I remember when Obama beat Bush, Trump. That was the first time I felt like, oh, this was like totally because toward the end of Bush, everybody hated Bush.
And I watch this guy a lot, man. I watch him like every day.
It's over. Like, because this is all depressing. It's all. Read every title there. It's like this.
Yeah, I love this guy. Oh, that's probably talking about the refugees.
Yeah. So he's on top of it, man. Like anything that's going on, anytime anything happens, they start moving troops anywhere. He makes a video about it. Like, okay, now they're fucking over here, and this could likely happen because now they got fucking this many guys on the front line, and this is if they do this strategy, then it could go nuclear. But then this happens, then the nuclear option is taken off. He's like Finland and fucking what's his name join NATO, and fucking that could cause this problem. And dude, he does a really good job of explaining everything and breaking it all down. And he's not like one of those fucking crazy people that are just like everything that he's saying is just like facts. Like he's just basically breaking everything down and giving you, what I mean, exactly what's happening play by play. And he doesn't do too much interjection. You know what I mean? Like a lot of it's not opinionated. Like, and I told you guys this was all gonna end. He doesn't do those things. And he delivers all this information in a very straightforward, very well-spoken, put-together way.
It's promising to see that he hasn't been banned from YouTube. I like that.
I'm sure all of these are going to be monetized.
YouTube's been releasing a little bit of the pressure off that kind of shit lately. I feel like I haven't had an episode. They just sent knock on wood. I haven't had an episode demonetized in like months. And I've been doing
Do you ever fight them? I mean,
I always do.
Let's see the last one I got.
You got Elon Musk buying Twitter.
I got one demonetized a month ago, and I don't even know why. I should fucking dispute that. I don't ever dispute it. I'm just like,
You think Elon could afford YouTube?
No, he can barely afford Twitter. They're trying to squeeze him out already. They're fucking terrified of him taking over Twitter.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because they have an agenda, obviously, and he's gonna disrupt that, which is either amount to them losing dollar money sign, or them losing power, or control over whatever narrative that they're that they're trying to control. Because that's the only thing you do when you suppress people's speech. And this is what blew me away, because I'm not a big Twitter guy. I'm not a big Twitter user. I mean, I think, telling people every thought that comes into your brain constantly all day is not a good way to communicate. And so I didn't know what Twitter was. I mean, I knew what it was, so on Twitter I started messing around. I'm like, no way, there's fucking porn right here on Twitter. And I was like, in my mind, I'm chewing it over. I'm like, so they allow this,
right?
But they won't allow the president of the United States
To just speak his mind.
That's bullshit. I'm like, there has to be some kind of agenda. That told me right then and there that there's some kind of internal fucking agenda at Twitter to whatever narrative that they feel society, you know, and Elon Musk is like, listen, Twitter is the de facto platform for public communication. It's basically the new public square. So controlling that is a serious impediment to democracy, to free speech. So something needs to be done about it. And that's why he got in there and like, listen, something, you know what I mean? Like, something needs to change.
Elon really gives a fuck, or he just wants clout?
You know, I'm a true believer in Elon Musk. I don't think the guy has an evil bone in his body. I don't think he does anything out of self-serving.
It's not evil to want clout.
I mean, maybe he likes to be in the camera. He likes to fucking, you know, the pretty girlfriend and fucking, you know, the billionaire. Like, I get it, but it's like he's gonna do it for the clout. If he is doing it for the clout, he's also gonna make good changes and positive changes to the platform so that it betters humanity. Like, I'm a true believer in Elon Musk. Like, I'm a true believer. I genuinely think that he's a good dude that has the means and the willingness to want to change the world for the better. I mean, we're human at the end of the day, so of course he's gonna have flaws. But I don't think he's like a Bill Gates, like, you know what I mean? Like sitting there thinking, you know, how can we fucking, you know, stick people and give them some kind of shot to change them. I watched some shit on Bill Gates. He was giving a speech to the CIA. Somebody like recorded it. I was on fucking TikTok. And
Austin.
If not, I think I have it saved. I think I had to screen record it because it didn't have the save option on the fucking TikTok. And when they do that, you know it's just some malarkey going on.
I love fucking TikTok.
Oh yeah, you should see my TikTok feed. It's all fucking everyone is all fucking.
You post on it?
I do just for the podcast every week. So I'm gonna get into doing clips and, you know, I'm starting to do TikTok shit. But anyway, I was like, both and so it's Bill Gates, and he's giving a speech to a bunch of Secret Service guys, or I don't know who they were. They may have been Secret Service, and it was some kind of government body. And he was telling them that there was a vaccine that he could give out that suppresses a gene that makes people that are more likely to commit suicide bombings and commit like acts of like religious like terrorism. And he's like, they've isolated the gene in the Middle Eastern people over there because they have the genome. Bill Gates is all kinds of shit. But he was saying, like, we understand now the gene that is more expressive in people who are more willing to do suicide bombings and like kill like mass people for like religious reasons. And he's like, we've developed a vaccine that suppresses that gene so that they would be, and it went on and on and on. So he explained more detail about it. I was like, holy fucking shit, are you kidding me? They're over there giving vaccines to people to suppress some kind of gene so that they don't fucking suicide bomb? Like, it's insane. Like, he's giving speeches to the government on this shit. It's fucking bananas.
And you're somehow making a bunch of money off
You have to find this video. I have to watch this.
Listen, I think I have to say
My favorite thing I've seen on TikTok recently is a clip of Johnny Depp listening to Deposition.
Oh, I just seen that.
And there's like, she said that she was bored to death because his friends would come over and it was just a bunch of old men playing guitar.
And they're boring and old. And he's just like, he's sitting there, like, he's fucking loving it.
He's just like, it's great. I think it's classic. Great. Did you know it's just him and Marilyn Manson doing coke upstairs?
playing guitar.
Those old guys jamming. That's funny. I heard she cut off one of his fingers. You guys hear that?
I heard she cut herself and then maybe that was him.
How the fucking the story changed. I heard they're arguing. She chopped off the tip of one of his fingers or something.
See, this is how it goes with conspiracy theories. It sounds great when you say it on a podcast. Then when you go to
where's the proof?
When you go to fucking do the work and find the evidence, it ain't there.
No, I save all this shit, man. I gotta listen. I'll say if I have to, I'll fucking save the video. Because what I do is when I get too many on my phone, I upload them to my fucking my iPad.
You know, I mean, Bill Gates is buying up more farmland, I think, right now than anyone else in the world.
Yeah, well, he's gonna be the #1 landowner in America behind BlackRock. I'm not sure if you know about BlackRock.
Yeah, I know a lot about BlackRock.
Yeah, they're buying up everything. They just bought like a mid single family fucking rental properties across America, and they're gonna buy.
Well, they're buying homes.
They're buying up the whole entire market.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get. So in the future, I don't know if you go understand like the Economic Forum and the New World Order and Davos, how they meet in Davos. The dude Schwab fucking runs the Economic Forum, got the whole plan.
Yeah, what is
The New World Order?
Can you explain for dummies what the New World Order is?
So, all right. So the New World Order is it's kind of a plan. Pretty much.
That's an hour-long video, Austin. Sorry.
Yeah. So the New World Order. There's a group. We should probably start off by saying there's a group of people. And this is like, how there used to be the group. Now it's kind of similar to Bilderberg, which is called the World Economic Forum. It's pretty much just a conglomerate of CEOs, CFOs, fucking world leaders, all of these corporations and very powerful people that get together and they set, they have basically just come together once a year and they write out an agenda for how they, want to see whatever industry they're in push forward or move forward or whatever. So, I mean, obviously you're going to have people from the end that represent energy there. You're going to have people that represent, manufacturing. Every sector of society there has spokespeople there at this Economic World Forum. Now, it's all run by a dude named Klaus Schwab, who I guess he's like an industrialist.
Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, he's a real bad guy. I don't know, he's a globalist, so like, in my opinion, I really don't have an opinion.
He's kind of like a George Soros type.
Yeah, George Soros type of character. So yeah, like I said, the World Economic Forum, they get together and they basically put forth something called the New World Order, and it's titled the New World Order. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's what they call it themselves. It's from their own. You can go and you can Google it yourself and go on their website, and it says New World Order. And their vision future of one world government, all completely digitized currency, and basically you will own nothing and you will be happy. So basically, physical ownership of like homes and vehicles and like everything will be gone because it'll all be owned by the corporations, and everything's going to be like a universal basic income, like a UBI. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause listen, you gotta understand that automation is going to take over. Algorithms and automation is going to basically phase out all aspects of manual labor when it comes to logistics. A lot of other jobs. I mean, I walk into CVS and it's all fucking self-checkout. And there's just one chick walking around doing stock. That didn't happen 5 years ago. You go in, there's 3 or 4 cash registers, and you go in, there wouldn't be any self-checkout. And now I'm seeing videos of gas stations that are completely with no attendants there. You walk in, everything's in vending machines on the inside, and you pay with your card at the pump. So, like, as the automation is going to take over, it's going to phase out, large sects of society who are going to need income. The large corporations are going to come in, the Amazon, the fucking Jeff Bezos, and the fucking the Klaus Schwab, and the George Soros are going to come in, and there's a whole new fucking global cabal of people that have set up this whole new blueprint of how we're going to live our lives in the future. And these guys control everything, so I mean, that's the New World Order.
How does Bill tie into this?
Bill Gates is a globalist, and he has the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, which they control large swaths of real estate. They control. They have biolabs set up all over the world. I mean, in fact, some of the biolabs that are in Ukraine right now are funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So listen, the rabbit hole goes fucking deep as you want to fucking park. You know what I mean? Like, all of these fucking dirty, slithering cocksuckers are all in bed with each other, and it's all so fucking convoluted and twisted together that it makes your fucking head spin. You know what I mean?
I heard that Bill Gates is buying up all the land in the U.S. because he wanted to start basically doing cheap stock like food. Like, he wants to basically take up food.
Well, he who controls the food and the money controls the people. Right. And, factory farming.
Well, he's all about just a nice guy.
He's all about it. That's one theory. That's one theory.
Isn't Bill Gates, isn't it true that he's like all about pushing like no meat, only vegan?
Oh no, I'm not. I hate him.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought
He's not nice anymore.
No. I actually thought he was like buying cattle and was all about like controlling the factory farming.
I could be wrong. But I heard that he was trying to like the CIA thing. That's a hoax. What is it? Bill Gates leaves the CIA in 2005. He was a funny host to play in 2005 host.
This is disinformation.
Fake news.
Bill Gates is right there, and it's his voice, and they're told, what is that? They were just playing around. They were just,
The other big Photoshop the word host on. Let's see. Let's see the video. What the fuck is this website? No.
That the screenshot though, that's the video. I swear to God, I have that video. So I have it either on my iPad or.
Awesome, you gotta do something they can chop up someday. Bill Gates has enough interviews you could chop up what he's saying.
I mean, Bill Gates.
He talks about vaccines all the time.
I don't know how old the guy is, but you know that he's fucking.
I heard somewhere, I don't know for a fact, but that he invested like somewhere in the realm of like $20 million into buy a link 2 months before
September. In September of 2019 or 2018.
before the lab leak actually happened. So before there's some scientists in the lab in Wuhan, they did a 50-week trip to get coronavirus. 2 months before that, like somewhere around like $20 in violence. Okay, but keep in mind, this is a guy who's investing in stuff all the time.
He gave a TED talk that said the next pandemic isn't this was like 3 or 4 years before. So he's been all in on the vaccine, the pandemic. Like
the last 10 or 15 years he's been talking.
Here's the actual video. Look at some of the work he's been doing over in Africa.
Here's a Bill Gates video.
Look at those pictures.
Yeah. It highlights part of the brain.
Yeah.
Click on that. Oh wow.
I tell you guys, this is a hoax.
It doesn't mean he said he
Hold on.
got a vaccine.
Hold on a
He's gotta
second.
fix it. I don't think that's still okay. What the fuck is he saying? I don't think that was
That's 100%.
no way. Yeah, 100%. 1,000%.
1,000%. Listen to his voice.
You couldn't take him out of the lineup. So
He talks with his hands a lot, the same gesture, the same voice. He's got the glasses.
he's not saying he's off. I can't hear it. It's not like it was good one. Alright, awesome. Here's the fucking description for you. Click on these notes. Go up, and then click, go down. Click on the title. Click on the text. Have a pause. Put it on video, YouTube, so wait, is there no gas? You were 100%. Well, I thought they're done. He said done deal. What did he say Bill Gates' name anyway? I don't know. No, you were sure saying 100%. Now, it's actually a hoax, but that's fine. You guys were positive. Listen, I'd have had all your money. Let's tell you right now, bro. I'm a different person now. Listen, what the fuck was he even talking about, first of all? He was trying to steal it. He never said he was talking about a vaccine.
He's talking about that, the VMAX. Fucking, that they're a vaccine to suppress disease. No, you fucking make them suppress that gene. You fucking make them not blow shit up. Right. That's what the whole fucking first is about.
You could give somebody a gene and say, hey, ceremony.
It's not a gene, it's a vaccine that suppresses a certain body.
Right.
They can do those things now, Matt. You know they have that kind of technology now.
Then why aren't they hitting the transgenders with it?
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
So I mean, if you can do that, why aren't they saying, hey, you're criminal thinking? Boom, they give you a
You know why? Guess what? Now you're not a
Because
criminal
the
anymore.
Supreme Court hasn't fucking said we could yet. And we haven't
They're
gotten
not
there
going to
yet.
do this either. And it's no way. No.
Well, it's a fun hoax if it is.
Oh my
Matt,
God.
find the YouTube comment. You need to be top YouTube comment.
Or could we read the article that says that?
What's the top comment say? That's
Oh my God. We're going to YouTube.
It's not real, but I think the concept was supposedly that it would suppress that gene. Whether you interpret that as killing the person so they could spread the seed is not a matter. But that wasn't the idea. As far as I can, I mean, it wasn't that fucking clear what they were talking about.
I think it was Bill Gates.
It sounded large, it sounded large.
I still think it's fucking true. I'm just sitting in my fucking religion.
Most scientists.
I believe it. I believe it. There's something awkward about
Yeah, they're awkward, they're nerdy, they got that kind of have that Asperger thing going on a
So
little
when they're
bit.
that intelligent, you're not hanging out,
You're not
parks and picking boogers with the rest of the fucking teenage kids.
You're not charismatic.
You're in a book.
I think.
Yeah, you're in a book.
Okay, he also invested. Okay, yeah, he invested $50 million in possible food and actively finances beyond meat.
I mean, you probably see.
What did that say? Ginkgo, Bioworks, Biomeal, as described above. Take food out.
Yeah, I mean,
food out of the Pope claims it was a real solution to climate change and solve environmental degradation while also ironing out animal welfare concerns.
You know,
It's all about climate change. That's why, so he's buying more fucking farmland than anyone else in the country.
Yeah.
Buying up so much farmland.
I got into a heated discussion with Matt. Matt thinks climate change is a hoax. Matt doesn't believe. Matt doesn't believe in man-made climate. He doesn't believe in global warming.
I know. It's not that I don't believe it. There is one. The Earth has throughout history has gotten cold and gotten cold. It's got hot. And I don't think that we have that much to do with it. I don't think we have any of the countries that much. I think it definitely is. I mean, is there some? There's some.
Since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, we've been literally digging fucking carbon up from the ground and putting it into the atmosphere in giant fucking quantities. And if you don't think that has anything to do with your fucking,
I think you just told me that Bill Gates is going to vaccinate everybody to make them non-terrorist too. So some of what you're saying stuff. Okay, I'm just saying.
that's science.
Okay,
That's science too. And I don't give a fuck what they're talking about. That's the fucking.
Here's the problem is there's way too much information out there for any single person to comprehensively understand it. So it should be different side.
An echo chamber. You know, and everything that we look at online is tailored to only give us the information that we're looking for. Which kind of creates like I said, these echo chambers.
Yeah.
So if I only believe one thing.
Because every time I turn around, you're listening to something that's talking about the end of the world or the economy crushing and this. And you're are you listening to this? Are you listening to this? I'm like, well, turn that off.
I know, I get all fucking tuned up because Julie said they're taking over, bro.
Please, can we just?
I got a lean cuisine.
Yeah, I have figured out the lean cuisine, and we went to. I tried to go to Starbucks the other day, and when we got in there, I ordered food, and then he just sat there and looked at all the food and went,
Dude,
because
fuck that garbage that's in fucking Starbucks. It's finger food that's been sitting in a refrigerator for 4 months that came from a fucking factory. Listen,
I
had to walk over.
apples and some peanut butter. I mean,
I had to walk over to
some boiled
fucking
eggs. Not bad.
what's the sub place I walked over to?
The someplace where you think what they went out and they killed the cows right there just before you got there. You don't think it was processed food that cut up and stuck in there? It had been there for months.
I'm a meat and cheese dude. You know what I mean?
I promise you, your stuff had been sitting in a refrigerator for 6 months someplace. Just because it was warmed up and you saw them cut it up in front of you. You gotta go, Shane?
Oh, fucking I
Excuse me.
Sorry for asking.
Ain't got in the club.
Three watches on
In the hotel time.
fucking $10 Casio.
I have
That's a $500
I have a watch that came to me for free. And it's the only thing it does is tell time.
Oh yeah, what kind of watch is that again?
It's a Stanage.
Yeah,
The guy
Stanage,
from super cool. Yeah, he's super cool. I talk to him all the time.
Have you ever had one of those Beyond Impossible things though? Those Impossible meat
I have,
burgers?
yeah.
What do you think about it? You know they have them at Dunkin' Donuts.
But not that bad. I would get to work from Carl Jr. a lot. Yeah, I was out in California. Carl Jr. Yeah, it was right by where I and they're honestly, it's like tastes like the prison food. It tastes like the fucking patties they give you in prison. It's soy.
Yeah,
it's what the fuck it is. It's
soy's really bad for you.
Dude, it's not. I don't know.
That's what's in prison, I heard. Because we have a friend of ours, Jake, that was in prison for a long time. He said he got man tits from all the soy he ate.
Oh, the estrogen that's in the fucking soy. Yeah, there's estrogen in that shit. And I went vegan for a little while out in California. And I lost like 14 pounds in 19 days. And I'm already skinny, so it was fucking nuts.
You give me man tits?
I know I didn't. You know, the thing is, I can't eat tofu. Like I can't eat the fucking. No, I can't eat the tofu, and I can't eat the fucking the soy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I lost a lot of weight. But I tell you what, I never felt better in my entire life. Like the amount of
when you were vegan?
When I was vegan,
really?
Yeah, I always had like my energy. Like now, it's like a roller coaster. Because of my eating, like I'll eat and like
low energy.
Yeah. But
like he doesn't drink coffee. Like everything I
was also doing coke every day.
It's all coffee.
No, I never did cocaine.
Sugar and everything, and all he eats is like carbs and just.
You ever met a vegan who does a shitload of coke?
I don't think I know any vegan.
Yeah, so needless to say, I got off the vegan shit because it was just like I was losing much weight, man.
Really?
Yeah, I just like the way I looked. But I felt great. I felt fucking.
Were you working out?
Yeah, I was running every day. I was doing a lot of cardio and a little bit of weight here and there. But
I have more energy when I jump. Sometimes I do like a 5 day. I do these 5 day fasts like once a year, and I get on like day 4.
You don't eat for 5 days?
Yeah. When I get to day 4 or 5, I have like.
You'll fall over.
Look at athleticism, folks. Really unprecedented.
You weigh 5-10 pounds lighter.
How much weight do you lose in 5 days? It's got to be a lot. What's your body type? You probably got endomorph. So there's 2 different body types: ectomorph, exomorph, and endomorph. Endomorph is at the high end, so it's like you gain weight really easy, but it's hard. Ectomorph is where I'm at. Like I can't. It's hard for me to eat, but it's real easy for me to lose. And then in the middle, you kind of get like the endomorph people who just fucking gain and they swing their weight wildly just based on their diet with little effort.
I've weighed 165 pounds for the last 10 years.
And you can pretty much.
I vary maybe a pound and a half to 2 pounds.
And what's your diet? Do you like restrict yourself to like I'm not going to eat carbs, or do you eat whatever you want?
Keto.
He
is.
Are you do
That's
keto?
not a joke.
Oh my god!
I've tried it. I don't know. I don't do
The
it.
keto.
I eat whatever I want now. I tried doing keto, but I don't
Look at this athleticism, folks.
I've never done it.
Look at this move.
Weights are on it, and I'm telling you what, I fucking every night.
After I learned about keto, I stopped eating pasta. So I used to eat fucking pasta at least 1 night. After that, after I learned about it, I just cut out like I rarely eat spaghetti or pasta or whatever, but I eat pretty much anything else. But usually on the weekdays, I won't eat till like 11 or 12. I eat breakfast,
Eating
but then after that, I fucking eat like 4 from like 5
until
p.m.
my tongue
my kids left
is raw and
Yeah.
my mouth
I'm a
has
garbage
lockjaw.
disposal too, man. Like I fucking 60% of my diet is carbs.
Oh my god.
Pastas, I eat fucking bread. Oh yeah, I'll have a big bowl of soup in a bread bowl with a baguette on the side and fucking. You know, I fucking smash. Like I said, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Everybody's different. Some shit works better for some people. Some shit.
Yeah, I don't limit myself to portion size or anything like that. I usually eat until I fucking and it doesn't really affect me, man. It doesn't, you know, like I stay 140, 145. That's it. I can't, you know, I'll hit 150, 155 if I start working out. I'm doing the fucking weight gain and all that shit. But even that
Is creatine make you gain weight?
it's water. Yeah, it's water, dude. I mean, it makes you more rounded. It puts water in your muscles and shit, so it helps with recovery time. You get more rounder and fuller. You know, so it helps, man. When I'm doing all that shit, then that's what.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. If you ever try fasting, you have a lot of power and energy after that. You get.
If I skip one meal, dude, I'm fucking.
I don't know if
I mean, it's all out.
That's because you're addicted to food. We're addicted to food. That's the one thing that we're addicted to more than anything is food. Like, you really don't need food. So your guy who fasted for like a year.
He didn't eat any food.
He didn't eat any food for a year. You can find him out.
Was that the dude? He's got all his energy from the sun. He said he fucking laid out in the sun. He got all that fucking vitamin D. I think I read about this guy too. I'm like, yeah, he's full of shit.
No, he's not full of shit.
Dude, 3 days without food, 3 weeks without food, you're done. You're the
Okay, look, this guy did 1 year and 17 days. So you can get all the nutrients you need.
And he was fucking probably 100 pounds, and he just lived off of all that
That's
fucking
before and after.
Yeah, he lived off of all that for however many days it was.
Right.
I couldn't do that. I'd be dead in a week.
So yeah, so that's the difference. So when you start fasting, your body goes into this ketosis. That's what the keto.
It just starts eating.
So now the energy,
Metabolizing its own fucking.
you're burning
fat.
You're burning fat instead of carbohydrates. So it's just the fat melts off. That's why people who are fat and they do keto, and you get better energy, like more of a clean burning energy.
And so keto's what? No carbs. Zero carbs.
No, it's carbs. It's like there's like a percentage of your diet. So only like 9% of your diet is carbs, I think 30% protein, and like fat, 60% fat. But my point was like one of the guys I had here was a doctor who studies metabolic health and brain health. He's fucking massive fucking dude. He's a doctor at USF. He's a research scientist. He studies how he does like research on mice. We started doing it by testing on Navy SEALs who were getting oxygen toxicity seizures from the rebreathers, from like trying to go under without the bubbles. And they were getting these seizures, and he was doing tests on them with diet, like seeing how they could avoid these seizures with different types of diets. And he found out that by restricting carbs and putting them in ketosis, they were getting rid of that. And then that's kind of like transitioned into therapy for people who had epilepsy. So people who like he started testing it on epileptic people, and then taking them off all their meds, making them 100% keto, and they were literally being cured of epilepsy. They were going from like having multiple seizures a day to no seizures for months. It's fucking crazy shit. And then, anyways, so he was telling me after like 7 days of fasting, he could deadlift something like 500 pounds.
Yeah, ketosis is crazy. I don't know if I can do it. I enjoy it. I enjoy it so much.
Matt's so burnt right now.
Oh yeah, he doesn't do carbs at all.
Matt just drinks pure sugar.
He survives on diet Sprite and fucking spoonfuls of peanut butter.
Hey, I love it. I eat at least one spoonful of peanut butter a day.
I'm
not kidding.
He's not having it. He's debunking conspiracies. He's
know.
debunking diets. He's doing it all.
Listen, I'm still convinced.
I always forget about the fucking Illuminati tattoos on your head. Show me that again. That is fucking sick.
Y'all see.
Hey, what is that conspiracy theory? Speaking of Illuminati, what's the conspiracy? I just learned about it yesterday, but I forget what it's called. It's like a god of reflection. There's like a name for it.
What's the?
I don't even know, but it's like it's supposed to be.
Well, I know
No
exactly
idea.
what that is.
No, the god of reflection. Type in conspiracy. Narcissist.
Yeah.
But there's like a whole like crazy icon. It somehow ties into Freemasonry.
I don't know. I didn't get the newsletter on that one.
What is the moon?
We definitely didn't go to the moon. We definitely didn't go to the moon.
Matt, did we go to the moon?
Definitely not.
We didn't go to the fucking moon.
You know that.
We sent 3 assholes up there in a tin can. How the fuck did they get through the fucking the radiation belts? The Van Eisen radiation belts. There was nothing to protect them from the radiation. And then, how did they they tell it, they in real time broadcast fucking their signal and their bill to every person in America on live TV in the 60s.
It was
From the moon.
oh my God! Are you telling me that there's thousands of scientists that know how they're done, but there's always one quack on YouTube that says some bullshit, and suddenly all these people are like, I knew it. The flag. There's no wind. The flag is moving. And how did they do?
Where's the stars?
Stop.
I've watched this.
Stop. Come on.
I've watched
Waste time on something else.
I've watched them.
That's a great one.
No, I know. I'm not convinced.
It was political.
Documentaries and like.
They made some good points.
What was it about?
They were trying to beat the Russians. It was the Cold War,
But we didn't.
We were trying to beat the Russians to the moon, and we wanted America has to be first in everything. And that's what it was at that time. We were just coming out of fucking World War II. It was fucking late 60s, and there was this whole everything's American, everything's made here in America, America #1. I mean, which we're living on the fucking zombie remnants of that now. So we're all forced and prostituted out to the fucking corporations. That's a different fucking story. But at that time, that was the climate.
What did you give
So we had to be fucking. I told you I know before we got down here. We fucking. It was a space race, man. We had to be first.
We weren't. We didn't have the first satellite. We didn't put the first man in his space.
The Russians.
They had the first.
About this though,
We happened to land on the moon first.
Sputnik 1.
we're sending fucking regular citizens. We're sending Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson are flying into space.
For 20 years now, he'll be telling you that never happened.
So we gone to the moon since.
They said we lost the technology.
We didn't.
They said that
Who said that?
NASA.
Who said that?
NASA. NASA said that themselves said that we no longer have the technology to get to the moon. All of them, the Apollo programs. I'm telling you, give it a goose.
Pull it up.
Gosh dang,
Tell me where you have someone, an employee, current employee of NASA that said we couldn't go to the moon right now.
We don't have the technology.
I think private industry should get
Because
to the moon.
listen, the rockets that we used to take, I mean, if they put it together and made a plan, but we don't currently have one. Like there's no game
You
plan.
have to have a plan.
There's no game plan. Like the technology that took it to the moon, the lunar module, and the
So no, they can't go jump in a ship and fly there right now. No, they're going to have to put something together.
Austin, click the listen. Why did we lose the ability to go to the moon?
That's like me saying that I can't currently fly. No, you're right. I don't have a jet in the parking lot. I'm going to have to go get
Hold on,
somebody.
read this. Matt, will you read this in your nice voice?
No.
Come on, go ahead, read it.
No, I'm not going to read
That's
it.
gonna have to get it to read it to us.
Yeah.
Why did we lose the ability to go to the moon? The answer is true. There were two accidents: a fire on the launch pad of Apollo 1 that took the lives of 3 astronauts, and an exploding oxygen tank on Apollo 13 that crippled the mission. But those astronauts were able to return safely to Earth thanks to even more. That's not why we
That's not an
That's
answer.
nothing to do with it.
Right.
But why haven't we gone? Why don't you think we've gone to the moon since then? What year did we go to the moon? 50 years ago?
69.
Why the fuck?
They landed in 69. It had been.
So okay, so you gotta think about NASA as like you have to think about NASA as like just another branch of the government because that's essentially what they are. So when it comes down to it, they have all these programs put into place that have upkeep. You know what I mean? Like the rockets and all of the programs and all the systems that are used for launch and all of the supporting systems and all that shit. These are all programs that they have in NASA. And once one of those programs are retired and they don't have a replacement program for that fucking that goal, then they just no longer have the technology. Because the rockets that we used to get to the moon in '69 were Apollo rockets. They don't fucking use those rockets anymore. That technology, they don't even have it anymore. Even just the rocket boosters themselves, they don't have the equipment. Even like to upkeep the fucking
The technology. You still know the technology. Yeah, it's working in Russia.
It's a completely different system. Like they're using. He's got his own engineers and shit working on like the rocket boosters and the way the fuel deliveries and everything like that. They can't just go to a rocket up and wheel it to the fucking launching pad and put it into the air. like the systems used to even launch those rockets don't even exist anymore because NASA's always putting new things in the plane. You've got the advent of everything was analog back then. In '69, nothing was digital. Everything was done analog. So it's fucking switches and relays. We don't use switches and relays anymore. Everything's fucking digital through Wi-Fi. You gotta think about it. So now, if they haven't sat down and be like, okay, we need a plan to go to the moon, then they just don't have a fucking plan to get there. It's not like hopping into your Ferrari or your car and driving to the public.
That if they sat down over the weekend, they could come up with a plan. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. And then it'd take them 6 months to build, maybe 2 years to build the rockets, to put it together. But could we go to the moon in 2 years from now, right now, if the United States government wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, so I feel we have been, that was a 180. Or a lot of people say 160. 160 is not 80. It's a complete turnaround. 360. A lot of people say 360. It's a 180. So now you're saying we can go. You're saying that right now they don't have the equipment or a plan to go. Right. No, of course not. You don't keep that around because we don't need to go every 6 months. But they could go. If they wanted to go, then also there's really no point in putting human beings on the drones out there to fucking work. Well, listen, it's dead. It's a rock.
See, the plan was
Is it? Or what if it's hollow? And that's where all the Nazis went.
It's a Dyson sphere.
And they're living. It's a Dyson sphere, exactly. They're living inside of a Dyson sphere, which is.
We just went and seen a movie. I just went and seen a movie at the theater where that
doesn't matter. They're living inside.
That the moon was actually a fucking alien spaceship, and it was fucking. It's been there since like the beginning of time. Like this is just a recent movie that was just out actually. Moonfall. It was called Moonfall because there was some like amateur astronomers that figured out the moon kept getting closer.
Oh wait. What is the official narrative on how the moon got there? Isn't it? Yes. Didn't we get hit by a giant?
There's two theories. Okay. So there's
what is like the accepted theory?
I know the mainstream archaeological theory is that
what's the non-conspiracy theory that Matt Costner?
Well, there's no neither one of these are conspiracies. This is both mainstream science. One was when the Earth was in its early, forming stages. It was either a comet or an asteroid came and knocked off, either split it in half or knocked off a very large chunk of it. And because of the way the rotation of the Earth happened, they were spinning. They both created two bodies. One being a satellite of the Earth and one being the Earth itself. That's one theory. The second theory is that the moon is just a collection of debris left over from when the Earth was formed, not formed by like a giant cataclysm, was something actually hitting the Earth. So both, because a lot of the dust and shit that they find on the moon is created from, space dust from like other rocks that and other elements that aren't found here on Earth.
I heard of the theory that there was another Earth 2 that collided with this Earth and created.
Well, that's part of his theory. Is basically they're saying that the formation was that when all of the bodies were slamming into each other, there were two bodies that slammed, and as they slung around, one became, as they're rotating, one became the Earth and one was the moon, and it just kept in its gravitational field, and it kept rotating.
And then the moon became a satellite. And they say that without the moon, life on Earth wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't gravitation. You create the moon is tidal line. So the rotation of the moon, the rotation of the Earth is intrinsically synced with the rotation of the moon, and then it was tidal lock, so it controlled the tide on Earth. It controls the That's a good one. So like I said, the moon, we wouldn't be here. I actually just watched a documentary.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Jupiter.
Yes, Jupiter shields us from a lot of.
It's got insane gravity.
Yeah, what's like 300 times the size of the Earth? Right, giant gas. Yeah, and I just watched a documentary the other day. They were talking about. It was actually a documentary. It was saying how there's like a rare life where they're saying that it's either one of two things. It's either extremely abundant in the solar system and the galaxy, or it's extremely rare. And that, what we had here on this Earth is like an extremely fucking random anomaly. And not only that, the progression of the human, of us, being able to, think about our existence, about, existentialism in itself, saying that is even more rare than that.
That's all I got.
And there's evidence for that.
I had Randall Carlson.
Yeah.
I talked to him about, and he was telling me about one of the theories that he thinks, he's explaining one of the popular theories. What? Oh, did he? I'm gonna say that, and he didn't say not to talk about it. He didn't say that he believed this, but he was talking about a theory that was explained to him that the moon was man-made.
Jackson's
I don't know the details of it. I'm sure you can find a YouTube video on it, but he's a Freemason.
This is great. 2 months
What's it
before
made
his
out of?
inauguration,
The
he was
Freemason.
facing a train crash. The only casualty was
Yeah,
his
I don't know. I mean,
Well, that
yeah.
else
So his
What could he be made out
entire
of?
time in office,
I mean,
Mozzarella.
I mean, the aliens could have put it here because they knew that if they put that giant, whatever it is.
Hey, whatever
base.
happened?
That's their base.
There was an article that came out a couple months ago that the Chinese version of NASA found like a black structure on the moon, and they were
On the dark side of the moon is one of the craters.
Yeah, they found like a box-looking structure, and they were sending out a rover to go find it. They said it would take a month to get there. Can you find that?
Hey, what did I show you this? That Chris sent me about zooming in on the moon? That zoom in. No, this is Chris. Like Chris believes this. Like, see the little thing right there?
So this opened every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slavery.
These TikToks are so hard.
So real. And basically, what I told Chris was, I said, so it's somebody who's skydiving on the moon. What is the deal, Chris? And he's like, yeah, it's aliens skydiving on the moon. Is that what you're saying? I said, yeah, it's fucking aliens. What's the problem? What's your issue with aliens?
Chinese rover spot that we all thought, this is published. December 7th, yeah, so this was published. It was a couple months ago.
So you needed a film to make these.
Yeah, see that thing? That was like
Everyone's thinking that's video.
Man, that's fuzzy.
But they said
It's always just out of frame and fuzzy.
they were going to send something over there to go check it out, and then there was their joggers. I never saw anything after that.
It's awesome.
Like when environmental laws became
We're bound to find something.
Can you imagine if different countries populated the moon?
Like, didn't like 6 months ago they say that look, there are UFOs. Like they came out and said, look, there are UFOs. These things are flying around our jets. We see them. They went in the ocean. We don't know what they are.
There's a
They're
theory
UFOs.
about that.
Nobody
Though.
said shit.
There's a theory that they're just saying that because that's their shit, and they don't want anybody to know that they have the government or whoever they have the technology. So they're like, yeah, it's UFOs. You guys
Okay,
are right.
even if they
You guys
did,
are absolutely right. We don't know what these things are.
okay, so even if they said that,
They outmaneuver our fucking bird.
right? Even if they did just say they're UFOs.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the government just said, hey, they're UFOs.
Yeah.
They're being very fast. We don't know what they are. This is how fast they're going. They just admitted it. So it wasn't massive.
Hey,
People
government admitted something?
Yeah. Are you serious?
Whatever the government admits, the opposite is probably true.
Okay,
So if they said they don't know what they are,
then they
they
definitely
probably
know.
definitely know what the fuck
So
they are.
if they're saying we don't know what they are, they appear to be UFOs, we don't know. So what's the opposite? Tell me what.
I think that technology that the United States has their hands on and trust.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Either way,
That's
once again, you guys are missing the point. Either way,
Jesus.
I was not. You're not even. Either way, they're saying there are UFOs. So what I'm saying is, they just said, "Hey, there are UFOs." People didn't have massive panics. They didn't go nuts. People didn't stop paying their bills. So I mean,
The society's pretty fucking jaded here in 2022.
right? So why
From all the
about
shit
it?
that's going on.
Well, if imagine if on the front page of the New York Times, showed a fucking flying saucer on the White House. and they showed the fund.
I think people would still pay their mortgage. I think they'll go to work.
You still have jerk offs going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, fuck that, I'm
I
out
think
here.
there'd be more YouTube videos
What do
on
you
it.
think would change?
Nothing. I think Rogan would do a couple of podcasts. I think that I'd do one. I'd yell at him to do one. He'd say, "I'm not doing anything trending. I'm not doing it. All these jack offs on YouTube doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna
would do one.
I'm gonna yell about how these people treated me when I flew.
I'd buck the system.
Right. So he wouldn't do it. You'd get somebody on here, scientists, to talk about it. But in the end, I think everybody would wash their cars and take their kids.
It's like that movie. It's like that movie. Don't Look Up. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah.
Such a great fucking movie. Such a great movie.
Yeah, it was good.
I think people would. I think it'd be like 9/11, and they're treated like patriotic, like pro-America, and there wasn't all this like divided, like Trump versus the world. I think everyone would start to become a little bit more level-headed.
So a little bit. And then they go nuts. Biden would they have to walk Biden out on the road. I don't know where it is. That what he would. That Air Force Two. No,
He
aliens.
He realized that there was another threat, an existential threat outside of the Earth. He was trying to team together a little bit more than
That's possible. Like the idea of aliens would come down here and say,
we're not ready yet.
no, but I mean, like what would like if you could get to the Earth from across the galaxy or universe, then what like we're not much of a threat. Like you've got all of our problems.
I think they're waiting to come down. I think they're waiting to reveal themselves to us. And I think they check on us every once in a while, and then they'll come down and see, yeah, Captain and go back.
They're not ready.
They're not ready yet.
They're not ready.
It's like when you're making cookies in the oven and you second.
Nope. 10 more minutes.
Yeah, these monkeys just figured out how to split the atom. You know what I mean? They're gonna blow themselves up. I think that's why they're coming in here. I have a new proposition. Okay. I said we need to start a GoFundMe, and if that GoFundMe can hit $10,000, I will get Danny and Hat Rat's face tattooed on my ass cheeks.
Nice.
Listen,
We're not doing GoFundMe.
Okay, well,
We'll do YouTube Live.
is that how
We're
we're
not
gonna
gonna
do it?
fucking scam people out of GoFundMe because you know GoFundMe took all the suckers' money.
Well, no, because not if you're upfront
Not the
exactly about
truckers.
what you're.
We're not supporting the goddamn GoFundMe.
What
assholes.
truckers?
The
Oh,
Canadian truckers.
oh, they get a piece of that, don't they?
There was a whole GoFundMe set up to support the truckers, and there was I forget how much money. I think it was close to $100,000 or even $1 million that was donated to support the Canadian truckers who were get vaccinated for fucking driving trucks.
She said, no, we're not doing that. As in, we're not doing a tattoo. We're not doing GoFundMe.
He didn't
And
like that. He didn't
GoFundMe,
like GoFundMe.
GoFundMe didn't like the cause or whatever. I don't know what they're having. They thought that it wasn't moral, it was political, and they took the fucking money.
Okay, once again, I cannot imagine that they just took $1 million.
Okay, they had to get threatened by the government, okay, for fraud. And I guess it looks like they
Well, they're refunding.
Did they refund everybody?
Yeah.
What? I'd like to.
10 million in donations.
$10 million. Listen, first of all, I'd like to say, voice of reason. Yeah, like not you because you don't say anything crazy, but between these two, I feel like I'm the voice of reason, and that bothers me when I'm the voice of reason. How bad is it?
What do you mean?
Like he's like they took $1 million on paid intake, and like I don't even know what this is.
Find out what actually
And
happened.
immediately, if we find out they refund. You know, we can't get to the moon. We don't have the technology. We lost this. No, basically, it's just that we don't currently have rockets, right? Well, yeah, we just.
Well, let's see. Did they refund the money? Let's find out. What did Ron DeSantis say? It was fraud for GoFundMe to commandeer $9 million in donations sent to support the truckers and give it a cause of their choosing. I will work with ATF to investigate these deceptive practices. These donors should be given a refund. So they had to fight. Governors of fucking states had to fucking tweet and fight to get the money back.
The money back.
They refunded.
They went.
$10 million.
They were like,
He had to
hey,
fucking type this tweet on his phone.
So
to get
listen.
them-
Oh my God.
I mean, literally, like on a Monday, they get a tweet and they're like, "Look, we have 9 days to return the money. We're planning on returning it, and relax, calm down, and they return it."
So we're not using GoFundMe.
So we're not. So that's why we're not. Using
That's
GoFundMe.
why you're not, because
of course.
because they have they probably have.
I don't think we should use GoFundMe, Matt Cox.
I don't listen. I look. I didn't want your names on. Or
I
your
just thought that was
faces
like
on
I just thought
all
no, we're not doing names.
We're doing full
Faces.
portraits, baby.
full
color
portrait.
portraits.
Hell yeah.
Full color portraits. Listen, we don't have to go from fuck GoFundMe. That's the de facto go-to for
We can set up a Patreon tier.
It's crowdfunding.
Set up a Patreon tier.
Okay.
Where it's whatever, $1,000, $2,000, whatever it's gonna be for a tattoo.
What if you don't reach it?
What
If
do
you
you
don't
do?
reach, what happens to 9,500? Which I think is more like
I'm tattooing my ass cheeks.
if it's 9,500,
So
not
who
10.
would you tattoo on your ass cheeks?
Who would you like to get tattooed on my ass?
He just said he was doing me and you.
Yeah.
For 10 G's.
For 10 G's.
Where were you?
Yeah, we gotta figure out the Patreon tiers. And we gotta label them and you gotta put the price on it. And then you can either do that or we can do donations live on YouTube.
So he said if anyone
We're in.
I mean, I'll promote it.
Is the
Nobody watches
tattoo
my
gun
channel, but I'll
mobile
promote it.
What's that? Would the tattoo gun be mobile enough to put in here and like wireless? Oh, it's wireless.
Yeah, you're okay with it? I got bad. Mine's battery.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm just making sure.
Fuck yeah. I want
Yeah.
to.
It's not like a fucking.
I'll get a tattoo live on the podcast. And donate some money.
Okay. I'll tattoo you live on the podcast.
I gotta actually. I have a tattoo.
Yeah.
Is it a blimp? Another blimp? What is it?
You guys checked out my Instagram, yeah? My tattoo Instagram.
Not recently. But I have seen
Cozy Conundrum.
Oh, do you really? What's your new Instagram?
Pull up.
Just
Posiak.ink.
Posiak.ink.
I just followed it.
That's what it took to get everybody up to the bid that happened. Everyone was like,
You did all these?
Yeah.
What if on the moon, all these countries like Russia, China, and the U.S. we like establish our own bases? You know, so fucking tiny people. There's no borders. So what the fuck is that? Would there be straight up fucking battles and wars going on?
Oh yeah, it's like that movie with Brad Pitt. Astronauts.
Yeah,
And there was like the Wild West out there shooting at each other like fucking on road.
That was a great fucking scene, right?
Yeah.
They're fucking shooting at him when the one guy gets his face blasted.
That dude that fell asleep when I was tattooing his face. Yeah.
First thing out of his mouth is
Oh,
no
what went
intention
wrong?
of freeing the southern slaves or changing their
Like,
slave
how bad
laws.
was his childhood?
Yes, we
Yeah, he
will
was fucking
chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here.
Yeah, man. I got
Those are dope.
We're not gonna like
I like them.
possession, but we will do it. Like so, the first thing out of his mouth.
Keep going.
I'm thinking about trying to get into a shop out here in Tampa, Florida somewhere.
There's a lot around here.
Yeah, if you guys know anybody,
Where do you live right now?
I'm like out in like North Tampa, like Western Tampa.
It's better than fucking Lakeland and Cox lives.
So they knew they couldn't create a
Like,
nation.
Oh, they look like this.
My bad.
Peacefully, they can change not only
Yeah, a
leadership.
little something. I'm not like the baddest dude ever, but you know what I do, like try and be a super
Figure it out for
cool.
themselves.
So,
Like change.
Posiak tattoo.
yeah, we need to get those guys back to it, bro.
I'm down, dude. I'll bring my
Hell yeah.
They actually made it elastic.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Matt, what do you think about? What do you think about? You see, like, or you? What do you think about? You see shit like putting people on the moon, fucking Elon shooting these rockets into space, trying to buy shit like jet.
I mean, listen, those are power moves by fucking billionaires. Those are billionaire power moves.
And then okay, they're calling this, but even like fucking Mozart or Michelangelo, Salvador Dali, the Empire State Building.
Kanye West.
Dying to see how
All of the most insane human innovations in the history of the world. What if it's all just an elaborate mating ritual?
What? Listen, I have an hour now.
A mating ritual?
What if
My
it's like
age,
it's like a
after I
peacock?
get tired.
Like a peacock has this fucking beautiful, broad, extravagant display of that for breeding. All it is to attract a mate. Crazy shit is that's all it is. It's just an elaborate fucking mating call that us to impress other monkeys.
You have a point.
No, to attract and fucking mate.
You have a point. At the very base level of everything, it's
So
really.
we just come up with a backstory of meeting. We create our own backstory that has some elaborate meat attached to it.
We're all
So it
really
doesn't
just trying to
look
get
like-
laid.
We're all just trying to fuck.
Hell yeah.
It's further the species on some like you're talking about like at some primal level.
Yeah.
I get it.
do you think about that theory?
That thinks it's funny.
It's bullshit.
I get it.
It's bullshit.
I in on some level, I'm sure that that's a huge part of it, or a part of it. You know, what is that pyramid? We talked about the pyramid before, where the first part of the pyramid is just trying to kind of be safe, and then the next higher level is the kind of, you know, you want security, and then there's another level is like, you know, about having like future security. The next level is kind of about your legacy, and the next level, you know,
Fuck that pyramid. What about the pyramid of consciousness?
I don't know. I don't really know even the name of the first pyramid I was talking about.
I think it's Maslow's hierarchy.
What is this guy
That
doing?
makes a lot of sense.
Can he pull that? What are you pulling up? What happened to the pyramid? It's like a pyramid.
Like, he doesn't pull anything up.
Nobody's paying attention. All these people want to go home. The guy you're paying to work the switches.
What about like all these fucking bots that live on Twitter? Like, what percentage of the tweets that you read are bots?
I was just erasing.
I don't read
crypto.
tweets.
Do the crypto people get into your
Oh my
comment
god,
section?
bro! It's insane.
Hey, I trade with John Johnson. Oh, John's wonderful. He made me hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh, I know John.
He just cashed.
Yeah, I go in there. Review.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Whether it's crypto, whether it's politics, whatever it is, if you type out a certain thing and talk about a certain thing, whether it's politics or crypto, you're gonna get all these fucking comments, the same fucking thing. Yeah, there's so many fucking bots.
They
on
say it
Twitter.
comes from Russia.
A lot of it comes from Russia. It's a Russian farm. Was that like his name? We talked to him
TikTok.
Talks about there's like even in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest. What was it? The king of Saudi Arabia. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They were the biggest group that fought back against Elon taking over Twitter. They did not want Elon taking over Twitter because he's like all.
In China, they have state-sponsored hacking, where they just fund, they buy buildings, and they just hack it full of people that are on computers 24 hours a day trying to hack into everything in America.
They indicted those guys. A ton of those guys.
That's the problem. That's the problem with free speech on Twitter. Where do you draw the line? Like, what was the purpose of free speech on? What was the purpose of
There is no line for free speech, right?
There is. They have a community guidelines. Rules they have to follow.
For who? Who are we talking about? For China? Oh, wait.
Because there's like it's supposed to be free speech, but the reason that they ban people is for reasons, right? They're trying to avoid shots. They're trying to avoid like real cause for violence on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could see violence. To me, violence would really probably be the only thing that I could say, hey, look, you just can't advocate violence. Like at that point, I'd be good.
And that was their ultimate reason for banning Trump, right? They're saying that he incited the January 6th riot.
Yeah, it would have to be pretty specific. You'd have to for me to say, look, listen, we gotta you can't say that. Like, it would have to be pretty specific.
Yeah, that whole
What he said
Trump
was very vague.
the
So
whole Trump ban shit is fucking wild.
think of the fucking shit ever of president.
Dude, because that right there lets you know that people who run these companies are part of, you know, a particular fucking agenda and a particular fucking side, the political fucking. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious.
For
like,
sure,
it's fucking straight fucking obvious. When something like that happens, it's like, okay, then there is an agenda and there is fucking some kind of ulterior fucking motive. You know, it's just like, that's insanity. Sheer fucking insanity. Like, that's happening.
And the other, and lots of like Milo Yiannopoulos getting banned, the other person who got banned, I forget who it was, some person tweeted a man is not a woman, something like that. They got banned.
Fired
Twitter.
It's crazy.
This guy I know, this political commentator kid that posts a lot of shit on YouTube, Kyle Kalinske, he posted replying to some sort of political tweet from somebody like mocking the dude, and then posted that GIF of the head explosion. You know the GIF from that movie? It's a GIF of like this guy with a clay head, and his head just explodes, and it's like clearly like clay fake or like special effects. And they fucking blocked it and suspended his Twitter profile, saying that it was like depicting acts of violence or whatever. But you can find a million other tweets using that same fucking GIF.
Yeah.
But it's because this guy's like a left commentator or whatever.
They enforce the rules when and how they want to, on who they choose to. Period. It's all part of it.
It's all part of suspicious. Like, but then there's board trying to block Elon from buying it. It's suspicious because what is he going to find? Is there something that he can find that he would expose that goes deep?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't even know. I think that they don't want him to change what they got going on. They don't need that kind of ink and sugar mountains. You know what I'm talking about? They don't need it. They don't fucking. They got what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? They got what they're trying to do. And he knows that he's gonna come in and he's gonna fucking fuck their shit up. He's gonna cause chaos.
Why would it matter when they're gonna make all that money? I mean, the price that he offered out is
I don't think it's about the money.
What is it about?
It's about
Control.
It's about their.
Why is their agenda so much more important than making millions and millions of dollars? Because people are Twitter are already multi-millionaire. They're already
Agenda's all
so they don't think so they think they have some agenda that is so moral and so just that it is more
might not be moral and just.
Yeah, more maybe in their opinion, maybe I think so. Yeah, but
in their mind it must be.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, you understand like the difference between if you have like you're worth 2 trillion and you're worth 3 trillion. You do understand that it's not like you get a bigger car. Like nothing really changes.
There was a study done, and they said after about like 70 or 80,000 or 170 or something like that $1,000 a year, your life doesn't really improve. Like your fucking your state of well-being, your means, it doesn't really improve up to that point. You know, so and like a lot of these people are just not motivated by
The money.
the money.
They got all the
not
money.
even about that. It's like they live through some altruistic. They think that their view of the world is altruistic, and that it's
And they want to push that on people.
And yeah, it's a mental illness. It's a literal fucking mental illness.
But it doesn't seem like it doesn't feel like it's like, nah, we don't want him to do it. Our answer is no. Like they panicked and went to an extreme to block it.
But okay, so why say somebody that's more left leaning, more liberal, does the same exact thing, has no zero, or for granted they do something even way crazy, like they'll say something way fucking more wild than that. You know what I mean? They'll make some fucking kind of like some feminists will say fucking all white men need to die or all women need to abort male babies, and that's just fucking allowed to float around on Twitter. Those people don't get taken off, but he says something that can be misconstrued, and all of a sudden now he's down and fucking barred from the. Come on, this is fucking obvious. It's obvious.
Yeah, it is obvious, but there's so many different variables.
There's a lot of
Saudi Arabia.
And at the end of the
Saudi
day,
Arabia. What do you do about countries that you can't tell Saudi Arabia they're not going to use bots and they're not going to pay people for saying shit.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a private corporation. It's not a public utility. It's a private corporation that they can pretty much do whatever they want with their property. Whether, you know, and it's just because of the way things are, it's like it's the de facto public square for people to communicate. It's like, what do you do?
Didn't you say you wanted to take it private? You said if you bought it, you would take it private. What was the point of taking it private?
It's a publicly traded company.
Publicly traded, but you said he wanted to make it private. You bought it outright. He said that's the only reason.
Because you don't.
I don't know.
Because then you wouldn't have to be
Yeah, I don't understand.
beholden to your
share members.
your shareholder. You're not beholden to your shareholder. Like you don't have to have a board of directors that keeps coming in and saying, "Look, we're not making money. We have to do this. We have to do that. We have to do this." If it's just a private owner,
The board is the only one.
You're legally obligated to make money for your investors.
You have to. Jack Dorsey Jack Dorsey just tweeted something. He tweeted something crazy like 2 days ago yesterday. He was saying how some fucking crazy fraud the board what he's witnessed over the past 10 years in Twitter. He's like, there has to be some sort of Hollywood thriller made about this. The coups that are happening in these companies. Yeah. What did he say? Find the exact quote. Try to pick the New York.
This jerk off takes cold showers.
Of course, he's like, keep going. It's consistent then the dysfunction of the company, what she said. Later, when he asked about another user, he was allowed, if he was allowed to say, in another of course, he responded to the user capitalist Fred Guest praising the Silicon Valley problems. Good boards don't create good companies, but a bad board will kill a company every time. Keep going down. Big fact, he said.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome at that. When Lee
Just
started,
think about
he
what
was
the
very,
Hollywood thriller
he was unconditional
humans
support.
happening.
So he was like, you guys are
Hey man, I'm sure there's all kinds of internal shit going on. People are fucking fighting it.
go home, start rebuilding. Like he could have fucking destroyed this.
I'm really happy Elon is joining the Twitter board. Well, he did it.
Stole the fucking sword. He hated it.
That was the first tweet. That's when he said he was buying like 10% or whatever.
I think
And then he purposely didn't join the board because when you're a board member, you can't own more than 50% of the company.
and yeah, Costco was like thirsty. And then on
He said there's been a lot of fucking crazy shit happening on the inside, so that company, whatever. And
Custer
he's
fucking
like,
rode ahead. And Greg was like,
really
this
stoked on it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think it's good news.
You know, that's not exactly that.
He's got a lot going on. Now he's trying to fucking take over Twitter and go to fucking Mars. I was gonna dig tunnels underneath the earth. And Jesus Christ,
How would he get $40 billion? You only have to get 50 what? You only have to get a certain
He's
percentage
got
and then
that.
get some other guys to go along
he's
with
got
it.
that and probably
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
stock. And fucking Tesla
How much
stock.
stock would you sell for $45 billion?
How many searches do you need to get $40
and then he got fucking
The population of a small country.
Yeah.
Are we done? Are we done now? That's the fucking movie.
I gotta drive an hour. I gotta drive an hour.
Should we end
Is
this?
there any conspiracy theories you can kind of believe in a little bit?
I don't.
No.
Things that I believe aren't conspiracy theories, they're just true.
Matt doesn't spend any time.
Is there any
It's not
interesting
just
things out there?
You know, because honestly, it's like I have,
What's
you
the
know,
most important thing in your life?
I mean,
What's the most important thing in your life?
to be happy.
What makes you happy?
I mean, spending time with my girlfriend makes me happy. Painting makes me happy. Writing happy.
Why painting?
I like doing my podcast. You know, I like hanging out with people that I like hanging out with.
Number one is your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Number two is painting and writing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why the painting and writing?
Do you realize like working out can kind of be on the top 10?
I'm not talking about working out.
Hate working out.
I'm talking about like the reading and writing. Why do you like the painting and writing?
It's creative. It's like, you know, it's like
To express it.
Yeah.
You just like to zone
you
out.
know you ever mow your own
I
yard?
love mowing my
Right.
That's one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah. No, is it really?
I love watching the TikToks. You send me some clips. I watch them on Instagram and on TikTok. It's like guys who make these perfect fucking lawns.
I didn't know any of this, by the way. I didn't know any of it. But what I always tell people when they're like, whenever people say like, you know,
Lawn porn.
do you like lawn porn? Whenever people say like, do you like painting? And they're like, why do you paint? Like, because I love when you kind of when you're completely done and you step back and you look at it, you're like, wow, like I did that. Like, look at that. I feel this great feeling, a feeling of fulfillment. And so like that finish something, you're like, wow, I can't believe I did that. And whenever people are like, well, I don't know what you mean, I would say, do you mow your own yard? And then they go, yeah, I do. How do you feel when you're completely done? Stop the mower, turn around and look. How do you feel? They're like,
it's like a fucking Michelangelo.
right. It's great. It's a great feeling. Like that's really for someone who doesn't paint or write, they don't understand that. But you are, they're like, or even in a room, they're like,
That
yeah,
feeling of
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Because you don't get that doing someone's taxes. Yeah, I don't think that would if you work in the warehouse, you know. But
I
I
don't
think
get that when I edit like a video.
I was gonna say maybe I was gonna say maybe
I was
it is.
thinking maybe that would work, but no, it doesn't. It's fucking torture editing.
Yeah, it's long and arduous, and then when you're done, it's like you never really feel good. Like
No,
that.
you're staring at this
You're like,
fucking screen, sitting in a chair.
But when you edit
when
one,
you're mowing a lawn, you're fucking out in the sun.
it's a clear. You're clearly done.
You're getting exercise. You have your headphones in, listen to a fucking audiobook. You learn, you get exercise, you get the vitamin D, and you're fucking creating beautiful lawns.
Yeah, it sounds stupid.
So fulfilling. So not only is Zen, but it's extremely productive.
What about washing your car? You kind of get that washing. See, I think some people. I bet you some people get that washing
I
their
love it.
car. Some people are like, I hate lawn. I don't get that mowing the yard. But most people, if you're lucky, you have something like that in your life.
I do it every week. I would do it twice a week. When I was really obsessed with my cars,
Yeah.
because that's when you start to destroy yourself.
But see, I don't really like my car. You know, if I was driving a Lamborghini, I'd probably feel, hey, watch that fucker. You know what I'm saying? But now, it's like, you know,
if you're
today,
driving a Lamborghini, you don't give a fuck. You just
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
true.
the Washington.
I would watch. Get me a Lamborghini. Watch me. Let's find out. Because when we were painting, and I threw that painting up on the hood of my car, I was like, it's great not giving a shit about your car. Like, I wanted the sun to bake the painting, make it dry right away. I took it out and just popped it on my car, back in the garage. But yeah, I like painting. I like writing. I like painting, especially writing.
And it's all about the feeling that you get, all about like that zen sort of accomplishment feeling. That's what it's all about. Or is it money involved?
No, because I don't really make a bunch of money. I don't make a bunch of money doing, like, no one thing pays my bills. Like, I make some money on books, bills. I don't even push my book bills. You know, I make some money on painting. I make some money on doing, like, commercials and you know, pods and things, you know, being in it. So I make a little here, and luckily by the end of the month, I'm able to pay my bills. You know, so, and of course that's helping me try and put together some documentaries and work on different projects, and I'm hoping those projects end up doing something and making some money. But right now, I'm super happy.
When you're writing, is it a similar process to the painting? Is it mindless, or do you have to like sit there and like really?
No, it's way different because I'll sit there for 2 hours and write 3 sentences. And other times I'll sit down and I'll write 2 pages in an hour. So it's just always just
How structured is it? Like, how much work is it? You sit there and be like, maybe this sentence should be here. Maybe I should use this word instead. You sit there and think like,
listen, I hit the thesaurus. I hit the synonym. Back with the thesaurus. Okay, what about this? Then I go and, you know.
and this is writing. If you're working on a project, is this just like writing?
No, I write almost every day. Like I did for months and months and
What
months.
is your daily writing?
You know, just different stories that I'm working on.
Okay, so stories you're working on. You don't just simply just write out thoughts, right?
No.
Plus, shit like journaling or like diet, like write like journaling.
No, it's always stories. It's always someone's story. You know, Pete and I, my buddy Pete, we've been working on something for over since I left prison, like 2 years. We've been working on a story about this guy who's shit about. And you know, the Chinese guys that were robbing all these chip manufacturers and sending the chips back to China back in the 90s. But you know, we've been working on that. I'm working on one about me being in prison, about a book I wrote. You know, and then I'm working on Jesse's story right now. He's got like a great story to talk about. So I'm ordering documents and that sort of thing. So I'm always kind of working. I get up early, work for a couple hours. Sometimes I write 3 sentences. Sometimes it's a page. You know, I do a little bit every day, and then one day I'll turn around and I'll go, "This is story. I'll let a few people read it, and I'll go,
Do you feel more creative about doing your work, more motivated to do your work after you go to generally, or is that make a difference?
No, I feel more motivated after
What's up with your? Don't you have some sort of like documentary coming out, John? Or are they working on some topics?
Yeah,
Just
trying to get it all figured out right now.
I was gonna say I was waiting for. Like to me, I'm always like, I'm doing this. Like I know what's happening the whole way through. And when I say to him, and if you mention it to him, he's like, "Well, take it forever." Well, what's that? I'm like, it takes time.
So I know
what
what
happened.
happened. I get it. It's
You know.
just one of those things where it's like, you know, you get to a certain point and then there's negotiations, and then they get to another certain point and then there's negotiations, and then there's more negotiations. And sometimes it gets fucking just sit somewhere and doesn't do anything for 4 or 5 weeks, and then all of a sudden you get a fucking text message and like, okay, we're moving on this, we're moving on that. So it's just like, I don't know. No, it's definitely happening. The wheels are turning. Things are happening. You know, so stuff's getting shine.
Can we watch the trailer or the sizzle they made?
Really? You've seen it. Like you've seen it. You know, I like no. The guy that's doing it, he's doing nothing. Do you understand that? Anything?
Fuck him.
Ain't no. Yeah. anything he posts, like they are all over him.
Do my social media. If I post something that's even kind of like considered sketchy, or racist, or fucking anything
They can
the director gives him a call.
They don't even call him anymore. They're done calling him because he argued. They call me. You gotta call him. I don't know.
You gotta take that post.
That's like,
what post they actually said?
And they never mean anything. Like the head. What was the head?
One, I had like a giant clown head on the helmet or head. Can we see this? On your phone? Yeah, I have it on my phone.
But they were trying
like,
to say
that's a racist.
They were saying it looks like you're in blackface. It's a clown head from what's his name? Rob Zombie movie that happens to be is the guy black or brown? It's just a brown head. It's not even. I don't think it's even. Yeah. So no, take it down. It looks bad. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't look. It looks bad.
That was the photo you posted. Yeah, I'll take it down.
That's not the only one. There's been multiple ones.
Yeah, I'll show you another one that I had to take down. No, it's our time. I'm just going back nuts. So they think the people that are trying to sell this fucking documentary, I had to take that one down too.
They're always
because that's supposed to be what's that supposed to be? White power. White power. I didn't know that. I just what I do.
Yeah, first of all, that's not. It's a sign that they're taking and twisting.
Does that really mean white power? I don't know.
That's like me saying okay.
That means white power.
Shut up.
Yeah. So. I don't know.
Everything is.
What is the reason they explain to you why they want? I'm under a microscope. They don't want me to fuck up any potential and sell it to a Neptune.
Right.
They don't want to be like, okay, because they're going to tell somebody about me. The people are going to look into me. They're like, wait a minute, what about this post right here? These executives, these networks are fucking sensitive.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Right. It doesn't matter that
I'm like, well, they better not go and watch my fucking email. Please post and make it. I should award a make it very good podcast. Oh, I'd be surprised. And that's not even really like. If I would do it, I would just to ruffle feathers, but that's not really
right.
Like
but the whole thing is like he's not a racist person. These aren't racist things. They're like, yeah, but they could be construed as it's like, oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, it's
not. Not how much that fucking suck having your whole livelihood based on these fucking political ideology. Yeah, so that's how I'm living.
Oh, you should hear
how I want to.
On our group chats.
I can't. I go fucking.
Go nuts. You understand our group chats? Like I say stuff like I'm gonna say one of the mundane ones. Like they'll say, hey, we're waiting for so and so to respond. We send them an email. We're waiting for the response, and I say, hey, listen, do you have this guy's address? Because I'll get a couple of Mexicans to go throw him in the trunk of their car, drive around for a couple of hours, duct tape him to a chair.
The group chat was like 8 people that are working on this film.
Right, duct tape him to a chair, and then we'll have a conversation just to solve.
Do you remember the one?
And so wait. He's laughing. That's funny. We're going. It's like I'm gonna say that, boom, dead silent for like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden I just get I'll get the emoji with just the big eyes, like that.
What about the one where he's like terrified? He's like, okay, so they sent us a picture of this dude, and like we're pitching to this dude, and we're trying to get this guy signed on board. So I just jump on, I do a quick Google search of the guy. Apparently, he has some kind of wild fucking sex charges against him.
No. It was that he had been sued by an assist. What is it? An intern, a female intern had sued him for sexual assault. Yeah.
And I'm like, so I pulled up the news article.
This was just somebody they were pitching.
They were talking to. Yeah, they were talking to him, and they're like, we're trying to get him involved. So then I sent the news article in the thing. And then
just the guy,
right? Yeah, it's just the guy, and the fucking when he came out and said something about.
I came back and then they were like, well, maybe we should reconsider talking. And I guess it's not. I guess we're not going to approach him. That doesn't sound like something you want to deal with. And I go, well, wait a second. What does she look like? I said, let's not jump to conclusions here, bro. I said, this may have been a perfectly reasonable sexual harassment. I said, sometimes it's just good behavior. So I'm going back and forth. Listen, we're talking about that's like a phone call, like say like that, and they come back to me 5 years later, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's a joke. But then again, we have nothing to lose.
They work on huge projects with like these massive, fucking conglomerate
billion-dollar companies,
yeah.
like they can't.
big time budgets and shit. So I
They
can
can't.
people are getting fucked up over tweets from 5 years ago. So I can only somebody publishes the whole chain of fucking chats that's going off.
Yeah. They're not stupid enough to comment. We're terrified.
Oh yeah. I'm a loose cannon. They're fucking terrified of me just thinking this whole goddamn thing.
Can you please just call him?
Just call him.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. They think I'm gonna torpedo the whole thing before it even gets legged. So they're just trying to fucking. That's why I don't really post or like. I go crazy on my podcast sometimes when I probably shouldn't about a lot of shit, but my social media I kind of don't really. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. I was like, maybe we should get Harvey Weinstein involved. He fucking. I was like, he fucking gets bangers going.
He would have had this thing filmed and released by now.
Yeah. I threw Harvey in there. Oh yeah, dude, they didn't like none of that at all. These are all like well-to-do. Their sense of humor is real dry. It's not like not like when you got it like ours.
Where are they all from? Where are they?
Upper crust, northeast.
Like New York area?
All of them. I don't know. Actually, I don't really. I'm assuming. I'm making assumptions here. I believe they're all.
Yeah, listen, I have an idea. Like I was going to talk to you about it at some point. Like I called up the director. I called him up and said, "Listen, here's what happened. Boom. Immediately, the problem with that is that we would be fixing that documentary for people that have long-term relationships with companies. Like he immediately started. I'm like, yeah, but it's an amazing story. And it is. I'm like, I'm really involved in this. I can get everybody lined up. Like, I understand that. The problem is getting the money to do this, and then asking to place them on a platform that they buy from that production company, and they will have issues with that. Like it becomes super political, and I'm like, yeah, but it's all true, but it's irrelevant to this. I'm like, yeah, but this is what happened. And he's like, that doesn't matter. That's an amazing story, and it's all 100% true. It could damage their relationship with this company and this company. It's like, yeah, it's just this giant, everybody's in bed, right? Bureaucracy, right? It is. It's like the fucking government. So I mean, I immediately started thinking, well, who do I know? Like, I basically need to get somebody that would go against the grain. But Danny's as disgusted as I am. He was disgusted years earlier.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Maybe he'll film it for you.
We're in a group chat with a group of friends, and I was really, he said something really funny there. They were talking about Kyrie Irving. You know how like Kyrie Irving's like that, he's vaccinated, so like, obviously there's fucking two opposing views of Kyrie. Everyone's like, oh, freedom, crazy fucking people. I love Tucker loves Kyrie Irving, and all the super woke people who love vaccines. I think Kyrie's in fucking. And we're in a group chat with somebody, and she's like, they're big LeBron fans, and Kyrie and LeBron. They're obviously going at it. They're not like super close anymore because Kyrie talks about LeBron.
They're both on opposite ends of the spectrum
Right.
when it comes to that.
Yeah, Kyrie and LeBron is just like left and right. And one of the people who chat was like, the only reason I would like Kyrie is if he went back and played with LeBron and shut up and didn't say a word. Never open out. And Shane responded, he goes, so he should shut up and dribble.
There was
And it was a silence after that.
Dude, it was fucking great. I didn't do it justice. But
You had to do that.
one of those things, you had to do
Yeah, and vaccination.
Shit, what do they give you?
Yeah.
Anyways,
We'll make a documentary now.
it's like little A rapist.
What about our other episode?
Well, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm I mean, yeah, can't we just boost somebody's confidence and redo it? Plus, you know how much research it takes? I mean, it's outrageous the amount. Or get me that guy, listen, I don't even know how much that guy really did. I think he may just be ad-libbing some of the stuff. But you're talking about, we have to get footage of the people. That's what you gotta do, get the footage of them. Then you have to kind of go through it piece by piece and break it apart. Well, yeah, like, I mean, I don't really know that guy's I've watched it. What's the guy's name again?
No idea.
Stick with, yeah. It's the guy that he breaks down like these criminal. So like they show like the fucking, for example, you like a psychologist? For example, the guy who shot the
I don't think that initially he's super confident, right? Like you really think first he tells you a little bit about First he tells you a little bit about the case, like like 15 students were shot, blah blah blah. Then they caught him, or then they caught the kid, and then they get him into the room. And at this point, you can tell he's acting normal. He's concerned. You can see the concern when he does this, when he does. He kind of just talks about what he's doing. Then he says, however, once the detective walks in the room, notice how he immediately, appears to be, riddled with anxiety and stress. How he suddenly starts talking to, he's basically saying how he's faking. He's faking being crazy or whatever. And then when he leaves, so he kind of breaks his playing video of that. You gotta figure out the name of this guy out. So it ends up being like an hour, 2 hour long thing where he breaks down the whole thing. But I was there to leave, and then I thought about it. I thought, he's not using passionate time. He's just really saying what he thinks is happening. So I was like, how much real research do I have to do? Right. I mean, what I really just need is the videotape. Like, where's the videotape, and why is this person being interviewed?
So one of his most popular videos, a guy who had just got done murdering like this whole thing, and he's sitting in the interrogation of the guy who's being up to the fucking table, and the guy's interrogating. And he's like, going like this, making these weird hand movements, and acting like he's insane. And the moment the fucking cop walks out of the room, this is it. JCS, criminal psychology. What does JCS stand for again?
That was like my first joke.
Give me something.
Oh, what's
yeah, go to videos. Go to videos. Find like his top video.
Jody Eric.
61 million views. All of his videos are like this.
In the last 7 or 8 months. Look at him.
These 4 dudes get captured by these Indians. They take them and they make them run the gauntlet. So that was one thing they would do when they would capture prisoners. A lot of these tribes would make you run a gauntlet like right away. So the whole town would come to the bank of this river with these dudes they captured on the news. And one of them, by the way, Stark, in the Revolutionary War, would come up with the term "live free or die." Pretty sick. And he was like, I mean, this is how small the world this was back then. Oh yeah, true. He's paying attention. He knows doing physical. He doesn't know my comedy is verbal and physical. So they do the whole town. What's the gauntlet? Gauntlet is where the townspeople, mostly young men, line up 2 rows and make you run the gauntlet. They hit you with sticks and walk with you the whole way. No, I thought they were. When so you get caught by the Indians, they make you go.
Just giving his observation. A lot of assumptions. Right.
The settlers have a looking gauntlet. No, I think they probably just killed you. executed their sure. So you had to run through. Yeah, they handed you a stick that you had to hold. So you couldn't like block. Yeah, like hold a stick and run through a combat. And they would all just hit you. Now they tried not to hurt you. They tried not to kill you. I think they just want to hurt you. They want to fuck you up. But the Indian who captured them, who was the chief of this tribe, told them some things to say in their language that would make it easier on them. Which actually translated to like, I can fuck up everybody in here. Hilarious. So the first guy ran through, I was like, you just you had no idea. They were fucking crazy. They were just like, the second guy came through and his chant was, I can fuck all the women here. Like, well, I don't know. And then he started getting hit hard enough that he started fighting. He dropped the stick and just started swinging. And they let him go. They're like, all right, hilarious. We're not going to hit him anymore. He's also probably crying. Like, I can fuck up. So it was wrong that the Indians were funny, obviously.
Anyways, that's good. So it breaks down the psychology of all these fucking crazy people that like commit heinous crimes and murders. And they're fucking insane. You just got like, I don't know what happened. His channel's still up, but he got like a vast majority of the content got taken down by YouTube for
it's an instinctive thing to make people run through.
But they took it down saying it was too violent. There's no fucking violence. They're just showing people in their news. And people are losing their shit about it because obviously a lot of people love this kind of thing.
You go cabin to cabin.
I think the problem is where you find videos. How do you know?
Right.
And I'm not a psychiatrist, but I get the con man.
If it's like white collar crime, that's
Right.
perfect for someone to do it.
But where do you get those videos? Like,
That's yeah, it's not going to be easy.
well, but, I understand that. I mean, at this point in my financial, well,
You can't afford it. That's always crying about being broke.
yeah, I am.
Meanwhile, he's making $700 a month on Patreon. Congratulations, buddy. That's great.
Cha-ching.
That's fucking amazing, man.
Listen, bro, I'm
proud of you.
I've got my my different tiers.
When I had Brett Johnson in here,
I'm giving away things.
when I had Brett Johnson in here, he was telling me, so this is not Top Scotch. I've had dozens of people telling me that I gotta get Matt Cox in the room. I told him already. When I seen him on Lex Friedman, I was like, oh my god, this guy's coming out of the woodwork doing interviews again. Fucking, and I was like, you man, we gotta get him on the podcast.
Yeah. And then I sent out his contact info.
Cool. You got set it up? Yeah, that'd be weird. Fucking getting him on the podcast. Have you met him? No.
What about the counterfeit?
Oh, dude, his video's blowing up. Isn't that
Right?
sad?
Yeah.
His video's balling out.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because of the comments. I think the only reason that video is one of the main reasons is how fucking dumb I was. I came in like after a full day of drinking. It was on a Sunday.
What? You totally didn't even.
I didn't. First of all, I was fucking hammered drunk, so I was drinking the whole entire day. Matt Cox called me at like, what time did you call me?
Oh, it was probably 2 or 3 o'clock, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
You don't need a lot of counterfeiters. Like you just even in federal prison, I probably met 3 or 4 the whole time. Like, and he knew, and it's funny because when he starts talking, he knows. You immediately know he knows. I don't know what else he's talking about, but when he starts talking about counterfeiting, you're like, oh, this motherfucker's counterfeiting. Like, he knows. Oh yeah. Like, I don't half the stuff may be insane what he's talking, what Bojack's talking about, but the moment he starts talking about credit cards and making credit cards, you're like, okay. I don't know about all that other.
Go on.
I don't know about the moon landing thing, but you can make a card.
So yeah, I was no preparation. It was like 2 hours notice for a podcast, and I was drunk. And I just walked in, and I was fucking I asked the guy the same question twice. Within like, if you just read the top comments, it's just fucking shit up. This guy's carrying the podcast on his back. He explains objectively. Interviewer is a straight up fool. 300 like that comment.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He crucifies the comment section. Though. Listen, you sent a fucking comment to Matt the other day that somebody had fucking a long-winded one. And, oh my god, dude, it was the greatest thing ever. It said something like the one line that I just sticks out to me the most that I remember from it said that Wise Guy's platform because he said, what did he say? Oh, shitting on Matt. God damn it, dude, I forgot what they said. Something about he
I love sending Matt the comments that just fucking roast him because they're mostly roasting him.
If he reads 400 comments, he finds one that says something negative. He's like, that's the one I'm sending to him. What about the other 399?
Well, those are comments.
that was a great one though. The last one you said was fucking
What did it say about that?
Dude, they were pissed. They were upset that Danny was giving Matt a platform.
Why this snitch piece of garbage, like scumbag? Why would you give someone like this a platform? He doesn't deserve to live. What about his victims or something? Blah blah. This is like,
He said this guy's willing to take advantage of anyone who seems less important than himself to pad his fucking criminal bank account. I'm like,
you sent it to me.
Damn.
And then the whole time I was reading it going, dude, they accurate. I mean, I don't like his characterization.
They were so mad.
The delivery sucked, but it was pretty accurate.
I think it was quite eloquent how they wrote it.
Yeah,
It really was well put together. I was like, damn.
It was beautifully articulated.
Eventually, he like threw his head
We just did 3 hours. So I think, wrap her up. John, plug your shit.
Yeah, man. Just come to my Instagram account. From my Instagram, and if you want to buy any painting, you can do so there. Also, tune into my Instagram account and go ahead and hit the subscribe button. That's Posey at Convention Podcast, YouTube. Doing a lot of good things over there now, and Sister Soul is crazy. So, yeah, subscribe. My channel's growing. Like, my motherfucker, views are crazy. By the Swiss 40 days.
Yeah, let us know in the comments if you guys are down to see Matt or John do some tattoos live.
Yeah, and you know, I'm still down for the extra tattoos. If we can hit that 10K, we can hit that 10,000 mark. I think that would be great.
Matt's comment.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
just the title of it is great.
This is great.
Please stop giving the mega douche Matthew Cox a platform. 5 stars. I love Concrete Podcast. I love Danny. He chooses fascinating subjects and speakers. He leads fascinating conversations. But for the love of God and all that is holy, please stop giving mega douche Cox a platform. I don't care how extroverted, animated, and able to carry a story the guy is. He's a jailhouse snitch and a self-serving human being that literally took advantage of people he deemed less important than himself in order to steal their identities. Pad his illegal bank accounts and evade the FBI. Then he has the sack to talk about it openly to anybody listening. The guy's a sociopath and doesn't deserve a do-over or a public platform to peddle his tales of illegally gotten clout shamelessly. He deserves nothing less than to be a deplatformed and shunned into obscurity for the rest of his miserable jailhouse siege existence. That is all.
Clip that!
God,
I am clipping that and putting that all over social media. Awesome. That was awesome. Well done. If you are watching this right now, well done.
I mean,
What's that guy? Tell us what the guy's username is on YouTube.
if that's you, please comment. We'll send you some free
Yeah. We'll send you this guy. Please leave a comment on this podcast with your email address, and we'll get you.
what is his name? Last week.
Oh, this wasn't a YouTube comment.
24 days ago by.
This was a comment on Apple Podcasts.
Oh, on Apple Podcasts.
It was a review on Apple Podcasts. It wasn't on YouTube.
The snitch really hit the ground.
Wow,
That was like the core of the message. You were a snitch and you found a really articulated way to shit on you.
Mega douche.
Mega
douche Matthew Cox. Then he's got the sack to talk about it.
Yeah,
And
that was
everybody is
good.
willing to listen.
Here, this is another one, Katie. So these are what Danny sends me.
She's grimy. I love it. Been listening for nearly 6 months. I've never seen a photo of that, but I always pictured him as a bald guy. Now I get it. He's just little. God damn.
I mean,
They're fucking brutal.
Oh.
They're absolutely brutal.
We should save all those and make like a little book out of it.
Oh, sure, make like a table,
After like
cocktail book.
10 years of comments, it was fucking classics.
all the best ones.
yeah.
That would be beautiful. You could sell them.
Listen, you could go through all of Soft Bottom Rebellion, Glad TV. You could go through Value 10. I mean, because they all have them.
Yeah.
And you know, God, what's the name of the guy? Big Hurt. Big Hurt.
Yeah.
Big Hurt. Like you go through all those channels. There are some people that are not happy with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like to say that they just don't really know.
Probably.
I just got to get to know him. He's a great guy.
Just like the show.
I wonder why they got picture of you as bald. Yeah. He said, I never saw a picture of Matt, but I always thought he was bald.
The last part when I read it, I just fucking died. And the worst thing, I was laughing and I thought, well,
How snitch existence. They were pissed.
Yeah, the snitch really probably really had
Belford just did Glad, and he talks about it. Ask him about him
About
fucking-
you?
No, about cooperating. Belford, and he goes all into it.
He said basically the same thing you said.
Well, what's funny is he explains that he says, look, he said, did I cooperate? Yeah, I cooperated. He's like, I wore a wire, and he said, I wore a wire on a couple of people. He said, nobody said anything that really incriminated themselves. He said, and I knew everybody was going to cooperate, and I was going to have to testify anyway, so I wasn't concerned. He said, to be honest with you, he said, you're looking at 20, 30 years. He said, everybody on Wall Street cooperated. He said, then he said, they had me go to my best friend, which was, I guess, like, I mean, I think his name was Liam, and he goes to see him, and he said, you know, and I was like, I need best friend. I knew that. He said, so, look in the mirror. It said, I'm wired, don't do anything to incriminate me. And he goes, and he took this note and said, okay. You know, we had a conversation, he didn't say anything. He said, 3 months later, they just decided to, for other reasons, nothing I had done. He said, the agent comes and bangs on my front door, and he said, and holds up a note.
Man, the guy kept the note.
Yeah, and he said, and what Danny did is he indicted him, was he cooperated against me. He said, right then, I lost my faith in humanity. He said, and I enthusiastically cooperated against everyone since then. And he, you know, he's like, yeah. Because when he gave it to Danny, and he kept it. And so 3 months later, when they came and they arrested him anyway, he's like, listen, Belford this, Belford that. Oh, you guys kept the note. He said, and then when he went on and said, to be honest with you, I got lucky that the agent liked me and didn't push for them to give me a bunch of time. He ended up getting, I think, 18 months or 4 years, and he ended up doing 18 months. I forget exactly. But he explains the whole thing, breaks it down. And so, anyway, that's Colby sent me that. He said, bro, you've got to do a video on this, on Belford. So, I thought it was yeah, so fun.
Cool. Matthew, where can we subscribe to your Patreon and buy your paintings and books?
I mean, Patreon. Maybe it's just Matt Cox. I don't know. I'll send you the link. But yeah, they get beers, and I have a YouTube channel, and it's called Matt Cox and True Con. Yeah. And I sell paintings. And Boziak's got a bunch of paintings.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nipsey,
DM Boziak about the in the Jackie Duck.
Good night, everybody.
Eating bugs and doing shit, and you just want pour water on you and be like, fresh. Yeah, you feel like remember you're sitting there and you're digging.
I'm gonna butcher this. You're basically the Secret Service's most wanted cyber criminal history. It's my understanding that I was, if you want to call it hacker, the first cyber criminal that made the United States. So how did you get into this world, especially coming from Alabama?
Well, I'm from Kentucky.
Okay,
I'm residing in Alabama.
Okay.
So how did I get into it? Man, that's an interesting discussion. What was your childhood? Was your childhood?
Yeah, it's a childhood. I talked about it extensively on my show, but my life of crime begins when I was 10 years old. And my mom was the fraudster in the family. My dad was a captain in the military. Mom was just this crazy fuck. she was off the chain on stuff. This is a woman that she would bring men home and she cheated.
They were called savages for a reason.
He would sit there and cry. She would explain she was leaving how she was going to talk with this guy. She was going to take her pictures with me. And he'd beg her not to do it.
Because in the colonies, they didn't really have that much currency.
His problem was,
So, I mean, due to counterfeit,
he loved my mom so
it's funny
much.
too. When there's like no money, people are like, all right, forget about money. What else do we have? We're going for fucking beers. All right, well, that's money now. All right, everything continue.
Not really a criminal mindset.
It was about how if you counterfeited,
He had two
that was
instances
death notice, which hasn't changed much.
where he tried
Your destination. Anyway, excuse me. Harding was actually police by
one
the
of
secret.
the
Still,
helicopter pilots in the military and the army,
what's that?
they
Counterfeit.
downsized. So they offered him, they said, hey, you can either come back in as a staff sergeant or we'll cut you loose. Shit, cut me loose. So he goes back and he decides he's going to be a coal miner in Eastern Kentucky. Now people understand that coal mining in Eastern Kentucky, you have to pay his
That's the Secret Service's
but
job. You're still literally on bills saying to counterfeit. Usually printed on
so
bills.
we were going broke
Yeah, you
quicker.
gotta call counterfeiting. You were fucked.
His first year of criminal life, yeah, mom was doing all
That's
the
okay.
things.
You branded it. They used to get branded under their eyes, like right here.
Dad had a good
Just to make sure, yeah, check your info. Just say, or for like
transport drugs back and forth across the Texas-Mexican border. Well, we had this guy named Tommy Allen
yeah,
Collins.
sucks to get an aura from Rogue when
He was in a place called Jeff, which is
rapists. Shit, what do they give people for rapists when they are middle A? So it's like a periodic table.
So
It's
we
like
had
R,
certain
middle A, rapist,
prisons.
R, Rogue. Being a rogue is sick. Being a rogue is sick.
All over the Navy system.
Gerald didn't follow the rules. Just because in the colonies they were like no
Hey,
rules.
Tommy a visit.
Yeah, so dude,
Tommy's
come
there.
from Europe that were
We were
no
trained
rules there.
all these people
So all you had to do
just
back then was like call yourself a different name. You could do it.
so all the law enforcement in the area hated this fucking
Then you
guts,
go to another
but
town. Yeah,
trust the
just
guy.
counterfeit money there.
So that was
Plus,
awesome.
also they didn't have to brand you. There wasn't the internet back then. Yeah, there's no databases. That's what I'm saying. They just have to do something. They like cut your ear off. Yeah, your personal ended at your deal. The guy would come in and be like, "Yo, this is new money." You're like, "You want new money?" You're like, "New money, bro. You want it or not?" And you're like, "Yeah, we had a mortgage. Here's a bunch of new money."
Well, like, okay, we'll do that. They said the United States police
That's one different. He's like, "Don't do the counterfeiting back there."
kills you.
And the technology, what the fuck did they do? Drawing. There were plates. There were plates that they could stand counterfeit. Yeah.
They killed Tommy.
So they would get a money
My
stand.
dad at that point decided
And then
maybe 5 drugs.
t-shirts back then.
What a fucking good idea. So that was the first instance. The other instance was we were at Hazard.
It's
And
pretty
this is
easy.
kind of my story. So I was watching 6 minutes ago.
That would have been tight. Their clothes back then sucked.
Segment on the drug trade.
So these 4 dudes were trespassing and collecting beaver pelts, which beavers used to get. Beavers are huge.
After the segment,
Yeah, I know that. They get up to 90 pounds. They're fucking big dogs,
a house like this, I think you do. And the plan was to go down and become a Miami-Dade house. You have to pot of drugs. And my thing was, it was only like 8 months.
So they put like a trap in the water.
It's like, oh,
And put
no,
like
it
female
never happened.
pheromones on.
So we get to
When the female
Miami.
like stood up at the top of the stick, and there was a clip or something that drug it under the water.
How big are the female beta pheromones? I want to know.
Killer bee, you come out of them, squeeze, rub it on a stick.
Wrecked.
So you have to like, you surge, you have to like surgically
Like, so, like, you have to cut the pussy so they did, like, here's some, well, maybe that's how beaver came out.
true.
It's like, yeah.
I think they took it first, man.
All this shit's popping off, you know, and
By the way,
that was the first problem I
George
dealt
Delaware
with.
for having sex with molesting ponies. So
That's a hill as old as that.
What had happened is Miami Dade, the real cops burst in, arrested 6 of the people that were class and some warrants. They didn't have the same idea he had, right?
this guy was going to the barns and strapped to the
We
barn,
were
strapped
broke
to the
at
legs.
that point. Baby got the
He would have his way with
to
him.
go
Yeah, you know, he kicked. So he
they
was,
sold everything they
I don't know if he was, they said molesting others. I don't know if he was penetrating these ponies. I think he was just like,
to the hospital.
well, maybe I don't know.
That was like, guy in Pennsylvania was eating horse pussy. We got caught. And I was like, all you have to do is stand up and you're innocent. Like, if you get caught eating pussy, like, somebody has to get straight up real quick. What psycho is going to be like, pussy? You see that horse's pussy? Well, coming in here is we're going to
Where they were going,
like that was a very good idea.
spring break.
Well, it's topical too. Yeah, they're about to come out and go pussy.
These 4 dudes get captured by these Indians. They take them
She got it.
and they make them run the
She would
gauntlet.
only work
So that was one thing they would do when they would capture prisoners. A lot of these tribes would make them run a gauntlet like right away. So the whole town would come to the bank of this river with these 2 dudes they captured on the
Reach my
canoes.
dad.
And one of them, by the way, Stark, in the Revolutionary War, would come up with the
Mom
term
reached
"live free or die."
Where she got
Pretty sick. And he was like, I mean, this is how small a world this was back then. Oh yeah, true. Oh man, you missed it. Damn it, dude, you're fired.
She thought all of her kids getting back. They were our kids. Bugs out. Right? I don't see that.
He's paying attention. He didn't know I was doing physical. He doesn't know my comedy's verbal and physical. Physical comedy. So these are the whole town. What's the element?
Gauntlet is where the townspeople, mostly young men, line up 2 rows and they can run the gauntlet. They hit you with sticks and fuck with you the whole way.
I thought they were. So you get caught by the Indians, they take you here.
The Indians would make you run the gauntlet
Do we have a
as a
comment?
president.
I mean, I wait, but Billy, I can't hit the good guys.
Oh, she is
Settlers have a fucking gauntlet.
No, I think they
She could be physically abusive, but
executed
her
it.
partner would
So
be
you gotta run through.
Yeah, they handed you a stick that you had to hold.
So,
So you couldn't like block. You had like hold a stick and run through a gauntlet. And they would all just hit you. Now they tried not to hurt you. They tried not to kill you. They just want to hurt you. They want to fuck you up.
so
But
my
the
wife
Indian
tried
who
to do
captured them, who was the chief of this tribe, told them some things to say in their
My mom
language
had
that would
my mindset. That's where that shit comes from. No doubt.
which actually
But my
translated
dad,
to like, I can fuck up
mixed
everybody
with
in here.
that
Hilarious. So, the first guy I ran into was like,
So
it's
it's bad. I
the second guy came through and his chief was like, fuck all the women here. So he had to hit hard enough that he started fighting the gauntlet. He dropped the stick and just started swinging. And they let him go. They were like, all right, hilarious. We're not going to hit him anymore.
Well, he's also probably crying. They're like, oh, my God, I can't do it. Where's the fuck anybody here?
my mom, when my wife tried to get my mom was in gone for a few days.
The Indians were funny.
Me and Lisa at home, no food in the house. I'm the kid that used to post up at the window, look outside, see if he's coming home. This was the kid that
Hilarious. That's I mean, that holds up today. That joke. That's a good bit. It's pretty good. That's a good bit by that Algonquin.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
so we
I thought it'd be to have a gauntlet too.
was
Because the thing,
watching
like, we did it.
Pork
Yeah, this is what people do.
It's an instinctive thing to make people run through a gauntlet.
And it's fucking them up.
Slap them all the way. Yeah, then,
Shit, that's the best idea ever. Let's do that.
after that. So some of these
It
tribes
gets where we
have,
want the
like,
sandwich.
you go cabin to
And
cabin.
the shopping plaza.
When you're good at getting indoctrinated, basically, as tortured, like into being a prisoner, you get hazed into it, which is like you go to this cabin, somebody will pluck a fingernail out. You go to the next cabin, someone will bite your finger off.
Put it off the shelf.
Just all your finger off. One of the cabins was just one of the women just beat the shit out of you. You gotta get back. She just beat you as hard as she could the whole time. Dude, I was. They cut your finger off yet? Eventually, yeah, this is and then there's some cabin where it's just little kids and they stab
Just
you.
do all kinds of shit. I go back into Kmart and everything like this. Maslow, a perverted form of Maslow's hierarchy.
Would scalp you and then
Books,
pour
games,
boiling water
music, and all
on where they
shit.
just scalped you.
Mom comes home.
Which,
Mom comes home, sees the Atari, sees the television, sees all this stuff. Oh, that's good. Hey, I'm like, hey, man. My sister.
oh, this was, you got crushed. You got fucking crushed. But the Indians, a lot of these tribes, so that's another thing that is annoying. Obviously, I've said it 1,000 times. People talk about Indians in America. They always like the Indians, like it's one group. These are just, some northeastern woodland tribes.
Generational shoplifting ring, right? You take these road trips, they'd go to JC Penney's, steal clothes and jewelry,
They all like loved being able to take names. That was like their
They got
big fucking thing. Like if your mom cried giving birth to you, everybody in the tribe was like, "You're fucking." It was that stayed with you. So even moms had to be like tough as fuck the whole time.
They went in.
Like wild shit. Is it possible for a woman to give birth not even just naturally, even just kind of like
Books.
The tribes had some good
You're
ideas.
supposed to move back into that.
They basically quit you. See the women. They knock off your edge and where your kids get. So it's possible. Maybe fucking hard one if you're outside. Totally unrelated. Also, one that made me laugh
I
was
might
one of
stay in
these
property
Indians
underneath the blazer.
reported how British people acted when they got hurt, which was wah, wah. It's literally like when we scalp them, they just go wah,
Johnson. I stopped and I'm like, Brett Johnson. They're like, yes. And I'm like, yeah. Like, something like that. So they leave me to the security range. JC Penney's. There's my grand.
treated like black ladies.
Crying, talking about how they didn't need to do it. It was a mistake. First time they've ever done it. What's going on? Sorry, we're sorry.
It's been fun stuff. So, at the end, after a guy bit your finger off, I mean, it's dominatrix you, and then
That's where my
needled you. What happened? It would just be like, oh, it's like a roller coaster. Like, here's our version of you being a pussy. That's pretty much it. But there's also examples of dudes getting tortured and like laughing and making fun of the Indians. At which point, a lot of the Indians would kind of like let them live.
Well, it's interesting. Now,
Another thing that they adopted a lot because a lot of these tribes are like sustenance farming and shit like that, where they didn't have a lot of manpower, especially at this point with the cost there. So they would just take hands in.
So
You're one of us now. Like your finger off first. You're letting your finger off. You'd be like, I even say. There was one guy that got adopted, and it was like literally from that. Oh, dude, he got adopted by a dude slowly just because he obviously couldn't speak the fucking language. So he sat down and the whole dude in the cabin started plucking his hair out. Like he likened it to like a bird. Like a turkey, like just ripping the feathers out. So he started ripping all his hair out and left it down in front. And he didn't realize at the time that he was giving him their haircut. That's how they cut hair.
My grandfather was
Barbershop was rough. There's a game number 4 on the wall. The chief came in. It was like one of us now. He was like literally no one in that tribe treated me like all it took was the chief being like he's one of us, and everyone was like, "What's up, bro?" That was it. There's also too, it's like I was trying to be like, well, can I be friends with people who pick my finger off and have their wife beat me up and yell at me? It's like imagine the outlet. It's like, all right, you're going to let you loose now. My other option is to live in the woods. Yeah. First, just doing that alone without putting my finger off and prison me. Yeah. Just if there's anybody that can be so mean to me and they know you're still part of the thing, I think they just thanks for all you. Just starve to death. Thanks for one guy got adopted. He was like a slave. he was doing like farm work, and eventually he like threw his hoe into the river and was like, "This is for women." And all the Indians were like, "Well, you sick? This guy's awesome." So the Indians have full fucking codes. You know, he risked his life to be like, "This is chick work." They were like, "You're right, that's chick work. Go home."
You're past the test.
Yeah, and also they were
Every single last samurai in the final test, they're like, this is fucking
I know that's it.
congratulations.
The one movie that I didn't know, I didn't know it for years.
But they,
It's only been the past 5 or 6 years.
Too many minds. It's like, everything's fucking gay.
But I have this memory of
Yes, he's learning.
yes, he's learning our ways.
That's fucking sick.
It's good girls. Yeah, he threw his hoe into the river. They were like,
had that
"This is good. Respect the river."
she was reading everything, and for years I
There
thought,
had to be white guys out there that made other white guys' fingers eventually.
You came home with
I
sort
feel
of
my
like,
mom
No, I'm
thinks
saying like,
fucking it's how you become dry. Like the fingers off that's like the third or fourth reference they've made to it. So
such real, man.
safe to say
So
that's
that's
launch your fingers so hard.
it's interesting
Pulling
that
your finger off.
this no gotcha.
I was talking to
Just let me see your finger. Close your eyes. Bite your finger.
when I start telling these stories,
Oh, man.
it's like it minimizes
No, I'm saying I wondered if any settlers joined. A lot of those dudes stayed with the tribe. They ran away. So they stayed with the tribe. There had to be someone who bit someone like John Smith or
as a person.
bit someone's finger off.
That's the position. So that's
Yeah, sure. If you hang around that culture long enough, you get that whole thing.
What's also funny too, like if like they've adopted like European dudes, so you're just like running and you're like, all of a sudden you come to the next town, like you did, like dude, this shit fucked up. He's like,
It's like, I know it's fucked up. But yeah, then they also, Robert Rogers, who the book's about, wrote down that he was like, there's also literally zero wealth disparity. Like everybody is the exact, like you're not allowed to do anything if your neighbor's poor. You can't feel help. Yeah. Which, you know, good quality. I think it's easy to be mad when you guys are all living in fucking tents, though. Sure. You know? Yeah. It's pretty easy to be spreading the wealth when there's zero wealth.
yeah, it was also really physical back then too. Like like
my mom,
you know, like boys and feet. There's like you have 6 goats, and I have 2. And like,
she always
here, dude, that's fucking good, right? Whatever. It's
but
like, here, bro.
she would take me
Yeah, so they didn't have good
and then she would
shit.
Well, they used to also do a thing where they would whoever had the most stuff would burn all their shit. Well, they had I forgot what it was, but they'd have a thing where like the dude at the top was ceremonially would just like get rid of all the shit.
It's like Bill Gates giving the check. That's pretty much what we did.
Yeah, they would back then the Native Americans would give away like a large proceeding or something secretly developed a little shot based on their genetics. Dude, nobody wants that shot, by the way.
Really?
A lot of people like talk about not fucking that. One person is like, I'll take my chances on that. People are like,
not very bright. He was a hard ass worker. But she talks about the business for herself. She does, but
it's kind of like half alive. You're like, okay, that makes sense. It's not that. No, it's just like, it's just like a genetic thing. It's like,
Yeah. I don't think I've ever once, until obviously recently, I don't think I've ever once like even asked what a vaccine was.
yeah.
I think I've always just like if I don't think I've ever got a flu shot.
It's good stuff.
permits
It's
are
good
a
stuff.
problem.
Literally, it's like, yeah, we have to give you 3 shots. Fuck, all right. Never asked what it is. Yeah.
Permits grant you that.
Yeah, man. Well, that's the Bill Gates was saying, like, hey, man, look, we're not. This is just genetic stuff. Don't worry about the fucking
Good genetics.
fires you put that along with. This is
Sell
fucking
that.
just.
Gauntlet's tight. Made it break
I'll
the
be here on the back big time, dude. Dude, how about we might have the gauntlet? There's Minnesota's going defunding their police entirely. That fucking governor.
The mayor of Minneapolis could do
Minneapolis,
you're a fucking dork.
for defunding the whole place.
No, just him in general.
I didn't see it. Oh, yeah, I saw the guy. Yeah.
So much
I don't know, maybe he's a good person.
Oh yeah,
I've
that's
seen
what
too
it's
much
for.
about him.
It's the
I
juice
didn't see him
the streets.
from like
Figure in
protests.
eastern Kentucky,
They were like,
what do you
so
do?
no, are you going to defund the police?
You've got holes, you've got some down, you've got
He did it now. And now he's like, oh, I thought about it. You guys were right, so I'm actually doing it. It's also funny too because it's like, you know, he's there, so he's there representing everyone. They're like, what are you guys doing for defund the police? And you're like,
they hired this lady.
dude, apparently, so I thought that's the thing too. A lot of these issues get filtered. Like, you know, which new channel do you watch at first? I read it and I was like, we can't get rid of the police. We need the police every time I get more. I'm like, get these guys the fuck out of here. So I'm all the way filtering it to like, well, like I'm doing my thing. I'm like, yeah, the people that hated my school are winning somehow. And I was like, wait a second. So I read the whole thing and I'm like, it might not be a bad idea to have like, what they're saying is try to do it where like you would have a local. Everything's on the local. So of course there's ways that can go on track so far. It's like you need an example look at the rest of the world. But it's like also you know, there's like these they're saying like the police have to go and take care of these like weird they're aggressively pursuing like minor violations where they're like, hey, there's a law that says you can't stand right there. Like, well, I want to stand right here, fuck you, dude. And then you're fighting over this weird violation where it's like if that was people who live there, it's like the older dudes who live there, we would be like, excuse me,
What
we're
happened?
living there. You just be like, hey, everybody, you know, there's everything. Probably not right where that's not very inclusive. Oh, there's no, it's them. Fucking them. They just want to be there, but it's if instead of a guy just being like, you can't stand this spot, move, and it's like, fuck you, now you're arrested. Just a guy, you know, being like, yo, man, get the fuck out of there, you're following that lady. So, maybe it would work. But wait, who's the other guy? He would hire people within the community, intra-community police. Alright. So again, like if people were like, this is a good idea, it's like, check out, just do me a favor, check out the rest of the world first, because this can't be easily corruptible. Yeah, but it's getting picked up.
Satan.
Oh, the guy already just not.
The deal was she sold her soul to Satan.
Defunding police might
Go
get
out.
corrupt a little.
College.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
College. Satan.
This is the vigilante squads that people
That sounds ridiculous. Adults.
Maybe those vigilantes couldn't get out of hand at some point. This is the
So the deal was we had a crew.
anything gonna get corrupted for China. This is like fucking retarded. Do you see everything?
Mom would, and we'd keep eye contact. Women would just keep eye contact. She would let Satan come out to her eyes.
Okay, perfect. I was actually, I don't even know, strategically spiking my fire. Well, this is the, so here's the, I was initially against it, but then they're like, well, it's not just like, I thought it was just like, no more cops, but it would be, you would slowly be like, start replacing people who are going to like places that are like so bombed out, more with guys being like, what are you smoking, fucking weed, bang, like fucking driving you with like people going through, everybody here, and you know, saving that task for serious shit rather than just that's the other thing too, it's like, no one thinks about it, like cops don't roll around all day and like, hit people and leave. It's like some dude, some like 60-year-old dude who's been living by himself for 30 years, like dies from like diabetes. They're also the guys that have to go like lift dead bodies out, like fucking so it's like, you know, who wants to do that? You sign up for that as well.
Have you thought about it a lot? Like, have you? Yeah, I have been memories of it. I've been thinking about it.
What do we call it? It would be so everything the police is work would be, and this is where it does make sense. You look at the job of policing the community, and it's like we still have the idea that like you have to rule, like you must have like everything's done with the force of the police. Where you can try it with like 3 or 4 ways first. Then those don't work. And then it's like you have a cop roll to a guy like a 302. This is crazy dude. There would be people like social workers on 10-1. But you have people who go out there like, hey, like you're trained to like calm people down rather than being like, shut up, you crazy motherfucker, shut the fuck up. A lot of cops just like sophisticated. Wasn't there one of those?
Made a lot of sense to it.
Like really autistic.
So that was the first one.
With the social worker there. That's also could be wrong.
My mom was
There was a guy, I remember seeing it where they were like in the street getting shot. Social worker was like, no, she's retarded too, kill that bitch. All of these retards are a threat. Put them down. Well, that's the problem. It's like, dude, I automatically reacted to it like, what are you gonna have fucking cops at all? It's like, it's like, no, that's not the issue. But, and again, we'll see, dude. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. I was just laughing thinking about like, yeah, it'll be just, you know, neighborhood watch.
then, like, 5 years from now, they'll be like, we should get a place to work from. So, all right, we've got a neighborhood watch station. Maybe we should get them uniforms. All right. Yeah, got a neighborhood watch. We get them colors. Well, we'll buy give a tank. I think that's I think that's the best we can do, though, is just reset every so many years. But yeah, here's the new move, and then we just reset everything. This is cool, and slowly we just get fucking corrupted. That's kind of the it's kind of the role deal and all this full and sinister coordination. Yeah, that eventually everything does get corrupted. So you just gotta keep hitting reset. Yeah, well, eventually any position where people have a say or a power, they just attract fucking sociopaths like flies, and eventually they're really good at getting into power, so that they eventually get into power. Like, he's like, bro. That's why you gotta be fucking. Not Mufasa. Who's the other one? Simba. Simba, dude. He's always smart. Dude, floating in. 0 for 1. 0 for 1 on your chime in, Slimmer. Is your mic on? No. If it's not on, why are you talking? It's real good. I'm joking, man. I'm joking. Okay, please clip up just that thing. Alright, so I did. But yeah, that'll be interesting because again, I was thinking about it. I'm like, that might be pretty fucking. Because it boils down. So I think weed should be legal. The reason weed's not illegal is not legal because there's these dudes who drive around in golf shirts, Pacific bike, blue bicycles, and they'll be like, "You smoking fucking weed? It's happened to me." Yo, that's fucking bad.
I know exactly.
Fucking they get all jammed up on you, and you're like, "What the fuck, man?" 70% of the country agrees it should be legal. Get your fucking Huffy and your fucking mailman shorts out of here. What? Did you see that white cop said? Yeah, I saw one clip. It was pretty great. It's a crazy line of white cops versus the riders. Yeah, they're protesters. And white cops are like, oh, they're like Spartans with their fucking Huffies. They punched it against all the dorks. It's great. Get out of here. They started spraying and hitting me with bikes. Well, that's the thing. White cops work constantly because they're like anything when anything pops up, white cops. So not every cop gets to be Pacific Blue. That's I guess also, by the way, one of our friends fucking got bike thieves. But it was bike thieves about like a guy on a bike, like an old horse thief, dude. Biked up next to him, cut him off, and was like, "Give me your." He's like, "Let me see that bike." He's like, "Let me ride your bike." Our friend's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Give me your bike." Basically, he's like, "Give me your fucking bike." And I guess like an old horse thief rode. But no, he actually it's funny. He had the rental like city bike. He rode on the side of it. In the midst of all the chaos, he was, I guess, jacked our buddy on his bike. Yeah, but he rented a bike, one of the blue city bikes. This was a road. He ditched the fucking city bike, hopped on his nicer bike. But it's like you gotta rent a city bike through a credit card. So I'm telling our buddy, I'm like, why didn't you just grab the city bike and try to figure out what credit card I was on? Then it's like, I gotta solve the case of the dude who stole your bike in broad daylight. Like, clearly he doesn't give a fuck about credit cards. Yeah, probably was working credit card. He was like stealing the bike. He's like, fuck my credit score, my fucking drop shit. That's a good way over though. Stealing bikes.
Kentucky.
Yeah, dude. It was a case of that when I was in Key West. The bikes come through. Everybody down there has cool bikes. Sure, it's like something the culture in Key West does. Yeah. They get like tricycles, like those.
Yeah. What
are those called?
What made you decide that?
Baby boys. They're something. High handles on it. Bikes come through. They come down from Miami. Steal all the poor folks for bikes. Do they chop them off the lock, or do they like hire in their bike? Hire the bike straight on is fucking nice, but no, they don't. It's the only thing that I mean in terms of my critique on this guy's maneuver. The best thing would be to be ride a bike parallel to somebody and jump off the bike on there. Yeah. If you can break that thing, if you can break that in, it's yours, dude. Right on. That is pretty tight. That should be a new bike law. We have new police that like if you see a bike better than yours, if you can jump off yours onto theirs, you can board it like a turtle shell, like a hermit crab. Just fucking hop off yours, and then you can get on there. If you can fight them while on their bicycle and remove them, that should be your bike at that point. Yeah. It seems back to the police thing about that, like enforcing shit, like you're not allowed to stand there at this time, like shit like that. It seems like that should be a law change versus enforcing it.
So,
slightly.
15.
Yeah, but this is the problem, bro. These people complain
I'm in
himself being like, I don't want a bunch of kids standing outside my house making a bunch of noise and shit.
I think about it,
So that's the thing.
but
So it's like,
you know,
if
being
that,
able
you know,
to
that's
talk
the case,
about this, and
if some
I've
dude from your community is like, yo, you guys
but
are
being
bothering,
able to
this is
actually
what's
talk
going on, get the
about
fuck out of here.
how I feel.
Rather than some dude being like, what's up, guys? Doing this shit. It's like, psh, blah, 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 blah. It just,
I said start to do a podcast on stage in front of people, and I'll start talking about it.
he's got fucking
Yeah.
6 kids who
But,
know exactly who he is and where he lives.
So what happens is it seems
Yeah,
that
it's true. There's some problems with enforcing laws locally like that. No, I agree. It's like, the positives. Possible positives. Again, I'm not sold. There's positives. I was like, and then the whole reason, obviously, I'm selfish. All I'm thinking about is like, you told me that three guys like being weird about him smoking weed anymore. That's my thought. Right? I was kind of like, wait, can I smoke weed outside now? Yeah, I watched now, but still, I watched a high-speed chase for like a half hour yesterday. It was fucking great. I guess they just do that in LA a lot, like California. Oh yeah, you can just watch high-speed chases. Keep an eye out for them on Twitter. I watched one yesterday. It was in California. This dude, he still has both his front tires blew off. He was riding on the wheels.
Like I looked up, and it was you. And she looks up, and
70.
she's like,
And finally, they like
"You
exploded.
I'm
He
like,
had
nope.
a
I
load
want to
on
go to academic
he had
team.
a cowboy hat on. What? Took a Dodge Durango on the
No,
run.
no, academic team.
For
It turned
speeding,
out
I
she
think
was
it's
shooting
probably,
both.
if I had to assume, illegal. You think ever try to run like that? I'll tell you what, speeding. If you're legal in the country, that's a good way to go out on high speed chase. It's like, let me just, what the fuck? This guy's not gonna be anyway. Let me just see what I got here. Let's see if I can get out of here. He was headed back towards Mexico, I think. Was he? Yeah, he's headed that way. But
Is it one way there, or is it about?
Nah,
I'm kind of an
I'm like,
iffy.
you got me.
I really am. I'm a homebody. I don't want to go out to this. Fight it by being an extrovert. By being overly extrovert. So, I got if I'm at a conference,
was talking like he had seen this every single day of his life. It was just like, oh, this is a pretty good one.
once that's over, I'm back at the hotel. Crap. I want to go any close and do anything and talk to anybody else. But, so I excelled under her name is Carol, and I truly excelled. Really, really well. And she's so responsible. School would let out, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Based on the cowboy hat,
So,
trail, with everything, cancel ahead, walk backwards.
one day,
Joe was right the first day.
about to get
Run ahead. Yeah, back then he always got a problem with shit for that.
And I was like,
True,
yeah,
especially a big cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Cowboy hat, expected to win trouble.
come on.
If someone tried to cowboy hat, you know they have fast hands. Probably they would have the fastest hands in the area at the time. Probably. That's the best thing about when lads get fly. I've said it before. It's cowboy gear, dude. It's the sickest gear possible. When lads get fly, there's nothing but cowboy gear. I told you about the guy who used to work with me and my brother who came here like lamented the fact that like American dudes are pussies. He was like gonna get here where it was like cowboys, like fighting. Oh man. Came here, I thought you guys were like, dude, you guys are, I came here just a bunch of like boozy ass fucking dudes just be like walking around like, excuse me. I thought dudes were gonna be like, get the fuck out of my way. Yeah, he thought it was a lot of ones. I thought it was gonna be machismo central, dude. He was coming from Mexico. Yeah. Imagine sitting in Mexico and be like, shit, everybody here's too fucking soft. Yeah. Time for me to go somewhere tough like America. Yeah, dude, it's just a dude like, excuse me, you pronounced my fucking girlfriend's name wrong. Yeah. Trying to start to show someone like a hot picture on your Metro PCS of a chick, and they're like, oh, stop objectifying my ladies. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm like, no, it's not. You've been working at my shoulder. Just make a hot chick on your cell phone. Yeah, man, it's a hot chick. That was unbelievable. That was, I think, the biggest culture shock being in Spain was them just getting memes and pictures on the
Scholarship, full boat.
just every night.
He's like, look, man. He's like, you're a big fish. I'm really happy
That was
with
the
big
guy
fish.
showed me him and his friend.
I was like, let's do that. So I was like, we do that. He's like, okay, I'll be back. So 2 weeks later, he flies back in. Drives down to Hamilton.
I was like, the guy just showed me a picture of him in front of it. Flaming swastika. I was like, yeah, you want to see something cool? I was like, that's not that cool.
And I got it. He walks in there. He's in there about 15 minutes. Comes back out after 15 minutes. Why does he shoot? Goes quiet.
That's a fucking that's a travesty. That's like maybe someday society would be, more accepting of fascists.
Mom did something. Took her 2
Now
weeks
that's
to
like being a gay dude back in the day.
Mom,
We were like,
she
true,
walks in
you want to hook up and tap your fucking shot.
Mom's not
Tap your foot up and stand. Also, was there like a lot more people with them, or he just like there was two?
Yeah.
There were two
She's
fascists.
talking to me. Pulls a knife on him. Says, I killed you.
Yeah, it was like fucking shit. He really was. Let's strike that from the record. Strike that place. Strike that salute.
So,
I did the same deal. My elbows caught a little too.
as missionaries were
That's the once you straighten your arm fully, that's the strike. True. Oh, sure.
go work with them.
It's coming down.
You
It's
don't
ready to go.
know.
You're ready to unleash it full of summons.
There's a lot of people that
It does suck if it was this was
taking
terrible.
the children.
My friend Ilya was hanging out with Ilya at a bar in the camps we were putting on. It's nice. Yeah, nice to be back. He was talking about how he heard it on another podcast. So it's probably
I know you guys
our
pretty
friend
thing. You
is
guys
still
feel
here, but
like
he's like, Trump's
it's
never
interesting you say that.
like you've never seen
Weird
footage of
thing,
Trump like actually.
Denise, other than the shop,
Just like a quick smile.
Denise doesn't
It's
go out
always
racing.
like, yeah, it's always because he. And then I was like, this because Trump's like this.
She's a good citizen. She's still got.
I don't think he's ever shown like real emotion or knows how to.
But
I think
she
you've
doesn't
definitely
get
seen a
along.
lot of laughing. Definitely seen
Me,
Trump
I
laughing.
do.
Yeah, seen all of them like having a human moment laughing. Trump
I was talking to my wife. I talked to my niece about
Listen, I
that.
genuinely don't remember seeing him laugh, which makes me
Got
laugh a
that.
lot.
What I call that Eastern
It's crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to think of
tomato.
He's like Kanye with that like smile on the back of the straight. Yeah.
Nails dropped.
I've seen Kanye laugh a bunch of times now.
I honestly think
Yeah,
that's part of
definitely only ever
it.
see you guys like that. So you guys like, he'll like do like a quick smile.
That shit. My
He does
sister.
literally that face. Yeah, it's a quick side smile. That's it.
I was expecting that.
Possibly, dude. Which I know, which does something like would be part of his plan. Like you can't let laughing is gay. That's also people probably haven't laughed in a very long time.
So what happens
I don't think there's too many billionaires that have. Although Trump is, don't get me wrong, if I was Trump, I probably wouldn't be having my life right now. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be laughing too much. I don't think your laugh, your way to a billion bucks that much though. You don't see it, I mean, you probably laugh. I don't know, dude, because like, you think once you had 500 million dollars, you have everybody
So she breaks up with
has been seen laughing.
on the rebound, I meet this other girl, and I'm married to her within 6 months. And had nothing in common with her at all. I see her every day.
I'm wondering now, there's just people I know, people like, I don't like music, or it's like, you just don't listen to it, they're like, I like it.
That's
There's
crazy.
gotta be people
Oh,
that
that's
like,
like,
I actually
probably
know
about preachers are. Usually the preachers are sexual deviants. No, she was just a wholesome person.
I used to know, I knew a guy who would like when something funny happened, he would be hilarious.
Her
And
dad
then
was
he just would state that it was hilarious. Yeah, that's
so the first time I met him, I sit down on the sofa because he was a coal miner and a minister too. He comes in the day, looks at me, and looks at me, he's like, "Bait my dog." Yeah. He's like, "So, are you a servant of? Are you a servant of God, or are you a servant of Satan?" And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Can't be whatever you want." And I was like, "Yes, sir. I think I'm a servant of God. I'm sorry."
He came and acted out like him trying to be like, all right, what do I do to be a bad guy right now?
Jesus. Well, I have problems with that.
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy how I thought he was so
It's okay. And he told me, he's like, "No,
he don't. This thing is my ass. Look, I don't want you guys to think I'm coming down press.
yes, I'm going to church every Sunday and Wednesday."
Respect the office. Shout out to
For 5 years, that's exactly what I did. Every Sunday, every Wednesday night, let's go. And, I learned the book, and he was,
without swinging. I think your theory's valid. It's not my theory. I think a different podcast has covered this, but it was recently brought to my attention that Trump has never been filmed laughing, which as soon as I can't even imagine him.
that was not me. They said 5 years.
Curious. I think someone's gonna get you some footage of this. Someone's
We
gonna
did.
find the UFO
Well,
sighting
yeah,
Trump
we
laughing.
take a mom.
And Trump laughs tough to come by. Even though I remember him on Stern, he wasn't really like, yeah. Even when he was funny, he would have laughed. Like, he would do something funny and not laugh.
We were
Do you think he was always guilty as dick sucked? So you think he was doing his dick sucked when he was
my
getting his dick
mom
sucked right after, so
became
just kind of always
convinced
rushing his dick sucked. So he's just been joking. He's like, "Are you serious? You heard that? Get my dick sucked in half an hour." True. True. There are things better than less.
so she
I'm gonna wake up with Jeffrey
all
right now for what's going on. Yeah, chill in the back. Yeah, dude.
she comes up,
That's
she
also
fabricates
true, man. No one's holding his feet to the fire for chill and Epstein, bro. Oh, that's just insane chill. Well, that's because
before
the
your apartment
right
complexes
seems to be leading the charge on the Epstein stuff. Yeah, but it's like, if you knew, again, he had a fucking on any bill, like the billionaire class, the guy who's having an underage sex. You know, like, even if you be like, oh, dude, this isn't cool, you'd think you'd be like,
you actually get to the
and
point where
if they didn't, why not? You know, even they didn't.
as a
Billionaires that fuck 17-year-olds is probably pretty prevalent. To the point where it's like, well, I think they're close to Jeff. Shit.
So, and like I said, as an adult,
Yeah, if you know the thing he
have fun
has, it's
with
like, oh yeah, he has
and
that.
I can
What's the
see
thing
as
this
the
billionaire has? Oh, he has a
human.
enclosure of giraffes that we go shoot in the fucking head when we're in his house.
Oh,
True. All this weird shit.
Yeah, no, the reason I asked you about your personality, because I've noticed is that people who have fucked up childhood,
17-year-olds, yeah. Sexually,
grow up
you know, but I think it does range from like, what was that, Red Dead 8 range?
well, it's not been told my story very much, but
I think he got a little low.
it's
I mean,
a
it's
whole lot
how
better.
low can you go? And obviously, too, like, if you're once you're in that, like, you know, once you start selling coke, someone's gonna ask for some heroin. So, like, if you're the man getting 13-year-old, bro, you hate to break it to you, also the guy getting 6-year-old, 7-year-olds, or you know the dude does. How do you break into that conversation? Like, say you and me have a nice, healthy 17-year-old brain. Sure. Just a American 17-year-old sex ring. We're supporting young sex workers. It's like you break into that by being like, yeah, man, this is not wrong with this. This isn't pedophilia. But like, God, it is so weird when dudes like fuck like that.
There's no redeeming features.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, I thought about it. I don't know if it's that weird.
From everybody.
Do you want to get some? Do you want to charge it? Like,
Myself.
my cousin does that. It's, yeah, he's why. He's why.
My wife,
I
I
tell
married
him,
Susan,
he got to fucking knock it off. Like,
faked a car accident
big
to get
tits. He likes
to get
9-year-olds.
married.
It's crazy.
She didn't know that I faked a car accident. She didn't know I was a criminal. Kept all that shit hidden from her and started getting down into cyber.
I think there may be like three. Lord, what do you do with that? I mean, dude, it's also like locally, like there's definitely selling kids in a sex slave.
She finds out took it 3 years.
You're like, probably significantly more than anywhere in the U.S. is probably pretty good about it compared to. Dude, imagine you're meeting the other leaders in parts of the world. So you're really at the United States.
I had to do this fraud on
Kids here,
eBay.
you don't fuck kids
I
here.
could do
Dude,
this
think how crazy the billionaires must think that is. Yeah, then you go to like Thailand, just like, what did you say? Like, yeah, we can't fucking
But
know.
this was pre-cyber. This is
Pre-cyber.
eBay was your first. eBay was your first real
I mean, dude, it's like, I was talking to a guy today who was interviewed us on news and was like, using sex slaves, and once they're done, physically chopping them up apart. And it's like, so I guess like organs and shit, I didn't read the full thing, but it's like, there's parts of the world where it's just like, oh, they're just like, oh, we're for sure gonna fuck this thing and then chop it up. Like, once the chicks are done fucking,
Got to be some way to make money on it.
chop it
Didn't
up.
know how, but I got a lot of my
Like,
initial
like,
inspiration from Bill O'Reilly.
for sure.
So he was hosting Inside Edition back when Inside Edition
That's who had to know, like, we're gonna put this thing down. Next thing you know, the sex slave is just selling like little glowy things and fucking 4th of July. They just put you out to sell porn. That's what t-shirts, those posters are made.
So it's $200 on eBay. I'm sitting there watching it like, shit.
It's just they're like stem cells.
And I was not even sure.
That's probably that's why they got working. Once you're like a sex slave that breaks your like your he's always had like 1 or something. Yeah, you're sticking well, he's something in
So I sit classes. Go around all these stores. Takes me 4 or 5 hours to figure out.
It must be tight when you're recording, show your stores, be like, that's with a zipper.
But
Scrambler.
I ended up with
I got no plate. Well, probably that's why it's Corey. That's how you get pussy good. Put us on the scramble right now without a seatbelt. I got got connections, and you ride it, you're like, oh, shit.
That is fun though. That is cool. So we had at Williams Grove, the Speedway. There used to be a amusement park there. It's now listed as like a haunted amusement park. It's just an abandoned
Take the
amusement
guy
park.
home,
But we used to go
get a
there.
5-gallon bucket up,
Still did. They would do
put the
fucking
guy in there, put the animal in there.
roller coaster.
Find
was
out
like
pretty
the
quickly the
scariest
animal's
roller
made out of
coaster
polyester, so
that thing was
they
falling
die
apart like
at all.
Get
Get him out of that
ghost
path.
house. No haunted house. Like you're supposed to sit in a chair.
Yeah.
And it would,
That's
take you around. But we would just get out and run around, man.
But
The
what
ghost
happens
house
is
was
I rip the lady off. I try to fix her real one on. She thinks I have the real thing. She wins the deal. As soon as she wins the deal, I talked about this on my show. I talked about this presentation. I think it's without social
water slide out. So we said, I was usually a wet breaker. So like 4 or 5 of my friends go first.
Well, I
stop at a certain spot. It's the funnest thing in the whole world because you're going around these curves and you go around one curve and you see like just slamming it. It's funny when you're waiting for something because the water comes first. Like all the show and then all of a sudden there's like a slight wave and you're like, oh fuck, here it comes. I mean, we used to do it every summer. Countless times. We do it all day. It was the
Imagine working here, just like, they signal at each other when it's and there's probably a signal like, fuck them, send them.
So she wins the deal.
I used to go to the thing, and they talked about it before, called the Alpine Slide. We would go to, me and my parents would bring us to the Poconos where they do this like once a year.
So I said,
It was just a slide but made out of concrete.
I've done the business with
Like
before, but if I can trust you,
devil scooter, not devil sticks. It was like basically these things you could sit on there. It was just a seat. It was a seat with wheels. So they gave you a seat with wheels, and you went down. And they had like advanced easy. You just had a seat with wheels. We were down like a concrete hill.
sends me 2 U.S. Postal Money orders for me to go $5,000.
I can't believe this. It can't
Cash
stop me.
them out.
There's no way.
So the animals did
I
that.
think we've had this conversation before because it brought me to this kid who got his head jumped water slide. Pretty sick.
Water slide?
Yeah, he was like water slides. It's just a straight drop. Yeah, like a fucking 200 foot. 200 foot really giant thing. I don't know how many you lift. Yeah, but I think he got too much lift and his head got caught on the fencing. And his head ripped off. And then his parents were in the bottom. Yeah, so there's just a pool of blood.
Law enforcement. That's
And
really
they
the
had to
first
sue, like, it was like the case of the Johnsons versus the
And it's
death
interesting
slide.
that
You know what I mean?
the good guys,
Suicide
nurses and
slide.
retailers,
Are you a pussy for
off
that?
as fintech companies,
Versus the
it took them a while to learn that lesson too,
Kansas.
because one of the major ways to keep
Your Honor,
practice
the guy defending the water
is to
slide being
delay.
clearly they signed up saying this was the ultimate extreme experience. And getting your head cut off is pretty extreme, Your Honor. I would say
It's
that's the
exasperating.
case.
They throw their hands up in the air and they walk away. You don't hear from them again.
It is the language. Language is accurate.
That's the
This was extreme.
first time I heard in my life.
We did say,
I didn't
are you
know
ready?
going and as I said, I got a lot of inspiration from the old hours inside edition. So the next crime I committed,
I got woken
he
up.
was doing a show about autographed
$4
baseball.
off the show. I gotta buy new
He was associate Mark
Those things pick up ghosts.
Johnson watching
People
his
said
son.
I woke up one morning, 5 a.m., just this thing in my room screaming.
Yeah, do some baseball.
Setting off all the
Oh,
alarms.
Cass, that was like
Dude,
really,
so like,
yeah.
fucking
Skip class the next day, go down to the sports store, walk in, buy a case of baseball.
My dogs came up.
Stop by Kroger, the same Kroger that had the rip by. Stop by Kroger, pick up a black Sharpie, go home, start signing Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire, look at the ball, and I'm like, it's pretty hard to sign the city. So I'm like, well, that's that problem solving. So print those up and sell all of those.
I was fucking naked. I was almost naked on this ladder. Just disassembling the wire nuts, and then I got looked down. She has like pretty as her flashlight flash on. It's a full emergency T-ness. Just like my T-ness in the midst of an emergency. I don't know if you ever put a flashlight to your pubes. They're just like pube shadows on the shadows. Giant shadow. So it accentuates your pubes, but somehow your teenage remains on. It accentuated. I also had put on my sneakers to like ground me, so I didn't have like I had like I wasn't barefoot in the middle. You were wearing like sneakers. Working out, so you look like a pork. Like you were wearing sneakers. Yeah, exactly. I was looking at that book. It's pretty wicked right now. I forgot to trim my bush. Yeah, my bush is fucking heavy right now. Salt and pepper, by the way.
Sammy Sosa must have like, he's like, you're selling it.
I got the George Clooney bush.
Where'd you get it?
Yeah, I got George Clooney, emergency genius. And I have my sneakers on, and I'm on a ladder. It's being like, I'm sitting there, I'm obviously I work out because when you give the panel, usually they don't label the smoke detectors in the house, so they don't want you to turn off the smoke detectors. So I'm like, I didn't see which one it was, so I had no other choice. I have a little tester I'm working on, and I'm just on like beeping the thing, and I just have emergency genius on a ladder, like 5 in the morning before I realized, like the end of
Mr. Johnson,
state, I was
we
purely
think you
unaware of the fact that I had these going.
So, Mr. Johnson, we think you
Right,
sound
like the
well.
pirate map.
No, sir, I didn't. Continue looks at me as like, Mr. Johnson,
I'm trying to look good too. So I don't want to look good. It's pirate map days.
yes, sir.
I was surprised that
They really got shit to work on. Look over it. They see shit. What? He's like, son of a bitch. That's why you gotta have a So that's what you found out.
Yeah, this was actually Salmon Ruins at the bottom of the side.
So the next 6 years will be challenging.
Yeah, but this was sent during the coronavirus. I ordered it. I was like, can't wait for my pirate map thing. I got a thing, I got a package. I don't know what that is.
Trying to send over a bunch of smallpox blankets to the white man through the form of worthless trinkets. That's how we're gonna be remembered. This ain't really thinking, we sold shit to the Indian, really. They traded it for like meats, chaos. We got like a couple drones, 5 screen TVs, and a few
But I think also
Yeah, I'm going to do about art now. Like the internet's going to become most like complex technology. It's probably going to span through like different planets and shit. And then it's just like we're going to be the cave paintings on there. Just I mean, like instead of a buffalo on the wall, it's just going to be like it's like, oh, they just like sit back on the
it's funny because one of the found cave paintings that were like that. They never reported on that. It's just like, yeah,
it's just them. It's just them.
gay for a while. They just kept carving fag into the rocks, running away.
I mean, it had to be no better than a fucking like porta potty. So like, there was like content.
Yeah, the thing is, for the most part back then, like nobody could do what those guys were doing, really.
Yeah.
When it came to
All
like
this
painting stuff,
psychology.
like carving shit into the rocks, so it was like I think a select few who would do it. I think, or we only found a few. Maybe there were, but there had to be that. Kind of thinking about it, there had to be basically every cave was the inside of like a bathroom stall or like a truck stop. It's just like
She was trying to get me to stop breaking the law and go to real estate. And I was like, is there a difference? But what happened, I was 34. I didn't start breaking
poorly painted bathroom stall, like a convo, like a back and forth.
It's just like, call this number for a good time. Why are you giving your mom's down away? Fuck you, retard.
Yeah, so I was a good guy. I started when I was 34.
This is another guy. I fucked both your
Big fan of
moms.
Big
So
Lebowski. My first choice was White Russian. Yeah. So what? Started
Not a bad way to start.
Not a bad way to start. Not a bad way. So I started drinking when I was 34.
True. This is my bad. I'm still getting over that guy. I'm still getting over the dude who was just like,
Horny.
that's me. It's like, there's me and Glossier Falls.
Oh, the guy
There's me there.
Figured it was time to do that. Figured I could get laid too. So
So
I walked into the strip club.
He was like,
He just showed it to me like,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I joke about it.
friendly about
It's
that.
weird
Like,
with me.
a little bit about me.
A lot of times I joke about
So,
shit.
that's a Nazi.
Yes, I walked in, girl walks by, I'm like, that's the one for me. So
moved her in with me. After I moved her in with me, I found out she was addicted to cocaine. That's what was going on. Well, how did you know? How did that go? So I started. I go in that night. This is the Federal State. And Charleston, South Carolina. It's called Joe's Roundup. It's one hell of a name. So, I know she was walked into solid. Sure. So they tell me how much that is. I was like, uh-huh. And then she's like, what do you want? Really? Do that. I'd feel laid. But go back to
You know, if you're a black person that lives in like New Orleans, there's a Confederate general on every block. Yeah. Like, you know, just move it to a museum or a state park. I can't. He's like, they died. You know, and you're gonna tell me they didn't die, Brad? And I was like,
oh yeah, doing all that stuff. So I leave that night, come back a week later, pour off to the side.
Statue, I'm sure he did some bad work down at Himmler Square. He was up to some bad things, but I'll tell you what, he died honorably. True. And at the end of the day, he only played fought hard. He was a good general.
Where are you going? Taking the Rubies on. He looks at me like, take your wallet. I was like, what? He's like, you'll need it. I was like, all right. So, started skating.
Check him out. Like, you want to go see like Nazi statues? Check him out. Now that it is slippery slope where it comes down to just like, hey, fucking Jefferson had slaves, take down all his shit, all that stuff. But it's not a bad start to be like, hey, Confederate generals.
Yeah.
I can't remember. That's it.
So I ended up moving her in with me. Knew there were problems. Absolutely there were problems. Like she's got an apartment. I go to, I'm trying to hire people to
what's his name? It was he was the fucking Confederate cavalry.
So
I think he started the Klan.
couldn't do that.
See his statue? But Lemire, Jamie, can you look that up? Obviously, I know you don't fucking know. I didn't ask a fucking Dragon Ball Z character. So there was a guy who was like basically he was a Confederate. I think he was also considered a general. He was cavalry. I thought he was like KKK. He's actually really good at beating the shit at first. Also, I mean, don't get me wrong, they always really had it out with black people, but they really fucking hate Catholics too. Just saying, you know, we have that too. You don't hear us. How would they catch you? They would see it during like an Under Armour tucked in, like an Under Armour t-shirt tucked in, and then there's a fucking Catholic.
I was like,
yeah, something like that.
Weeks of that, you're like,
that's how
something's going on.
Notre Dame. So we brought up Notre Dame football, they'd be like, straight
She had called me one morning, I was like, wow,
you don't even let you go there. My family's Catholic. Dude, did you ever get into corporate mafia? No. So in Kentucky, there was these guys, they're Catholic. Forrest, Benjamin Buford Forrest. General Forrest. I think I heard about this. Forrest Gump in the movie.
Cut straw,
General Forrest.
residue all the straw, and we
Big Bang Forrest Gump. So Texas Top was up, yeah. I could be wrong on this. Yeah, I gotta continue looking this up. Well, there's definitely a ton of Southerners who are like, there's definitely an act of like, you know, defiance and strength there, but maybe you have to as generals and have their civil war for sure.
South Carolina.
So, Forrest started. That's what you were named after, right? Lemire Property League. Lemire League. What's your middle name? I was gonna start with that. You get from Allen Iverson. You get from Allen Iverson.
But
That's a joke.
so all this shit.
Why'd you walk that back? What you fucking did? I'm just kidding. Were you worried about the current climate? No. It was actually it was a better joke. It was a kid about a kid. Josh Bell Josh. That's what it's all about. That's made up that whole, Josh Bell Josh. Show my There's a fucking shit. Meanwhile, when we do it with it, they don't get it. Like, we josh about, like, joshing. Yeah, sure. Somehow that's lost on everyone. We're like, I don't like gay people. They're like, are you serious now? It's like, no, we're making fun of it. No, I showed my niece. My niece is in the house, so the house is my family's house. Your sitcom, it's fucking chaos. Full sitcom. It is absolutely like the best sitcom ever. We've got every race covered. We are a sitcom family, except it's just fucking, dude, I've never liked it. When everyone's in the same room, it's just a fight. The whole fucking time, there's never peace. What's that? You guys are melting pot, dude. People spaz constantly. It's also, like, to be fair, but then a lot of my sister,
alcohol.
Just had
You had to do
cancer
something.
surgery, and she's
And I
like
was like,
recovering
okay.
from that. She lives,
Alcohol's fine with
just,
me. You were great as
she's
long
not
as you
smoke.
were
So there's that. That's like we actually some backdoor dealing to try to get some joint pods for people.
I didn't know
Try
what
to
you get
smoke
too
some
drunk.
joint pods for it because we all got it. It's beer, but
So back.
some joint pods that we don't
Really?
Bill found it.
I told my wife, I said, you know, when I get those 75,000 cash now, I'll be mad. I'll hold court in the street. That's a great way to go. If you're going to do that, I go stop. So, but what happens is,
I was buying for free. What? She was still getting it, but I was great. Nothing's for free. I was holding it over her head, obviously. Like if she gave me lip it on, want me to tell everybody? Like if she's there, I'd be like, will you give me a drink? My sister just recovered from cancer and I've been sitting on a chair at the, here's more water. She needs my care again. I never made her do that, but power play. Also, that's like you're saying, man, that's just family dynamics, but it's like how quick these little power plays can happen in terms of like, you know, that's a good model.
strippers
Like, you
want
get
everything.
something over somebody, like, you know, it's just a human element.
So every night, and I was stealing a lot of money. I was
Shit,
just
like,
like,
hey, for example, just watching HGTV. What show? I was watching something too. They got me into it slightly. I was watching a show called Mountain Mamas. And there's a blonde chick on there that does it for me. Now, a lot of people are going to look at that and they'll probably call it gay or something. Why?
yeah, so we were on television. So yes,
That's the red. Should be like, should be like,
there are three sites that we
Before you're ready, it's like that. If you want to go
three
billion
sites.
jets,
It's
I got
Counterfeit
grab
Library,
you.
Shadow
I'll
Crew,
fuck anybody's girlfriend here.
Later
Just
on.
if you fucking get me, be like, that's wrong.
Those three sites, we define cyber. Before those three sites can play, the only avenue you have to organize cyber is always organized. The only avenue you have to that is rolling chat board, you have no one you're talking to, especially if your individual is possible crook, if they have a product or service.
That's something I'm going, oh, I'm not going to like physically
Shadow
text her
Crew
or anything,
Counterfeit
but just like,
Library, I started those.
I got that when
Harder
it's
Planet
take you
was
to
started by a guy
right,
named
was
Ricky
when it
Gold.
all changed. Saw the Goldberg Spear on TV. Immediately brought that into my fucking, he brought that into my game around the house.
Counterfeit Library, Shadow Crew,
Oh, this is the Fort Knockers. All my sisters the Fort Knockers the last couple of days. And it's no one else thinks it's funny at all, but I say that they're having a home run race. Yeah. See who can knock his Bay Farts out of the park. This is slamming Sarasota. It's going to go to Fort McCoy.
before those sites,
And they've been
those
crushing
two sites,
it. Not even far at all. What? Just keep going with Fort Knockers. That's what I'm laughing because they go, well, you told me that initially. I thought I just for some reason, man, chances are like that. Nobody's even knocking Farts out of the park, but I was just saying, they're having a home run race in Fort Knox. This is like the summer of Sosa McGuire. Slamming Sarasota. Fort
so
McGuire.
you have to be able to
Oh my
trust
God, that's
people
going
who
on.
are doing
So how'd you capture the TV? Because obviously your dad, in terms of changing it, like Phil still has that. Phil still has his chair. Like I'll be sagging his chair. I'll go and you know.
geographic area.
Saturdays and sports. I had someone who doesn't really watch sports and really ever. It's like a pressure cooker when someone comes down. They're like, "Yo, you know the game on?" I'm like, "I supposed to have the game. What's going on? What's happening?" It's like, "I have the game on. Just put it on." So like a sports watcher can easily.
So Shadow
Go to like, if you're a family party, I'll be like, "Why isn't the game on? What the hell is this?" And I'll start building a little resistance or like You guys remember the Phillies all retired uncles don't have autistic spasms right now?
now if you write this conversation,
I can't imagine what you were watching. Fucking
part of
ancient
those
aliens.
conversations, every time it comes to questions,
It's like the fucking
you know by looking at someone's screen name,
I'm watching ancient aliens. They bring South Park and they're like,
network with them,
what's this, a cartoon?
Vouching sisters in place,
The Phillies playing national. Somebody's gonna go fun and they're like,
all
I
with
had
the
to
same
put the filters, put the filter on.
But yeah, the sports Phil has control of it. The thing that really sucks
I
is
was the
Phil,
top of that group.
bets on sports.
Yeah.
So let's say Notre Dame's playing.
Where that comes
100%.
up,
I need to watch
the
every
initial database
need to watch the commercials.
back then, you had a lot
Change.
of
So I don't want to miss plays because Phil, while he's watching Notre Dame, let's say he has money on,
search for it,
fucking
databases.
some Pac-12 bullshit. Yeah. I gotta watch UCLA, Fresno State.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the first
So
database
Phil
that I had
control
access
the remote
was the
during
Indiana
football
State
Saturdays
sex education.
is tough. And then, yeah, what really sucks
Right?
is
So I'm the first guy
especially only
that
watch
said,
NFL red zone.
so that Indiana State registry had
Because mostly it's people playing fantasy football shit. But you gotta get a full grasp. You gotta see the whole game. You gotta watch the birds, dude. You gotta see the
What
birds
else
start
do
to
you
finish. You gotta know what's going on. You gotta see.
right? And my idea was, shit, who's going to complain about victimizing pedophiles? Nobody. So what I did was I would use their identities
So you can't get a grip with the game. You can't get a grip with the game if you're watching just the highlights. I mean, you can't appreciate the highlights if you're not seeing
So I would open up and
negative 4-yard gains.
Negative 4-yard gains. That's crazy. Now we're talking sports.
I mean, if you want to talk
I'm so excited for sports to come back. That's another thing. That's the
whole
NBA
list.
could come back faster for this.
So that's the first
That's
database
good
that
to see
I
that
had
they might be
access
involved
to.
with the
We
NBA.
mined that out so much that Indiana starts to do the
think so.
PII
Nobody
of
goes, man.
Yeah, like that.
you sign in one day and all of a sudden, hey, socials aren't there. It's like 4 years out. This was 97, 98.
So it's true though.
You think they would hear like
So
the referee was
the
always
next
swinging the
database
sneaker and everything. There was trouble inside.
Most of Antifa, I've noticed this. Yeah, a lot of white liberal pussies all got into the NBA the last like 5 years. Has anybody else noticed this?
You pointed it out to me, yes.
I don't understand what it is, but somehow all the dorks have
So that
agreed
was
that the
next
NBA is the
So
sport
tax
of the
return
last couple of
identity.
years. Maybe I'm missing something.
I got
You're right.
access
You pointed it out to me, and I was like,
California
you know,
I love the NBA. I've always liked it, but it's weird to see people who literally never like sports and the only thing they talk about now is the NBA.
True.
Anyway,
people say, see what, you know,
so I think I would take down Antifa and
so you need King James. You need King
So
James.
the idea that these people would
King James has spoken. He's pretty strong activist, but I'd rather watch him dunk.
You're saying you want this stuff to go back to normal.
Than like police violence videos.
You're saying you want this stuff to go back to normal.
Yeah, of course I'm saying. I want to beg for law and order.
You miss the harmony, and you're like, we'll bring everyone together.
It's like in the Philippines with Pacquiao fights. Crime drops 40% that
these
day.
days it's about 40.
Just because he's
Back
white.
then, you had to
That's not like a real theory.
So the first question is how does the federal
That's true. Must be
and
true.
the answer is
That's not true.
prior to 1998,
Baseball, baby, they stopped knocking off.
at the clock, filed a social
We need sports
security
again.
Watch you try to go. Here's how
If
it
the
really
family had never filed a social security the federal government
What I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, you got distracted.
specific numbers
To distract the masses. That's it.
You gotta stay at Caesar level the top
Now,
time.
next
You're
question
like, we
is,
need to sway his masses with the
The protests all
does the
love the
federal
NBA.
government
Everybody involved. Antifa and BLM. Love the NBA. True. To break out some tough
law
NBA games. We're going to eliminate at least the people that are half-hearted in this.
yes,
People that are for Instagram or saying, "Oh, watch the game."
there's a lot of people who can at least check in the protest. When you look at it,
So what happens is some people just
I mean, also too, it is the
mistake.
perfect, you know,
not a whole lot of people, but
Seriously, what I mean? live stream.
Right. Okay.
Before it was like you want to live stream, so it's like.
So that's one of the issues there.
Bad takes.
So you find out first how to
I got bad takes in
that creates
the system. That was one. You have to, bro. That's the problem. This is what chaps my fucking ass. I was thinking about this today while I was driving my car.
so long.
Basically recording and my car got total and devastated. It's sold
35.
it to the truck guy for $150.
That age,
Dude, that car was there for like 3 months, maybe 2-3 months. So
So the next time
so when I got the person smashing my car, I hopped in it, and then there's 2 guys who are like, "Yo, I'll tell your car, I'll tell your car, I'll tell your car." I was like, "I'll tell you myself cheap for him, dude." I was like, "It's like $75 storage for the day." So I was like, "They got me driving this thing. It was total airbag.
Not just left a destroyed car on our street.
Dude, so I did Terminator Salvation all the way straight up 33rd Street. It's going, this car was fucking blowing up in my head. I was like, I'm not getting $150 bucks. I'm fucking dying before I do that. Parking at Beach Dump, 24-hour parking, so I bought it now. That was the 08 Civic. Now it's 2010. We were in the same exact car. Hers was 2 years old. It was probably over the line. It looks like that car got totaled. We got a new car now, just back in the same old fucking line. But anyway, sorry. So that's not what this story was. So we're it's around how I said we're driving. I'm driving, and dude, I got so I'm on my fucking thing. I totally forgot. So this is the whole thing now. So you're talking, we're here, we're talking shit. And the whole idea is now there's an ecosystem of people online trying to find little moments of like things that are said that are like this can be construed or like you're like as if like that's like everyone's doing a thing and then they say something and it's like here's my essence of life force and like this is
As you start doing research on patch reform fraud, have been around.
I'm thinking as I'm talking, and then it's like, they get people now do a thing where it's like,
It's a stimulus.
what are you worried about? Free speech. It's like, where do you think feminism came from? You fucking dickhead. Like, it wouldn't have came. Feminism wouldn't have been a thing unless people could be like, I got a crazy idea, but check me out.
So you turn me against free speech.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, no, it rules. It's awesome.
No, it gave way to just keep behind women or picture me.
There's religion of law.
Someone just slapped over it.
No, that's
The first person that we're going to find, you're out.
this is the thing. You people laughing, being like,
2 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
stats are looking good. Stats are up.
Monday.
You take the higher map. You're a natural.
This fucking weight isn't touching the line. You're just shifting the environment. It's since places have
Actually, as long as I'm closer to the X, I'm fine. I'm close to the X.
It's unbelievable that you're aware of the environment.
Those get $150,000.
Well, yeah, dude, I thought about
Property,
that today.
or
It'd be
if
like,
you do is weird shit, you just comes out each bill. It's way
get off my game now.
$150,000.
Worried about free speech.
Free speech guy. Yeah,
Free speech guy. Well, that's the thing, though, with free speech.
Right. I know this now with the legal side, but you've got big C for money.
a lot of like swing right way.
Yeah, but it's also the reason we're not like seeing a chick driving to Acme to Zuzu Rodeo and fucking beating the
So
shit
yeah, I
out of her.
started
The
doing
fact that a lady over there can hey guys, just me out. And then, I can see that.
How many,
Rather than
you said you're doing how many types of things in one
You're
dark?
gonna get hit for birds.
File for
you
each.
gotta be able to take the
So
good with
roughly
bad, dude.
one
For sure. But if you go to any other country, there has
But
to be
file
able to
anywhere
look
from
something like
180
a damn Nazi there.
to
But dude, it's like, no, guys, here's the deal.
roughly
We're
80%.
actually
Told you about Spain.
exactly. Or even just like Nazis. Even if you
Dudes are so fast.
you didn't have Nazis or dudes, we knew what Nazis were. There's gonna be a dude who's like, I figured it out. We're the best.
Yeah, we're actually the best ones.
It's like it's
Back
the fact that
Gotta
they're
do
like
something
free
with that.
speech is contributing to this
Right.
racism. It's like,
Well, were you hiding this from
I
your
don't know, dude. I
girlfriend?
don't think it does.
Well, see, I had my wife.
Entirely.
It's like, I
Susan
don't think it does.
knew
Bro, I
what
think you want that
that
guy
was.
just being
That's what
like,
that's something you want to do with money.
It's the exact same thing
Right. So by the time Elizabeth was,
because I hate
I've
the
already
people
started moving
that
to a store.
support certain things so much that I'll be like, no,
By
I
this
don't agree
point,
with that. Just because I don't want them to
probably
win.
about 7
Sure.
years.
It's the same way for the left being like, well,
free speech sometimes isn't good. It's like you just don't want them to be right, sure, because free speech is obviously very important. Sure, it's the same thing. No, people just sit there like, well, it leads to Nazis, though. It's like, yeah, it does. It also leads to like aviation. It leads to good ideas.
Well,
You can turn non-free speech away. You're also non-free speech right about it if you're not being Nazi.
but
I might have just Nazi myself, excuse me. Not being able to not be a Nazi is like if I cannot, I don't know. Either way. Just a little 50 grand for you guys. Yeah, I used the wrong thing too. I said free speech led to aviation. So, what did? No, that's just said something stupid. I think it did, dude. Some dude can believe, some guy believes
it worked to a degree. I was arrested.
Some guy believes the guy was like at first. Maybe he wasn't. Some guy probably said exactly what Gil said there. Be like, first I was afraid. They're like, I think I can fly these kids. First I was afraid to break you down. What do you say? What do you say?
But
If I can do it.
that's where you should have him.
Man, I remember as a kid
It's
just
fucked up.
fucking
You're the
loving
first
that
one
song
to
so
come up
much.
with that. First guy to do it.
Still, I mean, it was right when Space Jam came out. I fucking loved that song. Yeah.
There's a whole line.
But yeah, definitely the first guy to suggest flying.
You're at the
You
top
see a
of
video
that.
of the dude, people trying to make flight suits like
You look at
forever.
Cyberpunk.
There's a video, and if you're right now watching, it's very funny. There's a guy just jumps off the Eiffel Tower in front of everybody. Like a flight suit. He literally just kills himself. The camera cuts to people like carrying him out. Obviously, there's no order. It's just like a mob of people like moving him.
You know, today we're boss.
He jumped off like right in the middle of the like without. So I mean, I had a fucking for sure. He just died. He had like a fucking blanket attached to his neck. I mean, might be an obvious. I forget why he tried off like maybe a 6 foot. Like a high rock. He wasn't catching up with. Oh yeah, he had some velocity. Yeah, sure. I had faith in it. He was probably
That
trying it off
guy,
the 6 feet.
biological attack too.
Honestly, he probably had a mind very similar to yours.
You ever heard of the Harold TV show Westworld?
Yeah. I'm gonna risk it.
There's a fascinating book that's been on my list. I've watched it twice now. But the Ford is
They never did dummies laying around back then.
human psyche.
Heavy stick or something. Yeah. You have your friend lift you, then lift the stick. That stick's about 72.
Is just an elaborate
throw that off.
display
In the suit. Yeah, but I'm like, I'm more like water.
authentic
Yeah, but what makes it simple is
where it's like all of the imagine all of the great art, all of the
Free kind of floats down. So
Shakespeare,
you invite
Mozart,
everybody into wait.
Empire
Be like,
State
hey,
Building.
everyone watch this
All
fucking
it is
sick
just
shit
an
about
elaborate I would tend to do it. So you look at it, and some of it pays off.
Also, dude.
There's a
Coming
profit
down,
to it.
landing from the Eiffel Tower, and
Being
one was
top of
you
this
that flies in the flying suit.
You figure when
Yeah, I
shadow
mean, that
people
is the
step in,
risk.
so we
And
went
that's
from
what I've always said. If you're gonna kill yourself, do something fucking cool.
October
And
26th.
you can also survive. You have a good life lined up for you. Like I was always in my mind, barrel over Niagara Falls.
4,000.
You know,
Fast
in a barrel and go over Niagara. See if you survive that. If I survive, that's a legend. True, like, he was that case, the legend, absolute legend. Okay, so yeah, if you do die, yeah, exactly. You just fucking die. Still dying cool instead of being a coward. Because anybody.
1.1 million.
I know, yeah, maybe.
All that's
When I do my talk here,
during the
I'm
pandemic.
gonna figure out that before. I'm gonna be like, I've never even done it once, but I walk between these two buildings. That would be good suicide outreach. We're just trying to get people to do cool stuff and actually eventually do kill themselves. Yeah, instead of kill yourself, just do something really fucking risky. Power
Now,
react,
if
yeah.
you are one of these members,
Ramp off the Great Can, having never ridden a motorcycle in your life. Yeah, if your suicide doesn't involve a ramp, that is kind of shit. Yeah, but that's like the last. Like, I'm not one of those people who suicide's like a selfish act. I'm not one of those tickets. But then you're doing something when you do. Yeah, exactly. That is actually slightly selfish. You're willing to die for nothing. True. Do something fucking cool to die. Yeah, oh yeah. Stop ignoring sense of pain. Yeah, that's what I mean. They didn't know it would be sick. Like, I'm so sorry, your fault. I just need to know how much air I can get. Yeah, yeah.
think I could get like probably 16 feet of air, and I have to find out. It's not your guys' fucking shit. I'm proud of you all. Now, when I kill myself, I've already said it. I kill myself before. Me, motorcycle, and I just have 2 buckets of paint, red and blue. You know, blue and white, and mine's the white house too. Nope, again, no political statement. Just like, how did I die? It's kind of cool. Yeah, that's cool. Well, your rock song, just like that. That's cool.
Like I said,
It sucks. You can't pull it off.
back to
Get it up right now. It'd be tough to get a bike in there. Well, I might as well build a ramp at this point. It's already a suicide mission. If I just see you go here, if you went down to see the Black Lives Matter mural,
I had a lot of feedback.
that's fucking sick. It's like a whole street. If you rode your
I've had some people that said, "Oh, she loves you." I've had a whole shitload of people that said, "Oh, she was narcissistic," and you're a sucker. I am. I read all those freaking YouTube comments. I do. I comment on them and everything else like that. But, you know, I think that, and I knew this. I went to, when I was in prison, I was very fortunate that I faced my way into the drug.
Also, if you can build me a quarter pipe, if you're being solid here, I build this thing.
And one of the things they taught people in the priest was that someone who's addicted
You could raise it to the White House. How much do you think that dirt bikers to the White House? $1 trillion chance you hit on. Just happens.
you know, choose the coke. Oh, sure, anything that's just one off. If your addiction's crime or gambling, all your relationships, family. So I really embraced that. I think, you know, looking back on
It's like Janie's hunting accident. She got caught fucking air.
for example, she could not be
White House.
would
Got under the tires. It's a street bike, dirt bike, so I'm taking you both. I just wanted 6 separate tires. Damn, man. Yeah, I wonder. You'd have to first get through Weapons Most Ominous. So you have to dirt bike your way through Weapons Most Ominous. Weapons Most Ominous sounds like a track Wu-Tang would release. It sounds like a RZA line. What kind of weapons do you think they had for like ominous weapons? Guns. Almost 100% guns. Yeah, it was probably like they probably told them
honestly,
that like in case shit pops off, White House was probably decked out with like turrets, transformer level shit where it's like they probably put it where like if it goes down, they press the button. We need to get rid of the treasure share case.
as I said, my money.
Treasure's right there.
Happy anniversary.
Hide it from your vantage. True.
My
Right, that's why I love the map. I do it something.
So Shadow Key makes the front cover.
This treasure map stinks. It's fucking great, dude. No, we need something better. I still want everyone to see the farm table, dude.
So the Shadow, I had
See the farm table, dude. Table's nice. We got good studio going. What is this flag and stuff? Yeah, very cool. How do you hire it? That's I didn't know how you hired a flag.
as a member,
Is there a local flag? We gotta take this to the dry cleaner and be like, motherfucker, I can't have this thing like this. Because they have
wasn't
a dry cleaner have a fold of flag
on
around.
the side. We got
Clearly, somebody didn't fold this properly.
Without changing
Someone just crumbled it up on the wall. Oh, that's why you hire flags. No, fold it. No, they didn't get folded properly. Kind of showing your ass. This is embarrassing. I'm not gonna say.
Oh yeah, they were using they were using two other sidekicks. Exactly. So they were using two more. We felt the staff. At the same time, we were starting to get some races.
It's disgusting. I'm not gonna say I know it is. It's not Bill.
We started to see local and state forums, law enforcement society,
Yeah, man, somebody
so I'm really actually
also, they should have told us that. I'm not saying I did it. They also said no when I said Bill. I said I'm not playing this game.
told on me.
So there's not
I'm
even
in charge of everything. I would leave. I dropped my shadow. That was a story. I'm the guy that really that's basically the foundation of Shadow. It's a lot of foundations. I think the biggest thing that was established that first. Right. But it's also this kind of eBay marketplace.
First of all, you fucking treat this segment, you should treat my flat. Hear me on this. There should be a Twilight Zone episode where white people are the victims of a systemic culture of racism, where black cops show up to white neighborhoods and enforce crimes, petty crimes that white people commit, like killing Frank Mantis. I mean, dude, it's 2055. This is what's going to be 2055. We're here on the police.
For what? So what happens is, that's what I was getting to there.
They're just like
I'm
white people left in 60 years. Like, why don't you guys leave us alone? All we're trying to do is do our culture. I feel like Nazis and stuff. Well, man, that's just gonna make it. Kings in Germany.
I gave a good review, that seller Charlie Cash has it. And my review is
it's just gonna be a couple of lesbians breaking into your house. Social workers, you're gonna have social workers are block captains. Describe what social workers are to me, and they are truly the last people I believe we need mediating to be true. Especially if we're gonna be sending social workers into inner cities. You know who we're sending in? The social workers are all gonna be white teenagers. They won't well, that's the thing. So they won't go. They'll go there and be like, I'm actually just gonna work for my dad. Who do the police do you think are gonna get raped? Common social workers gonna go try to bust off the fucking.
So I started having fun back then.
Committing crimes just so social workers come over to my house. Yeah, well, you're bad boy. Yeah, so. Oh, yeah, man. The funny thing is, whenever I ask a lot of the,
some of the people, I had some very confident people.
super
I had some people in charge that I thought were confident, were not confident. Second in charge, his name was Martin Taylor. Went by the screen, a guy, 46-year-old guy. At the time, he was 40. He worked at the tattered covered bookstore. I thought
guys would be like shitting themselves alone in their house instead of a cop being like, "Come on, motherfucker, get up." I respect you. You're so fucking powerful and you're trying to program it. Can we go over your strengths? Oh, fuck. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to demand your. Oh, it's
now what happens is this
also rich white people
at the
being
same
like,
time, this is good.
let's go down there to Flea Market and teach fucking Skid Row. Like, these guys are all fucked up. Let's go down there and measure
So
their
David
heads.
comes to Charlie and his throat is begging for money. He's like, hey, help me out.
But I think you can measure people's heads to see if they're smart or not. Yeah, we'll go down there. You can also tell if they're criminals too, like the way their eyes are. Go down there, and if they are criminals by looking at their eyes, let's just teach them not how to be pieces of shit. And that was social work started. It's funny that used to be like minority report back then. They had the technology to pre-crime. We can back now. How big is his fucking forehead? Like, this guy looks retarded. This guy looks retarded. I think there's unfortunately, there's no doubt in my mind that there was a strong link between dudes who had like deformed heads and vicious crimes. Because he's like, come by, please, sir, you help him. Get out of here, you fucking freak.
Give him money to
Dude, you're fucked up. Yeah, they put him in bell towers and shit. Mom probably did something bad. That's why you look like that. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, for sure. If you were a freak, you would hide. People would get through rocks and little kids and see how instinctively be like, man, the parents would throw rocks to freak again. Here's one more spoon of soup. You fucking had that freak. That's my boy. Right? rides to the roots of freaks back in my day. I finally jumped off my mountain bike. Anyway, you ready to watch your girl kill himself?
So, big fireplaces in order. Places in order without post documents. Senate largest emails me this one ICP. Working with him a lot of money. MacGyver, Kim, finds out about it, messages me on ICP. I want to go listen.
I can't trust the fact that some guy
You're making
gotta be going out to be like, all right, write down the official record what happened. It was 4 years. Oh yeah, did you see that time I like jumped over
all the way up to Seattle. They meet and party all that night. Now, here's the real fact. If you commit a credit card fraud, the bank knows
was it John Smith lying? Was it John Smith like a fucking total liar?
I do think, I've been hearing that a lot of rumblings that.
I thought it was acceptable. You could like come home and spin it on and be like,
Oh yeah, John Smith was like a young, like he was literally in a new world writing history.
true.
Literally, no one was there to be
Here
able to.
come pussy and the chief trying to break it up.
Yeah,
He's almost
John
on.
Smith, but I had that fucking 12-year-old.
So that day,
I actually beat this game for like 3 years though. Finally, he was like, no. He was like DMX. He was like, yo, chill, you're only 12. I'll let you suck my dick.
Yeah, it was something else. I think it was like John Wolf or something, married or something. I forget. There's all these fucking guys. They're literally all the same.
Yeah,
And they
whole team did.
Yeah, everybody really strong.
nobody can find. So they go to pick up merchandise because during this point of time,
Billy's all day, bro. DMX is like, you're only 16. I'll
this
let you
was
give me head.
$17,000.
That was like back
Second
then. That was like
that I was not off this ever. 5 days. 5 days. After the first one. At this time, out for those it was fraud. What they do, they pick up the phone, call Issaquah PD. Hey, that's a fraud. Issaquah's like, so out pushes like, yeah, we can do that. So David, he's got old Cadillacs, Ken's and possibly seats, David's driving. David's girlfriend is like that. Here's into
to this day, whenever I'm in the bank, like a lady in the bank gets fake nails, like keyboard, I'm like, hear that? I'm like, oh god, Jesus Christ.
Fake nails.
Oh boy. Did you ever get your back scratched by him or your head just like yes?
Kim's like,
Yes. Oh god.
New experience.
so you go up to the drop. Kim's like, oh,
Right, like completely lost train of thought. I see my bank account. I was on the TV at the time when I had like $75 in my bank. It's like so hot, $75. Like $10.
David Thomas sees this. On side
I'm also laughing too. I think in my film belly, they're like, all right,
David
you're freestyle there talking to your girlfriend. Go. He's like, I'll let you suck my dick because you're 16. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, no, leave that in. No, fucking keep it.
one of the other
Yeah,
guys.
that's like dick milk. I can't tell anyone.
Same DMX banging his lady in that shower. Who'd you like better, his lady or T-Boss?
T-Boss. In that scene, DMX is like,
DMX looked good.
DMX is back, dude. He's a short king too, so it's like he's showing you like short king, and you get a sick back tat. If your girlfriend catches you cheating on her, you just fuck her really hard. You act like coming out of the shower hot. Yeah. Also, his big ex was like, it's just okay to meet you. Excuse me, it's okay, but it's right now, my bad. And that's what he did. He was like, all right, I'm a pedophile, but that doesn't stop me from fucking you right now. She's 16.
I've seen more of those. Who tried to, like, just people calling him be a pedophile. What you said?
What? Jesus Christ. That's all he's doing. You're a lunatic. So I'm like, I get him on the phone. I was like, you gotta go.
That was a nice.
Go. Well, at the same time, because I'm running all this bullshit, all these different operations. I have this other Larry Ruda is coming from Los Angeles, moving his ass to Georgia.
And then she was like, you heard you had sex with a young kid.
So he's holed up.
Check out these alien posters.
I'm mess with some sexy. Where we at time was like, man, I'm scratching the bottom. We're back on talk. True. That's what we know. It's all the thing about Billy. The movie we don't think about Billy. Method Man out there. Yeah, where were we at? Oh, wow. This is perfect. That's good stuff.
I didn't know it was too late.
I don't know. I think it's pretty good. First time in the studio. First studio. Yeah, it does get a little awkward. It's uncomfortable at first. The studio, the studio's gonna be good. We're gonna get rid of this dog shit pirate back here shortly. You can take it back. I got excuse for this. Hey, if I have myself on
Say doesn't take so long.
this thing behind me in Zoom. That's true.
So cops
Share
can
my pirate flag. She deserves things every now and then.
this is all
So we get a pirate flag. True. Yeah. Those are some cool flags. They got some really cool ones. Not just that. I'm talking like an actual pirate flag. So, look at those. Yeah, we should start in bars, big places with a pirate flag. We'll see how it goes. We can actually have a pirate flag. You can fold this perfectly and put it in a case. That's happy ending. Hold the scene 2 seconds. You could never. I can assemble the rifle while I fold this thing. I can figure out how to pop it back on the wall and other thing.
Albert goes on to be
and Helium St. Louis, the 18th. Oh, actually, I think it's the 19th, 20th, and 21st now. Gotta figure that out. Figure out bombs by a female comic.
shadow. The way he gets
Yeah,
caught,
they got in there
we have
first.
this
I think
thing
they're doing
called
Thursday, and I'm gonna do Sunday now. I figured they let you
Friday,
Saturday, take the first wave. Like,
what
well,
happens
I was
is
supposed to
we
take
were
the
doing
first wave,
all
but then
this
that got
we
pushed
would
back.
get
And sure,
the
the
fact
guy
that
who was the
we
next
did.
week that I could
You
look
have
at, we just switched things. So yeah, I think the 19th, 20th, 21st, just look at the website. Helium Comedy St. Louis. Hell yeah, and this is our
We
studio.
were getting
We're gonna record here. We're probably maybe a game chair bit. We'll see how that goes. We can give people, or we can make the guests sit in the game chair. Our whole thing was to make our guests sit in regular chairs and we sat in the internet. And now we might be the idiots. I told you the story about this gamer chair from UPS. Oh my god, dude, I fucking went into UPS. So I got an email and it didn't get here. So I had to go to UPS or FedEx, wherever I was picking up. And it was like, it's still brief from coronavirus. So UPS has weird hours where it shuts down for like an hour and it opens back up. And it's like at 2:30 or 3 it opens back up. So I'm in a line with like 4 or 5 other people. While we're waiting to get in there, like 30 people get in line. So we finally all get in there.
What you
And then
really
so
found
I'm sitting there and I'm like,
was that
Mark, you're like, no, it's here. And I'm like, I need this. I urgently needed our chairs. So I'm like, no. And then like, all of a sudden, like, it says it, and it just has like respawn gamer chat. It has like this, it has like fire graphics on it. Dude, and I'm fucking, I'm like, what the fuck? It's in the box, like the picture of the box, and like the girl's got like family. I'm like, fuck.
everyone was doing
Mom, is there a gamer chair? Yeah, so can I get a gamer chair? And the mom looked at me like, you fucking dork. I was like, it's heavy, so I was like, straining out. I went down on my gamer chair. I was like, I looked at the kid like, yeah, dude, fuck you. Yeah, gamer chairs are tight. I'm not gonna let anybody criticize our studio. And just, I mean, I think gamer chairs are tight. That is 100% gonna pull back here. It really is. It's gonna be great. Alright. So you told me that. Alright, let's take this.
but they were physically in a location where they couldn't put any cars in the so much fraud in Russia and Europe that every car was so they had to get money instead of partners shadow so the deal was Ukraine would supply part data. We would code it, cashiers would pocket 30%, 60%. Albert, our forum taker, he starts reading some of the ladies in New Jersey. He's got a background. He's got a stack of white plastic cards that all include the story of the head cards. He's got a white stack of these things, broad stands up to the one white card is moving $20 stuff. 40 minutes. Broad day. He's wearing it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, it just so happens that two New Jersey cops are eating across the street and notice this kid at the 18 for 40 minutes. One of them looks at the other. Let me see what he's doing. He goes over, walks up to Albert, sees that Albert's wearing the disguise, everything else. Sees the white stack of cards in Albert's hand. What are you doing? Albert falls apart. We didn't know Albert had been arrested. Albert had Secret Service. Now, the big thing is back then, I call it the bias, fucking idiots. Everybody on both sides of the fence. We were crime, we didn't worry about security and stuff like that. Law enforcement had no idea on how to track these people, how to arrest them, and arrest Albert. Albert immediately turns on us and they ask him, hey, how did you got there? So Albert says, you could try VPN. And they're like, VPN?
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. And they're like, what is it? And he tells him. So Albert's idea to do this, the reason Albert lets Kim back on the forums is so he could identify. So Albert's already been arrested. He's come back in everything else. Albert, I stepped aside to know he had been arrested. Albert comes in and he makes a rule. He's like, hey, law enforcement's looking at us and everything like that. To be safe, get this VPN. You guys going to be protected. Nobody can see what we're doing. We got you. Turns out, Secret Service is running VPN calls, drawback lessons, transactions. Look at the Secret Service indictments. I think the indictment was only for like 3 to 5 years. It's just for a few months, and just for a set group of people that were using it structure. But arrested 33 people, 6 countries, 6 hours. I'm the only guy publicly mentioned yet today. There were a couple of other guys that did get it. There's a guy who went screwed on Trump. He was a Ukrainian, and what happened to that guy? Secret Service is in the air. Arresting. They call the local Ukrainian PD, and they're like, "We're coming down to arrest this guy." Ukrainians are like, "Oh yes, come on down and get him." So it's a Secret Service thing. They get in the car, drive down, and tell the kid, "Hey, they're coming." The kid bugs out, and he gets away like that. There's a couple of guys that got away, just accidentally, things like that. They picked me up February 8th, 2005. What happened there? I had all my money overseas. I had a couple $100 grand stateside, but where I went head over heels for Elizabeth and started spending money hand over fist, I'm just crazy about it. When I started doing that, I went quickly stateside, had money overseas, couldn't access it. At about the same time as when Shadow Crew had started on the force, and all of a sudden Shadow Crew gets busted. Shadow Crew gets busted in October. I'm already out of money by October. So you spent it all. So for me, with her, every dinner, every night, we didn't eat at her house, at the best restaurants in Charleston. So every dinner was $5 to $7. Every dinner, every night. Right? Every weekend was $1,000 pair of shoes, at least $500 purse. Every weekend. I remember there were a few weekends I had left. One weekend in particular had $11,000 in cash on a Friday night. $11,000 on a Friday night. Sunday morning, nothing. Didn't know what. We were at a bar, we danced at a bar, I bought a down food, some champagne and all that. No money.
Was this part of your sort of inner control? Like you wanted to, you didn't want to lose her. You didn't want her to be.
I'm a control freak.
You want to be alone. You want to shower her with all this nice dinner.
So if it's weird with me in relationships, my wife Michelle, she tell you something. I'm still learning today what a healthy relationship actually entails. Historically, with me, if I wasn't dating someone that was married or something, people I thought was criminal, but I would have people I would hang out with until I started dates. Immediately, it's just her. That's it. Nobody else. anybody else Elizabeth took that to the extreme because she had these problems. Savior, put the cap and mask on, and I adopted that as my promise. I got to make sure she's fixed. I didn't realize that you can't fix it yourself. But I went head over heels. It was this thing of whatever she wants. So I go through all my stateside cash. I get it in my head. I just keep going. I figured the best thing I can do is get married. Maybe if I get engaged, show some love it. So she wants Tiffany engagement ring. Of course she does. I don't have the money to buy this engagement. By this time, Shadow Cruise was everything else. How are you going to get it? So I start running. I used to preach to people running checks. I start running checks. Counterfeit cashier's checks. I would find somebody on eBay that had a coin collection, something like that, convince them to send it to the COD. I'd hear the delivery guy that had a check, walk off cash. I had a coin dealer in Charleston. Buy it. But so I did the same thing with the proposed to her. She Tiffany wedding bands. Well, the problem is that when you run checks, if you're going to do that, it's like counterfeit currency. If you're running counterfeit money, you don't shit where you eat. You take a road trip. That's where you want to make it one specific. Same thing with checks. You don't shit where you eat. Well, because of Elizabeth, I couldn't travel. So I was stuck in the Charleston area running checks. Pretty easy to start pinpointing. So I had UPS delivering these rings. It was a COD order. I guess they flagged the order for $100 out of it. And I figured out this son of a bitch right here. So no delivery got it. I was leaving this one day. She I was left there last night. So go and wait at the drop. UPS driver pulls in. Yeah. So I checked the ID, flashing the ID. He has me a package. Check. That's what got me. Within 45 minutes, the Secret Service comes in, takes over the investigation. They do exactly. So they let me sit in the county jail for about a week. 2 agents fly in from New Jersey. That's where all this stuff originates from. This was an outrage and the rest of it. So the headquarters outside of it was called. So 2 agents flying in from New Jersey. We get out of the cell. They look at me like, "You got your laptop?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "You got anything on it?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Well, you're going to be charged for whatever's on it." I'm like, "I figured." And then one of them looks at me, he's like, "Can you do anything for us?" Well, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. I was supposed to be married to Elizabeth February 26th. So I looked at me and was like, "Look, get me out. You'll be free." All right. So they let me sit there 3 months. I was over $327,000. After 3 months, I was over to $1,000. My sister pays $1,000. Like, I called Denise. I called Elizabeth. I called her up. I'm out. During that 3 months, she had visited twice. Then call her immediately. She's like, "What do you do?" So the agent, Secret Service, she pulls up. She had a friend. She pulls up. Pops the trunk, gets out. It's just 2 storage containers. Drops the I started putting in containers. Yeah, right. Just looks at me and comes over and hugs me. She says, "Call me later." I'm start crying, gets in the car and leaves. The agent looks at me, he's like, "Is that your fiance?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Man, I am so sorry." I'm like, "Yeah." But idiot Brad here, what I do He has to put me up in a hotel. I don't have any money. I got $30 from my husband. He puts me up in the hotel that night, gives me money to eat on that night. As soon as he leaves, I take the $30 out of the eat. Walk my ass into Walmart and buy prepaid debit cards. That night, call Elizabeth right after that, beg her and get her to get back with me. I commit crime. What happens is it takes a month in Charleston. It takes a month for the Secret Service to get me. So the deal was I would go in to the offices every day and search it out. It wasn't fun. You would search these criminal records. You would target people, conversations with people, identify potential people, investigate cases at the same time. Start talking to the Secret Service about these society. So that was my job. I was supposed to be a week to do that. They had two recording devices, so I was on a laptop outside hooked up to a 50-inch plasma monitor on the wall. Secret Service was on a desktop computer right next to me outside. Two agents in the room, one South Carolina law enforcement. Three people. So the first 2 weeks, they're very diligent. They're paying attention to everything that's going on, everything else like that, asking questions, everything else. But you're seeing somebody just surf the web every day, all day.
You're just like my pretty brains and rattle out.
The agents watching that every day, they get bored after that. And what happens is they get so bored that they start watching porn. Yeah, now they were at the same time they were recording everything that I was doing. I had a camtasia that was taking snapshots of the screen like every day. So take a snapshot of the screen and save it. They were using Spectre equipment, which would capture the keystrokes for everything. Right? Now, at the end of every night, that would go on a DVD and a screen. Okay, so you see that, you're like, shit, it's a large string of DVDs. You're probably not going to go through this. At the same time, start to watch porn. I'm of the opinion, fuck it, let's see what we do. So I start to break the law inside the Secret Service offices. We've been in the room with me. Yeah, not the brightest guy, dude. The brightest guy.
Well, I mean, these guys aren't the brightest dudes. You sitting Secret Service agents sitting there watching porn.
Oh, there's some crazy stories. Some crazy stories. So I do that for the next 10 months. Now, when I say crazy stories, like for example, hacked it. So this guy, Max Butler. But Max, because they were having the open any kind of file that would come in the case, it was currency, so if you open it, Max attaches a key locker to one of the files, right? And he starts capturing all the data, starts locking me out of the accounts, everything else like that. So what happens is one day I walk in the office. I usually go in the office about 4 p.m. I walk in the office. When you sign in, as I'm signing in, I'm going to phone calls. Go to the phone. So I get a phone call. Get on the call. He's got this TTYL stuff. This where the bare people's kind of and he's telling me. So Secret Service is like, that's they think I'm some kind of investigation. So they're like, get in the car. So whatever we call it, search the car. And they figure out, oh, we got a hacker that's doing stuff. So this guy has a key logger on the system. I'm telling you, it's a key logger. They're sitting there going, 3 months they have a key logger on the system. That's going to happen. We weren't talking, so it was not evident that I was informative. That machine was strictly about criminal conversations. But he thought it. Max thought of it. Now, at the same time, that was one story. After 3 months, I walked in one day, and Bobby or Brad, they were the key agents actually. I think it was Brad. He was like, I think we've got a key logger on the machine. I was like, oh shit. He was like,
let's format it today. And I was like, excellent idea. So that was the end of that story. But the other big story, I'm driving back to the apartment. Brad calls me. Brad, yeah, he's like, what's going on? He's like, well, that site, La Cosa Nostra, has automatically installed QRs on machines. And I was like, who owns the site? He's like, none of your goddamn business. I was like, look, come on. So what had happened was this kid in Canada got arrested, sent to prison. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police got the kid out. They set up a website, many five, started gathering data, getting IP addresses, everything else, and all this big business sites. That was the idea for us. One thing the kid did was he put a key lock on the customers.com, so you can visit download the key lock on their machine and start getting to. Little did he know that it had been installed on my machine too, the government. So the next day, I didn't know that he was performing this way. So I go the next day. I'm usually left in the office this day, not this day. So I'm waiting on the waiting. Bobby, so he goes to Brad. Yeah, all the so they take me back down. They take me down there. Well, what did you do? So I call up in this kid. I start reaching out my contacts, everything else. Find out who owns the site. Finds out the kid is in jail. Find out the kid was mysteriously released from jail. Charges still pending and everything else. Oh, that's how I started talking. 48 hours later, the site shut down. Kid's back in prison. Washington calls Columbia. What's your fucking monkey doing? Yeah, we're coming down. So Brad, back down. You want to stay out of prison? Yes, I'd like to. Well, if you want to stay out of prison, the best thing you can do is say you didn't know anything was going on. If you just did it on your part. I was like, okay. So Washington flies in, tells us the monkey has done something. So Washington flies in. They thought they were going to ask me some questions. Washington doesn't even talk. They pulled me off after 2 hours of interviewing two agents. Washington gets me in there and they ask me, hey, why are you targeting Ukrainian cybercriminals? I was like, I am. Do it more. And that was the entire conversation. So we ended up shutting down another law enforcement operation just for shits and giggles. So that's some of the stuff that goes on in the offices. Now I want to say this. Those guys, they were really good guys. Yeah, they were. They weren't used to dealing with people like I used to be, but they were good guys and they tried to give me a chance to do that. I got both Bobby and Brad got fired from the Secret Service. We were fired in federal government, not fired. So what happens is when they finally find out that the school open, written off, we had this operation called Operation Birds. Associate Mills had taught him how to do this. So they go to arrest him. When they arrested him, there was absolutely no evidence. The apartment manager goes to the house. The apartment manager goes out. What to do it? So they get my lawyer on the phone. My lawyer's like, well, have you done anything? I was like, yeah. He was like, well, you can always try to lie and pass the test. If not, they're going to throw you back in jail. Okay, let's roll those dice. So they asked me 3 questions. Have you access to computer out of work? Have you talked to the press? Have you informed me? Questions. Revoked the bond, sent me back to the county jail in Charleston. 3 days later, what goes on is Jim Ramacon and Kirby. It's serious cases. They've got a Miranda waiver. They've already searched my apartment. They found prepaid debit cards, cash, IDs. So they find all that. Ramacon's pissed off. Bobby's upset. What happened is I filled a polygraph. Brad and Bobby, they were searching my apartment. So as they walk in the apartment, I get distracted. Brad is see how point I got. Yeah. He comes in the bedroom. I've got a stack of the DVD for it and all that. I'm like, got this. So I was showing him that. Bobby's searching in the kitchen and rigging the shit I've got that's important is in the closet in the bedroom. So Brad, he's distracted by that and starts talking about the stripper drum. So he's talking about that. He just kind of glances around this. I didn't know it took until 20. I think I met Bobby in 2017. I didn't know that's what happened. They trusted me. So what happens is later on, they find it in that search. Later on, some more agents thorough search. All kinds of shit. As of now, they're dismissed from Secret Service. I don't know where Brad's working. Bobby got a job with DA investigations. But I had an opportunity to meet with Bobby in 2017. But so that's what happened with that. I bond. So I was under state charges when they revoked the bond. Judge reinstates the bond as they revoked the bond. No one crosses Secret Service. Jail. I wouldn't inform the Secret Service of that. I walked out, and I'm of the opinion, hey, you're going to screw me, find me. So I take off across country, borrow $1,000 from the stripper I was dating, borrow $1,000 from her, and I'll pay her back $3 grand in 2 weeks, and head west on I-20. No idea where the hell I was going. Get to Dallas and realize that there's a prepaid debit card supply in Dallas. So I walk into the offices there. I get this guy, lie to this guy, get him to give me 67 prepaid debit cards. I'm paying for it for him. He gives them to me. So 2 weeks later, I cash out. Use that money to Cherokee. And the plan, stupid ass plan, the plan was to steal enough money to bug out to Brazil and set up shop down there and continue on with it. So I was out. I was on the run for 4 months. Stole $600,000 the night before I was in Las Vegas, Nevada, and stole 160 cans of woke up the next morning, signed on to Carter's form, signed on to Carter's market.com, and there's my name. It's the first time that my name is it's talking about me working with Secret Service. So I'm sitting there looking at it like, whew. I said out loud, I was like, oh, Johnson, United States Most Wanted list. What do you do now? I'm going to Disney World. So, yeah. Why? Why not? Why? So I figured that I'll have to lay low for money. Can't get a passport, so I was going to get a passport. Ticket really fast. Universal. Going parks every day. Just want to stay there?
Idiot, right?
Sounds like hell.
Oh yeah. Nowadays, I was in Orlando like 3 weeks ago for a conference, and I'm like, Jesus, I hate this place.
Oh my God, it's hell.
So it's like never again. But then it was like, oh yeah, we'll go to the bars, it'll be all right. So go down. I paid for a timeshare for 9 months in advance. But it wasn't furnished, so I go out and buy furniture. So I had 9 months in advance. Lasted about 6 weeks.
That's what I wanted to ask you earlier when you said you were taking all that money, $100,000 a week. Did you ever think, thought ever cross your mind, like, maybe I should just take all this and buy some crypto and just get out of this?
No.
Slowly transition myself to go legit.
And I'll tell you the reason for that. Not that we the thing is, you forget what your value is. So money is coming so fast that you're like, shit, there's still more money. My budget, I didn't have to come up with a budget for this before. My budget back then was just still cash. Forget what the value of currency is. This is what makes us strong. I had Rolexes all that crap.
This was ridiculously
Back.
That was it.
It was a $25,000 watch. It had so the J12 is ceramic with black ceramic band, and the entire band was encrusted with diamonds. You couldn't wear something like that. But I would have that. People would come down. I'd show it to them. Hey, look what I got. It was weird stuff like this. You forget the amount of money. So you would go in my guest bathroom, and one of the drawers had $10,000 in cash. Just for the hell of it. I would get in there, I'd use the bathroom sometimes, and I would, money that I had in my pocket. In
case you ran out of toilet paper.
Yeah, finally you had $10,000. My kitchen cabinets, they had stacks of prepaid debit cards in the cabinet. Unopened cards, I'll go through cards. So I was in the cabinets. When I was arrested, I had a Mini Cooper, and I transitioned to Mercedes. But when I was arrested, I had like 962, 172 cabinets. The odd shit like that is what happens. All kitchen cabinets, rubber bands, but as far as transition legal, that legal currency, what happens is for most cybercriminals, we used to talk about all the time. You've got to have access to that strange.
Right.
When you're going to get out, it's too late. Everybody says that, but nobody follows.
Really?
Nobody follows it because the money's being spent so quickly. You don't worry about it. And then not only that, but it's an ego boost too, that status factor. Because now you've got everybody in those communities that you're the most important person in the family. So it's this huge ego boost. So you don't get out of it. You have to stop. Something has to make you stop. So you rip somebody off, you get arrested. So I mentioned I go through the drug abuse program, right? I think about it. Right. What happens is so I'm arrested in Orlando. I'm held at the Orange County Jail there in federal holding, and didn't know a damn thing about federal inmates and the system at all. This guy named Yeti, he was in there for meth. He kind of takes. I was blessed throughout this entire thing of people kind of taking me. So this guy named Yeti kind of takes me into his room and he's like, "Hey man, the only time you get out is the drug program. I have a drug problem. Find a drug problem." And I was like, "Find a drug problem." So, yeah. What happens is they gave me diesel therapy. And diesel therapy, that is basically to wear you down mentally and physically. So you get to it works by to be 2 weeks to go from Orleans to South Carolina and start releasing let you go through processing, which is about 6 hours. Let you go through that processing, which is like, hey, time to move. And go to the next county jail. Bam, 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 like that. Wears you down, right? So what was going on is every county jail I would stop at, as you're going through processing, they ask you,
Do you have a drug problem? Yes. Alcohol? Okay. So best assistance? Yes, I'm more than willing to go to AA, everything else like that. So by the time I get to Columbia, South Carolina, I've got a paperwork trail of these drug issues. My initial lawyer was a guy named Paul Strong. I paid for him, stole money. So I had to drop him. So they gave me this guy that was just like Billy D. Williams. His name was Jimmy Rogers. Jimmy P. Rogers. This guy. Looked just like Billy. So he's the only good thing the guy did for me. He stands up and during the rain year, he asked the judge to order a psychological evaluation. The judge said, yes. So psychological evaluation comes along. Psychologist comes to the county jail, pulls you out, gives you this 4 hour. About halfway through it, psychologist is like, use any type of, yeah, what do you use? Cocaine, smoke or snort? Snort, that's an 8 ball a day. Looks at me and I'm like, he's like, that's a lot. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you have any trouble out of that? I was like, yeah, I can't get an erection. And he looks at me and I looked at him and I'm like, I got that shit from Boogie Nights. You know, that last shot, Mark Wahlberg, he can't get it up. And I'm like, that's got to be right. So I looked at him. Psychologist is looking at me. I'm like, is that right? And he's like, it could happen. You still have that problem? I was like, no, not right now. And he's like, that makes it into sentence report. So the federal probation office and safety, they do this in-depth background check. Guy is being charged to tell the judge how much to give you. So they go through all your personal background, they look at the charges, everything else, and say, give them 75 bucks. So that drug use goes into my PSR. So the day of sentencing, the prosecutor stands up and he's straight. It's like this particular prosecutor, this particular civil services, system, guidelines. So my guidelines were 60 to 75 months. I had already been bragging that if I did more than 60 months, so judge, Peter says this, judge says, I agree, 75 months. I'm like, look at my lawyer. Can you get the drug program thing? He's like, I don't know, I'll ask. So he stands up, will you order the drug program from Mr. Johnson? Judge is like, no, but I'll recommend he gets evaluated for it. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Lawyer's like, you're probably not going to get it. I'm like, okay, how soon can you get me to the camp? He's like, well, if you don't appeal, I can get you to the camp pretty quick. I was like, my exact words were, fuck the appeal, get me to the camp, I'll take it from there. He looks at me like I'm the biggest fucking idiot. So we don't appeal. I had family and friends look up, because you can have a prison recommended in the federal system. So I'd have them looked up, because a lot of camps back then did not have fences around. So I wanted to camp with the fence because I was relieved. They settled on Ashland, Kentucky. Wasn't supposed to have a fence. So 2 weeks later, 14-foot fence, razor wire on the top, pull that bed on. Shit, that's not good. So I go in as a process. Yeah, man, we're working on the quarter street work. I'm like, well, I'll die out there. He's like, well, you can do landscaping. Well, shit, I can run a weed eater. Next day, I walk into the landscaping office. The guard in his office, his entire wall behind his desk is an aerial photo of the concrete blown up. So you literally sit there and plot your escape, right? So my dad starts to visit. It's like the third visit in, poor guy, he's like, yeah. He's like, that's a lot of money you make. Yeah. He's like, I think you could teach somebody how to do that. I'm like, yeah. Well, now, the truth of the matter is that when I first started telling that story, I blamed that on my dad. I said, I thought my dad was back alive. It wasn't. He was just the truth of the matter is, looking back now, I think what happened was my dad always viewed me. So I manipulated escape. return, I told him, $4,000 cash. He dropped that off to me, dropped the check clothes, so about 6 weeks. Security. That's why on sentencing with that, what happened was I ended up saving time on my prison sentence. Oh yeah. So what goes on? The escape happened so soon after the initial sentencing. They use the exact same pre-sentence drug stuff. Right? Now, when I'm arrested, I was arrested with a laptop, prepaid debit cards, stolen identities, everything else. The U.S. Marshals come into the hotel room and seize that stuff without a warrant. So they weren't allowed to use it. Blessed on that. Right? So the day of sentencing on the escape, I spent 6 months in county jail. The day of sentencing on the escape, prosecutor stands up, Secret Service is there, prosecutor stands up. Honor, we appreciate it. You were considered. Yeah. This time, judge looks at him and says, no, we're going to charge you with it. We're charging you. Mr. Johnson, no idea why you did these things, but it looks like why you keep your mouth shut. You're saving yourself a serious charge. And I'm like, yes, Your Honor. It's a pre-sentence report. He starts thumbing through it. He's like, it also looks like before you brought me all these drugs, you were a big citizen. Yes, you are. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 15 months on this. But I'm going to give you my drug program. So I get 15 months on this. The drug program gives you a year off immediately, and it gives you 6 months half-life for 18 months. So I got out of prison 3 months earlier than I would have my escape. Just a weird-ass story on that.
What was the total time you ended up doing?
90 months sentence I ended up serving in prison. About 7.5 years. 8 months in solitary.
8 months in solitary.
So I spent 6 months in the county jail for actual escape. Once I was sentenced, I got sent directly to the solitary hospital for actual time. Shoe. Special housing. Anything but a shoe. It's interesting. It's interesting. That's one word. What I think about it,
Nowhere to go but inward when you're there.
it's a 6x9, 6x8 set. You can actually spread your arms out. You've got you've got a double bunker on your personal set. You've got the toilet, you've got a desk for both. And the shit works. Everybody's about the same. The first few months, you sleep as much as possible. First few months, shoes are an actual prison. So if you do to stay cold, or stay cool, you'd strip down your boxers. You would wet the sheet that was on the bed. You'd run it with water and lay it on the concrete. Provide some comfort on that. So you do that. After a few months, you get the King James Bible. First month, first month, 60 days. Get 2 showers a week, Wednesdays, Saturdays. You're supposed to get, the law says, you're supposed to get out of your cell an hour a day. So they've got a special yard for you and everything. That's not the way prison actually works. The way prison actually works, you're lucky to get out an hour a week. So most of the time, it's 7.
You get to the point where you see shit. I see these there. You see, I start to fabricate. You see bugs. I still have, but it has an effect. It has a strong effect. It got so bad that what happens is I get sent to a real prison in Texas, which is a discipline. So all these fuck ups go to big schools. So anybody that's violent that doesn't classify this one. So went through 3 riots while I was there. So like 2 people murdered, 4 suicides. That place was so what happens is with Big Spring, your race meets you as you come through the process. So who met me was Treasure, brother. So Big Spring is a converted Air Force company. I'm walking up the unit. Out pops this treasurer, and then Nick Sanford. He looks at me. He's like, "How many more white guys are we coming?" I was like, "Shit, I don't know, 4 or 5." Next question. What are you into? My answer: computer crime with a big ass smile. Wrong thing to say. Wrong thing to say, because back then you didn't have credit card thieves and shit. Back then, when you said computer crime, you were a pedophile. You were child pornography, chomo. So, and what had happened is the week before I got there, the areas, because people in that compound was a Mexican gang, so the paisanos. So the week before I got there, the Aryans had paid for paisanos to beat the living shit out of every pedophile. They had locks on socks, everything else, and bam, bam, bam. And where they got the information from? The guards gave the information to every pedophile. So what happens is 4 p.m. nationwide, you got to stand up count. Every inmate in the federal system sends out to do a count. So 4 o'clock count comes in. After that, you lock in lunch. So as soon as those doors lock that week, they list all the bottles, they got their socks, they got lots of belts with their socks, bam, bam, bam. I got asked before you in there. I said, "You got here to this piece of shit in the world." He's like, "Hold that thought." He goes and gets his buddies, and they're circling around like, "What'd you say you were in here for?" So I'm telling them, and they're like, "Well, it sounds good." You still say computer. So the good thing about that is that they will not do anything. So paper or art, right? Now, that shit had already popped off 3 that you want to travel with. Usually you would come on the compound and paper and you would show them that. They would tell you very long what your charges were and everything else. That got to be such a problem that we now banned paper inmates traveling. So it took the guards to say that. The guards were trying to shoot about me. All right. So for the first month they think I'm a pedophile, but they can't prove it. At the end of the first month, Wired magazine gets a copy. It's talking about the sweet. Hallelujah. Yeah, except it's got this line in there that says Brett Johnson, Secret Service. Oh, yeah. So that was at 4 o'clock. They head out mail right after the count. That magazine hits. I'm flipping through it. I'm like, okay, I'm good until I see that line. But we go to dinner after that. At dinner, we already hear conversations. The warden shuts down everything, calls me into the office. He's got SIS there. He's got all the cancers there. He looks at me and says, "You can really do the I'm like, yeah. He's like, "What you doing? That fucking kill you?" I know. He's like, "When did you give it in?" I was like, "During transport out of Oklahoma City and Atlanta and all that." He's like, "They will kill you." So they're doing the locker search, trying to confiscate all the magazines. He looks at me and he's like, "Do you feel safe?" I was like, "If you tell me you don't feel safe, what happens to you?" They throw you in the shoe for 8 more months until they transfer you out. So I'm like, I'm not going back there. Yes, I feel completely safe. He looks at me like you're an idiot. He says, hey, look, if anybody says anything wrong, then he tells them. Understood. So I go back, think everything's fine. Next day I walk in the unit, there's Nick Sanders on his butt. He's got the mouth wide open. Oh shit. Walk up to you. Hey man, what are you doing? He's doing something. Anything interesting? Let's get out of here. Let me show you. So I take an action. I knew. Do we have a problem? He's like, did you snitch on anybody that's here tonight? No. He's like, until someone hits this compound, you told me we don't have an issue. Good. He's like, we do if you do something for us. So in federal prison system, you have to have a job. Doesn't matter what you do, you gotta have a job. I got a job in education teaching a lit class. Every area signs on to this lit class. It's taught Wednesdays 6 to 8 p.m. We teach books. We didn't. We taught fraud every Wednesday 6 to 8:30. Anything you guys want to know? Help me help you. I'm here for you guys. That was job one. The second job, and I've talked about this before, but there's two types of inmates that you can see and really pointing out as you're stepping in. Both of those things. Right, those things. Right. And the second one, you can pretty much point out the wrongs. Those two groups of people. Really? Oh, what are the bank robbers? It's like they're individuals. They're just know their place, man. It's like that guy. Cocky. It's not really even cocky. It's just like they're this guy that's just this loner type individual that's got this kind of aura around him, and they know their place. And it's just, hey, not for anybody, they're not doing anything else. They're just their own person, and it's this weird type of this vibe. It's this swagger type of vibe. You can really point these people out. Pedophiles are easier to shit with. My job was to go up to the white pedophiles and have a talk with them. Hey, I don't know what you do. I don't care what you do. But if you got some sort of fucked up charge, you need to tell me. So see those guys over there? If you tell me you're done with them, and when they start to talk to you, the thing that you do, they will kill you. So what are you going to do? And most of them got kind of be, I just want to do my job. So at that point, okay, look, here's the way this is actually going to work. You can't talk to these guys. You can't go to them around. You may have somebody come up and try to victimize you, extort you or something like that. Not much you can do about that shitty. That's the way your existence is. Could you be beaten? Yeah, it doesn't really happen. It's not at that higher levels like max. Now, you were in a low, you said? Disciplinary medium low. Medium. So it's weird. So you've got minimum, low, medium, max. You've got these disciplinary levels. I do the low. I know mainly the white collar crimes. Yeah, white collar is, well, white collar, depending on the time that you're sentenced to. If you're sentenced to more than 10, you can't go to the camp. You have to be under 10 to put that camp in. So depending on the time, you could end up a max, like Ross, for over prison. That's basically Frost who's out of college and he's drug trafficking. His dollar was so high, he gets maxed out. He's in that big Colorado super max. He's the same one El Chapo did. And will he ever get out? Shit, he beat one of the life sentences. He beat one of them. So he's sentenced 2 life sentences plus 3 years. Which was initially, that was double El Chapo sentence. Yeah. Oh, I thought about it. I can't fucking, it doesn't compute. It doesn't make any sense. No, I grant you the guy, he fucked up. But does he deserve life in prison for that? No, there weren't. He didn't even have fentanyl was not popular, so you can't even say fentanyl. Silk Road. Most of the traffic on Silk Road was pot. So most drug buyers on the dark web, it's marijuana. You've got some export. Right. Now you do have meth and code files and shit too, but 80-90% is pot. And his claims are
his parents claimed that there was no sex trafficking, none of that stuff.
There was. Not
No child porn.
there absolutely no child porn. No, that's one of the big things. So looking at dark web markets, child porn has never been on the dark web markets until it was 70. That goes back to the shadow porn rules against child porn. Right. So you don't have any child porn. So you did have massive amounts of drug trafficking. You had fraud related stuff too. Now, does that equate to 2 life sentences? I can't see that.
They tried to ping it. They tried to get in there. They tried to nail him with it was the hit from.
So he tried to have 2 people murdered. Now, there's a lot of people that are fans of Ross these days. Well, that didn't happen. Yeah, that should happen. That's he was being blackmailed. Someone evidently knew his raw identity and we got rid of somebody. And Ross, and I've been in that position. I've been in a position where we basically father these people. Take care of them as you try never to take care of people. So when we presented with something like that, what if that with him? So Ross, he's going to have a hit that, and over time it's set up my life. It's pictures of this was a grip, everything else. Now that's enough. He wasn't charged with that, and I don't know what the case was. But I'm willing to bet
He was not charged.
he was not charged with intent murders. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's sentencing. Right? It could be part of relevant conduct in the PSR, and they consider that in sentencing. I'm willing to bet it's relevant sentencing. They found some sort of corruption with the prosecutors, right? Oh, jeez, man. There were Secret Service agents that were still crypto. There were like 2 or 3 of them that bullshit. I mean, there was all kinds of wild stuff. At least one of the agents was sentenced to prison for that stuff, right? And all that. I mean, there was a load of stuff. The case, Albert should have never gotten the case simply because of the bullshit that was going on with law enforcement. And that goes back to this idea. Nowadays, that was back, what, 2011, 2010. So nowadays, law enforcement's pretty important. They really are. They've got that shit locked down. They're very good at all this other stuff. You do things right. Then, people are seeing that bouncing with this crypto stuff, and they have a lot of cops that have temptations in it. They really don't have the investigations on it. Things like that. So you have that possibility of law enforcement. So, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm hoping certainly Albrecht deserves some time. He certainly does. Does he deserve that life? At the same time, you gotta understand that I talk about him being ideological. For a few years, I was like, yeah, I give something to try to this. And that's because of my biases. Because when you actually do put the curve, citizens on the age of alcoholics, teetotalers, all the same. You know, looking at the guy, he doesn't deserve life. He gave him 15 of the hour. Give him some time. He's not going to do that shit good. We've already sent a message to everyone coming on my planet. This is what you get. We're already really good at shutting down all the comments about identifying sacrifices and watching the best of somebody else. How are you doing this? But yeah, when you think about Ross, Bitcoin today, $39,000. Down, but you know, you hear a lot of talk about the reason you hear that talk is he's the guy that use case to this use case for crypto. Is that shit?
Yeah.
You know, it is. I mean, merchants, when merchants started to, the first attempt at accepting crypto, Microsoft, big sites that accepted crypto. And this was 2012. On a monthly basis, these huge stores were paying $300 total. That's still the way it is today. You've got all these
all these businesses that set quickly that you've got people that hold it, people that actually buy it. Now, it's 7.5 total. What happened when you eventually got out? What was life like? I got out in 2011. I went through the drug abuse program, 9 months of CBT training. It was very efficient. Chief of Compliance. I got out in 2011. I met with my family. No need to fudge on that. Yeah. So he had been doing I was in 3 years probation. Did not touch a computer. The first job, the job that I get, I was in Tallahassee. My release, the halfway house is in Tallahassee. My release is in Panama City, hour and a half away. So on the kids, I'd come down to Panama City, stay with my dad, my stepmother, job. The job that I ended up getting was driving a taxi. Turns out that you got to have a taxi license, but before you get the license, you work 6 months. So I go in and apply for this job. Turns out the guy that I was talking to had been with years before. He looks at me like, he said, taxi for 6 months. Love the job. After I had been living with my dad, get it out of prison, you don't want people to tell you what's involved. And my stepmom, she was did not like this curfew, so I ended up moving. Looking back, the job was good. I started to love money on my dad and my sister because I couldn't get a job. I mean, dad that stole the money he had. Using all that, and this guy, he's like, we were talking about before we started to know this was. Yeah, so they're a fishing company. They're a fishing simulation. Raise awareness on fishing. Simulation. Huge. And what happens is I get out of prison. I start to apply for jobs. I applied for a job opportunity in Deloitte to run a cybersecurity or cybercrime office in the UK. Dipshit here thought I could go to the UK and do that. My probation, I was like, no, you're not. So then No Before offers me a job here in Tampa. He's like, I sent him my resume. 6 minutes after sending my resume, I get a call. Stu Showerman, CEO. Back then, they only had 6 employees, 6 whole employees. And he has me take a psychological test. He's like, we'll start you out at assessment. It's like, done. Go to my probation officer. I got a job. We got a job. Test. I was like, what? He's like, you're not going to do it. What? Fishing, simulating. You're definitely not. They're all Scientology. They're Scientology. I was about to say that. So Stu, he's talking to me. He's like, we're all Scientologists. Okay. Yeah, he tells me this. And I was like, seriously? He's like, yeah, you have a problem with that. Stu, I don't have a problem with that. As long as you got a paycheck, I'm fine. He's like, okay. So I couldn't take that job. It gets from a couple of payment processors that offered me jobs. So you go into POS terminals, you replace those. So probation officers like, you want to sell those. I'm like, okay. So I guess where I'm trying to apply for fast food. Well, that cash register is a computer. Can't touch that. Okay. What about a waiter's position? No, that's a computer and credit cards, idiot. So I couldn't take that. So I was bumming money from my dad and my sister. I was on food stamps so I could eat. I had a roommate that took care of half the rent for me. They tell you when you leave prison, they're like, hey, man,
find you a job, find you something you care about, you won't recidivate. I couldn't get a job. What I had a cat. And got to the point I had enough money to feed my cat. Didn't have enough money to buy toilet paper. So I go to the dollar store on the beach, buy the cat some food on the way out. Kiosk there, toilet paper. First job.
They make it as difficult as
Really
possible
bad.
for people to get out of prison. Everyone I've talked to who's done a lot of time in prison, they always talk about how difficult it is to get back on your feet.
The problem is that we released from prison exact same time. Less.
And you can't get jobs.
You cannot get a job, and no
You can't rent an
no
apartment.
one's going to hire you. No one is going to hire you. Right. That is a fact. Because you've got people out here that do not commit crimes, that don't have the history, that want a job too. So an employer, who the hell are they going to hire? You? This has done everything right.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Our country would rather have people incarcerated than free and have a flourishing society.
It's bad. And the problem is that unless with me, and I've certainly got people too, unless you have people that you're not. It's a minefield. You can't do it by yourself. You can't. You may. I served time in multiple prisons, knew hundreds of inmates personally. I was a social butterfly in prison too, so I encountered thousands of inmates. All those people that I know, 99%, they were just doing their time and really had hopes and dreams. They did not come together breaking the law. They wanted to get healthy relationships with good jobs. But most of those guys go right back to it because they're not given those opportunities. They don't have somebody beyond taking a look at me and giving you references and advice and shit like that. They don't have these people who are getting jobs. Have this history coming out to us. You don't have those opportunities. Because of that, what do you do? You've got to eat. You've got to put food on the table. You may call it cognitive dissonance if you want to, but the truth of the matter is that, hey, you're in a country where you've got to survive. You can't get a job doing this. So that with me, I couldn't get a job. Shoplifted the toilet paper. My wife Michelle, she makes me right. That was great. Truly, my saving grace is my sister. Disowned me, and she comes back. Michelle, she finds me. I was broke. So that's the easy apartment. Much food in the house, to eat anything else. Michelle, 2 months. Didn't get married. Finally got a job. The only job I could get. I was on Craigslist. The guy was advertising for it. Called the guy up. He's like, I want to talk to him. So I drove down to the desk, talked to him. He was running the business out of his house, and his brother worked. He starts talking to me. He has me start up the weed eater and shit like that. And, about 20 minutes into the conversation, he looks at me. He's like, "Can I ask you a question?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Are you on the run or something?" I was like, "No, why do you ask?" He was like, "I just don't see a person that would do this." So I told him my history. His name was Dustin Duranis. I told him my history. And he looks at me. He's like, so I get back home. That was a Friday. I get back home. Sunday evening, he calls me. And he's like, "Man, I give you a job. You actually work." I was like, "You'll He's like, "Short, long, man." So we down there, my job was pushing my line 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. Pretty hard every day. Come home overnight, literally pass out, wake up the next day, take a shower, do it again. And I was happy. I had a good job. Michelle was there for me. It was a good environment. I knew it was a healthy environment. Everything else. And what happens is it gets cold, the grass doesn't grow, the job ends. So what do you do? I'd say that my motive is cash. And I say it because it's an easy one. My motivation is more ideological. My motivation is taking care of the people that I serve.
So the job ends, and I gotta show her I'm working. I gotta show her she's only working. I gotta prove I'm working in the relationship. So I get it in my head, well, if nothing else, I can bring food with me. So I go on the dark web, they stole credit cards, start ordering food. Well, the boys are there. I've got 2 stepsons. They're there, and I'm like, well, so there's some money and good clothes. Let's do that. So all this shit, I got arrested on a food order. So let's pick up some steaks, because if you're going to steal shit, steal shit. So I go pick up, I mean, I don't need to steal bologna if you can steal steaks and crab legs. So I mean, go to pick up an order, and the cops out of control. Shove it in the eyes. I guess prison. Sentencing to that, and people in the courtroom, judge, prosecutor, probation officer, U.S. Marshals, I'm sitting there crying, Michelle stands up, better dad, his father is, prosecutor stands up, he thinks it's a good guy. Probation officer says the same thing. Judge gives me a year. Probation officer stands up. You can give Mr. Johnson a year to pay. Good time. His families. Judge amends the sentence to a year to pay. That's what I finally got that lesson. I showed it maybe for you. I had a sister, but I had no one else. Served my 10 months, get out, got married shortly after that. They killed probation so I could touch a computer, but who's going to hire this guy? I tell you that he's going to job selling cars. You can't. I've really got skills in it. So couldn't get a job at all. To this day, I know what my triggers are. I know what it takes for me to go back to crime. I never said I never do so. So I knew what my triggers were. I knew I'd go so far before I did it again. We took a shot. So signed on to LinkedIn. Started to reach out to all these people. Reached out to this FBI super cop down there, Pete Malarski. He was an officer in my house. Sent him a message. I was like, hey man, respect you greatly. By the way, I'd like to be legal. I responded to 2 hours. Gives me references, advice. That's the same thing. He's trying about 2 years. That's the same thing. Police member at CNP hires me to come in and give a keynote speech. Microsoft hears about that. Microsoft is consult. At that point, everything goes open. Today, I've got a couple of contests. Spokesperson for AARP, speak across the planet, so I'm on the strength of police, versus twice a year. I was recently named Chief Criminal Officer for Office Labs, San Francisco, helps with crimes and security. I lead a very blessed life. I don't deserve it. Make no mistake, I don't think I deserve it. I work hard. I work hard every day. I try to help people. Be protected. I don't think I can make a man's voice. Yeah. What one thing I wanted to ask you about was this Stuxnet. What you seen the documentary about Alex Gibney?
I've not.
0 Day. I've not seen it. Now Stuxnet, they just dropped the thumbnail. Well, it was a basically admitted that it was a virus that was created by the Iranian, by the Israelis and the United States to take down or just sabotage the Iranian nuclear program. Right, exactly. The rods that they had in them. By controlling them to spin faster or spin slower, make them explode, fuck up. Very dangerous. Yeah. To say the least. And there was they talked about how they had to get across a network gap, an air gap.
So how do
And
you do that?
they said they had double agents in Iran that they would be able to go in, someone repairing laptops or doing maintenance on laptops in there. All they would have to do is put the thumb drive in the computer, and the fucking virus had a mind of its own. Like, knew exactly what to do.
So,
It is
so think about what we're talking about. Without social engineering, cyber things that you just explained is a social engineering. You've got to focus. But you can't let them install useless. So how do you get it installed? It becomes even easier at some points. You can lock the whole drive in a pocket. I work with an infrastructure company up in Ohio. Did a test with that stuff. I'll put that drive in a parking lot, see it, and we'll pick it up. They will. See if anyone will plug it in. They will. And if there's any mention of salaries on the thumb drive, like a file that says salary on it, always open. So that's a social engineering. There's a story about if you walk up to an office building, you just can't read the letter, and you can. It's a social engineering. It's understanding that human psychology. So the stuff's not what he's looking for.
what does it actually mean when something is a 0 day
A
virus
0
or a
day
hack?
is an unknown vulnerability, unknown to everyone except the attacker. Right? So if I'm attacking, say, Amazon, and I've got a 0 day vulnerability or a 0 day attack, Amazon doesn't know about it. The security community doesn't know. Who knows about it? Maybe not very certain. Or the person that called this one knows about it. But the victim doesn't. But 0 day attack,
Meaning that there's no sort of symptoms of anything being out of place, or
it's interesting you mention that, right? There's always symptoms of something in place. So 90% of every single attack uses a known exploits. Okay, so it's not 0 day attacks that's the problem. The problem is the known exploits that happen. We've been preaching for years. Not me, because I was a bad guy, but people have been preaching about for years what needs to be done. They've not been listened to. That creates a problem. Think of the two largest cyber attacks in history. You've got SolarWinds and you've got NotPetya. Right? SolarWinds is going to be what's the other one? NotPetya. I haven't heard of that. So NotPetya is they're both nation state attacks. They're both Russian state. NotPetya is attacking Ukraine. SolarWinds is attacking the United States. So NotPetya, the Sandworm group, there's a good book on it. I think it's called Sandworm. But it's a very good book that details this too. So the Russian Sandworm group, the top hacking group on the planet, they go and launch an attack against these things. They take over basically. How do they take it over? They take over its update server by faking a Microsoft certificate. They then release this thing that looks like it's ransomware, but it's not. There's a ransomware attack called Petya a year prior, and he uses some of the code from Petya to make a it's not. It's a program that's simply sent to destroy hardware. It's not ransomware, it's just going to destroy systems. So that attack uses internal glue and internal robots, both known exploits, which were patched a year prior. They were patched. It uses mimikatz to harvest credentials out of RAM, as Microsoft systems. Even after you've logged out, those credentials are still in RAM. Mimikatz will get that out of it. So it uses that. It looks for outward-facing SMBs. We've known about that for years. We've told people to shut that shit down. Bad access, right? You would think the new systems out there millions. Another knowledge. It chains all those together to cause over $50 billion damage. On record, that's still the largest cyber attack in history. It gets outside of Ukraine because it looks for those SMBs that open. It gets outside of its MERS, its pharmaceutical companies that are still on the mission today, causes $50 billion. The largest, most sophisticated attack in history
all using zero-day rule. Solar winds, fucking thing. So the solar winds, what do you got? You got the solar winds, solar winds 1, 2, 3. All these known experts. You've got a 130-page class action lawsuit that details how solar winds knew of every single vulnerability that they had. Auditors in it, pen testers in it, everything else. People were warning them about it, and they would dismiss these people. Lie to these investors. It's about all the money going. Right. Meanwhile, what's happening? Meanwhile, you've got the attackers that are getting the source code from Microsoft products. All these stuff that you get snapshots and all these Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies and every single aspect of it. That, once the chips are down, that will be the largest successful. Yes, no zero bets. So it's not zero, it's a problem. Stuxnet is extreme. There was 4 0 days. They said it was 4 0 days inside. And that's impressive. I mean, when you think about it, because most attacks they don't have to use 0 days. But when you do have a 0 day that you can operate, use, hold, all that, you are doing something wrong. It's just not very common. Why is Russia and Ukraine always in a conversation when you're talking about this kind of shit? So, for financial cybercrime, it's really Russia's there too. But Vladimir, it's weird, man. Vladimir Putin was talking about how Ukraine is Russians. Right. Now, the weird thing about that is if you're a Ukrainian cyber criminal, you kind of buy into that shit. All right, because Vladimir's like, hey, man, we harbor you, we protect you, sometimes we hire you, shit like that. Even though you've still got that Ukrainian nationality yourself, you kind of feed into that. At the same time, the Ukrainians have been very good about harboring and protecting their own cyber criminals. They will give up some of those people, but Dmitry, the only reason Roman Vega was arrested was because he was in Cyprus. So they harbor a lot of cyber criminals. You are allowed to commit crime in those areas as long as you don't shit where you don't have against your people. But in Western capitalist countries instead, you're not going to get in trouble. So you take all those Russian cyber criminals that are over there, as long as they stay in Russia, there's nothing that's going to happen. Nothing. They're not going to be extradited. The only way they get caught, and you see this happening every day, one of these idiots that's stolen a few $1 million, he decides he wants to vacation on a beach somewhere, gets on a friggin' plane, flies out, and the feds arrest him immediately when he lands. You cannot leave. Right? But as long as you're happy in that area, millionaires, it's the same thing. Ukraine has got extraditing some of these people. Some of the attackers have built but it's still harbor and protect those people. There's a huge problem. It's so effective. There was a case about 4 years ago in Russia where these cyber criminals had actually rented an entire office building. The entire building was just a cyber crime business, 400 employees, and each floor had a different type of crime that was taking place. So that's what that type of environment is. That's why they're so successful. Ukraine's so big because it was the tech center. So you had a lot of guys that were falls that were highly trained, could not get a job. The guys that I knew, they didn't really want to commit a crime. And what you see this, I forgot the guy's name. Wired did a story on this. One of the guys got caught. He tells the parents this, and the parents start to advertise for him. All these cyber criminals started to apply for these jobs. They were doing credit card fraud, but they didn't want to do that. They just want to do a job. Nowadays, it's different. Right. And then also Israel, they started or they created the Pegasus, right? Are you pretty familiar with Pegasus?
I can't talk. I can't speak.
I don't know a lot about it either, but I know it's basically it's a hack or some sort of program that you can purchase from Israel for like
phone stuff, right?
for like $500,000 to 0 day into somebody's phone, right? And basically turn it into your phone,
Which is really nifty.
which is fucking crazy. The Saudi prince Mohammed bin Salman did it to Jeff Bezos.
So, and you think about that, right? You think about, you know, in our country, we have Snowden that warns about the privacy. But he warned about it. And we're talking about a free country where that's happening. You take Saudi, you take some citizens, tool, you know, it's very evidently Israel is at first just selling it to these people either. Right. So that's a huge issue. So I will say that as far as cybersecurity goes, Israel is top notch.
Well, they said in the documentary about Stuxnet, one of the reasons that the U.S. decided to collaborate on Stuxnet with them is because they didn't want them trying to start an all-out war with Iran.
Right.
But then I guess the Israelis, they got impatient and they like winged it and installed with all these clues that tied it back to them, which made it become so apparent to everybody where it came from.
And that's a lot of the problem with advertising. You see a lot of people how do we know these attacks came from Russia? How do we know these attacks came from this country? How could we fix that? Well, the problem is that there are telltale signs, forensics, the way the countries are set up, the cyber crimes that they use, all that stuff leads in where you can say this guy specifically this group, because that's the way this group is operating. So you can't attribute pretty effectively who it is. And this was right. I mean, before you launch that shit, you may want to cover your tracks.
Right.
Better than you have. Yeah. Because somebody's going to get pissed off.
Yeah, and that was during Obama. Right. I'm sure that basically him talking to the press or whatever, he was just basically straight up like, if you find whoever leaks this kind of shit, we're going to prosecute you to the full extent.
Yeah, they're going to put you evidence.
Yeah.
So it's bad. But you know, you've got people that do that leaking all the time. You had you're talking, I've got to show on. I had a request to use Snow. That's a hell of a talk. You take Snow. He stole so much data that if it were printed out, it would fill a dump truck. Now he tried to say, I was aware of what I stole. You're not. I grant you, hats off to you. We as Americans, we give up all of our information for free games sometimes. That's it. My problem with Snow is that he decided to go to Russia. Right. And look at him now. We've got this Ukrainian war going on.
Right. Yeah. No internet, nothing.
It's like, you kidding? At least Manning had the guts to stick around. I respect Manning far enough to do that. I respect Manning far enough to both did good things, but I think sort of.
Yeah, I've had a few people same sort of opinion of Snowden. That he did the right thing. Everyone said, most people say that he did the right thing the wrong way.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that, they cut Manning in this
Well, you know that there was an uncovered CIA plot to assassinate Assange.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact. That was there. But I think that Assange starts out, certainly he's had a hard time.
That's what unfairly against the United States.
Right.
But all these other countries are just
Right. He's had it. Right. But at some point, the guy goes way past what proper journalism is. That idea that the government must say that the assisted will steal. That's conspiracy to commit a crime. So I'm all for. I've actually met someone through video.
really.
Yeah, very bright guy. I was at a conference in London. We were all on a panel together. He was at the Ecuadorian embassy, zooming in.
Wow.
And extremely bright guy. This guy goes off and he starts talking about he's relating to the way that countries have their leaders, talking about the differences between them, just great conversation. And truly, impressive as hell when he's talking about that. Then he goes off on a tangent and talks about how he's been locked up for so many years in the Ecuadorian embassy. And I'm sitting there going, dude, you're not really locked up. You're choosing to stay in there. And he's talking about how it was like a prison cell. Well, I'd already seen pictures of his apartment. I'm like, if I can just sell out of it. So I didn't really, I think he's extremely bright. I think he's got some cognitive dissonance in there. I think that he had such a hard on for the United States that he stopped.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you know, the United States, they don't have to be accountable for ever or the murders or anything like that. Never.
You remember, you've heard of the Christie Foundation?
No.
So there was I think it was down in Guatemala, the CIA paid to have some journalists Christie Foundation sues the CIA pretty much. And actually, this is report that the CIA did that. So that was early mid-80s that happened. So I mean, you've got all these issues. I was talking to Mike about the other day. People trust the government. That shit's been long over.
Oh yeah,
you've got the McCarthy of the 50s. You've got the 60s forces. You've got the stuff that happened in the 70s with Vietnam and Nixon and all that. And you've got all this stuff recently with misinformation and fake news and all that stuff. The idea of anybody trusting the United States government is devious, especially on all these issues. It's happening. Why should we? I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, even though the U.S. government is clearly guilty of all this fucking crazy, secretive corruption, fucked up things that they've done, from coups and provocateurs and political revolutions, including a big podcast about the Maidan massacre in Ukraine, and how the CIA was in that regime change and just all that stuff. At the same time, you know, we don't really know what's going on in all these other things as well. And is it? I don't know if it's the brightest thing to just have your scope set on the United States. It's not, especially when it's absolutely not. It's all these countries that we get the biggest we get the spotlight. I gotta say, man, I mean, I'd rather be here than in a lot of other countries that are. Yeah, I've traveled all over the world. I'm sure you have too. It's just one of these things where, as fucked up as we are, I'll take the U.S. right. I truly will. I mean, we are really fucked up. You got people that were schismed across the board. I saw this thing I watched CNN. But CNN had this survey. That's always been a survey. 40% hard left, 30% we're here 10%. But we used to have a country where we could actually have discourse and still be friends. I saw this guy on Twitter about a year and a half back.
he was pissed off at his dad because his dad was a drug seeker. Because of that, he wasn't calling his dad. It's fucking politics, man. That's your family. It's got to come. Who cares if you don't get along with the guy? You don't agree with him on that. So you're talking to Bible these days. Say get your opinion on anything. If you do, I've got my show. If I talk politics, I'll have that. You know, and I'm trying to grow an audience.
Well, tell people listening and watching where they can find your show.
So I recently started the Brett Johnson Show. Right now it's on YouTube. The Brett Johnson Show. It's on YouTube. We're going to be on Spotify. Hopefully next week. These other podcast platforms as well. I'll have the actual website up, thebrettjohnsonshow.com. I'll have that up this week. And we'll go from there. There's 18, 19 episodes out right now. It's a one-man show. I get on there and I bitch a lot about cybercrime, cybersecurity, give you advice on yourself, business, hopefully entertain you.
What's your website called?
Website, I've got two. The website that is up right now is anglerfish.com. www.angler, anglerfish.com. Launching a new one later this week called Brett Johnson Show. BRETT Johnson Show. Cool.
Thank you so much. I
love it.
You
You're
come
great.
down here and doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Your podcast is dope. The first time I learned about you, someone DM'd me and said, you got to check out Trendifier on YouTube and TikTok. I saw your TikTok, and it was like, I was going down the rabbit hole, all your videos for like an hour after I liked it.
I appreciate that. And it's funny. The world works in weird ways because I think you followed me on Twitter, which was the funniest thing.
Yeah.
I don't tell anyone about my Twitter. It's the one social media like I don't talk about it on the show. No one has me there, and you found me there. And I noticed it, and I'm like, wait a second. I had just been told about your podcast about a month before. My friend Mark asked me to check it out, and I was like, this guy's fine. Like, this is a great podcast. Like, how the fuck do I not know this? Like, I pride myself on trying to know some of the great long-form podcasts. And so then I started, I think I watched the Roger Reeves one, is that his name? The pilot. And then I went back, I watched the Bustamante ones, and it was so good. But I was like, that's really weird that, you know, we didn't know about each other, and then we knew about each other, and then someone said to, like, connect.
Community connected us, bro.
Very, very cool. So thank you to whoever did that.
Hell yeah. How did you get started doing your podcast? What made you want to do that? I think it's fucking great. I love seeing you guys.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to you having Jim in here. I think that would be great. But yeah, so that's a little bit of a convoluted story. I was on Wall Street. So I came out of college and I worked in the private bank at Merrill Lynch. And so my boss, who was there, you know, he managed the wealth of very, very rich people. So I think like the average net worth was like 80 million, something like that, 78 million. And we also did work with like companies, so like public companies, we would do 10b5-1 plans. Sometimes we do something really simple like a 401k, because it just gave you an excuse to know everyone there. But I did that for a few years, and the way that business works is you come out of college, if you're lucky enough to get into a great situation like that, and I was, because my boss got tight before I got there, you know, you grind like a dog, and then eventually you get the offer if you make it, and then you make money. And so I did that, and I loved my team and everything. I really enjoyed working with them, but you don't know anything about the world coming out of college, you know. And I didn't, in fairness to myself, I didn't assume that. I wasn't like, oh, I know how things work. It was never like that. But there was a part of you that's like, oh, well, I might know one or two things. Then you get out, you're like, I don't know a goddamn thing. So I started to realize, like, kind of subconsciously at first, and then consciously, that like I wasn't into the work. I just didn't like thinking. Picture me like super
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, like exactly. Like that's not what it is. Number one, it's not sexy like that, if that's what you want to call it. And it's also, it's a school business. There's certainly some good with it. I will say the best part of my job, my favorite part, and it's actually what I owe understanding like a couple things about is the fact that I'm meeting people, knowing everyone. So we were up in New York City, so we're in the center of the world, right? And my job was to go out and make friends with people of all walks of life who were in different industries, doing different things. So I had to learn, like, oh, this guy talks to that guy because they do this thing, and then this type of business works. What are they working on over here? And then you start to get a picture of like, oh, here's how some things actually work. And you do research the whole nine. So I think that was really good, and I liked that. But I just didn't like the back end work. It was very boring and regulated as hell. That fucking sucked. So
you had to look at a lot of different types of businesses and like how different types of shit work.
Yes, exactly.
That's cool. I like to call that looking under a lot of skirts.
I'm gonna use that. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that, but that is precisely what it was. But yeah, so I was doing that, and I got to a point, as you were asking me like how the podcast happened. I had started to broaden my horizons a little bit along the way, and I started probably in like late 2017, pretty early. Actually, I started like having some side LLCs I do with people, nothing crazy, like not real companies, but stuff like we work on little projects. And I started to realize, like, I had always been a more creative person. Banking was not very creative in most ways, right? It was not my cup of tea, and so I was like more passionate about some of the little work I could do, writing stuff, coming up with things, thinking outside the box. And so I was thinking I wanted to go towards something like that. And then it got to the point where I was going to get that offer. And I did. And my boss, again, to this day, very close with the guy. I was like, holy shit. If I say yes to this, I'm committing for the next 5 years. Now, hypothetically, I could have said yes for 3 months and failed. But, like, that'd be a douchebag. Like, I love this guy. I'm not going to do that. So he was like saying, like, come with me and saying pretty much. So I'm like, okay, I got to say no to this, which obviously I think he might have seen it coming a little bit, but it was still very sad, obviously. And it was kind of sad for both of us. But this was later stages of 2019. And so he said to me, he's like, all right, look, you're still getting some of the salary from the company. Chill out, this is going to be an industry shift for you. Didn't know what I was going to do yet. He's like, hang here. You do good work on the back end. You make your money to pay your bills, and you figure it out, and we'll get you on your way. I'm like, great. So I went into the process of doing that. And not probably, it was January 26th. It was the day Kobe died. I remember that. But yeah, it's a kind of weird thing in life. But I went to do a little media work for my friend Ty for his lacrosse company. He just wanted to go there and like interview the founders. And it was a weird day. Kobe died. And that was I've never been affected by a celebrity death. Like even Sunday. Yeah. It was like even like when Whitney Houston died, who I was a huge fan of, I was like, wow, that's so sad. And I was like heartbreaking, but then like go to the next thing. Kobe thing was weird. The Kobe was weird. And I just had like the weird other guy too. It's just a weird day. So it was like a chopper full of like a bunch of the teammates. I think it was like 90. Report. I remember that afternoon when I was going to the job, there was like a report to like there's some things that's like just a little bigger than
that was weird because it was like there's no way a dude like him could get in a freak accident. It's like Kobe doesn't die. Right. It's Kobe. And dude, how weird was it the night before that they interviewed him about, or they were interviewing LeBron, or was it
LeBron passed him? the night before.
They were in the same arena, right? And they were like,
No, but he had been in the same arena with him, I think maybe a week before. But then he sent out like the congratulations tweet at like 1 a.m. or something.
oh, LeBron passed it. That's what happened. Okay.
Right before.
Crazy.
Just wow.
That's weird.
I still can't wrap my head around that one. And if you would have told me that this was not going to be a top 3 story of the year, I would have looked at you like it was nuts. And it probably, I mean, it might be number 3, but like, you know, the pandemic hit, and also and the election and everything, like all this shit happened. So it's almost like it feels so much like it was so much longer ago than it actually was. But I remember that because I was at, you know, not to make it about myself at all, but it was like a weird day. You know what I mean? Like, this is just like. Hours. So we did it. And we put the cameras up and like that. And we just did like a little half hour worth of content. Just we're talking about his past and stuff like that. And they turned at the end, you know, they all cut and they turned the lights on in the place. And I didn't realize, but there were like 35, 25, 35 people, something like that, still there. And they were all just like, this is kind of boring. Like, I don't know what the big deal is, but some people came up to me after and they were like coming up in my face. And I'm like, I don't know. And I had heard this before from some people. Like, never thought anything of it. I'm like, fine.
So why were they telling you to podcast?
Because Ty had asked me, again, I didn't think anything of this, but he had asked me, like, for what we were going to do. He's like, hey, I want you to ask about some of the shit that I did in college, too. Because like, I knew about that. It wasn't really a big deal. But, like, some stuff that, like, was kind of surprising that you have this and the content, like, he works with high school kids and stuff. They'd be very open, like, with parents about some of the dumb decisions he made in the past. So I was just like, okay, like, if you want to do that, cool. And so, I knew the subject matter because I knew the story and everything. And we were going back and forth about it. And I guess I just, like, pressed him on it, like, in a healthy way. And people were, I guess a lot of the people sitting there had never heard this. And they were very surprised that this was some bullshit, just filming a quick interview. And then they were surprised to be, like, a little bit entertained by it and, like, how deep it got. Again, we didn't think anything of it, but they did. That was the point. And so they're all telling me this. And this is happening while it just all came together because it's happening while I'm on the job trail getting my ass handed to me because I was a banker, right? And now I'm applying, my resume might look decent, but like I'm applying for a job to be like a creative somewhere. And some of these recruiters, I mean, when I tell you I was going for the bottom tier jobs, I was going for the bottom. I was going for jobs that paid $35,000 a year in New York City. Like I was not going for anything that had anything that I wouldn't have to completely prove myself. I'm like what? I can't even remember, man. I think I looked at like something as simple as like content manager, like
ad agencies and stuff.
Yes, all in marketing. Because I'm like, well, I'll dip my toe in the pool over there and figure it out, right? And I'm like, I'll start at the lowest possible amount possible, just to get my foot in the door, and I'll take care of the rest, right? So I did have some great experiences with some recruiters who were really cool. Who just like, I reached out to some random senior people, just called them and eventually took my call, and they liked that because I wasn't unrealistic. But nonetheless, getting in front of some of these opportunities, and I just had like some negative situations where people wanted to get me the time. You expect that when you're getting like every single stop, you feel like your life's a failure. It's a natural human thing. So this is all happening. And then this thing happens, and people are coming up and telling me this thing. And it's this weird day where Kobe died, and like your head's all over the place. And so I had to drive home late at night, like an hour and a half, and I just drove home in silence. And I'm very glad I didn't actually think about this. All I did was I was like, fuck, I could die in this car tomorrow. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but if I ever did a podcast, I'd do it right. Let me just start researching equipment and see what happens. And that was it. Like, there was no, like, writing down a plan or, like, how it's going to, there was none of that. And I just started, I made it a weekend happy. I got a beach photo. I didn't know.
The one in New York?
The one in Fairfield, New Jersey is the one I would go to. It's a big one. And, you know, when we had done media work, we always had a producer there. He'd stick some mic on me, you know, give me the thumbs up, and that was it. You know, that's the extent of what I knew. I knew things by eye, but I didn't know how to do any of it. So I kind of learned all this stuff, and throughout February, I made a lot of progress on the job show, and I had like a couple of really good opportunities potentially coming up. And then the pandemic starts to possibly hit. So I hit the order button on like all my main equipment. I think it March 4th, something like that. Then that next week happens, where like the whole world starts to shut down. And mind you, I'm still working in the markets at the time, so I'm on the phone all day with clients, freaking out, money, I forget completely how to work these things. So then the first day of quarantine, Friday, March 13th, I will never forget that. I get the notification, and it's like, all of your equipment has arrived downstairs. And I'm like, oh, because now every job opportunity is driving. Like, the whole world stopped. And I'm like, I bring it up, I look at the couch, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is the dumbest shit. This is a sick joke on me right now. So then I don't know, maybe it was like a second, maybe it was 10 seconds, I don't know, but I stared at it. And then I'm like, fuck it, when else am I going to do this? And my boss, I swear to God, it was like either that day or within 2 days, calls me up and he says, hey, probably not going back to the office till like June. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, you definitely just had every job opportunity dry up, didn't you? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right, I know you were going to leave at the end of this month. Just like, chill and collect, and then when the job market comes back up. And I'm like, sounds good to me. You know, so I pretty much did that. And while this was going on, I just crossed the chasm. It was like April 1st. I just had a moment, and I never looked back. And I'm like, I'm just going to build this shit. I'm just going to build this. I'm going to start on zero. We're going to see where it goes. So I spent the next 5-6 months researching, doing a whole bunch of shit, building, and then I launched September 2020, and it just kind of, it translated faster than I thought it was going to being able to be a guest podcast like I wanted it to be. I thought I was going to have to do like 30 solo episodes before someone really wanted to come in. But to my surprise, I did get one person to come in on my initial like 10 that I dropped day one. And then I had a few really cool people hit me up. So all right, let's see how long this can last like that. And then it never stopped. The only time I did a solo was when I had COVID, like a year later. Yeah.
What did you do on a solo podcast? You're one of those guys that's good at just talking.
Bro,
I can tell. You can just sit there and have a conversation and just rant, right?
Yes, it's funny if you get to a moment where there's a nice rant, which I might have had like one or two of those. I don't even know how many of those I had. But I don't like it because I like bouncing ideas out there or having someone bouncing with me, whatever it is, and then hear the other perspective. Sometimes someone goes 100%, great. Other times people go, that's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. When you're in there, it's just the cameras and you're talking to the wall.
Yeah.
So like, I understand some people like that content, and I guess they like some of their solo episodes, but I just think it's so much better.
Right.
So it was like,
a lot of guys that are really good at solo shit, though.
There were like, you ever see Tim Dillon do it?
Bro, I watch every single one of his episodes. He's so fucking funny.
You know how hard that is? To do, like he does.
I can't imagine.
Now he does have Ben in there,
Yeah.
which helps.
He laughs at everything, and that
Yeah.
makes it so much better.
He can, but people, I think, unless you've done it, don't realize that even having just the producer in there who can fill like a gap of 2 seconds of silence with a laugh is huge. Because when you are just in there alone talking, it's not like in a conversation where sometimes someone can have a dramatic pause and it's cool. It's like, oh shit, I haven't talked for 2.5 seconds. I gotta say something. And you're like, you don't want to over edit it. So when I was really strict with myself, I'm like, no cuts of this. Like, the only thing is, if God forbid I pause for 5 seconds, I'll cut to the second camera and we'll make it. But I didn't want to do that. And so that was like, it was stressful, and also there was extensive research that would go into each of those because they'd be on a very specific topic. Be a lot of work on that. It's just not. It's not as fun. So I'm glad I did it because it made me have to be good at that. It's pretty hard to do, I guess. But yeah, I like getting to the guest model, which is also why I liked your podcast right away. Because in my opinion, there are not enough podcasts who are doing long form conversations that are not in niche, right? Like you have all different types of people.
Right.
All different types of people. There needs to be way more of that. I can why there, you have like obviously Joe Rogan's the #1 podcast in the world. That's what he does from his own angle. A guy like Lex Friedman does that very well. One of those guys. There's some others, like I guess Doc Shepard for a while. I haven't seen it in a while, but he was doing that in his longer form. But there's not nearly as many as you would think, and there's a big demand for it. So,
Yeah, most of the most successful ones are in a niche, right? I think that's the best way to like gain traction and gain a big following. Because there's so many fucking podcasts, it's just easier for them to all be categorized in their own niche. If you want to do a podcast for that, just want that podcast for that. Otherwise, it's just kind of like you're just gaining people. No one's sticking, right? So if no one's interested in you, they're just gonna come to you for the one guest you had, and the next guest could be a fucking guy who sells cotton candy one day, an FBI agent the other day. No one's gonna come back for the next episode.
Yeah, it does make it a harder road. So, like, I look at you did it a really outside the box way, unplanned too, which is cool. You're a great filmmaker. You built a channel with kick-ass documentaries, so you built an audience of people who were like, "Yo, this guy's fire." And then you launched a podcast, and as you told me, there were certainly people who were like, "All right, well, I'm not about this." Yeah, they left, but there are a lot of people who weren't. Yeah, so they were already there.
Yeah, if you stay.
Yeah, and so you already had credibility, right? Like, that's a great way to do it. With me, if I hadn't gone to a short clip model to like entice people, I'd be dead.
Really?
That's where 100 million% of the growth is from that.
From the TikTok stuff.
And it's all from too, because on YouTube
you go hard on that shit.
You
take clips from movies, you add music.
It was look, man. How many podcasts are there? Like 4 million now? Something like that.
4 billion.
Right? Active. Let's overshoot it and say active. There's 2.5 million in this country.
Right.
Just the one
that do podcasts like an episode of
right. Something like that. At least.
There's obviously some people who do like one.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, let's call active podcast once a week. To use what you just said, or that means that this is one of the dumbest possible things you could ever do as a career decision. Because you are trying to get attention. Before the pandemic, there was 191 million people who would listen to a podcast. It's definitely higher now. I think 60% of them were weekly listeners at the time. So that's maybe it was like 125, 130. I'm trying to remember these numbers, so if I'm a little off, sorry. But either way, now divide that across 2.5 million, and also look at the talent out there. Look at the people making great podcasts, doing great work. Hard to take away from it. Like, are you crazy enough to walk in day one and be like, I want to take some listeners from Joe Rogan?
Yeah, right.
You're never gonna do that. And it shouldn't be your mindset. Your mindset should be like, let me see if I can carve out someone wanting to possibly add me into their role with other people who happen to be great at this. Right. So, like, also asking people to check out a longer form podcast. It's an instant gratification world. They want to know what they're getting. So you're already behind the 8 ball. Right? So what I eventually did is I looked across the board and I said, what is something that no one else is doing? And I couldn't figure it out, but I'm like, no one goes all out on short clips. Like, no one makes it a production like what you would do with your documentaries. No one makes it like a work of art. Like, they all just like take clip, boop, drop it right there. They don't even
they just chop it out and post it.
And they barely even chop. Like, in between to not have silence and stuff. Or they'll literally, my favorite is like in a TikTok feed or a YouTube Shorts feed, it's 1080 by 1920, where every video that someone's hitting is 1080 by 1920. They'll just like lift a 1080 by 1350 graphic from Instagram and like, whew, yeah, people are gonna watch that. It like doesn't care about the viewer. So I'm like, this is crazy. And then like the few people who actually pulled this off are doing well. Like I think I could do this. It took a while to like get to the point where I was like good at it, but that's just what I leaned into.
Interesting. Yeah, because your TikTok is like huge. You have hundreds of thousands of TikTok followers. Does the TikTok stuff transition to YouTube and all the other shit? That's my question.
It did.
It did.
To Apple and Spotify way more than YouTube.
Really?
Yes. So I knew that there was, I think about this a lot because some of it still doesn't make sense to me. There's a lot I don't know. But I did know that pre-pandemic, I want to say it was like maybe 25-30% of podcast consumers consumed video. So they consumed on YouTube. Right? Probably higher now because more people have home offices. They throw it on the screen over there, right? And I could never figure that out because I'm like, I didn't know that. Like to this day, like now when I sit in the studio, yeah, I'll throw it on. But so I guess technically I am. Very rare. Like there has to be a really poignant moment. Like when you had the, what's the girl's name who had the baby in jail?
Oh yeah, Jessica King.
Yeah. So like I remember I was doing work. I had that on the third screen over there in the studio, and then she got to a moment where she talked about when they were going to take the baby away from her in the hospital. That I get, because like you can hear it, and she, you know, she's like trying to not get emotional. So like that's nice to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But I was a podcast. Subscribed to like 137 podcasts. Like, I'm a podcast head, and I never did that. So I'm like, well, these people got to be out there. You know, they're doing it. So I could never figure out how to translate it to YouTube. And with TikTok, what would happen was I wanted people to see that this was like a legit production. So I put the link to YouTube only. So I didn't want to make them have to click twice.
Like in the profile or in the actual post?
Okay. You can't put it in the profile. So my profile, I would put it. And I didn't want them to have to click to a Beacons page and then find another link. I'm like, I'm just going to give them YouTube. It says on the corner of my video, Apple, Spotify, YouTube. So I'll let them figure it out. What I found is pretty much like fans, people who became fans would come in there, and grateful for this, by the way, and they hit subscribe on YouTube, but that's not where they go to Apple and Spotify. So I started charting on Apple. I don't know about Spotify, but started charting in the US on Apple, and I still was at the time, I think I was at 6,000 subscribers on YouTube, and no one watched it. Like 50 views an episode, something like that. And then I'm like, you know what? This is fine because we're building in one place. We'll figure it out over here eventually. And what ended up happening is YouTube Shorts started to work. And then that's where I built. Literally, like, before they started to work, which was about December 1st, I think I had like 15,500 subscribers. And my whole subscriber base has come from that.
From the shorts?
From the shorts.
Wow.
Which is also, I think it's all good.
That's what Jessica Kent was talking about too. She was talking about the shorts.
Yeah, I remember. She talked about that. Yeah. And she said that was like, I get good discoverability there. I think she was posting like 4 days a week or something. But like, you could say it's good and it's bad. I think it's all good because it gets me exposure.
Yeah.
And like, I work for these clips. They're usually about 28 to 47 seconds, somewhere in there. You know, some of them take 25 hours to do. Like, I go all out. And so, like, I know now I've seen enough data, like, I know what the bar needs to be at to earn people's time and to earn the right for them to not skip this video. And it works. And so the downside is that for now, YouTube, it's like I was in a YouTube Shorts pod too. Like, the company came in one of those where they like, we meet like once every other week or something, exchange ideas. It's one of the leaders of the Shorts team, and YouTube runs the team. She's great. But one of the things that YouTube hasn't figured out yet is how to classify shorts within their algorithm. Because, and I don't get involved in my favorite, but my understanding is that the way the algorithm works is it wants content that's all in the same length. So hence why you have like Logan Paul has impulsive, but then he has impulsive clips, right? A lot of these channels, they do one and the other. That's because when he posts an episode that's 1.5, 2 hours versus posting a 3-minute clip, YouTube doesn't measure average watch time, I think, before it measures the total watch time on each. So if I watch 100% of a 3-minute clip on YouTube, that's great, right? If the audience is watching an average of 100%, you have a perfect clip. That's 3 minutes. Now I post an 1.5-hour episode. Let's say you have great on an 1.5-hour episode where some people just click and don't watch. You have a great watch time. You have 45 minutes of watch time right now. So you have 50%. YouTube doesn't give you credit for the fact that you have 50% on an 1.5-hour video and someone stayed on their app for 45 minutes. Because they're rectifying it with what it was 3. It was 3 over here. And now it's 45 here. So then the numbers get fucked up. So what happens is, now I built this subscriber base on YouTube, which has helped on Apple and Spotify, which is great. And it's helped on YouTube, and I have way higher numbers than I did. But I don't go into a lot of people's feeds. My ultra fans, like the people who are literally refreshing to like wait for the next thing that drops, they all get it because they have notifications on the whole night. But most people, I don't go in their feed yet because YouTube goes, oh wait, he posted a 3-hour episode. Don't put that one. Then I post a 30-second short. Oh, put that one.
Oh, so your channel's basically optimized for shorts.
Yes.
God.
But it's giving me all the exposure.
Right.
So like some of the shorts creators in the pods will complain about this so much because their shorts, they don't get any views on their regular content or whatever. But I'm like, first of all, YouTube's paying us for these shorts. Could it be more? Maybe, but like they're paying out. It's a big fund, so they are paying out a lot of money. So you're making money, and you're getting exposure. You have to be able to capitalize on that exposure somehow, even if it's going to be longer, harder work. Like for now, the way I got to do it is I got to get way bigger to get to a point where I split it up and ask people to go to another channel too. I'm very conscious of that. I'm going to have them do that yet.
Cannibalize it.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, I know I can get exposure with these shorts. So guess what, bitch? You gotta fucking make a couple shorts a week, and that's most of your week. But just do it, So I think that's a good trade.
It's incredible, man. What you're doing is insane, especially the amount of work that you put into those things. And another thing is, most podcasts aren't even on YouTube. A lot of big podcasts. That's one thing that was hard for me, was discovering podcasts that weren't on YouTube. I still don't know how to find them.
You were one of those guys. You were one of the YouTube heads for podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, I was YouTube before podcasts, so like all I cared about was getting my shit to get viewed on YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know.
Are you one of those guys that's like super analytical? Like, do you go into like the numbers and watch like how far they watch? And, like, okay, right there they stopped. I gotta figure out what I did wrong right there. Maybe like adjust that a little bit.
Oh fuck,
you're super analytical.
In my life, I'm not good at screenshotting shit, but on YouTube and TikTok, I'm good at screenshotting shit. So I go in, I have a drill. Like, I try to live by this with certain things. I'd rather be looking at it than looking for it. So I remember there were some early shorts videos that started to go that were at a similar time period where they started to go. And I hadn't screenshotted some of my analytics data from shorts like a month before. And I'm like, never again. So now every time I go in there, it's like speed demon. Like I go into that YouTube Studio app. I go into that app and like I click the video, boom, 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 screenshot. I have the screenshot of the time, obviously, when I did it. It shows, I get the screen of how far into the video it is. So it's at 7 days and 20 hours at this point in screenshot. It gives me the percentage watch time. It gives me the number of, I get the screenshot of the page that has the number of comments that were on it, number of likes, so I can get a ratio. I go look at the number of subscribers who have subscribed on the basis of this video. I will go screenshot the relevant episode to see where those views are being translated. So like, is a short translating to people going to the episode? I want to know that, right? Because I want to know what ones work, what ones don't. But yeah, I do a lot of that.
Okay, you go deeper.
Yeah.
Do you build like spreadsheets, like break all this stuff down? No, okay. You just look at the screenshots.
It's up here.
You know what the fuck you gotta do next.
It's up here, and then like if I'm thinking about a specific thing, I will go back into those screenshots, and I have a photographic memory, so I'll be like, okay, the Raj video a month ago, that was roughly around the time I screenshot this other thing. Let me go find that. Okay, I remember there's like a 91.8% watch time, like 400 viewers, and then 4,000 was the same. Like, and then I'll go confirm that, and then I want to see where it was at 400,000. How much did it fluctuate? Did it go off 91.6 to 91.4, or did it flip around and still go way up in views, but it's down at 89%?
Interesting. So when you first started doing this shit, you started having just like your friends come on, or did you like have an idea of the type of guests that you want to have? Like gym, like you said, you knew gym for years, right? Like, did you kind of want to go down that kind of like crazy American history, deep state type rabbit hole?
My rule is simple. If I'm curious about it, let's do it.
Because you seem like you know a lot of shit. You seem like you know quite a bit about like politics, history, that kind of stuff.
I mean, this is my job. I don't do anything else, right? Like I sit here, I work on the podcast, and a part of my job is knowing what's going on.
Is that because of the podcast, or is that just like natural?
Some of it's natural, but it's also like, yeah, I'm in the studio, I'm working. Like, this is where I get my quick bites of what's going on. What's the big story that just happened? Oh, there's people talking about something on Twitter. See what that is. And I still miss most of it. So, like, a couple things. Number one, it's very easy. And maybe you would notice this if you thought about it, like from your podcast. I bet it's probably pretty similar. It's very easy once you have some sort of expert in front of you on whatever it is. It could be a current event, or it could be like their life and what they did. It's very easy to start putting things together if they're opening up. And I've been lucky. I've had a lot of people. I mean, like Jim's a great example. We keep bringing him up, and people hear him soon. Like, that guy doesn't give a fuck. He'll just say, at this point, he's like, yeah, I'll tell you about this case. I'll tell you about that one. I'll tell you about that time I did that to this criminal. Like, he'll just go off. And so then maybe while he's talking, I can piece together things I remember of like, this other person told me about one time. And then I can sound like I know it, but really all I'm doing is I'm fishing. And then he might say, yeah, exactly. And then suddenly, like, now he's got another story. And I try to do that. Sometimes it doesn't work, but yeah, I try to stay like informed, but I don't know what I don't know, and that's a lot. I just like to have an idea, like you and I were talking about psilocybin mushrooms before this.
Yeah.
I told you I don't know much about it. I think I listened one time to like a Joe Rogan episode where he had on some guy, and it kind of went over my head. So like, I don't know if tomorrow I bring in psilocybin guy, but I might.
Right.
And I might just be like, all right, I don't know, fucking shit, man. Tell me what it is, you know? And then would people give me credit for knowing about that? Maybe, but they shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like you kind of get credit for asking questions.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. And I'll definitely give you some microdoses.
Yeah. I think I've been thinking.
They're not hardcore.
I've been thinking about it for a few years. I'm like, that was one part of college I skipped. Like, I just watched all my buddies do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder.
But there's people in like Silicon Valley that work at these tech companies and these creative think tanks, people that take those things every day and just trying to be creative.
This is in your phone because of mushrooms. Or in your phone. This is in your hand.
Oh yeah.
For people listening. This is in your hand because of trips. Right, that's what Steve Jobs did, and that definitely was a huge Steve Jobs thing.
Are you?
Yeah, that's one of the things.
Was
that
he?
I'm like,
I don't know a lot about the history of him. Was he big into magic mushrooms?
Oh.
And does he say that that's what led him to create a lot of the products through tripping?
He has
like having the visions.
He was quoted as, and I don't remember the exact quote so much, but he was quoted in the range of talking about how those experiences, especially like right after college and during college. At one point, he like lived out in the desert, I think, in an RV for a month or some shit like that. He went to India, did some wild shit over there. Those experiences when he was using creative substances, and I don't remember if it was like psilocybin. I gotta go look at that again. But he was using some of this stuff. That is what gave him a lot of his creative vision on the world, and it allowed him to put things together. So like, it married his interests, his OCD, with his creativity, right? So one of my favorite stories about him is his father, because he was adopted, so he genetically didn't have a lot in common with his dad. They were different people. But he was tight with his dad. And his dad was like I don't remember his exact job, but one of his skills was he was an unbelievable carpenter. Just made incredible shit. And so when Steve was like maybe 5, 6, 7 years old, his dad made some cabinet or some armoire that goes against the wall. And when Steve thought he was finished, his dad pulled it back out and like shook his head and went and got the tools and started going to work on it, on the back, like the part you don't see. And he's like, Dad, what are you doing? He's like, it's perfect. You don't need to do it. And he goes, no, there's some sort of like indentation here, or something like that. And Steve said to him, he said, Dad, that's on the back. No one's ever going to see that. He said, no, you're going to know it's there, though. And if you know it's there, that's a horrible pattern, and it'll never be right. So that's why when you look at Apple, one of the foundational things that Steve Jobs did turning them around was the iMacs, which he made, and it drove the engineers nuts because they don't think like this at all. But he and Johnny Ive made the engineers design the inside, like they designed it, but he made them work within the designs that he came up with for what the inside looks like, including the parts that even after their transparent design happens, no one would ever see. So if you're like a tech guy and you take apart your Apple, it looks like a work of art inside. No one knows it, but it does because it translates to the rest of the product.
It is even before they created that see-through plastic thing. Remember the round one with the round iMac and see-through?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you could see some of it there. I don't think you could see all of it, but part of it was even before that model, I believe. So he came back to the company in '97. But part of doing the whole transparent design there was quite literally an example of transparency. Look at the work inside. This isn't like a fucking Windows tossed together job, because no disrespect to engineers, they make the whole thing go, right? And that's important to remember. But generalizing here, engineers don't really think about design. They go look at Discord. Case in point, right? Like simplicity and engineers don't go together.
Yeah.
So you have to. The reason Apple was so great is because Steve married brilliance of engineering with the teams he put together, because he wasn't an engineer himself, with the simplicity of the final user. So when you went onto your iPod for the first time, he wanted nothing more than 2 clicks away. And so that's how I think of it. Like that shit changed my life, thinking about that and reading the books about Johnny Ive and stuff and how these guys would look at stuff. Simplicity is it's the most important thing. And that was what I was saying about your documentaries too, your style. I noticed that right away when I was watching those for the first time. You're very it's easy to take in, and you're doing it where it feels like you're doing a lot, and you are, because you're filming all this stuff. But with the final product, it's actually right there in front of you. It doesn't try too hard. It's not zooming in every 2 seconds on somebody. It's not like trying to get some crazy shot left and right. It's like, nope, the drone goes right over the setting, kind of like they did in True Detective. Boom, boom, boom.
Dude, I love that fucking show. God damn,
I can tell. You take it all in, and now you feel like you're there. I feel like I'm in Madeira Beach with all these. I was calling it
decades,
yeah, with all these deckhands, and then boom, we're right in front of Shane going, fuck yeah, man. It's like you did all that, and the viewer, they don't know why they love that, but that's why they love it, because it's right there.
I stole a lot of that style from Breaking Bad.
Great.
Yeah, that's where I got most of the inspiration for like that filmmaking shit. Documentary stuff done in the past. All of it from Breaking Bad.
That makes so much sense now. I did not put that together. Now I'm putting it together. Like all those shots where he'll have the product, like up, whatever it is in front of you, like up close, like they'll be taking the keys out of the locker. You know, the shot of like the key. You did some. That's funny.
The best thing about Breaking Bad is like the way they shot that was they would mix so many like super tight shots and immediately cut them with super wide angle shots. So like they would go crazy by going back and forth between super like tight zoomed in shots to super wide shots. And
I never gone
the way that it's weird. You gotta be like a cinematographer.
I love that
type nerd to understand this kind of shit.
I love that shit.
But the way that you kind of use lenses can like have a dramatic effect on how people process the documentary, and that's what I learned a lot. I learned a lot about that by Breaking Bad.
What are your other main inspirations? Kind of put them on the spot. So.
I like True Detective. The first season of True Detective is one of my favorite shows ever.
Might be the best season of TV.
Really was. With Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson. That was fucking.
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You say the dumbest shit sometimes.
I'm trying to think like what else is really good besides Breaking Bad, True Detective. Right now, those two definitely like top 5 for sure. But you know, like we were talking about earlier, transitioning from communicating shit with just like lenses and like light and lenses is what all it is. Then going into just like something like this, just talking back and forth and communicating things, and it's night and day. It's completely 2 different worlds.
Yeah, it's 2 different things.
It's completely but it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same thing because you're
saying communication.
Well, one thing, this is more of communication. I mean, it's both entertainment, right? They're both forms of entertainment. It's both forms of media. They're on the same exact medium. They're both on YouTube. You're kind of doing the same thing. Like I'm not really interviewing you right now, but when you're talking to somebody like Shane Lee or like that girl, that lady Kim, kind of just like I'm in a dark alley with a camera on a tripod, kind of having a conversation like this. I'm cutting myself out.
Right.
I understand. And I can add in all this cool looking fucking B-roll, music, drone footage, whatever it is, to spice it up and make it look better and give it more of a vibe, more of a feel. You know what I mean? Watching those things is more like a vibe. Like watching like a really cool music video.
Way different. I understand what you're saying. I was thinking of something else. You know? But yeah, and like you also,
it's a different kind of skill. I mean, it's a different kind of intelligence. I think.
But here's the thing because we were literally talking about this like right before we walked in.
Yeah.
We got cut off, but it's a good spot to go back into it. First of all, for all your fans out there who I assume pretty much, I assume you've seen Deckhands at this point, it's phenomenal. But that 4th part in particular with Kim, some of the best, and the word best is not great, but bear with me. That is, for my money, some of the greatest 15 minutes of storytelling I have ever seen in my life. And it would, seriously though, like a lot of that series, it's sad and funny at the same time. That one, it almost appeared for a second like it was gonna be, and then you see this woman's story and what happened to her, and the fact that you talk about, I get to be behind the camera and designing all of it. You also had to, of course you were there, you can't control what's going to happen to her, and obviously some very advantageous things for filmmaking happened while you were with her, just to be honest. But you also, while you're doing this, you're talking with her. And the shit you got her to open up about.
Yeah.
It struck me when we were talking outside, you don't comprehend how difficult that is because, fuck, man. I mean, the heaviness of that. I went and looked it up after this. I did tell you, but for people who weren't there listening to us, I went up and
looked up each one of those.
Yeah, I did. And I saw the comment sections were like, oh, RIP, these people. This is only last like 45 years. They all died. And she died like 3 months after this video. Right. So I go and I find her obituary. Now, mind you, and for anyone who hasn't actually seen this, this woman was molested by her father. Who was a cop. Yeah, and she was, I forgot that. From age 4 to 17. You got the visual details of her explaining exactly how it went down. He impregnated her, made her have the kid, and took the kid from her, and then she ran away. And that's how her life got out of control. But first of all, I mean, that's like, I don't know what to say about that. But you also get all that on camera. You capture this woman's tragedy. I mean, she had a horror anthology series of her life, just for the first 17 years, and then the rest of it was just like a sad documentary, right? And first of all, it reminds you of the perspective of all other people around you, because you're like, you never know. You never know who's been through what, where they're from, what they're about. You know, just good and bad could be just about everyone besides Adolf Hitler, right? So, you know, there's exceptions, but by and large, most people, there's good and bad. And like with her, when I went and looked up her obituary, that hit me so heavy because it says her name, it says the day she was born in 1968, the day she died in 2017, and then no one has come forward. That's all it says. I'm like, okay, somebody was inhabiting this earth for 49 years. Based on the fact that you spent the first 2 minutes of the episode asking a bunch of people where you could find her. People knew her. People knew who she was. She had a nickname. She was arrested by cops sometimes. They knew her. Jail systems knew her. You know, she grew up somewhere. She had some family there. Obviously not a good one, but people knew her. And she never had a shot. She said it on camera too. You got her to say this. I never had a child. And that was tragic to me because she actually knew that. Most people, at least what I've seen, people that actually, like, they know that, but they don't. Right, exactly. But she was like, no, I didn't have him. He was taken from me. Because he would come out, I'd hear his keys jingling, and I'd know he was about to rape me on the beach. Like, the whole running down the beach, the whole thing. And like, you get all this, and I'm like, if Danny had not gotten this 15 minutes right as a time capsule for anyone to watch in the future, this woman's life would be Kim, whatever her last name was, I don't remember today, but born on this day, died on this day, Hollywood Kim. No one's gonna play. Someone reads that 200 years from now. You go, oh man, nothing happened. It's like, well, no. Why? Yeah. And like, you should learn from that too. Like, if people can, one person can take something and be like, oh, I like that situation. Or, you know, what about my friends so and so? They don't strike me as well. Maybe I should tell. You know, that's a tragic, insane situation, but it happens. Things like that happen.
Yeah, it's weird too. I think it does something to them, to their minds, kind of like immortalize them. Because they all became like instant celebrities. Everyone, people would come down from different states and translate to like see them at bars and come down and even try to find them. They come, they go to your beach just to find them. And like they go on there. Like after we did those first episodes, we kind of like we would always go down there and try to catch up with them, see how they're doing, see what's up. All they want to do is their video. My video. Did you read that fucking comment on my video? Like, what the hell's on it? Like, can we do it on the video? Can we do it on the video? And it was like, it's. I don't know what it does, but psychologically it did something to them.
You gave them purpose.
Yeah, I don't know if that was it.
Yeah, they got a lot of joy out of it.
Yeah, you gave, and like, as sad as that seems, because it's just a video out there that like some people saw them, and it doesn't change their circumstance or situation. Like, it gave them something.
But it also like it makes me think too. Like, I can't help but think. Is that video came out? She dies 2 months later.
Yeah, I don't.
It makes me think like is that part of the reason she might have died? Like, did she give up after she realized her life was out there? You know, I mean, I think about that stuff sometimes. Now that you think about like you gave this lady purpose, whatever you want to call it, you say that her story is now out there, immortalized, everybody knows about it. It's kind of like, Could she have given up after that somehow? Maybe. I don't know.
You're handling that well. I'll tell you that, because that's a heavy thing, and it's not, Yeah. Didn't she? I was gonna say, didn't she say she had cancer? She said that on camera. I thought I heard it.
Well, she had, according to Shane Lee, she had cunt cancer.
Yeah, that was that guy. Interesting.
Yeah, he's straight to it, man. You don't
Yeah,
fucking
he
sugarcoat
does not
nothing.
sugarcoat anything. But yeah, you listen to what she said. I could see that. Like that part at the end where I think she got like kicked out of that house she was staying at or something. Which was like, I think she didn't even look at the comic book. She's like, just take me to the water. Because that's what she forgot about that. That was, she used to get raped on the beach because she would go to the water because the sound of the water would give her comfort or something like that. And so in that moment, she didn't care that she was in some random documentary guy's car. That all went out the window. She didn't care if this was getting views on YouTube. She was legitimately, once again, for the millionth time in her life, broken. And said, take me to the water, because I'll be all right there. And then she went to the water, and for a minute, she got her breath under her, and then was actually able to say something. And said a lot of heavy shit, too. But the way you put that could have been, she was already very sick, as you said, like, that kind of thing could have been like the last testament of her life.
Right.
And she never thought she was going to get the chance, but she got to talk to her kid on that, which.
That's kind of what hit me about it. Like thinking about like put this message out there directly to your kid, and it's getting
got a lot. You didn't get enough.
And it's like almost like maybe she's psychologically like that was the bow.
I do believe in that shit. I think people. I think it's also. I don't want to speak for anything. I don't have any studies on it, but I think some of that's probably supported by science, like the mental, emotional tied to physical life. Like, why do some people get something off their chest and then look up at the sky and take their last breath and die? It's like, oh, you didn't know they were going to go to that.
In your mind, think about like people who get diagnosed with cancer. It's all like, think about like when you go through that process, you get diagnosed, the doctor tells you have this X amount of days to live. Most of them live up to that exact amount of time the doctor tells them. It's kind of like a mental self-fulfilling prophecy. When there's some people who have the ability to like change their state or change who they are, or whatever, and like fight through it, rare people. But I truly do think that a lot of times when in this kind of situation, when you get diagnosed with cancer, that they believe that shit and they go down this depressive downward spiral because of the psychology of that diagnosis is almost unbearable. And it just kind of like adds kerosene to the fire. Helps you die quicker.
Look, I don't think anyone can really know until, God forbid, it happens to them. But you can learn from watching other people deal with crazy shit and how it molds them, and like her environment is what made her life. And like on the one hand, do people have free will? Can they make decisions? Yeah. Like, I can't believe she was still alive. She lived 48 years. I can't believe that's like plus 31 on the over. Right. Seriously, like not to be like callous about it, but crazy. And I'll bet she wished she died. Like I just don't. Something like that, man. I mean, we got into this rabbit hole talking about your style, but the way you put that together, keeping with the dark comedy on the front of the Shane.
Oh my God!
Just, like he said that, and that was the first video I watched.
Was it really?
So I didn't know
that
who
was
he
the last
was.
episode you watched first.
And I was like, that's been a while. And I didn't know where it was going. I saw the title, so and then it gets to where it did. And again, you talk about like different content on YouTube, all different shit that has to compare. This is a 15-minute documentary. This wasn't a feature film. Right. It took you 15 minutes to get a snapshot, like very vivid one.
It took you 15 minutes to watch it. It took years to make it.
Let's be very clear about that. You were filming all night and all day with her and the editing. I know that, but I'm saying like the final product that the person sees, like me, who had no idea the story.
Right.
Boom. I mean, that is so. I had Jim watch that too.
Did you?
Yeah, he called me up. He's like, oh, and this guy's seen the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
The worst. This guy was one of the lead interrogators globally for the FBI. Like, he's seen the worst of the worst, and he's like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. We just sat there in silence.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, when you can dramatize it with music and timing and all that, it makes it hit.
Oh, yeah.
If you strip that thing of the music and the timing and some of like it's everything about it. It's like the color grading. It just creates this full fucking effect. It makes it hit you 10 times harder.
Yeah, and you're, I mean, even like on your podcast, how you do it, like with the cameras and some of the, this is your expertise, cinematography. So
Right.
That's
This is
little.
just like minus the editing, minus the music, minus the B-roll. So it's like
Still though, that's not absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's when people are coming into it, they're expecting. Right. They're not like
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
a studio. That's back and forth.
exactly.
So when someone's coming across a podcast for the first time, this is why it's so important. They don't know who you are. There's a million podcasts out there. They're going to give this maybe 2 seconds. Screen comes on and they see like the production, and there's just something that looks different about your visual. It's really wild how you do it. And they're like, what the fuck is this? And the next thing you know, they just watch Roger Reason.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like, that's how it goes. So but look, man, I think you married something that you wanted to do, that you probably did more than you realized, which is talking with people and getting to the bottom of people's story and what they're about or what they think about things, with also putting together something that is produced in a visually beautiful way.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's in some ways I'm like very opposite. I'm not at all analytical. Like not one way, like it makes my head hurt to think about numbers and like look at stuff and look at graphs and look at charts. Because like most people who are doing this shit on YouTube or creating any kind of content, most of them are very analytical. And they, like we were talking about earlier, like I'm gonna do more stuff. Like if this gets a lot of views, I'm gonna do more content like that. Or if people in the comments are saying you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, like I'm gonna do what they say. Most people do that, and I think that contributes to a lot of success on social media. You gotta do that. You got to be good at doing that. Not just
You were saying something else to me earlier though, before we were on here, about doing what you want to do though versus doing what you think people want, and that's in my opinion, I don't know from doing my own steps and take that for what it is. That's something you gotta be, right? Like if you're not doing something that you want to do, you might be able to pull off one piece of good content, 2 pieces. Eventually, like your heart's not there. So like the people who just kind of chase whatever the trend is, that's why a lot of them flame out. Versus like, I haven't watched Rogan in a long time, but Mr. Beast was on last week, and I queued that fucking thing
Oh,
up
really?
right, or like, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago or something. I queued that thing up right away. That guy's a fucking psycho. He's a machine. Now you want to talk analytical. That man's analytical, but he leans into things that he enjoys, right? It's fun for him, right? So he talked about videos in the past where he's kind of spending $1 million on a video. He's like, nah, let's cut it. I don't like it. You know what I mean? He's not like, well, we made it. It's analytically appealing. Let's put it. He's like, nah, this ain't it. And I look at that and I'm like,
scraps $1 million video.
This guy's speaking my no, that's a little crazy.
That's a little.
That's a little crazy. But he's also making insane money. So
and then translating it in all those fucking languages, dude. Holy shit!
That was an instant.
He is machines.
That was like I saw that and I'm like, oh, I got 2.5 hours of Mr. Beast talking. He's like, you know that there's going to be little nuggets you can get from that, and really. I got like reassurance on a few things too, because he talked about the attention amount of people and how he was testing, how you have to figure out like this works for like the smallest things, like a shade on a thumb, stuff like that. And there's some of it like, you know, I'm running my whole shop myself. I can't do all this, but the things I do a lot, what I can, I guess, the things I can do, yeah, I want to test with that stuff. I definitely do that with my short content. I'm always testing, like even like a 1 frame out of 24 pause that I normally wouldn't put in there. Like, let's try that. Because this is like the second 24 of the video. We've had 6 sentences said already. We have the context and setting placed. I think people are wondering what's happening next, so I can afford that extra beat, and people aren't going to flip it. Like that was the language he was talking on, and so I appreciated the hell out of that.
Like every single frame of every single video, like what has to go where to keep people on.
Yes.
Not clicking on. That's how you think about your short video.
Because they didn't pick my video. The video's 99.9% of people see short video. It popped up. Every single person is a gunner on YouTube and TikTok. The trigger is their thumb, or is the screen.
Yeah.
And the thing corner is their thumb. And all they got to do, that's their closing screen. Right?
What
That's
is your background? Do you have circled a comment on there? A comment, a YouTube comment?
Oh, no, that's like an old tweet.
Okay.
But like, that's their closing screen. That's about 1 to 2 frames out of 24. Boop,
Right.
boop, boop. So they are, every time you go on there, every single person has a gun in your face. You know, like we're ready to pull it. And my job is to not make them pull it until the video's playing them out of the screen. Right. So that's different than this. I don't ever. With a podcast, bro, we sit, it's just like you do it.
Right.
That's why I really like this. Like, it's just like literally people listening out there every second.
We just sat down. You just started.
That's it. You know, there's nothing to it.
Dude, do you, how old are you?
29.
29. Do you remember when the first iPhone came out?
Yes.
Did you get the first one? No. Dude, that was like, there's never been anything like that first time. Like going back to you talking about like when we were thinking about like we were talking about Steve Jobs taking mushrooms or whatever and like creating crazy shit. Like that moment when that, I remember when my buddy bought that first iPhone and I was like looking at it, holding it. It was just like, this is a huge, like giant leap in technology. Like there's never been anything close to this before. There's the first thing with a touchscreen ever.
Now, did you hold it? I don't know if I remember these details, but did you hold it like at all, like when you were first looking at it, or you just had it like that and you didn't unlock it and you just looked at it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's work of art.
The first one especially, like the first one was just like, I mean, even though it was so fucking slow and like you could barely use the internet, it took like 10 minutes to boot up a web page, and like just like looking at the text messaging and what the text looked like, that went from a Razor to that first fucking iPhone.
Shout out to the Razor sound. Wow.
Yeah, shout out to the Razor.
No E on that word. That was an error.
I have plenty of Razors and Nokia references.
Yeah. Oh man, those things never died. The Nokias, that was the one thing. They were horrible. And they never throw that shit against
They
the
brought it
wall.
back actually.
Did they really?
Yeah, it has like a 7-day battery life.
Yeah, that sounds
Fucking
about
one
right.
charge like 1 week.
My aunt had one, I think, for 11 years.
Wow.
Fucking thing.
You never charged it once.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Sitting there playing Snake.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I know what you're
And they
saying.
also had like those customizable faceplates on there. Like you can get like gold faceplates. Remember you can get different colors for your
I
phone?
don't remember that.
The Nokia phones?
Oh, the Nokia
The
phone.
Nokia ones,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't remember that.
Really?
No.
You could get all.
Oh no, I do remember that. Yeah, because you could like take. You're talking about where it would go over the.
Yeah,
the
the
keypad.
plastic shell. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Or
It's funny.
sidekicks.
It's
He
funny.
had sidekicks.
I remember. I had a sidekick too. What was the other one? The Envy or whatever. Was it the thing that would like slide out that Verizon made?
I don't know. I didn't have that. I haven't too long. Yeah, size. I think I know what you're talking about.
But like you're talking about slow and stuff and clunky, like you know it was that, but still, like what were people working with?
Yeah.
They're working with a fucking like BlackBerry 2, right? Like they're working with a Razor, like that shit. That internet basically went. Well, it's like booting up.
What's that? There's like a term for that. People talk about sometimes the stagnation of tech. heard that term before?
Yeah, I know
They
what
talk
you're
about it stagnating. Like there hasn't been crazy innovation in tech since that first iPhone came out, and that was like fucking blew it.
That's gonna bother me. What exactly? It is something.
Try looking that up, Austin. That just
Stagnation.
Google that term.
It's more the which law is it that's about exponential technology? Is that Moore's law is the one that says like things come back to Earth. But what's the one that says technology increases at an exponential pace?
Oh,
that's so bad. Because they've been trying to argue that we're finally, stuff. Oh, we're finally reaching the point where we can't go at exponential anymore.
Stagnation just means slow. Well, yeah, I know it's stagnation.
Can you pull up
technological stagnation?
Yeah, let's
click that drop down. See what it says. We've made advancements, but your basic fabric of life remains broadly the same. Great tech stagnation. Some have gone as far as suggesting all the big world-changing tech has been made.
That might be accurate too. Yeah,
the stagnation of tech. I've heard that before.
What's the law? I don't know if you can find that. It's like if you type in like tech law of innovation, it's gonna piss me off. It's one of is it Newton's? It's not Newton's. Maybe it's Moore's. It's Newton or Moore's. I feel like Newton's law or Moore's law. But yeah, it says like technology always increases at exponential pace, and eventually it has to not do that. Just like level off. Yeah. And so there's been people arguing like, oh, it's starting to happen and level off.
Because every iPhone is essentially the same fucking thing, with a little bit of an update, right? I mean, like the cameras are different. They say it's lighter, faster, whatever it is. But like,
what about behind the scenes? Not just iPhones.
Like non-consumer type stuff. Like
right now, non-consumer. I mean, like we don't have self-driving cars on the road, right? The first car that successfully did like a decent job self-driving was in 2006. We just don't. I mean, we know it, but we don't have it because why? Because Washington D.C. needs 2 trillion miles of data before they're going to let one pen stroke actually let something legitimately someone behind the wheel. Which in a way,
you could say Tesla was kind of like another kind of like an iPhone.
Yeah,
moment in history, like technological history.
Agreed, for sure. I mean, today we're driving over here in a Tesla. I'm looking at the gas prices. It's like $5. Right. You don't give a fuck about that.
No, I didn't want to spend the gas money to drive to Tampa.
Good.
Take the wife's Tesla. But yeah, no, I don't know. It was like, I feel like there's got to be something else, like another kind of like giant leap that this was.
I mean,
it hasn't happened. When did the first iPhone come out? Like
2007.
2007?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a minute.
Jesus Christ.
Now I will say, we have come a long way from that first iPhone, but I agree with you. Since like the XR, the iPhone innovation seems to be more stagnant. Part of that's a company thing though too. You know, Apple has enough money to buy 78 countries, enough cash flow. But let's one call that I had wrong. I was young when I made it. But when Steve Jobs died, I'm like, the innovation just got to it's been a couple years. And then a couple years later, they hadn't innovated anything. In like 5 years, like they're gonna, because that's what happens, slowly, and then all of a sudden. Now they had enough cash to be able to keep buying innovation,
right?
But like, think about like Steve Jobs made things we didn't know we needed. He said, I'm going to put your phone, your music, and your internet all in your pocket.
Right.
Boom. Right? I'm going to put, fuck a laptop, you can, and a notepad. You're going to walk around with a tablet. And it's going to be touchscreen and do all this crazy shit just like your computer. I'm going to put that.
I don't really like that sense.
No. They've made a watch.
They did make a watch.
But it's a watch.
It's just this on your wrist.
That's it. And it's a watch. That's been done before.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so I give them a lot of credit from a business perspective. They found a way to keep making the products, even if it's more stagnant recently, they keep making them look better. They still have the best products on the market. I'm a Mac guy. Right? No comments on that. But yeah, like you don't replace anyone else. So I think people, like when I study Steve, I'm like, well, if we can pick out the best parts of him, how can we make it work? Maybe people, whatever they do, but I'm like, maybe there's good ways to integrate that. When I read his beliefs in simplicity, and the guy loved marketing, we talked about. I go back and I look at their ads, which are world genius. That's it. Where there could be 10 ways to make it cool, right? Where there could be 3 colors and say, right? Like he made you feel and think something by taking it away, right? And so he and Johnny Ive, like we talked about, I asked you,
Johnny Ive, who is that? Is that the guy with the accent?
Yeah,
The Australian accent or whatever? Or is it British?
I think he's British. But yeah, Johnny Ive, in my opinion, is the greatest industrial designer to ever live. He was the CDO, Chief Design Officer of Apple. And the reason I asked you, like, if you just looked at it, was because that's what they did. Like, they sat there and they pissed off every engineer in the building. Because they're like, no, it has to look this way. It needs to be an infinity shape. Like, I have a case on my phone. They probably have a heart attack. That's because they're crazy. I'm not going to have a case on my investment. But, like, still, like, I try to keep my case one of the ones that you can barely see it's around because I like the art of it. But they sat there like, you know, they still had to have the home button on, but the rest of it, they wanted to be an infinity pool. And then when Steve saw the company in Delaware had invented, this also came up earlier, had invented this patent that allows just the slightest delay of the eye when you slide across on your home screen on Apple. He's like, well, we got to buy him because we have to do it. Like, that's how it has to be. So, you know, like, there was such a specific one. And he would not, it drove some people nuts, but the people, like his marketing company that advised them, I forget what it was called, like something in Chow, like that guy, Ken Segal, wrote a book about it that a third grader could read, which is very apropos, called like Simplicity is whatever, just about his experiences with Steve. And like everything he did was just less. How do we do less? And it's the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the CEO of Apple now. He's definitely doing a job, right? He's definitely fulfilling obligations. But Steve wasn't treating it like that at all. He was treating it like that was his child. Like
Yes,
that was him himself. Like that,
yeah.
Did you hear the story about him? The story about him like looking at one of the first iPhones. Maybe it was the first one, and he was on Google's website on the phone, and he was like in the 1 a.m. late at night. Ridiculous hour. He was looking at Google and he's like, he called the owner of Google or one of the CEO of Google. He's like, hey, I think the shade of the red in the O is a little bit off on the iPhone. Can you double check? I have like that's just insane. Yeah, that's how he thought. You gotta be fucking crazy. That's how he thought. He was like, you do gotta be crazy, but also like if you're just wired that way, and you know, and some of this stuff, like people out there, when you read it, maybe a lot of people don't on some things, but a lot of you think about some of this stuff, you just don't realize it. Like, I never realized how I thought about text, for example, like how text looks. I was always very exact about that when I would do something. That was probably another sign I was a creative person. Just didn't pay attention. But like, I'd always be like, no, why does that T have the bar at the bottom? And I never thought about what sans serif and serif was. Which I always get them mixed up. But one is where it's continuous, meaning like if you have an F, it's just the lines. The other is where it'll have like a design on the back end of the lines, like another line. You know what I mean? Like a little swirly at the end? Yeah, like a little like whoopty whoop. Just something that makes it not continuous. So they add, right? So like Apple's text. See this right here? See the A up on the screen on N? Oh, yeah. See the bottom of the A? Yep. It has bars. The little line, yeah. Right.
that's either, I think that's serif, right?
Right.
And then sans, yeah, that would make sense. Sans is without. Right? But sans serif is like Apple's text, where it's just the A. And like shit like that, he studied that stuff. He actually knew it. I never knew that.
Crazy.
But
Stuff you never paid
yeah, like then I'd be like, oh, that's why I always would use this text on Snapchat instead of. Yes, exactly. That's it. Yep. People can see us right now. They're listening.
Yeah.
Google someone serif and serif. But yeah, like he thought all those details. And I don't know, maybe that's like part of the analytical thing too. So and maybe that's why.
Do you think he was super analytical, or do you think he was just really?
He was both. He was a mix. He was very artistic, and he would deny analytics when it came to the final vision. So like if someone said to him, Steve, the data says that people don't want that wave screen, he'd say, fuck what they want. I know what they want. Right? I do that too with things. Oh, the data says people don't want this kind of music on a clip, and I'm like, fuck what they want. I know that hits. This is what I want. That hits. Right? So it's like a yin and a yang. Like, yeah, it's hard. I definitely get it wrong sometimes, and he definitely got it wrong sometimes. But like when you're right, you need conviction in the eyes of, or in the face of pushback is very, very difficult.
What do you think he would say if he was alive today about all the criticism about slaves in China? Yeah, I feel like he would have done something about that.
Yeah, well, I think he would have been fired as CEO because I think he would have said something way too blunt.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't survive in this culture.
For better or worse, and trust me, for sometimes it was for worse because he really didn't give a fuck. You know, he had flaws, but like,
yeah, people say he was ruthless.
He would tell you what he thought. You know, and like think about that. He died in 2011. Front end of Twitter culture, right? Like,
some people think he's still alive.
Some people think he's. How many people think he's still
I
alive?
saw an Instagram post today. I think I sent it to you.
It's a bad start.
Where it was in Egypt, the guy sitting at a coffee shop in Egypt and said it was Steve Jobs.
I've seen that's a famous podcast.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I still think Tupac. That's mine. Rabbit hole one. But yeah, I mean, he probably would get lost.
No,
and that's more of a compliment. Then there's certainly some detraction to say that because he really, like he'd say, he was hard to work, but his style apparently was he wanted to rip you like in ways that every HR person in America would have a heart attack today, but like he expected you to do that back to him. So like the people who would be like, you know what, Steve, I'll see your insult and raise you this one. He'd be like, great. Like you know the movie Ted, where he's
Teddy Bear with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, where he's trying to get fired by the guy, and the guy's like, "You fucked an employee in the back of the store, and you did it on top of the Frosted Flakes." And he's like, "And I raw dogged it." And he's like, "We need more of that. You're promoting." Like,
Yeah.
That's an exaggerated version, but that's the way I've read it. I didn't know the guy, but that seems to be kind of how he was.
I don't know. You think they're ever going to start making these things in America?
It's a great point you bring up. I mean,
they would only cost like $12,000.
That's the problem. Someone said to me though that I don't know who said this to me, so I also don't remember how credible this could be. But someone was saying to me that there are ways to do this that A, aren't in China, and B, are not slave labor, but it's other countries over there, maybe like something like that, where it's very cheap. It's still not ethically the greatest, but the distance that cheap labor will go for those workers in those economies, as far as yes, it's also not an authoritarian regime like that.
Talk about that's his favorite country, China.
Yeah. That's your favorite country?
It's his favorite place he's ever been. He's been to China. He says there's nothing bad he can say about it.
You've been to China?
Yeah.
When'd you go?
about 10 years ago.
Where'd you go in China?
Stayed in Guangzhou. Or the
Is that the,
Guangzhou's like southeast.
yeah, that's where they make all the that's where they make all, I think that's like the hardware city. I could be wrong about that.
Really?
Yeah. I remember that.
Did you stay in like a 6x6 box, right? You stayed in a super small
Yeah, I
place.
mean, it's like New York. It's like large apartments. Like
It was like New York. China was like New York.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like that.
Chinese version of New York. It's like all tall buildings. India has too.
Oh, okay. All right, I see what you're
In
saying.
the aspect,
Yeah.
it's just tiny apartments.
How many people are in that city? Can we look that one up?
What's the name of the city again?
Population Guangzhou. It's
Guanzhou.
that's one of the. I don't know if that's where Foxconn is. I don't think so. But
Is
that's
there only one Foxconn?
as far as I know.
Guan.
I don't
Maybe another G and then like ZHO.
But it's it's on the southeast coast there, and that's where
Pull up on a map. I can't even.
that was in the one autobiography. That was in, I think, Walter Isaacson's biography where he talked about steam.
Really?
And like some of the deals. But there's, to your point, there's the problem with like slave labor. I don't even know if it's all in China. It might be in other places too. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it's a big country.
You didn't see any suicide nets when you were there?
Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
13 million.
Almost 14.
14 million.
And New York's what, like 7 in Manhattan?
yeah, big city. A lot of people. A lot of them.
That's the thing.
Population of Manhattan.
That's the thing we got going for me over there.
Wow.
Demographics are important.
What did they do about? You can't have what? You can't have daughters now. You can only have one daughter. What is the rule?
Well, that was.
1.6 million in Manhattan.
Wait, what?
Holy
Wait,
shit.
it's 7 million in all of New York City? So all the boroughs put together? No way. It's that low now?
That is snapping, bro.
I might have just sounded like a moron. I wasn't trying to.
All of New York, 8.4. Okay.
Yeah, see that? Fuck, I never thought about that. But that's
But
why.
how big is Guangzhou compared to Manhattan? What if it was the same fucking size?
No, it's probably like the size of New York.
It's smaller than Manhattan. It's half the size.
Manhattan's. Because that
No, I don't
includes
think you
all.
can put that many people. It's
This
smaller than it.
the 8.4 million includes all. So it's Manhattan, Staten Island down south, which a lot of people. It's like kind of like the Island Borough, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens. I would have thought it was more, but I guess I always looked at that wrong. You sound like a fucking moron, but
What is the size of?
well, Manhattan's. I think it's like the 7 mile.
7 miles.
Maybe I'm wrong about that too. I don't know.
Can you find out
Geography
the
is a
square?
struggle.
The square.
Yeah.
What do you look for? Square mileage of Miami, or not Miami?
Well, Miami's square mileage is 35 miles. We looked that up one time.
Really?
Yeah, like the square.
You're
Like the one with the
encyclopedia. Really?
No, we looked that up.
What's the square mileage of Manhattan? And then find out the square mileage of
All in New York, maybe?
Guangzhou.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. Watch it be like 2 miles. And
22 square miles is Manhattan.
is Manhattan. So think about that. That means greater New York City, which includes all the boroughs, is a lot bigger than Miami. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's already 22, just Manhattan. That's insane.
Right.
But then what's
Guangzhou square mileage.
Ready to go back.
He loves fucking China.
I don't think I'm allowed in China at this point. I'm definitely not allowed in Russia, I'll tell you that. That's not happening. I love this picture, by the way. It's an old time.
Oh yeah. 2,800.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
Pull up the map.
Well, wait a second. That's a province. Well, no. The province is the opposite of what I think it is. Yeah, that's huge. Can you go back for 1 second, Andy? Just where that said,
Austin.
see, yeah. It's Austin.
Awesome.
I've been calling you Andy this whole time. I owe you
It's
like
okay.
30, man. I did just meet you like right before, but that's still like, that's disgusting. I'm sorry. I won't forget that. But yeah, so why does it say province Oh yeah, see the province has a K at the end. I didn't see that. So the province is like the entire region. So that's 68,000.
Oh,
Yeah, so that doesn't count. But still,
K at the end.
287. I just said Miami's 35.
That's fucking nuts, isn't
So
it?
that's actually not that crazy. That has a 13. It's still a lot, but
But I bet you most of that is in one area, like New York.
probably. Yeah, because I wonder if like
Is that where
this is
Foxconn
the-
is? What province is Foxconn? What the hell is Foxconn? It's the factory to make the iPhone.
yeah, where they got the nets.
The suicide
Oh,
note.
yeah, dating sim, yeah, maybe.
Started telling him all this shit about China. We had this guy on the podcast and started telling us all this crazy shit about China.
Who was that?
It was Matt.
Oh, it was Matt.
Oh,
Matt,
Matt Cox.
It's like, dude, if you fucking commit any kind of fraud, it's death in China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's look. I think people forget, and don't get me wrong, like we should always be trying to make the system better, and I'm definitely a hypocrite because I complain about a lot of shit. But goddamn, is it a lot better here than
Yeah,
pretty much anywhere else?
yeah.
You know, and like we can still, again, like say, well, it's fucked up that we do this or do that, but the alternative, I mean, some of these places.
You know, I had this guy on here a couple weeks ago. He was talking about we started talking the Andrew Bustamante episode.
Love that guy. He's great.
I started questioning him about Julian Assange. And I was like, what do you think about him? Like, what do you think about his whole story? And then he talked about Snowden, and he's like, do you think he was wrong? I'm like, what's your view? He's like, obviously he thought he was wrong. But then he started talking about like the levels of civilization. He's like, he started explaining to me that actually made me kind of like take his position on it.
Yeah, can you say what this? I listen to all three of this podcast, but can you explain this again?
Yeah, so what he was explaining, he's like, basically, I was like, don't you think that it's right with, like, Julian Assange was just basically exposing, like, the most fucked up secrets that should be exposed to, like, create more of a balance in the world, right? Like, if someone's committing such a fucked up atrocity and hiding it, what is the harm in exposing it to make them better and make them start being more accountable for their actions, to create more of a balance across nations? And he goes, no. I'm like, why? He's like, and then he's like, do you have kids? And I'm like, yeah, of course I have kids. Like, would you tell your kids everything that you do? I'm like, okay, I kind of see where you're going with that. But then, and then he's like, he started explaining the hierarchy or the pyramid of a state, the formation of a state. He's like, if we're all free roamers, he's like, I could club you over the head, take your wife, and there's nothing you can do about it. But if we form a tribe, now you're protected by your tribe. So we can go out and we can kill the food, and the wives can stay home and pick the berries. And if somebody comes in and tries to steal one of our wives, you have the power of the tribe to protect us, and take care of each other. And then he's like, once you get above the tribe, you have the creation of the state. And he's like, when you have that, you know, you call it like a pyramid, right? He called it a pyramid, yeah. And he started to explain it, and it made a lot of sense. He's like, and then the other point he made, I don't know if this is true or not, because I know there's a lot of like he said, she said, a lot of, it's hard to know the truth, but he said that Julian Assange wasn't fair with the shit that he exposed. He said he only exposed American shit.
Yeah.
If he would have exposed Chinese and Russian shit just as much as he exposed American shit, it wouldn't be. He might not have that same position on Julian Assange, that same view on it. But he was only anti-American.
People should turn off this podcast real quick and go listen to that this one. Yeah, because that was unbelievable. The last one we just did on like Ukraine and all.
Yeah.
Where this conversation, that podcast, like I was thinking about that one a lot, and I didn't understand the word you were saying, like the levels of society. But once you started explaining that, this was one of the key moments of the podcast where I was like,
yeah. Whoa. His point was like right now, everyone is like, we're losing our freedoms. We're losing our freedoms, and we don't have freedom of speech. We don't have this freedom to do that. We're wearing our masks. We're taking my freedoms. And he's like, you have to. The only people that are truly free is that tribe on that island off the coast of Africa that have nothing but spears. And it's like, you have to, if you want to be a part, participate in this community that we've created, you have to be okay with giving up freedoms.
You know what his argument was? It was the ultimate swallow the pill argument. Like, that's how I pictured it. Because it was galaxy brain argument. Maybe they came up with the CIA headquarters, and he very well retweeted himself there. I don't know. But I like how that guy talks. I appreciate how blunt he is. I mean, he really says a lot of shit on your podcast that, similarly to Jim, from his perspective and whatever, I'm like, wow.
Jackson, son of Revolutionary
Thing,
War hero,
but
is from the North and was pro slave.
that one sentence spin.
2 months before the
It's
inauguration,
hard.
2 months before his inauguration, he was
It's
family
the
for a train
and I can
crash.
see,
He will make
like,
out
let's
with his
assume
11-year-old son. So
he
he's
is speaking
hired
for
by
the
the
good,
office. He's blacked out drunk in the press. He's just
right?
saddest guy of all
And
time. He's not listening. His kid
I always
just
try
died.
to use
His
this
wife
example.
blamed him for the death constantly.
You
She
have to
said we should
remember
have never been on
these
the train.
agencies,
You just had to be the fucking president.
every 10 people who are in that room, 9 of them
You're
might
on
be
the
great
train.
people
You
who are like there for the right reasons, good people, all about freedom of America, trying to do their job to protect our interests. Even if once in a while, like, they overstep something, they don't think of it that way, and they're not going after domestic people, you know, and they're trying to protect, like, their intentions. But if you have one bad person out of those 10, that's all it takes. You know, like, oh, now we're allowed to do this, which is what Snowden taught. And that's why I disagree with a lot of Andrew's overall opinions on guys like Snowden and Assange. However, I appreciate that he doesn't. There was one argument that's things were raising like Snowden. He did the right thing the wrong way. I heard that one. But the rest of it, he makes me think, because he's putting the ball in your court and saying, well, which one do you want? Like, you can't, and I guess the point is, he tells you, unfortunately, there's nothing that exists that is 100%. And actually, in the scope of the world, he's right about that. It's like, there's good and there's bad. You're never going to have a perfect situation. So he's saying, are you willing to give up a couple of these things, which immediately, when you say, if you're willing to give up, a bunch of people out there go, you will not infringe on my rights.
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
Right away, like, fuck this deep state shit. And I don't know why I do that on the Southern accent. Yeah, I guess. But, like, you know, they immediately go to that. But his intent with that, like, you just laid out what he said on Assange. He is statistically right that Assange's story is more the ire, just the United States government. And it's double-edged. On the one hand, you want to be honest to improve, right? You can say, hey, we're great. This is a great place. Democracy, freedom, America, we love it. But we want to fix some things too. We don't do everything, right? So how do you do that? You draw attention to it. How do you draw attention to it? A guy like Julian Assange exists. You draw attention to it. The CIA, you recognize that all these other countries around the world, they don't have these out of bounds lines to play. So who are you trying to protect the American people against that? Trying to protect them against China, against Russia, the big countries, right? Don't have these rights. And you know that if China doesn't like something that's said, they just kill you. And you're pissed off because China, using that example of the biggest one, communist government doesn't have freedom of speech, doesn't have all this shit. What do? They use their money and their influence to take advantage of the fact that we do. So we can share this stuff. And so then it puts the focus on us and makes us divide from within, rather than keeping the focus on them and killing people for stealing the chocolate, or not preventing or not allowing people to say the words Houston Rockets on social media. Daryl Morey said something about Hong Kong, right? So now the focus comes on the American citizens who are online talking about America. And again, for the right reasons, we want to do things that are bad. But then the CIA and these other places realize that then the focus is off the target. And they want to get the focus back on the start. And they just want people to shut the fuck up and know that, like, hey, we can fix a few of these things, even if they're not, which is the danger, right? Like, it took 11 years before it actually they violated the Constitution, right? That's the change for 11 years. Started with that, started a win, boom, 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 boom. And finally someone said, oh, right? And so that's why, like, his side note, his argument about did the right thing the wrong way. Number one, I'll bet there were at least a couple people who brought that up before the right way. You never heard from them. Maybe they never heard from them again. Right? I also don't see how that dying in large numbers, getting sick, uneducated, not allowed to be educated. Kids are working. He's saying it by holding our government to a way higher standard than we hold theirs. It's here, it's on our church. By doing that, you are taking away our ability to keep our eye on the prize and do our jobs and operate in a way that, by the way, includes fucking up elections and putting other people in office, like the same shit we accuse people of doing here, which they do interfere in our election process through, like, the internet and things like that. Like, as far as Russia and China, they put out all kinds of social media information to get people talking. Like, this is backed by data. We made the rest has been on every podcast now they're talking. Like, we act like, oh, they're the only ones doing that. Well, we do that too. And when we're doing it, this is where good and evil, it's like, well, what is good and evil? Is it good? You know, if we stop, like, some crazy dictator from going into power, it's supposed to be good, right? But what if we're not good? It's like, it gets really complicated. And so what he's saying is, if you make us play to such a higher standard in the intelligence universe, under the ground, like, spooky stuff, we're going to lose to these guys because they don't have to play better. And as much as I disagree with the idea, because I'm very glad I love what I've been doing. Very much a brilliant reporting, by the way, by Frank Greenwald and Laura Portras and everything. I love it. Just did more with it. Kind of forgot about it, but you know, it's hard for me to not also understand where it's coming from. You know, and so I get here and I'm like, and this happens all the time with me. If I drive some people next to me, listen to the podcast, and listen to it, like, I see it like, well, I really do. Like, that's my person. Like, I don't really. Yeah. But that was, you getting him to lay that out, that was like some of the best podcasts I've ever heard. I was walking my dog, and I didn't realize we were like 7 miles into the walk. I didn't even know where the fuck I was. And I'm just like thinking about it. I'm like, oh shit. But it was just like, you have to give it to him. He laid out a very difficult, until you take scenario. Doesn't mean he's right, but I also couldn't definitively say he's all wrong.
What was the project?
Stellar Wind.
Stellar Wind. What was that one?
Stellar Wind was essentially project or code, it's the thing that Snowden exposed. So after the Patriot Act, Stellar Wind, but I think Stellar Wind was the one where, yes. So this was the change, and it allowed them to basically spy on anyone. So all these things we have sitting in front of us, even when it's off, still have everything we say right now. But you know, there's a lot of people out there who say, "Fuck, that's right, because I'm not doing anything wrong." I hear you. I think the same way, even if I say fucked up shit sometimes and throw out crazy ideas when I'm high, but by and large, everyone's going to say something wrong on that. It's just like, what happens when the Orwellian world, if that were ever a thing, actually is that used? Do you want them having that power? Do you care that technically, and I say the word technically, I'm looking at it like maybe from just a macro standpoint, technically, we're infringing on the constitutional rights. As long as we're going after the goddamn terrorists, that's what he said.
Now watch this drive. Can you please let's play that real quick? Find the George W. Bush interview about terrorism on the golf course. That is the
I
best. That is
generally,
the best.
during that administration, I will forever say Bush, darkest is the I don't know that he tried to be, but he was funny.
His facial expression, the way he moved his mouth, his eyes. You're not with us, we're prepared.
The best is
Now watch this drive.
the best is the mission accomplished picture behind him.
Oh, yeah.
We're done, fellas. 20 years later. Oh, what an
Wait
administration.
till you watch that fucking 9/11 documentary.
Yeah, you keep telling me I gotta watch that.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Press play. Might have to fast forward a little bit.
Absolutely fantastic.
You gotta press play.
Harboring terrorists,
There you go. Skip.
either with us or against us.
Saying don't take off.
Yeah, how long is this?
Presidency, your victory is
What?
hollow.
I don't know. That's a good question.
No, it's not Florida.
Oh, it's already fun. Is that
Delaware.
bad?
That's Delaware, the place you golfed at.
Was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. He puts like a tiny thing. It's like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like, so the first thing out of his mouth. So it bothers me about people that are critics of him.
Are there cue cards up there?
Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted. Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only the laws,
Holy shit!
create a situation where
I gotta see the drive now.
Oh, no, it's like a video cover. They cut right
He
through
fucking
the eyes.
pipes this thing right down the throat.
Woo! Very solid. I think that they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we're going to do it. Yes, we'll do it. He's just
Sitting back, not giving a fuck in the world.
And a lot of people
Just imagine.
want slavery.
Oh,
Angry at Lincoln for how hard he
Look at
pushed that.
yeah, where is that?
Just settle it. Just let
Does it
it
say in the
go.
description?
We
I wonder
have,
what
we have
that
our
is.
free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions or
I
however
don't know where that was, but still, like that's
like a quarter million people died.
Bush, man. I don't know. He was a soundbite everywhere. He's in the J. Cole song too.
Is he?
At the drop, which song was that? Where he's like, shame on me. Shame on me.
He does have some of the best fucking quotes of all time.
What was and then the Kanye West while he's in office. George Bush hates black people.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like Kanye staring at the screen. And Mike
Mike
Myers
Myers
is
is like, oh, fuck.
Operation Keynote. Like, oh, God.
Wasn't that during like SNL or something?
There was some live feed.
Like a live.
Could you imagine Bush in the social media? I mean, we saw it with Trump and what that was. I mean, we're seeing it with Biden again. But like, imagine that situation. because it was the stakes were so insane. What happened?
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I wish I was like any
He was trying so hard to get down to
you know.
just get fucking up.
I wonder what it was like. I think there was a lot of people aware of like nowadays.
They keep
So
running
shit
that
happens.
3
It's Russia.
which was like a draw.
There's so many different. There's not one narrative. There's fucking like 14 narratives about this whole conflict. I wonder if it was like that in the pre-social media days. Like,
And they put a little napkin
9/11.
before I told them that
People
back there.
actually thinking about it. Inside job, you know, this could be all fucking. Another Pearl Harbor out there for everybody to see.
There were some.
Yeah, but people can't share ideas. Ideas can't go viral.
No. I mean, it couldn't. The internet was www.whateverthefuck.com at the time. You know, like it was like the dial-up speed, so it wasn't like that. But yeah, I know there were some people right away. I mean, just statistically, there had to be. It's just I can't imagine dealing with that in the social media era. And like you talk about what the narratives were compared to what we're seeing outside right now in Russian Ukraine. I mean, look at how many senators and congressmen supported not the war in Afghanistan. I could say like the war in Iraq, though. Look at all the people who voted for it. This was a bipartisan vote. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was huge, right? And there may be some like typical stereotypical politicians who are still in office today who suck, but there were a few, even among the ones who sucked, who actually did vote against it. And I would give them credit. Maybe they did it for the wrong reasons, but they did. Because, like, you know, David Satter and I were talking about this and the whole WMD thing. And he's like, well, you know, the Israeli and Russian intelligence both thought there were WMD there too. I'm like, yeah, but hindsight's 2020. But our intelligence was numerous. We knew it was like a no percent chance. They talked about Iraq like the night of 9/11. They're like, well, Iraq definitely has something. And the thing is, like, Trump said more stupid shit than you could ever count on the campaign trail in 2015, 2016. There were a couple things he said that were kind of inarguable. And it was funny too. He's just a comedic kind of guy. But like he said, I remember this line, over and over. But he would say, Saddam Hussein, bad guy, bad guy. Take terrorists. Bad guy, take terrorists. You know, he shouldn't have done that. And it is true. Saddam was an awful human being, genocidal maniac, right? And this is the horrible, you can relate this to what's going on right now. This is the horrible reality. Unfortunately, that you can't technically police all of them, but what happens within someone's borders, sometimes like the will of the people, just like communism eventually fell. Like David was saying, 15% of the Soviet Union society. Sometimes the will of the people, even a small percentage, for good, has to rise up to stop it. Absolutely. Like with Saddam, he wasn't friends with Al Qaeda. In fact, he didn't like kill, right? So it had nothing to do with anything personal. But you know, it was we talked about like the White Eisenhower speech on the military industrial complex. There you go. That's what it was. And like, I mean, did you see the movie Vice? Adam K. did it a few years ago. Yeah, no, obviously anytime someone really dies does something. Right. So I guess Adam K. is very liberal. Like, did a movie on Dick Cheney. You know, some of it probably took a little too much of that.
Really? What are we talking about?
And again, take some comedic stretches, but this guy was just confused. I don't know what kind of pictures he was. Because, I mean, and other things people don't talk about. And like when they did the 20-year documentary, which was in
There's rumors he was fucked up with Chad.
it's kind of obvious that
He said it because he said that the tree in the rain, they found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital. It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on the
civilian jet.
yeah, at like the start of day two. Maybe it was the start of day
And
one.
they asked him,
He was late to get there.
because the president was
Everybody's
not
like, he was
president.
in. But if he wasn't in, that's very funny.
So vice president is not acting president. And he said, is this a presidential order?
He had won the Civil
And
War.
he like without saying, I guess like kind of like Aaron Rodgers. He did the same. I think presidential. I like something like MP he should have been out of office. Right
Retired and was in New York, and he became a New Yorker. He ordered the shoot down of the commercial jet that was flying towards the White House.
if he was flying towards he gave whatever the military go-ahead was. He gave the military go-ahead, I believe, for the fighter jets that were in the sky to specifically shoot down a civilian jet that would respond or something.
So Grant went to visit Vanderbilt. It was outside of the
That's,
Grand Central Station. That's great.
you know, and it sounds, even for him, it was a
Went to
heavy
the richest
thing,
man
but like
in New York City. Was a hard ass guy. Didn't care for charity or anything, but he brought sure
and like they
sword
talk about it.
that was getting at him. Yeah.
See, what I heard was
Literally the sword that he surrendered to. He had his congressional medal of honor in the Bible that he was that he took out obviously he gave him. So I'm gonna sell these to you. So I have no money. And Vanderbilt said, Jesus Christ, the president, shit, we're not doing that. He said, like, I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you a, he bought them for the nation. He buy his biography. There's nobody else. So here's what happened to biography. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. His biography, his autobiography is like the greatest ever written. So he met two guys on a train. He didn't do anything for money at this point. His wife was very young.
About the Pentagon.
He was drove.
yeah, he's like the plane is 30 miles out.
Destitute.
Yes.
So he met two guys on a train that like wanted
And
to
this is all recorded. This whole situation was talked about like during the
Mark Twain was like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, why don't you write your autobiography, memoirs? And he said, I'm doing that. These guys,
miles out. They were
here's what they paid you. He goes, $1,000. He's like, dude, what is it?
Yes, the order still stands.
And he says,
Yelled
give
at
me the book, I'll publish it.
and
He
never
gave Mark
ordered
Twain
to
the story
have
of
it.
I'll publish it.
If there's an order to not
And I'll publish it, and I'll help you write it.
Now I have
And
to
he
see
said, I promise this to you guys. He's like, did you sign something? He goes, no, but I did. I gave my word.
but off the top of my head,
So, Twain.
there's a lot.
There's
There's a lot.
Yeah, off the
And
top of my head,
I'm
loosely paraphrasing what was happening. That was
I believe this could be a situation. It could, I don't know. I have to see it. Where they are where they're changing the context, because I believe the context was this is all recorded. It's you saying this about the jet that was approaching, like that you have
So
to be
he
able
wrote
to
his
shoot it down.
autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns. He just says what happened.
Unless conspiracy hat on, if they get shot down, you just never admit it.
in this documentary, they
turned it
basically
into this special edition.
tried
They
to
did
prove
order
that
one.
plane
You get
came down
any color you wanted. And it was the first blockbuster of history.
That would be very, very that would be so. Now look, it's been done before. You can ask him about TWA.
As he finished the book, and then his wife
Is that that flight? That
96, the one that
was like
he left.
$400,000.
He was on that
Was he
investigation.
married here?
I believe his job was
He's
one
married
of his
in
main
Grants
jobs was to
in
interview
Harlem.
all the
And
expert
when
pilots.
he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were led to put
So
back
it's not
on
like this hasn't happened.
their
I
Southern
believe
uniforms because it was a big
that was like over the ocean or something, maybe. I'm not sure about that.
We're talking about the same thing, right?
That was TWA 800 in 1996.
Oh, right. Okay. I was talking about the one on September.
I know. So I'm coming back to September 11th. This was over land. Now, best possible type of area for the least amount of people is more rural area. It was over land. They'd have to cover every witness there and get them quiet in an open society. You know, there's shit that happens, but like this is still an open society. There were cameras everywhere. The media would have to be in on it, period. Which, you know, some cynics would say, well, that's not hard, but it was a different time. You know, the power of the media was not as big. The internet wasn't the thing. Like, it wasn't as coordinated. It didn't have the ability to be at the time. So, like, furthermore, the evidence on the ground, like, there's so much that has to be there. But, like, here's what I always say with the 9/11 thing. I gotta watch the one and tell me. But I think we have been so fucked over 6 ways to Sunday over the last 20 years in a way that our nation hasn't been fucked over since the Great Depression, and before that, the Civil War, before that, the Revolutionary War. That, of course, naturally, we all turn to things to try to make sense of it and speak truth to power and call out the bad things happen, which we should do. Right? That's a positive. I try to live like here, though, where I listen to a guy like Andrew, second best president, obviously a smart guy, and I try to listen with a critical ear and bring us all. And also try to hear where there's truth, where there's not bias. Like some things are with September 11th, I think one of the things that we got to remember is that, like everything that's complicated, which makes things in this world, there's a lot of things that are true at the same time. So it can be true that planes flew into buildings, and the people who were in power might have been horrified at, you know, that day, but they took advantage of it. They did a whole bunch of shit that they had wanted to do for a long time, caused ground-altering precedents now that we have to live with today, and we see all the technical after effects. At the same time, and this part is true, this is true. You ever seen The Looming Tower? Okay, this was a book, and then it was a 10-part miniseries on Hulu 5 years ago. So this is true. The FBI and the CIA did not do that. Right? So part of the reason I look at him like not an inside job is because we do have a record. The CIA, Topher Black, and another guy who has a fake name, went to the White House on, I think it was July 6th, 2001, sometime before, 2 months before. You have the minutes, you have the write-up. They're saying they're coming here. It's happening. They knew it. The problem was Alex Station, which was the bin Laden at the CIA, would meet with the counterterrorism FBI unit, the National Security Advisor, I think his name was Richard or William Clark, something like that, and some of the generals every week in Washington to share information. And the guy who represented the FBI was a guy named John O'Neill, who was the basis of the Looming Tower. You can ask him about him. He didn't have the greatest reputation because he was a ladies' man. Guy of the night, brash, didn't give a shit about anyone but himself. But he was a pretty good agent. He was a coward. Like, he wanted to do this. He wanted to do this. Out of CIA, they want they see a guy that they get in, and they don't want to put handcuffs on him. They want to say, "We got you 6 ways to Sunday. You work for us, right?" And now they get to a bigger thing. So naturally, John O'Neill, CIA, didn't get along. So the CIA, we know this is a thing. The CIA did not share a lot of information with the FBI, including when some of these targets entered America, which, righteously so, this is where you will get people coming to that. They made it happen. The thing is, so many things had to go right that day that they would have never left out of it. Like these guys had to successfully get through every level of security where we know they had a couple close calls. We know for a fact that the guy up in Maine on the initial flight at 6 a.m. almost stopped Muhammad Ali and didn't let him on yet. CIA like this would have been, they would have had their own stand at the TSA. And then, you know, we saw the planes go in. The one people always talk about is the Pentagon because there's only one. Right. But, you know, we saw, my favorite people are the ones who are like, those weren't planes going in the Twin Towers. Right, so all these things can be true at the same time, and then the government, the bad actors in the government, in which case I would argue the people in power, that was some of the most corrupt inside government we've ever had at one time, I think, at least what we know in history will change. So, right? They took advantage of it. I mean, they made money to Iraq. It's good enough to go to Afghanistan. You know, we did a great job in Afghanistan for 5 minutes before, you know, without hitting the line. And those are the ones in itself, you know, for like symbolism purposes. But then, you know, one thing Obama said that was spot on. He's like, we took our eye off the ball. Now, it's easy to say 7 years later. But it's true. We start focusing on Iraq. And now look what happened. You know, it's really sad. Like, you know, there's some extremists there. But then there's a lot of innocent people who were caught in the middle of this, who were never given a chance. Once we did go in, it's like, well, now they can be liberated, they can go to school, they don't have to live in this crazy society. And we allowed power vacuum to form because we took away our resources from there. And we sent them somewhere for, you know, Bush wanted to finish his dad's job. But a lot of things can be true at the same time. And I just always try to keep that in mind. So, like, I'll watch, I'll look at something like that. But I don't, that's one I've never put credence into. You know, you want to talk Epstein, of course. Like, you know, there's certain things that are just, like, they make it so obvious. It's just sad that people can't.
What's the latest person that killed themselves?
Jean-Luc
Brunel. Yeah, the French model agency guy.
Now, you want to know about that one? It's so interesting. Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in the wee hours of Saturday morning in August. August is statistically, I believe, the slowest news month of the year. We know that Saturday, Friday, after 10 p.m. on Friday, before 1 or 2 p.m. on Saturday, that is the slowest statistical news time. This man killed himself at 2 a.m. in a jail. In a jail, the camera's not functioning, security wasn't there. The attorney general at the time's father is the guy who gave this dude his first job. Like, you can't make this shit up. And at least people were somewhat on it then. So now Jean-Luc Brunel spends whatever it was, 2 years on it, a year, whatever, in some French prison, so not here. He kills himself in the wee hours of a Saturday morning in France on the weekend of President's Day weekend in America. So in the early morning hours, without a camera, he knew where all the bodies were alive. That week, shouldn't be easy. You know, like, what do you think?
But I'm not sure he had any thoughts. Yeah, I mean, there are people that he was like an actor that was like, I guess I'll be a Republican while I was there. And then, which was pretty because he was, actually, no, it wasn't because I was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, you're a communist. He just became the man.
He went through that whole entire trial.
And Reagan is Larry King after he was shot. And saying, so how do you feel about this guy?
Well, now apparently a juror lied.
Right, so a juror that
I found out later that he's sick, he's mentally ill. So we add him to our grades.
came out on slowest evening, 2 days before New Year's Eve on a year where New Year's Eve falls on Friday. So the New Year's is on Saturday. January 2nd is on Sunday. You don't even get back into the swing of things until January 3rd. It's 5 days old and no one paid attention. So no one gave a shit that the judge sealed all the files. They're sealed. Boop, gone. And also that judge, and this
What do
one,
you mean sealed files?
she sealed the Epstein records. Cannot be released. Like the things that were not presented, that were not presented at trial are like Kennedy.
Really?
Yes. So
When else has that happened besides JFK?
good question. I mean, it's happened.
Okay.
I don't know, but it's there's other things
Because there's national security implications.
Yeah, I think they did some of that for the 9/11 Commission. I could be wrong about that. That might- But yeah, like they're telling me what they're doing. Now, are there? First of all, are there other Epsteins out there that we don't know about? Yes. Do governments around the world do crazy shit like this? Yes. Do we know who he worked for sure? No. But he was the most public. I mean, he was in New I walked past his house. There is Central Park. Yeah, it's on like 69th Street. I mean, I think
You
it's.
have that little JE insignia right
I want to say it's like 71st Street or something on the Upper East Side. Though. It's like right there. Dangerously close. But you know, I went back and I was looking at this couple months ago, and I'm like, when did this start? Like we saw the story creep up in 2015, and then the lawsuit that came in 2017. I'm like, when did they report on this? First, I'm like, well, we know about the 2002 flight. So I had known that. You go Google it, you'll see stories. Early stuff. He first hopped on people's radar and seen them in like 2002. What popped him on was that flight with Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and this stuff. What a flight. So I'm like, okay, where can I find a story where this was reported? Because every time they would talk about it, it would be in a story from 2015, like the famous 2002 flight. And I Googled 2002 flight with all kinds of keywords and quotes to try to separate stuff out. And I could never find a story from like October 1st, 2002. Clinton on flight with billionaire, mysterious billionaire. I could never find that. And so then I found, I think it was in the New Yorker, did a big piece on October 28th, 2002. And I went and found the flight log first. And the flight log has it was like September 21st or September 22nd, 2002, where it has this flight and it has the names written down. President Bill Clinton, and so then in this New Yorker or whatever it was piece, they say the mysterious billionaire came on people's radar when Page 6 reported. So Page 6 in the New York Post. Cool, there it is. They're the ones who reported this. So I go to Page 6, the archives. There are archives of every month in 1999, started putting it online. Except in 2002, including September 9th. 7 months missing from 2002, 1 month missing. Single month missing between 1999 and 2002. So when this would have been reported, you can't even get it. So what I wonder with them is like, we always wonder like, what is a secret that's too big for humanity or society? If you found out that governments, whoever they are, made a trade-off where they said we're going to we're going to enable someone to control drugs for the next 40, 50 years. And here's what we're going to get out of it. This situation in the next 1,000 years. Some of these people, they're thinking about the survival of certain like ethnic groups in different countries around the world into the future. And so they're looking at like, well, how do we make sure all of us survive, right? Do they sit in a room and say, yeah, we'll sacrifice the lives of 5 decades to get this kind of information, to get not just information, get this leverage over people so that we can control what happens. So we start to put that together and I'm like, I can see this dark room like this with the top people, president of the country, prime minister, whatever, you know, the head of intelligence and his right hand, the head, probably not even the head police chief, like a very select group of like the highest level figures saying, are you going to make this, what's the line in People Are Fashions? You make that deal, I'll make that deal, right? Like, to might, and then it's a question of what we do. I don't think this one is CIA. I don't know. I know as much as the next fucking person. No one knows. It's just so mysterious because they allowed this one. This is why he's interesting. They have allowed him to get so public that it's right there in front of your face. And yet, touch it. You know, but there was a guy, you ask anyone about this in government, this guy, Adnan Khashoggi.
On dealer? Dude, I would have had oh my god.
Oh no, okay. Yeah.
I can't implicate
okay,
I can't implicate one of my guests.
Okay, fair.
But I just fucking learned who this guy was like 2 days ago. I heard the craziest fucking stories. Remind me, don't let me forget about it.
Get there. We got off it because I wanted to go somewhere else. But Adnan Khashoggi was an arms dealer from Saudi. He wasn't, don't think he was like, he was like, he got to meet them at and he's known to every government agency in New York and Power and other places around the world. And it was reported that he was one of the things was he was apparently also like a sex trafficker, like a really yes, like he was talented, so very evil guy, and he, in 1999, this is where it like all starts to come together, and you're like, how far does this shit go? Like, is there anything that this doesn't tie to?
Ever fucking end?
No. So I read in David's book, and David Satter had him on my podcast. He is the reporter who blew the whistle. He's an American reporter. He is to this day the only Western, non-Russian reporter who's ever been kicked out of Russia. He was actually kicked. He was the last reporter they let back in after the Soviet Union fell. He was kicked out. And he was the first reporter and only reporter they kicked out. Because he was the Moscow correspondent for the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal since like the 1970s. The guy has lived his whole life in and around Russia until he got kicked out in 2013. And he's like the guy on Vladimir Putin. And the thing that he got on Putin, the first big story he broke on him that no one listened to, literally no one, in this country or anywhere, was that Putin rose to power in September 1999 by bombing a bunch of apartments around Russia, in Moscow and 2 other cities. He killed hundreds of his own people. And you say, well, how did this bring about? Because they blamed it. It's a typical false flag event. They blamed it on Chechen rebels. And he effectively, this is late 1999, Putin was named prime minister. President Boris Yeltsin, his term was about to be over. The election was going to be the next year. Boris Yeltsin and Vladimir Putin decided to approval rating was 2%. Not only were they not going to win, but like they were at risk of being thrown in jail for corruption, or like killed by the people, because Russia was powerful. So they do this false flag event. David can tell you about how we got that story. And they say the Chechens did it. It starts the second Chechen war. Yeltsin resigns 3 months early to, whatever it was, 5 months early to make Putin incumbent. He's the wartime leader. They have success in the war, and suddenly people are like, oh, this guy's strong. We like him. 60% approval rating, moves up the election 2 months, 3 months from June to March in 2000, wins the rest of history. David had this story. Alexander Litvinenko, former KGB FSB agent, had this story. Putin sold him in London with William in 2006. He's a Russian. David was the Western influence. And nobody listened, but I found one of his books. He wrote really alternative. I didn't think anything of it when he wrote it, but the way they got the Chechen thing to happen is they created like a fake invasion of Dagestan by a certain sect of Chechen rebels about a month before the bombing in 1999. And what happened was, by and large, the Chechens shot their way into Dagestan, which is a country over there. And then the Russians came in to defend. And after a while, the Chechens basically just picked up their bags and left. And as they left, the Russians didn't shoot. It was like nothing happened. And so then there was some sort of like disagreement that happened publicly out of that, which then caused the Chechens to find guilt. They created a false flag event to get the false flag event to happen. And what David uncovered is that there was a secret meeting in Monaco, somewhere in there, at admin Khashoggi's house between the Chechens and representatives from the inner workings of the Russian government, where the Dagestan invasion. And I'm just like, where does this happen? Like, where the fuck does this happen?
So this guy is apparently, how was he tied to fucking Epstein and John Nicolau?
He was Epstein's sponsor.
He was Epstein?
Yeah. He was a guy who allegedly framed.
Is that what he called him? I never heard this guy's name until the other day.
Yeah.
What's up with the guy, the Victoria's Secret guy, Les Wexner? I thought that was his name.
He was like allegedly like a financial mentor, but I think, I don't think anyone sucks, but they think that Jeff had some blackmail on him, or they were just together. And so Lex or Les?
It's Lex.
Yeah, so whoever, Victoria's Secret team. Yeah, running a company with a bunch of girls in the pants, right? But he allowed Jeff to manage all his money. Did you also know, though, that before Jeffrey Epstein died, after Steve Bannon got fired by Trump, he interviewed Jeffrey Epstein on camera in his house?
Yeah, this shit doesn't stop. Where do we find this shit? Do you do anything but research?
I don't know, man. I went down this rabbit hole 2 months ago. Steve Bannon. Austin, I don't know if you can find this clip. It's on YouTube. If you type in Steve Bannon Epstein, he released for some document. That's some but there's some documentary coming out. Go down, type in, go back up and just add times up with times with an apostrophe. All right, type in Steve Bannon Epstein interview. Yeah, that first one.
This is the first major media election.
Yeah.
papers are now starting.
It's gotta still be on here. Go down.
Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock.
Go down.
James Blaine was a pro, whatever. Cleveland barely
Crazy thing
It's
about
like a minute. Okay, there it is. There it is. See the teaser with Epstein?
oh,
Yeah,
Dude.
pretty good.
Try not to laugh.
Then he
Click this.
lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison.
Yeah.
His hot 21
This is a trailer for this guy.
Betty from the White House will be back in 3 years. Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison, she's still around. Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. The office. Every day. Just go upstairs. Yeah. Okay, so So this is still just a run of horrific presidents that are just destroying, marching through the late 1800s. 1893, Cleveland gets reelected. Yeah. People like his hot brother, and now their new daughter. There's hot, right? Yeah. And now their new daughter, baby.
That woman's reporting on this is the best by far. It's 16 minutes Australia related.
Maybe, no. That's not getting named after the Norman. It's named after the neighbor. The other one. Feels closer. They don't even have candy bars back then. Look, don't just listen to the sound that's named after you.
That was it. That's the whole thing of Epstein.
what does that mean? Time's up.
You know the Time's Up like Me Too movement? Like Time's Up
Oh, I didn't know Time's Up
for
was
men.
that.
Yeah, it was like some trending hashtag with it, I
The
think.
guys, time's up.
Yeah, it was like Time's Up for male supremacy or whatever the fuck it was. And he's like, I'm a huge believer. He's got like the New York accent and everything. He's like a normal guy sitting in his house. He's like, I'm a huge believer in Time's Up.
Wasn't he like really into, forget the word now, but like he wanted to like spread basically his DNA throughout. What is
He's
there's
the first Ohio guy.
a word for that?
Is it
Eugenics. Yeah, eugenics.
He wanted to like,
But there was like a run of
I think that's why he bought this. Like, and this is a
So Achilles from Ohio. Just last year's new sermon in the Civil War.
He was like a racist bastard too. Like he would just he looked down on anyone who wasn't white completely. Like he made shit up about like the physicality of people.
So let's get
I don't remember.
because he's the only guy that used to think
If you can create an awful human being,
He started
like
in 1898
Adolf Hitler, Jeffrey Epstein, that's where we're at. We're some of the same, and I guess also maybe some different.
My thought on that is there's a lot of people like those guys. But the difference is when you give them that amount of money, they have that amount of money and all the unlimited resources, and they act on that fucking You know what I mean?
Or does it change things?
I don't think it changes them. I think it makes them more of who they already are.
I think that's fine. And I think there's
It's a
definitely
magnifying glass.
I think there's definitely people like that. Also, I should say, I think there are also people who they get access to something that is just put in front of them after having money, connections, right? And then they decide that they didn't dislike whatever it was, which is happiness. It's the smallest thing. Or it's a bit. Right. I think that's the. But you're right. There's people who are probably molded to be the worst of the worst, and they decide not to be a serial killer. But he's just like, I don't know. I had always thought about it, but I was never one of these. Like I wasn't sitting listening. This is fucked up. And then Exile, just something about it, just was offended me. And it's just like looking all through it. And this is, yeah. And I'm just putting time on. I thought to myself, I'm like, I wonder if I like passed this guy on the street in New York.
Yeah.
Statistically, I used to walk up to 83rd and 2nd all the fucking time from Midtown. I like to walk in the city. I'm like, statistically, I might have. How freaky is this? You might have just like look by it. Just do, yeah,
With
with all these
I
people.
never knew houses like that even existed. I never knew there was like these they're like townhouses, but they're fucking mansions when you get inside of them, and they're right on the main roads in New York. I can't tell you how little time I spent in New York.
Don't know what people like me in places like that, what they get from I can point out.
Well, Scorsese has a place like that too.
Probably.
Very sick, just like it from the outside.
Yeah, and like again, you just go real in a place like that.
Have you seen Succession on HBO?
No, I haven't. I've heard good things.
It looks good. The fucking main guy, the guy in his house, yeah, the guy
Amazing. It's like, you know, you don't know where you can have a great person and a bad person, right? And you can have that house and all these other things that come with whatever set of life circumstances this is. And you can go like this, and then test tube scenario, and put the good person in. They're going to be them. You do the same thing with the bad person. And they have a common access. Does the good person do a lot of things? Maybe not even that. You know, just as like nice guy, treats people well, lives a good life. Lives 80 years, dies of cancer, right? You know, kids fight over this. Bad person is behind an island. I mean, that's good. Think about that divide.
Have you seen the fucking video of the kid on the jet ski who's great? He's riding his jet ski to the Bahamas. He rides past Epstein's Island. And he pulls up and like ties his fucking ski up right in front of that like crazy looking blue and gold building, and he fucking climbs up the rock and he runs up and he's like filming himself like running across that fucking.
Is there a video of this?
Yeah, fine. YouTube the video of the kid who ran up. There it is.
Come on. When is this? 2020?
This might not be it. This kid actually jumps up on the island. And
No. Imagine being one of the agents there, like, God,
no, this isn't it. This isn't it.
God
Go
damn
back.
it.
Go back.
But, you know,
Go to
Jim,
YouTube
Jim, that's going to be on the internet. Too bad.
and just type in on YouTube. Kid runs across Epstein's Island. Epstein Island.
It's like imagine having
That's right. It's actually really
Just type into Google.
Someone needs to be somebody in the world. And he did two things that never lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the national parks. It just no one even thought of it. It didn't exist.
Yeah, I wonder how many people have like committed suicide that are related to this that we don't know are related to this. That number is
Okay, click on the picture of the blue and white striped building. Click on that. And go down, scroll down like related photos down.
They still don't have it in the Amazon. They don't do it.
They're making it.
Type in GoPro.
You want to try DuckDuckGo?
Type, yeah, right. Type in GoPro.
Teddy did that, and
You told me it was GoPro.
made
There it is. Look at this.
No way.
and then he was vice president. He did
Click on it, yeah.
They didn't arrest him for this. Did they? This is public
Trespasser on Jeffrey Epstein.
This is public service trespass.
Dude, you could just pull up on a fucking boat or a jet ski, climb right up onto that little area where that building is. I want to just go trespass and just set up microphones and do a podcast.
Elon Musk should buy it and do a bomb test on it. Take it off the face of planet. Be like,
Well,
yeah, we're
just
gonna try
rock it up
something.
there.
We're gonna try a rocket from that. It's one of the ones that destructs the ground together. Like that place came up.
Do you think that we can get away with climbing up on an island and doing a podcast real quick? Let's say like a 1 hour podcast.
But, I mean, that guy probably got on there. I mean, if he was running quickly, it was unexpected, and the other had the force security through closed. There's no way if you're on there for 5 minutes.
What do you do if you're the security guard and you're like rolling up and you see two guys from like doing a podcast right in front of you?
You just have to act like you're on there. Like, hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah.
You want to hop in?
This might not be
5
related.
minutes.
This might just be some fucking.
When
This
I'm
is
in,
not even related to it. You still scroll down.
when I'm in New York, though, next, I do. I have. I
Look
thought
at this kid.
always right next to the thing. He's got pictures. Oh, you think got like Instagram of it?
Yeah. He fucking modeled himself. Look at
Look at this. All right, yeah. Security would. Someone might do this.
You think?
Someone was like, you know what?
It said, go up. Say something about his YouTube channel. Brasso's YouTube videos.
I wonder what kind of tunnels exist. But I do want to have fun like this when I go to New York next. Like I told you, I love to walk through New York.
Legend.
It is. When was this? 2020?
Yeah, 2020.
When I go there next, they apparently renovated like the whole place. Like a Goldman guy bought it.
His New York house?
Yeah, and took out the other inside. Like I think the guy needs Goldman guy. I think he like bought it as like a someone needs to buy this. And, I mean, I thought they should have knocked it down. Yeah, he basically apparently is what that. But it still sold for a big number. I wouldn't expect that. I guess he's spending money to spend. But I do want to like. I want to go stand up. I've definitely passed it before and not thought about it.
Sorry.
Oh, this is it. This is the actual. Oh, he's got a part. So there's a part 2. Did he go back the next day?
Fast forward the part. They're gonna have a whole intro trying to.
Yeah.
But see where that big spike is? It's probably right there.
So Teddy was there, and
That's just part of YouTube.
and there were so many people. Every time the president comes to a town, they always like they get so excited. Plants.
Oh, he's on it right now.
Hunting bear. Yeah. So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in the mountains.
Just 2 assholes walking onto this.
It's him and the bear.
Walking onto this like.
But these people think he's
What's
like
the
a
word?
hunter.
At 6:30 a.m. He was nearly compromised. 12 hours later.
No, they went back.
Oh my god.
Yo, it was definitely Epstein's nephew.
This is the ultimate prank. We did it before jokes blocked.
This is what I'm saying. The security guards like leaning up from his newspaper, like, yeah, fuck it. Like,
You think there's still security guards on your own?
there's got to be like CIA and fucking NSA like wands on them, whatever the fuck they're called.
There's nothing there.
I mean, the buildings.
Yeah, what are they gonna do?
I mean, they could. They're not doing this, but they could hypothetically kick down the door. That's a window.
In there.
Is that 2-way glass or 1-way glass?
Part 2.
13 Epstein's
These guys are
Island.
fucking crazy, bro.
What are the names? We're at DRACCOZ. Braccos. Yeah, we gotta get them some more subs.
We gotta get them in here.
How do they only have 12,000 subs? Yeah, you gotta get them in. These guys need to be blown up before they're not with us anymore.
So you're saying you want to take a photo in front of the
No, I don't want to take a fucking photo. Fuck that.
selfie?
No, I just want to stand there and look. Like, once in a while, we'll do that. Like, there's another house. By the way, you probably but that's not a coincidence. There's another house. I think it's next to Michael Bloomberg's place, maybe like 72nd Street, 21st, something like that. Where it was like the Iraq consulate or something. And Saddam's people used to like torture people down there. And then they ripped that shit. Whoever bought that ripped that shit. So like, that's the thing about New York, and you could say this about any place technically somewhere. But in New York, you walk down every street, and this is where shit happens, or is happening, right? And so there's just, it's weird, but I think about this a lot, like the environment of it. Like, something in there has been world-changing shit. Maybe it's good, maybe it's good. Believe it, right? You walk past the Federal Reserve. Damn, I wonder who stood in there before. You know what they're talking about. And then, like, if you drive down I-78 right next to New York, where you have an unabated look at the skyline, right? Every time I did that drive, 2,000 times. But like, every time I drive down there, Just look at this
what
fucking
happened today, and even like fucking AOC.
not one of those dick-looking buildings went up without the mafia okay in the center contract on the whole fucking
And they censor it, and they try to.
which, you know, I'm not giving them compliments, but it's like wild.
But the best thing they can do is censor
Like,
him.
none of it went up without like Paul Castellano being
So this was what Teddy. This is the kind of guy he was.
lucky Luciano back in the day.
Constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him.
It doesn't matter.
Like he had elevated him more and
You
more.
know, and then
Because he was
the
just
UN's
like,
there.
you know,
Oh, I wonder who's come through there. I wonder who stayed at these hotels. You know?
yeah, they took that hill. He was on his horse.
Deep dark history in that town. That city.
And then he saw Sands.
Good day.
Good and bad.
Right.
But a lot of
A lot of both of them. And that's like New York's like
When all of a sudden, he's like, we're doing this. And it was
it creates a different kind of person. People think New York is so fucking different.
one of the guys was
So fucking different than anywhere else. You can tell automatically. It's not even just the accent. It's the whole personality. I heard that one of the best expressions I ever heard that really summed it up was between New York and LA. People from New York, I love. This is not everybody, but they like to shit on you with a smile. Versus LA, they smile and they fucking talk shit behind your back. Like they smile at your face, it's fake nice. You know, on the West Coast. I don't know. It's they shit on you, which I prefer much more to fake nice.
people are like,
They're so
like I feel like out of my element. It's like that's like if I'm walking down the street and someone doesn't say like fuck you, get out of the way, it's like something wrong.
Right.
Hold on, man. You're being too nice. Like I'll come down to Florida, you know, where like my grandparents are. And when I walk in the store, people are like, "Well, how you doing there?" And I'm like, "You know, a day it's great, 2 days it's great, and then the third day I'm like, aren't you gonna be like my hair's out of place or like get the fuck out of my parking spot?" You know, there's like something, but I don't know. There's good and bad with it, but it definitely you get molded by the speed in New York. You can either keep up with it. Right. You know, when I would do business with people, talk business, whatever, no matter how serious or unserious it was, who were from the Midwest or something like that, it drove me. It's like where, right, let's get done, deal, let's go. These guys, you know, tomorrow exists. You know what? Next Wednesday, that exists too. Would you like to come over for supper the following Monday? And it's like, that's so true. It's like, what are we doing? Hold on a minute. You know, let's handshake and get the fuck on with it. Like, let's spit on it and go. But New York is the ultimate, like, even more, because I grew up around Philadelphia and then spent a lot of time in New York, like, night and day. Like, even though it's like that in Philly, Philly's small. Yeah. New York's a whole, where there's $5 million in Philly, there's $500 million. You know, where there's this speed of something happening in Philly, there's that speed times 50 happening. And like that vibe, like attitude wise. Crazy.
Are you like as far as sports goes, you more of a Phillies fan?
Yeah, I'm never really that anymore. No, like, and I identify and have for a long time more time spent my time in New York. And that's where so many world. I'm from West Denver.
One president of the United States. And he was like, every time I walk this line,
that there. And we're definitely it's a passionate place.
Show me your wrist.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's legit. Pittsburgh's got it's in a different way. It's like
He's a Floridian his whole life, except for the first 5 minutes of his life, but he identifies as full-blown Pittsburgh.
Is your family from there?
Yeah, I really just like it. He just likes to talk.
Right.
But you can't believe they like
That makes sense. That's giving a lot more credit.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay, whatever.
that's
5 minutes.
Danny just doesn't understand he's from Florida. Nobody has any respect for sports teams.
What?
Yeah.
You got Tom fucking Brady.
Yeah, you have Tom Brady.
Florida's not from Jerusalem. Like nobody has any like loyalty to sports. game. He likes the Lakers one day. He likes the fucking Bucks the next day. He likes the Bucks one day. He likes fucking the Patriots the next day.
That's a violation.
Hey, look at the stickers. Look at the stickers. The Bucks fans over here.
We'll do that.
Yeah, when Tom Brady's not here in 2 years,
I won't give a fuck about sports.
See,
I'm more of like a player fan. I like the player. I'm a fan of the player.
That's what people say. They have no loyalty, no heart towards the sport.
I'll watch a LeBron game. Like any team he's on, I'll watch the game. But if it's fucking, if it's the 76ers and the Orlando Magic, I don't give a shit. If LeBron's playing, I like watching Tom Brady. But not even, honestly, I never really gave a fuck about Tom Brady before he just
Yeah, you wouldn't know this game.
No, I wouldn't.
yeah, I think I said that.
I don't get it. I don't. But it's fun to watch.
It's just like
It's fun to watch everybody in Tampa just lose their mind.
it's. I mean, look, it's a privilege. It's like you're watching the epitome of greatness, and now he's coming back. It's like the guy
You guys
is.
out of control.
Listen, it's like popular in a place like Philly. Be like, fuck Tom Brady. Like to me, when we won our Super Bowl in 2018, that was like I can't even.
Is that foot long goals?
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
love how you know. BBG, baby. But like that was so important. Like the religion that is, especially football, and to finally we are champions. Like to do that, it's indescribable. But people, there would even after we won, people were making fun of Tom Brady kissing his kid and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, God. And they were giving him shit. I'm like, Tom Brady, who is the best player to ever step on the football, just played one of the greatest, as great as Nick Foles was in that game, and he was phenomenal. They were an MVP the whole day. Tom Brady played one of the greatest games of football I've ever seen. Maybe his best game ever. The guy didn't miss. He threw no interceptions. He had 3 touchdowns. He threw 500 and some yards. I mean, he should have had 5 or 6 touchdowns, but they ran a couple. I'm like, this the best player to ever play just played against us in the Super Bowl. We somehow won and won our first Super Bowl against the best to ever do it at the top of this game. I have nothing but respect for him, and thank you for letting me watch that. Because like we won, but I also got to watch like perfect football. And I'll never, in the second quarter, I'll never do it. Just Collinsworth gets on there. There was some sort of like weird stuttered go route that Gronk and Brady tried to get a timing pattern, and Brady threw it low. I think because he thought Gronk was going to come in. It was clear to everyone on TV. Like he threw a dart in there, but it came in low. And Collinsworth goes, I'm not really sure about that one, Al, but you gotta wonder. Father Time catches up with everyone. And Tom Brady doesn't make that throw. Next throw, 50 yards downfield. Oh, there's Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Never misses again. I'm like, that's the coldest Indian dig I've ever seen in my life. Like, you're talking about Father Time when the guy's throwing for 550 fucking yards or whatever it was. And I'm like, this dude, that was 40. Yeah. 40, 41. And I'm just like he walked up to me, I'm like, yo. So, like, we're selling my dad and they're like crying. But I'm like, salute to that guy. That's like, I'll never, it doesn't get any better. Like, we literally shouldn't stop.
Were you out of the game?
No, I went home to watch it with my dad.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And it was like,
Together.
yeah, we're doing it. It was like a religious experience in the parade. Oh, it's indescribable. No one will ever do it. I saw things that I'll never see again. I saw people peeing in places that I didn't think were possible. They put all Cresco oil on all the poles. Didn't matter.
Nah, they still got them.
I saw the best was when I saw Jesus walking around. The guy dressed as Jesus with a giant flagpole that had an industrial clear bag on the top and a sign walking next to him that said Nick Foles condom with an arrow up, and like Nick Foles with his little daughter and his like very cute religious wife like driving by on the bus, and like Jesus is standing there.
Some people are so amazing, bro. Sports fans are like,
It's
They're the
like
best.
it's like
They're the best.
you know what's scary though? We like sports and like the passion, like the tribalism behind that. Now in the social media era, I use my opinion, while that's continued to a great extent, we make sports like politics too, right? So we look at it, people get like this, like emotional, and like cutthroat
Oh yeah.
over issues. Like you brought this up a while ago. The whole Ukraine thing. I look at this, maybe the day after it happened, and I'm just so cynical now that I'm like, give it a week. Give it a week, and we're gonna have two camps. we're gonna have the people, and like, it didn't take a G. I think a lot of people. But like, we're gonna have the people who have the profile picture from Adobe Photoshop with the Ukrainian flag and like the overgraphic image like this, stand with Ukraine or whatever they were gonna say. What all that. Then we're gonna have people who suddenly are like, this Putin guy might not be too bad. Like, and the people who get all the attention, so therefore what seems to be their main narrative, even though a lot of people don't feel these two ways, are going to be those two. And you're now going to divide people along the lines. Right. And it's like, dude, like a fucking simulation. You know, same thing as the 9/11 thing.
No, I mean, the Ukraine rally, all of the documentaries, and that shit was
When did he make that?
2000. 2017, 2019, he has two separate ones. He has one that was all about the Maidan thing, and then he's the one, here's the one about the Orange Revolution before that. This is different. This is actually and then he has another one that cover that goes into all the way up to 2019. And how like his campaign to end the war in Donbass and still never did it. And the craziest part which I talked to you about having the last couple days ago was that lady, Victoria Neal, the neo whose husband also helped sell the Iraq war.
What's her position? Can we pull that up?
Yeah, Victoria Newland. Pull up that same clip of her talking about the recorded phone call with Victoria Newland. And the recording is talking about Biden signing off on the new president.
And you were telling me this is the same lady who had like that weird back and forth with Marco Rubio.
Yes, that's the same lady. Yeah, she's like, there are chemical labs, research labs in the Ukraine, yes, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that the Russian troops can put their hands on
My only
that.
one thing about this is like, one thing about this is, of course, it's hard. Yeah, like, the people who caught they're fucked. Yeah, it's disgusting what's going on. But like, why do we not use this point? Like, why don't we just wait? I know it's important because Ukraine is 45 million people. It's right next to Russia. It has resources. It's pretty bad, but like, what about all the brown kids who have this happen every fucking day?
It's like King Dylan said, you can imagine these people coming to King like this. The white
The best. Have you seen this? Did you see the Trevor Noah video? He actually nailed this with talking about like implicit bias in the media, talking about this war. He's like, I wonder why they're so worried about it. Let's roll the tape. And like the people are like, this is Europe. This isn't a third world country.
Exactly. These aren't little brown babies running around. They look just like us. And we have to protect them.
And like, the one guy had like an oh shit moment. The one CBS reporter on TV. He's like, and I have to choose my words carefully here, but
oh yeah, exactly.
European.
Yeah.
Like, well, what the fuck is that supposed to mean, Steve?
Like, why are we so worried about the Ukrainian people being murdered when we're not worried about people in Yemen getting bombed and slaughtered?
And you know what's the other thing is? Because Trevor Noah said this, he's like, literally, whole history is based off of war. And he's right. It hasn't even been that long since what I think. Maybe there's been another one since then. I'm not even thinking of it. But like, people even know what happened in Kosovo in 1999?
It was like
You ever
it's a
look into
nightmare
it?
I mean, I know a little bit about it.
Yugoslavia, all that?
Yeah,
Right.
like,
Like this is recent. And there's a lot I don't know. So please look this up for yourself. But like, you know, the whole like Yugoslavia breaking up after the Soviet Union fell from 91 to 99 in that power vacuum, and there was 6 different regions there, including 3 more that were outside of Yugoslavia that had like some of the same people in there. This is where borders like don't divide by culture. Like there's the same types of people, like there's Albanians who live, not just in Albania, they live in Kosovo, they live in Macedonia, they live in Serbia, all these places. And like that was legit. And we don't talk about it because the government, NATO just came in and bombed the shit out of Serbia to end it, which I guess was controversy there, but I guess technically did. But you know, they didn't let the media in the countries while this was going on. So we just whatever. But there was like literal ethnic cleansing. Forget about that one. You know, but now there's a narrative to it. Yeah, Rwanda. Have you ever seen that movie, Hotel Rwanda?
No.
On Cheetah?
No.
That's this is 28 years old. The Hutus and the Tutsis. I'm probably getting that wrong, but okay. They just ran around with machetes and just fucking ripped people on people's face. What was that?
Oh, I didn't know that. You just got back from Rwanda, didn't you? Didn't you just go to Rwanda?
Really?
This kid goes to every fucking country, man. Every country I've ever been.
We gotta pop you in here. That's pretty cool.
Okay, play that before you move in.
Yeah. This is the phone call, right?
Full screen. Yeah, this is the first one.
So when can you give the context on this?
Okay, so this is right, like, towards the end of the Maidan massacre.
So like 2014.
And said, someone watching this special. That used to be a big thing. Now it's every breaking news, breaking news. Rothschild did. We have footage. It's straight out of the beta cam, and it hasn't been edited. We're going to warn you that this hasn't been edited. I watched this footage of a guy just watching this fucking parade, and the lens comes down, and then he goes up into the bandstand, and you see the guy holding his own arm with the cut off, and there's like strands of blood and stuff. Also,
Corporate speak.
These days, like acid, why like my arm, like that kind of thing, and just blood. I mean, I was a kid, and I saw that. And the other thing was Reagan had just been shot. I got to Jeff's house. We sat down and we watched that footage. And, you know, he got thrown into the limousine and his own guy jumped on it. Did he kill one of the guys? He killed a cop.
You know what? Now take out the words Ukraine and like president or whatever there, and now imagine like 2 HR managers at Bank of America talking about a business that they're going to slowly unwind so they don't have to sell their shareholders until it's already done. It's the same. It's the same speak. Corporate speak.
Right.
He's like, all right, we'll call you back with next steps.
Biden's will.
I have a hard stop at 4:15, by the way. Like, shut the fuck, like,
Dude, it's so insane.
I just, like, this was 2014.
Yeah.
So this is like tech eras of planes. I don't know why for the life of me. I understand, like, day to day, you're just doing your job and everything. But, like, think about everything you do when you're in a position like that. You gotta be on constant alert. Like, I wonder how this would sound to someone who's recording this right now. Because they might be. You know, like, you never know when this is going to come out. And so here's, maybe not, but like here's a prime example. The thing they're talking about right there they might actually have the right opinion on this, but they're doing it in like a seemingly corrupt, way, right? Like Yanukovych was not a good guy. He lied to his people. He was a piece of shit. He was friends with Putin. And the people wanted him out. That's a fact. They wanted him gone. And let him gone. But here you have senior U.S. officials talking about like nonchalant, like, yeah, we're gonna get our guy. Where now it's dirty. Now it's like, now it seems like obviously Zelensky's this is 7 years later, and Zelensky somehow got to office. I think that guy's just caught in the shit storm because you got to remember, the Ukrainian government already had like its own bullshit regular corruption that all these governments have. And he's walking into it. So who the fuck knows? You know, but we can all agree, you know, what's happening to his people is awful. It's just like, about it. Right.
But could you imagine fucking Russia installing, doing the same thing in Mexico? Could you imagine fucking some top-level Russians in the KGB inserting a regime in Mexico? Like, what the fuck would we do to Mexico? Are you kidding me?
You should ask.
No, that would never fucking happen.
You should. Because like the concept is, well, we're good,
right?
Exactly. What is good and what is bad. Now I will say this: as critical as I may be, certain agencies and assholes like that. Yeah, on the good and bad spectrum, do I think we're a lot better intentioned? At least like overall as a group of people, to say nothing individuals, then say Russia, yes. But who are we to say that? It's not our country. You know what I mean? So like if you're Russia, if you're Putin, the one thing is that you could feel a little threatened that
possibly, yeah, maybe. Yeah, all these anti-ballistic missiles they're putting up there could be changed into offensive missiles in less than an hour.
I don't know anything about that, but yeah, that's a thing. And yeah, not everything's things can be true at the same time. And that's why what he's doing is an all-time level of stupidity. Actually, as much as he's already disliked and ripped on the world stage before any of this happened, he had some potentially moral leverage against Western, not Ukraine per se, but like Western powers who were like passively allowing certain things to happen on all the borders around him within Ukraine. He had some leverage there. And then he went attacked it's just like way. And now one thing I understand the people who do see something very evil happening in front of you. My issue is that people just take such a Ukraine has to be all good. There's no problem.
Can you find that Jon Stewart interviewed Oliver Stone? I think it's John. No, not Jon Stewart. Who's the guy? Stephen Colbert interviewed Oliver Stone about his interview. And he's basically sitting there. They even edited out shit. He's actually Oliver. You watch the long version.
Where'd you get the long version?
The long version is, I think it's also on YouTube. Like the TV version.
I can't believe that.
Dude, he's basically sitting there. He's like, so tell me about this interview. And he starts talking about his experience sitting there. He made 3 trips to Russia and spent over like 20 hours, not 20, probably like 10 hours talking to him. 6 hours. And he says other stuff, and Stephen Colbert's like, so out of all this, do you have anything negative to say about Putin? Like, can you give me one negative thing? You can tell he's like super upset that he has nothing negative to say about it. He's just giving his unbiased own views. Like, you didn't challenge him on this. And like, look, to be able to get an interview with this fucking guy in the first place, you have to have some mutual respect. You understand that? I can't just walk in there and be a fucking dickhead. You have to have respect for the guy. You have to understand his position to be able to get this interview in the first place.
these weapons are probably both wrong on each side. They're on the same because for Bear is just fishing for something politically useful for him, for his motives, which is bullshit. He should be looking at this. I mean, and it might even be a fair question with the wrong intentions. But yeah, one thing Oliver Stone won't have an explanation for is that he's the only journalist to get access to the Kremlin. Like there's an official meeting that happens, I don't know if it's once a month or something, where the tacit expectation is it's Russia trying to show, oh, we're open with all the media around the world, but you don't get let back in there again if you say something that they don't like. So everyone self-censors. And so he doesn't get this interview. He doesn't get this interview unless he has A, cleared a lot of things that we're going to talk about directly with the Kremlin before, which are absolutely, and B, says anything that sets Putin off to the point that he can't virtue signal. So it's not like, I would say, in my opinion, Oliver Stone is, I don't like this phrase at all. He's like a necessary evil because he's a fuck everybody. He's the guy who makes you have to look introspective, regardless of party, into the United States when bad things do. And I think that's necessary. But yeah, in the same way that people on another side of an issue could get biased by their own experiences, yeah, I think he does too. So Oliver Stone is a guy who's very disillusioned with a lot of things in America. He was a Vietnam War veteran, he saw the worst of what we do. You know, yeah, he's biased. But it's like, I watch Oliver Stone, I say, okay, you know some shit here. Like, I don't think Barack Obama runs in front of the hate. But what are some things he's going to say about all the politicians we've had that have an element of truth? Let me try to figure that out. I mean, I know, but like, it's not all good and it's not all bad. I don't know why I feel like a lot more people do think like this than just don't say. I hope so. So like that's a common example. So like I do want to sit down and watch the full 4 hour thing and see what he got, because you can't tell me he didn't get some kernels or something that are at least useful to understand. You know?
Not even if it's all just an act he's putting on.
Well, he's good at that.
He must.
He's a propaganda genius.
If you want to say everything that he said in this interview is just completely an act and false, he's fucking damn good salesman and damn good actor.
Probably not all 4 hours. That's pretty hard to do. But a lot of it. I mean, they know what they're doing. These people.
He says
they don't care.
He's Oliver Stone refers to because it's during the Trump Hillary election. He's like in Hillary's campaign, and she calls Putin Hitler. And he asked Putin, "Did you see Hillary just called you Hitler yesterday?" He's like, she's a very dynamic woman. It's hilarious.
I mean, sometimes I'm sure even guys like me try to relax.
Yeah. Like when they sat down together and they watched Doctor Strange.
Yes.
He showed Putin Doctor Strange.
What do you say?
It was great, but he was like, "I've never seen this. This is very fast." And then Oliver Stone gives him the DVD and gives him the DVDs. That was a typical American gift.
Have you ever heard Putin speak English?
Yeah. Here's a few words speaking.
Like, you expect this guy to have like the gruff, like smokers Russian, like I've murdered 1,000 people voice, but he actually does it. We invite you to the Russia, and it's like, he sounds like the Mater Date.
Yeah, he does.
What the fuck? But he's you know.
And Oliver Stone, I mean, to his credit, he does push him pretty hard in the interview too. Like, he straight up says, "Why did you interfere in our elections? Why did you do it? You know how much power you have in our country. If you wanted to go endorse Trump, he would lose. If you wanted to go endorse Hillary, she would lose. Like, that's how much power you got. So why did you fuck with our elections?"
You know, why do you think Putin would allow that?
So he had half of his head was shaved.
You never think.
You know that. It's like you can just deny it, and people can go down to whatever. But when he sits there and answers it with a face that's clearly like he's supposed to do it, he gets to show power there. People around the world see that and they go,
Certain amount of people are going to believe into it now.
yeah, like certain people will, but he doesn't care about the people who will,
Right.
because he's already got that. Right. He cares about the people who don't, which is probably most of the people who are watching it who know anything about the situation, because it shows that he not only did it, he's talking to an American on his own turf and saying, fuck you. Yeah. No, I didn't do that.
I think that's ever happened the other way. I wonder if there's ever been like really big, liberal Russians with the American president.
In exchange for proceeds.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If you made me bet, I'm not sure the bank accounts. Nothing else. But if I bet all of it, I bet, yeah. I don't know. Russian journalists specifically, but he's not bad. I mean,
Well, I think Putin, whether you want to say it's good or bad, I think he's very effective at his job. I think he does. How long?
well, that's because he changed.
No matter how corrupt.
He changed the goalposts over and over again. He's not. The people, the really interesting thing about Russia that David can talk a lot about, because he's lived in many people for so long, they are a different breed, and they're molded by their environment. They're molded by over 100 years of, in some cases, the worst corruption imaginable. I mean, we don't seem to say this enough, but like Joseph Stalin was, I mean, he was as bad as Hitler in many ways. Maybe not quite all, but like the closest thing. And like we forget that. You know, these people lived through awful shit. So they, yeah, I think they've gotten rid of a lot of them. But they probably still, I think so, but they probably still some. But like these people, they will believe opposite things. They will say one thing and then say a thing that directly contradicts that and not true. And that, like, they will say, David told me this, he's like, they'll say the government is all corrupt, and the next thing out of their mouth will be, you'll ask them about a current issue, and they'll be like, I don't know, but the government definitely knows, so we'll let them do it. Like, they are very, and it's not their fault, they're just, you know, they're the hardened people who pour out the vodka and sit in the ice bath in the middle of the tundra and say, I rush my bulls with this. And they don't, like, they believe that it's going to be bad no matter what, so you might as well just suck it up and keep going. And like mostly, you got to remember when the communism fell in 1990, you know, the rapid privatization that the government basically just allowed was corrupt people, right time, gave them all the control of the oligarchs. And so you want to talk about wealth shop. All the wealth went to this small group of individuals, and then the way that those individuals bought protection, if they weren't already a part of it themselves, was crime. And he talked to the one guy I knew, but I like that on the podcast, and he was going to go on to one of the main FBI organized crime guys during the height of the time, 70s, 80s. He invented that. And he told me this over a decade ago. He's like, you know, the Italians at this point, it's like control. You don't find the bottom, you find a piece of and like a real ice box and things. Like it's the next level shit. And these people, you know, that's the worst example, but like these Russian mafia, and you know, they're all tied down to it, but like they're molded by an environment. They're molded by an environment where this is the only way to make money. Yeah, there's and those guys, don't get me wrong, they're psychos and they don't feel much, but they feel money. You know, the Russians are like, It's like Eastern Promises. They're fucking chopping the guy up with a cigarette in their mouth. Yeah. But that's it. Like they have been fucked up. Because the way Soviets came to power, they were fucked up. The Tsars had all the power. No one had any money. So weird environment. Still war was cold. And the Soviet Union happened. And then this happened. Oh, democracy. No. Can you Google the 2020 Russian Constitution thing? Right under the books. So
In Russia?
yeah. This how Putin. This is why he consolidated power before doing anything. And I mean, genius political moves. But he had to leave office in 2008 because presidents can only serve 2 terms in the new constitution. So he puts Medvedev in there. He becomes prime minister, Medvedev president. And then amendments to the Constitution. Yeah. So go down, proposed amendments. Yeah, start there. So,
Down. Proposed amendments.
no, it's the
Very bottom.
The big text. The bottom is so go to the list. Down,
Very bottom.
right there. Yep. So where is
The Russian Constitution supersedes international law.
yeah? Go down to proposed adoption without a referendum. Where is the thing? Basically, I don't know if this is the right page, but
Keep looking. Find something juicy.
Putin removed term limits. It's gone.
In 2020,
So now he can be president forever. Because he was coming up on, I guess, like 12 years or something in 2024. I think it was going to be something. So maybe it was 2020. He was removing the heavy election, so he allowed it to happen. He also wrote in that in order to be president in Russia, you had to have only lived here for the last 25 years, and you cannot have ever held any foreign resident status. So you can't have a passport anywhere else, or have a home anywhere else, which rules out every single oligarch. So anyone with even a modicum of power in the country cannot seize power. So now people are talking about, well, who can take over? The only way that someone would take over would be a straight up coup where they rip up the Constitution, which can cause an uprising in the country, which would be disastrous. But whatever. And also, even if the oligarchs are facing all these guys in some way, they're like,
yeah, that's the thing.
there's a place.
Right. It would be better.
It would probably be better,
Really?
because like he's better. I mean, he's better. But minimum. Like he didn't know this stuff. They're still gonna have the same complaints. Things on the border.
Yeah.
Maybe we go in. Yeah, all right. Maybe they don't do it as brazen, and it's dumb. And this usually pretty nice to be done. Like it's how to do it. I mean, it's hard to say. You know, it's their country, it's their land. They're passionate about it, and if they're not necessarily a good person, and they're not beholden to the rights of the individual people in the country, they want to just do it. You know, so like that's why the propaganda exists. That's why it's Stones, who's controlling what he's doing. So he knows he can use that. Yeah. So it's like a lot of journalists, I'm sure, I mean, some instances, I'm sure a lot of journalists need to go there, have a chance, because they know, like, they're told, well, here's how it works. Fuck that. You know, we're in a country where, like, Jim Acosta and Peter Doocy, right? You know, I'm just giving an example of the two sides of the party exists in office, and they can just, like, make a seat. That doesn't happen in Russia. They're gone. Like Anna Pollitt, remember this name, right? Anna Pollitt, she was a journalist there. She murdered him. Boris Nemtsov, the opposition leader, murdered literally right next to the fence. Have it on video. Boris Nemtsov's successor, Alexei Navalny. It's not.
Have you ever seen the documentary Icarus? Dude, how fucking wild is that shit?
It's one of the best documentaries. I mean, top 5 documentaries.
On the edge of your fucking seat. Like that fucking thing, that documentary is so fucking crazy. Start to finish. And how that guy is now, the tennis guy is now fucking the
That guy was like straight out before.
Oh yeah,
That guy was like, hello, Brian. I am in danger. It's like
so fucking funny.
Imagine if you're Brian Fogel. You're like doing a documentary like fake for yourself, and then suddenly this guy's in the middle of like an international moment. His whole life's in danger, and you're like,
He's like, oh yeah, no problem.
yeah. I mean, guys, they're hard into it. You know?
You survive? Oh yeah, no problem. Oh, we got lucky today.
We got through. Like, but that's these are athletes. It's the Olympics. It's a symbol. We must struggle. We must win.
Yeah.
What? Like, that's just how. I don't know. It's hard for me to say how I didn't grow up in the Soviet Union. You know what I mean? Like, people are only as good as the environment. You don't get to choose where you go, including Putin. You know, the guy was in the KGB. Imagine the shit he did and didn't feel anything about it. Right. That's what you do. Think about like the people that he probably strangled with his right hand. I'd probably be crazy too. But if you don't do it, you're dead.
Yeah, it's hard to put yourself in somebody else's shoes like that.
Yeah.
It's also hard to imagine being a every 4 years.
Right back to the police in like a similar thing, he's talking about like attacking within versus losing the focus of the outside. We have a popularity contest every 4 years, which is like great, it's democracy, but what does it lead to? It leads to everyone thinking 2 minutes out in the news cycle to try to do what's going to not lose them votes. And then we don't have term limits. Why do these people look like they were my grandparents?
People like that Victoria.
And she's not even the worst case. Yes. So, yes, exactly.
Joe Biden,
which gets covered. But like, and it's important. I mean, it's important, but like, that also like even Ukraine. There's guys over there, Zelensky doesn't like that. That's fucking crazy, you know? And like, that's not his fault. That's just the world. But like, Biden, man, like, I used to caddy for someone close to me. Yeah, I didn't
used to be a professional caddy for fucking most elite golf person.
There were a couple. One of them I used to caddy a lot for someone close to me. Never caddy. But, I stood there on the practice field when he walked in the door here. And Secret Service golf carts behind him. And the last time I was within striking distance of him, like literally like walking right here by me, was the summer of 2014. And it's crazy because he walks on the practice tee, but he's like, I remember thinking to myself, Oh yeah, he's moving around. Jim, what's up? What's up, motherfucker? I don't know if he said motherfucker, but he's like busting balls to people on the tee, like pointing around, doing the whole like not even politician, just like a pro. He gets up there striping the driver off the practice tee like 240, 250. And then his son died the next year. Didn't end up running for president. But I remember seeing him. This is 5 years later. He announced his candidacy. 4.5 years later. And I'm like, did that dude have like 10 brain injuries or something? Like he went from this like moving around guy, you know, to like just fell off. That quick though? That quick. What the fuck happened? He had something. I'm not a guy. I don't know, but I don't know if it hit his head. Something. He's just like. I did talk with someone this summer whose expertise is with dementia patients, who's not a fan of violence at all, and she laid out for me for why he doesn't. And she's like, it's her expertise, and she's like pissed off when everyone's trying to die. But she's like, but he's old as fuck.
Right.
Like this is
He's only a couple years old.
I think it's 70. Yeah, like 70. Yeah, I think Biden's like 70. But still, like, you know, Putin's in a lot better shape. It seems. But like, you know, she's like, imagine she this whole was asking me because she knew and he would be oh no. And she's like, well, this is what it looks like. So it's not dementia, but like, I mean, who do I gotta say? What are we doing? Our government is run by. It was just Trump before him, who was kind of a machine as a person. But like, he's old as fuck. He's from a different generation. You get the same generation. And then along the way, you have Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer. His face is falling off. You know, the sproutest guy is like Kevin O'Leary or whatever his name is, who's on term number 5, whatever it is. I think he's like 60. What does that guy know about my reality? Right.
Insane, man.
Bro,
that was 3.5 hours.
No, it wasn't.
3.5 fucking hours.
My bladder has never worked. I still don't have to pee. This is crazy. Every episode, you don't see it, but every episode I have to pee at least once.
Tell all the watchers and listeners where they can find your amazing YouTube channel and all your content.
If you're still here, but you can find me at Trendifier, TRENDIFIER on TikTok for sure, but YouTube is where we put the podcast, put it on Apple and Spotify. You type in my name, Julian Dory, it should come up as well. And yeah, so on TikTok, that's the other one. There's some content. But yeah, I'd love to see you guys join the show. Thank you for having me.
Launched out of his car and landed 3 water ground drinks. That was his dad. That was Jefferson, his father. He was his real dad. His dad's last name was Jefferson. Yeah, but I didn't know that Jefferson was his real dad.
Describe how you became the first American journalist to be exiled.
Well, that took place in 2013, and basically, I had gone to Ukraine before. Of course, there was no war at that time. I went to Kyiv to renew my visa. This is a standard bureaucratic procedure. I had all the necessary documents, and the rule is the same for everybody. You have to leave the country, get it renewed, and then come back in. I had an apartment in Moscow. I was accredited in Moscow. I was planning to live there and stay there. And I was informed by a diplomat in the Russian embassy in Kyiv that my presence
on the territory of the Russian Federation was undesirable. But this has been the conclusion of the so-called competent organs. That's a euphemism for the FSB, the Federal Security Service, which is the successorate organization to the KGB. And I was banned from entering the country, so I couldn't go back. I mean, all my things were there. In the end, my son went to Moscow and packed up my things and brought them back out. And that was it. The Moscow Times, which is an English language paper in Moscow, wrote an article about it. They said it wasn't surprising that I was expelled. It was surprising that it took so long. Yeah. And in fact, I have a long record of confrontation with the Russian authorities and the Soviet authorities before them, because I went to Russia for the first time as a correspondent in 1976. As at that point, the very, very young correspondent of the London Financial Times. And in 1979, there was an attempt to expel me, which failed. It was based on the idea, or based on the assumption, that neither the British embassy nor the American embassy, since I was an American working for a British publication, and in those years that was very unusual, would defend me. But in fact, they both did. And they threatened to expel Russian journalists from both London and Washington. And those Russian journalists were, in fact, intelligence agents, and they didn't want to use them. So they allowed me to stay in Moscow. And I was able to remain there for 3 more years to work on a book which eventually was published. I had intended it to be about the Soviet totalitarian system, but because history kind of began to move very fast, it was ultimately about the fall of the Soviet totalitarian system. And after that, I couldn't go back for a number of years. I was blocked when I tried to travel to the Soviet Union. But in the last years of the Soviet Union, after the Gorbachev reforms had gone very, very far, I was finally allowed back in. I was the last American journalist to be allowed back in, and it turns out I was the first to be expelled in post-Soviet Russia. But between the time that I was allowed in and the time that I was expelled, there were 23 years that I was going back and forth and writing about Russia and other things. What made me interested in going over to Russia in the first place? And there suspicion from Russia that it could have been U.S. intelligence? There's always that suspicion. But they have extremely thorough ways of keeping track of Western journalists. For one thing, we lived in the Soviet times in buildings that were bugged, and where there were video cameras, and where there were guards outside the building, and where everyone who came and went was registered and observed. We didn't have mobile phones in those days, but the phones were all tapped. The only way to have a private conversation was to go to a booth and put a 2 kopeck coin into a tin telephone and try to dial a number. In fact, it was quite an effort actually to get the damn telephone even to work, let alone to get through to somebody. But we called from your home, then everything was, of course, monitored. So they knew pretty well what correspondents were doing, with whom we were meeting. Intelligence agents are really, although there's a lot of mythology about this, their principal job is to recruit sources.
And that means, for example, finding people who work in the Russian or Soviet government who could provide secret information. Everything I did was open and public, and I didn't make any such efforts to establish such contacts. The other thing was that all of the drivers, secretaries, maids, and service personnel in the foreigners' buildings all worked for the KGB at that time. So it's hard to conceal very much from them. And in fact, I had no interest in doing that. I thought that I wanted to make it clear that I was operating openly and according to the law, and that I had a legitimate right as a representative of the Western press and the Democratic world to gather people to make it known.
What sparked your interest to originally go?
When I first went over there, I was a graduate student. I was a graduate student actually in 1969. I'll tell you how old I was. At that time, I was 21. Wow. Yeah. And I went there because I was a graduate student at Oxford University. And I had always been interested in Russia. Then when I went to study at Oxford, suddenly Russia was close. I mean, you could get on the train in London, and of course you had to get off the train to get on a ferry, and then take the ferry to the province and pick up another train. But nonetheless, you could buy a ticket in London and take a train that would eventually lead you to Moscow. And I didn't want to miss that opportunity. I went there many times, not many times, but a number of times, to spend as much time in the Soviet Union as I could, and just became fascinated. And with the language. Russian language. Because I went to a high school on the south side. And it was in the neighborhood of the university. And it was a crazy coincidence. There was a room where we taught Russian. And the high school students had the option. We had a choice. It was French, Spanish, German, Latin, or Russian. And I asked my father at that time, I was 13, I asked him, what language do you think I should take? He said, I should take Russian. It might be useful someday. I couldn't imagine how it could be useful, because I knew even at that age that very few people were able to go to the Soviet Union, that to live there you had to be part of a special diplomatic community. It never crossed my mind at that time that I might one day be part of it, because that's what happened. And I also did something which I would actually advise any student to do, which is I didn't quit. Once, many of the people who took Russian gave up on it. It's a difficult language. Many of them decided, oh heck, I'm not going to struggle with this. I'll study Spanish. You know, in the case of people who had a language requirement that they had to learn. But after 4 years of high school Russian, during which I didn't learn very much, I thought that, well, look, I still have a little bit of background, and why not build on it? So I took Russian when I went to the University of Chicago, because to graduate from University of Chicago in those days, you had to have at least 1 year of it. And then when I got to Oxford, I continued. And then, needless to say, I got practice when I traveled there. And I spent one summer taking a special Russian course that was organized by the British Soviet Friendship Society, and I signed up for it. So the point is, little by little, I improved my knowledge of Russian, and so that when I went to Moscow, I had a base, and of course I worked hard with the tutor, and finally we got to the point that every journalist should get to. where I could go out and talk to people in their own language and kind of circulate as almost as if I were of just the Soviets. What was your during that time? What was your perspective on Russia and Russian people? And did you have like these goals in mind when you went to Moscow? My goal was to learn about the country and to write about it. I had at this when I was at Oxford, I wrote a thesis on. Well, let's put it this way. I grew up in the as part of the post-war generation, and particularly as a Jewish kid growing up in Chicago, I was very concerned about the Holocaust and destruction of European Jews by the Nazis. And actually, I was trying, from a very early age, I tried to understand why that happened and what did it say about people with such a thing. Because you have to understand that I lived in a neighborhood in Chicago where there were a lot of people who had survived the Holocaust, and they told these terrible stories about what happened to them. And so that information was there for me growing up. And so my first thought was maybe I would take an interest in Nazi Germany. But in fact, I began to think, well, first of all, I don't speak German. And second of all, well, Nazism is part of the past. But in the Soviet Union, you have a totalitarian regime, which is in some ways similar. And you can actually go there. You can go there and see how people live and what's going on. And of course, there's the fact that I studied Russian in high school and I had some background, and I'd always been interested to read about Russia. So all of these things prompted me to focus on Russia. While I was at Oxford, I wrote a thesis on the theory of totalitarianism of Hannah Arendt, who's a leading political philosopher, maybe the outstanding theorist of totalitarianism. And I came to the conclusion that Nazism and extreme Stalinism, as it existed in the Soviet Union, were basically the two variants of the same phenomenon. And so therefore, it really did make sense. Everything kind of pushed me in the direction of trying to go to Moscow. Plus the fact, of course, that I've been editor of the school paper at the University of Chicago's campus newspaper, and I had some success as a journalist. So all of these things came together, and it seemed the thing to do was to go to the Soviet Union, write about the Soviet Union, try to understand it, and maybe try to help other people understand it. But of course, there was still a great deal I didn't understand. There was a great deal I didn't know. The fact that I had written that thesis on Hannah Arendt was a huge help, because she did something that very few thinkers were able to do, was that she kind of explained the mechanism of totalitarianism. And that meant that when I got to Moscow as a correspondent, I was in a somewhat different position than the other correspondents. I would, first of all, I was young. In fact, it was really strange to see someone that young in Moscow representing the Financial Times of London. But more to the point, I had this theoretical and intellectual background. So the things that took place in the Soviet Union, in Moscow, were not that surprising to me. I could make sense of the idea that an entire society had been created to realize a false idea. This is which is, the concept of Hannah Arendt was that totalitarianism is the combination of ideology, a false idea, and terror. In other words, you take a false idea and you use terror to compel people to act it out. And then you create an entire universe of false appearances in order to confirm the validity of the ideology. So so this is just too crazy for words. And the average American or British correspondent, including people who are a lot older than I was, they got there and they couldn't figure out, they could never wrap their heads around what was going on. I got there and I had that advantage. I had the advantage that I had concentrated on getting the necessary theoretical background. So I was able to interpret and explain a lot of what was going on in Russia in a way that other correspondents were not able to do simply because what's the drive you know?
She said, Louis P.
I mean, obviously, you learned a lot about the history, studied a ton about it. These are actually like embedded things, but
It was, yeah, it's always a difference. It's always a difference. It was still a shock, to get there and see the long lines and the drabness and the dreariness, and also the sign. You had everywhere signs. No to the arms race, no to the Cold War. We're fighting for peace, and yet everywhere you looked, you could see signs of a country that was actually preparing for war, and troops in the back of trucks riding all through the streets of the capital. At night, these heavy weapons under the tarpaulins that were being transported, police everywhere, buildings guarded, so that no Russian citizen could enter. There were a lot of things. And of course, I and also this strange, crazy unanimity. I remember one of our first trips we made was to Uzbekistan, Tashkent, Uzbekistan. In those days, it was the Soviet Republic, and the Soviet propaganda was that the various peoples who comprised the Soviet Union were dedicated to the concept of friendship of peoples. In other words, the reason why they were part of the Soviet Union was not because they had been corralled into this country by force, but because they had this deep friendship for each other. The Soviet people loved each other. So we had this press conference, and the leaders of the Uzbek Republic were meeting with foreign correspondents. I was one of those correspondents. And with us, of course, were Soviet correspondents who were completely programmed. So at the press conference, one of the Soviet correspondents addresses a question to the leaders of Uzbekistan and the Uzbek Soviet Republic. To what do you can attribute the success of the Uzbek Soviet Republic? You had 3 government officials, and all of them said with one voice, just in chorus, friendship of peoples. It was, there were scenes like that all the time. I was on the train, and I was talking to compartment, and there were 2 people, a Soviet engineer and a woman who was anyway, random people sitting in the compartment. But when they heard that I was an American and a correspondent, of course, they became very interested. They said, in America, everything is determined by money. And I said, well,
know about that is that we have the elections. We had our president, he was impeached, or nearly impeached, forced to resign. Talking about Nixon at that time. And this Soviet guy says, well, that's nothing. The elections are meaningless. The real power is with the money, with the Rockefellers. That's what he said. Yeah, well, that's what he told me, and I he said, you in America, you have formal democracy, whereas here in the Soviet Union, what we have is genuine democracy. So I said, okay. So in other words, when you have elections for 2 candidates, that's formal democracy. But when there's only one candidate, that's genuine. Then he smiled and looked at me and said, as if I was these kind of moronic kindergarten pupil who finally understood something. I began to think I was really living in a giant insane asylum. So there were many things. They twisted people's minds in all kinds of ways. In fact, they're still doing it in Russia. But I had good preparation for that. I had good theoretical preparation, and most of all, I had the desire. I had the desire to know, to understand. I was curious. A lot of the other correspondents in Moscow in those days were absolutely miserable. They didn't want to be there. They knew that for the purposes of their careers, they had to spend a couple of years in dreary, uninteresting Moscow. A place where there were no decent restaurants, no decent stores, nothing to do, and where their wives were slowly going crazy with boredom and irritation as they vented, of course, on their husbands. And but I didn't look at it that way at all. I mean, and most of them didn't speak Russian. They didn't make the effort. But even with my level of knowledge when I got there, I realized that really operating in society, I would have to master. And I met religiously with my Russian teacher. And it was inconvenient. It was easy to cancel those lessons. But I understood that this was the key. I think that just so he said, well, it's like playing the game of telephone. So many layers of people that are digesting information, repurposing it for headlines. And most people don't read the headlines. And then before all that, you have the whole language. Like how accurate are the people that are interpreting what these Russians are saying? How accurate is the translation before you get to all the media, minting it? Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a good example. We had this reset policy with President Obama. There was tension in relations between Russia and the U.S. And Obama's view was that this was the fault of his predecessor, George Bush. In fact, Obama, when he came into office, was blaming everything under the sun on George Bush. And so he announced a new policy, and it was called the New Policy of Reset. Now, Boris Nemtsov, the Russian Democratic leader who was murdered in February 2015, and we talked to a guy, who I won't name, who was going to be Obama's chief Russian advisor. And we told him, and at that time there was already talk about a so-called reset. And we told him that Putin is not a candidate for Russia. He's a candidate for deterrence. And of course, he didn't hear any of it. And then in his career, supporting whatever desired. But there was a routine. But this is, since I know him personally, I prefer. He's one of the top advisors. Who was behind the reset policy. The reset policy was the idea that we were going to change, re-examine our and try to meet the Russians halfway. Well, you know, basically we were attributing American psychology to the Russians, assuming that we'll meet them halfway, they'll respond, and all the problems will be solved. We just have to show them. No understanding who the Russian leader was, what his background was, what he had done, what he was likely to do in the future. And then to top everything off, when they announced the reset policy, Hillary Clinton presented a red button to Sergei Lavrov, who was the Russian foreign minister, with the word reset in Russian, with a word for reset in Russian that was incorrect. It was, in Russian, it was Peregruska, and it reset means Perezaguska. But for it's just the kind of unprofessional. And this was presented by the Secretary of State to the Russian foreign minister, and to show how sensitive we are to Russian culture. And of course, the word that we chose was that for our policy was mistranslated, and the Russian word that was on the gift on the red button was not the correct word. Do you know what the actual word was? What it actually translated to Russian? Peregruska, it's reload, but not reset. It's just Perezaguska is resetting something. Whereas Peregruska is just plugging something into a wall so that you'll get the charge back. And it's just typical. But this is it goes to your point, because from the very top, how can we expect the media to be well informed? How can we expect public discussion in the U.S. to be well informed in a situation in which the government is so uninformed? And let's face it, understanding Russia is not simple. It takes the famous Mark Twain quote: if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. But in fact, just awful stuff. There was recently a big article in the New York Times, 7,000 word piece about explaining Vladimir Putin and his rise to power. Not a single word about the apartment complex. Why do you think that is? I think that people reject and are open to things they don't understand, or that are really outside their familiar kind of framework. And they even take penetration serious analysis as a challenge. And in some cases even personal. And react to hostility to any attempts really to look at serious questions. Can you take me through that story of the apartment bombings and how you covered that story? Okay. Well, that's the most important. If you want to understand Russia, then you have to understand the apartment bombings, the story of the apartment bombings. Putin was at first the head of the FSB, which is the successor organization to the CIA. But during the 1990s, when Russia was transformed from
regard for history or really as
all property enhanced to the state, to a kind of capitalist society in which, under any circumstances, property
he seems like I mean, it's just
the
speaker. He was like one of the presidents.
consequences for the Russian people. Well, they were created, but and they were created because the property of the Soviet Union, the resource companies, the ports, the facilities, they were all carved up among corrupt insiders who became nobles. They didn't create anything. They were not true businessmen. They were people who benefited from the corruption in order to steal what already existed. But the consequences of this fight of privatization were disastrous for the Russian economy, which collapsed. I mean, the national income fell by 50%. Well, that didn't happen even under Nazi occupation. And the population, for the most part, with the exception of very small groups, was thrown into grinding poverty. And it created a profound psychological crisis, which led to, among other things, a very high death rate. In the years 1990, in the 1990s, when Russia was being transformed economically, the death rate in Russia reached the level of it reached unprecedented levels for an industrial country. In fact, during that period, according to demographers, there were 6 million excess surplus deaths. Now, surplus deaths or surplus mortality is a term that's used by demographers to describe deaths that could not have been anticipated on the basis of previously existing trends. This is what demographers do. They look at it, for example, now it's 2023, they want to say, what is the population going to be in 2030, for example, in a given country? Well, they look at all of the relevant trends, the way the economy is going, the climate, the investment, the health situation, the improvement in medicine, and so on and so forth, the advances or problems in the area of South Dollar, and then they make on the basis of a reasonable projections, they say, well, the population is going to be X. Well, people did that for Russia, of course, during the 1990s, and especially targeted in the year 2000, which was a lot. And the difference between what they predicted and what in fact occurred was 6 million extra deaths. Suicide rate doubled, accident rates went way up. People died in unprecedented numbers, cardiological, from our cardiovascular disease, cancer. The murder rate became arguably the highest in the world. All of these things contributed, and there was also just a profound psychological crisis for many people who trained to believe in one system were thrown into another system for which they were very prepared. In any case, Yeltsin was the president. His policies contributed to this. Not only contributed to it, they were instrumental. And the result was that his popularity in Russia was practically zero. Public opinion polls showed that he had 2% approval. When Putin was promoted to the role of prime minister from head of the FSB, his popularity, the only poll that was taken before the bombing was 2%. It was generally considered to be out of the question that Yeltsin or anyone appointed by Yeltsin could possibly succeed Yeltsin as president. And in 2000, there were new elections, and the Constitution said he could only serve 2 terms. It was at that point that the buildings in Moscow and Russia in the middle of killing. Those bombings were attributed by the Russian authorities to the Chechens, who had, after a war in the early 1990s, created an independent state, which is not widely recognized, but had autonomy. And that was the basis for launching a new war against Chechnya. And Putin was in charge. And suddenly Putin, this completely uncharismatic person, no one had ever heard of, who had never had public politics, was everywhere vowing bloody revenge against the terrorists who had murdered innocent Russian people. And the Second Chechen War achieved early successes. They were well prepared for it. They used bad weapons, cluster bombs, thermobaric weapons, and they bombed markets and they bombed civilian areas just as they were now. And the initial success of the government under Putin in pursuing that war raised Putin's popularity, and he overnight became and in fact, his first official act was to pardon Yeltsin and Yeltsin's so those bombings were very convenient, and there was a lot of circumstantial evidence that pointed to not Chechens, but the Russian intelligence services, the real authors of those explosions. But what Clinton was a fifth bomb that didn't go. It was placed in the basement of the apartment What happened was, the whole country was petrified with fear. No one knew what apartment building was blown up. And at that moment, this bomb was placed in the basement of the building in Ryazan. But people were on the lookout, and the bombers were noticed. And the police were called. And the perpetrators, the people who put the bomb into the building, the bomb was defused. The people who put the bomb in the basement were caught. And they turned out to be FSB agents, not terrorists. They produced FSB evidence. And the bomb was a